she's getting a rep as an irresponsible ditz, but come to think of it, she's supposed to be a tax accountant. It was the end of February when tax accountant Ashley Ono stopped by Itsuki Hashima's apartment, and there was only one reason an accountant would be visiting a freelance writer at that time of year. It was time to file his income taxes. Itsuki had enlisted her help for the first time last year, which resulted in a much larger refund than when he did them himself. He was hesitant at first, concerned that he'd be exposed to the disgrace of explaining his entire collection of porn games and DVDs again, but he hired her anyway. There was no doubting her talents, after all. Thanks for coming today. Go easy on me, he. Absolutely. Ashley sweetly smiled at Itsuki as she went inside. Then, oh, it's Ashley, my favorite massage fan. Hello. The greeting came with a smile but also a hint of venom that only Ashley would detect. She stiffened. The voice belonged to Chihiro, who was sitting by the Lokotatsu table. She had a file containing all the relevant receipts and publisher pay stubs. Hey. Hello there, Chihiro, Ashley said, trying to deflect her own agitation. Did you have a massage last night, too? Yes. Kind of. Realizing Chihiro wasn't truly smiling at all, Ashley became increasingly uncomfortable, and her eyes began to dart around. Chihiro had discovered Ashley's vibrator under the TV stand while cleaning her office last week. While attempting to explaining it to her, Ashley made a spur-of-the-moment decision and lied, calling it a massager. She had already purchased a new one, so Chihiro took that one back home. But, did you discover the truth, then? Ashley shivered under the frigid gaze of Chihiro. Did you try it? She asked timidly. Of course I didn't. Chihiro blushed in anger and shame, but then her face returned to a blank slate. All things in moderation, including your massages, alright? Okay. She didn't bother to hide her contempt for Ashley as she broke into a cold sweat. What kind of a massage are you talking about, Chihiro? A curious Itsuki asked. I've just gotten into massages lately. Okay. Now, Itsuki, let's get your taxes squared away. Okay. Itsuki nodded, unsure what to make of his blushing accountant's rapid change of subject. Chihiro had already taken to organizing the receipts and pay stubs by detail types, which kept Ashley from making a game out of asking Itsuki to describe his X-rated purchases in detail, so it didn't take long to wrap up the work. Taking a breather with the binjam mochi cake and green tea Chihiro provided, Ashley decided to come out with it. So that takes care of this tax return. But what are you going to do about next year's? What do you mean? Itsuki raised an eyebrow. The anime based on your work debuts this July, right? If that results in a significant increase in your income, we won't be able to work with a big pile of receipts like this. Oh, so what should we do? Most people go with the average taxation. Average taxation. I think I've heard of that. It's a system that can really only be used by people with extreme fluctuations in their yearly income, like pro athletes, fishermen, writers, or musicians. You can average out the year's income with that of the past 2 years to reduce the amount of income tax you pay. Ashley smirked at Itsuki's obvious failure to follow her. Anyway, it's an effective approach to take if you're gonna make a lot more than usual this year. Okay, so we'll go with that for next year's income tax? That's what I'm thinking right now. But there's another common tax measure, too. Oh? Incorporation. In other words, starting a company. Starting a company. This seemed to stop Itsuki in his tracks. Basically, Ashley flatly explained, you start a company and treat your royalties and page fees as company revenue. If you're filing as a sole proprietor, then progressive taxation means the more you make, the higher your tax rate, but corporate tax is assigned a flat rate. So once you make over a certain amount, you'll pay a lower tax rate if you post your income as company earnings. I see. But if your income falls below a certain line, in other words, if your tax rate is below the corporate tax rate, you'll wind up paying more taxes instead. Starting a company requires some paperwork, and it's not like you can close the firm if your income drops and start it up again once it rises. So starting a company is a smart approach only if you expect to make enough money not just in the coming year, but for at least several years to come, on a regular basis. As a general rule, well, I'd say the line's at about 10 million yen. Approximately $95,000. If you think you can reliably make at least 10 million yen a year, then instead of taking advantage of average taxation for just that year, you'll save money if you incorporate at least 10 million a year over the long term. Itsuki paused. With the anime being broadcast this year, 10 million in income seemed pretty likely. But could he keep making that same amount next year and beyond? That was beyond him to gauge. Of course, if he wanted to be an author on the same level as Nayu Takani, 10 million would have to be no sweat for him. He wanted to shout out, "I'll be fine. Let's incorporate right now." But in this industry, there was no guarantee that good, consistent work would make you rich. Trends come and go, and individual authors go in and out of style. In recent years, the success of an anime wasn't strictly linked to novel sales at all. Sometimes a popular anime wouldn't boost the books much, and other times a mediocre one would still be followed by breakout book sales. It was just hard to predict. Itsuki sat there, troubled, as Ashley calmly continued explaining. "I know how hard it is for an author to predict his future, so you don't need to give me an answer right now. Let's discuss this again once you have an idea of how many copies of your new volume will get released pre-anime launch, and how many reprints we'll see afterward. Personally, I hope you can become a stable enough seller before too long that you'll have no regrets incorporating, but all right, I'll give it some careful consideration." Itsuki nodded, resolute, as Ashley gave him a gentle smile. "Wow, Ashley, I guess you weren't just a day-drinking massage aficionado after all," Chihiro offered venomously, and a drop of sweat ran down Ashley's cheek. Budding Leaves. In early March, a new author was having a meeting with her editor in the gift publishing building. This author was Obikasa Matsu, a girl whose book Memories of the Sky won a runner-up prize in the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest when she was only 16. She was in her first year of high school, although it'd be her second year in another month's time. Her editor, meanwhile, was Kiraru Yamagata, a 28-year-old woman with glasses who also worked with Nayu Takani, GF Bunko's biggest star. Oba and Yamagata were staring right at each other, lips pursed. Both of them came across as relatively intense by default, but that was even more obvious now. A heavy sense of doom had settled over the meeting room. "I told you, didn't I? These superficial revisions aren't what we need. We should reconsider it at the very core." Yamagata punctuated this with a frustrated sigh. It only made Oba pout more. "And I've been asking you again and again, what, exactly, do you want me to fix? I need something concrete." The emphasis on again made Yamagata sigh anew. "I told you, it's nothing I can give you a roadmap for and say fix this and this and this. We need to address the overall Nayu Takani follower feel that's pervading the entire book, and I'm telling you, that doesn't make any sense to me. Besides, if I'm following my true emotions the way Nayu Takani does, then of course it'll feel the same, won't it?" "True emotions, huh?" Yamagata bit back the words and let out a deep breath. This was the 7th editorial meeting since Yamagata had taken on Oba and begun to prepare Memories of the Sky for publication. Progress was, shall we say, below expectations. At GF Bunko, editors generally volunteered to take on the new authors they liked. In Yamagata's case, she'd read the submitted draft of Memories of the Sky and enjoyed it enough that she wanted to edit it. There was a Nayu Takani-style narrative that drew you in, a Nayu Takani-style intricately woven story, a Nayu Takani-style vibrant emotions, but in all aspects, it was inferior to its inspiration. Thus, she figured, she could become Oba's editor, coach her through revisions, and turn Memories of the Sky into a masterpiece even better than the Silvery Landscape, Nayuta Kani's debut. Now she realized reality wasn't so kind. If they took what they had now and released it as Memories of the Sky, then, just as contest judges Makina Kaizu and Haruto Fuwa pointed out, people would call it a hackneyed copy of Nayuta Kani. But Oba couldn't comprehend that. She stubbornly believed that her talents, and her writing, were the equal of her idol. And Yamagata simply lacked the debate skills to logically convince Oba otherwise. That was the thing. It was literally impossible to express, in words, exactly what made Nayuta Kani a talent. She had a real, indescribable gift. Yamagata couldn't explain in clear, concrete terms how to get close to it or what exactly Oba was missing. So her revision instructions naturally turned out too vague for Oba to accept as valid, and they had gone through several cycles of trivial changes in wording and character backgrounds. How long do we have to keep wasting time on this BS? Oba hissed in a low whisper, probably not realizing it. Her tone of voice betrayed her frustration, as well as her agitation. Memories of the Sky was supposed to come out in March, this month. In other words, it was already assigned an illustrator and had its cover art done, but thanks to the revision slowdown, the release had to be delayed. I woke up as the demon lord of another world, so I just started a harem came out in January. Yoshihiro Kaiso's Tsurugi, Sword of Sengoku, submitted under the title Sengoku Kenpuden, launched in February, and both Makoto Yanagisa's The Goddess Must Be Punished. I'll save the world for you, so just show me your ass. And Tadashi Kamo's Karuma the Lawyer, submitted under the title Legal Trial, was set to be released this month. Out of the new writers' contest winners, only Oba was still at a stalemate. Yamagata could sense her agitation. BS. Huh. Yes, maybe all this revision work is ultimately pointless, in which case, do you want to release it as is? Oba's eyes widened in shock at the flat offer. Can we? If you truly believe this book competes on the same playing field as the work of Miss Kani, then I think we can release it and let the public decide. Oba seemed daunted for a moment, but she quickly declared, of course, I'd love to release this as soon as we can. All right, I'll begin sending the material to the presses. Yamagata simply nodded without letting her emotions show. Releasing it like this, she had at least half of an idea what the public would think of Memories of the Sky, and of its author, Oba Kasamatsu. It was a drastic measure to take, but it was the only way she could convince Oba of reality. And so Memories of the Sky was slated for an April release. The trials of the college student sharing a place with two creatives. Hey, I'm back. Oh, not again. One night in mid-March, Mako returned to her apartment from her part-time job in the editorial department at GF Bunko, only to sigh once she saw the state of the apartment from the front door. Clothing and underwear were strewn around the hallway, and there were visible puddles on the floor. Calmly picking up the garments and tossing them into the washer by the bathroom, Mako took a bath towel and wiped up the corridor. In the living room, she found Nayuta sprawled out on the floor, entirely naked. She was face down and soaked from head to toe, water creating a puddle around her. Maya, welcome back, she called languidly when she realized Mako was there. Don't give me that, retorted Mako sharply as she turned to her. How many times do I have to tell you? You have to dry yourself off after you're done with your bath. Nayuta looked up, bleary-eyed and not at all apologetic. I'm sorry. I got too hot, and just dry yourself off. You're going to catch a cold. With a sigh, Mako took a new towel from the bathroom, lifted Nayuta from the floor, and dried off her wet hair and body. You're tickling me, Maya. Just hold still a moment, please. As Nayuta wriggled around like a cat, and Mako violently rubbed her body, the older girl had to ask herself, what am I even doing? Just then, I was waiting for you, Maya. The door flew open as Kaiko entered the living room from beyond. She must have been hard at work, because she was wearing a pair of panties as a mask, and deep bags were visible under her eyes through the leg holes. Did you need something else? a suspicious Mako asked. Kaiko nodded intensely. Yes. I need you to model again. Mako winced. Kaiko was drawing the manga version of Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister. But since Mako had a similar body type to All About Heroine Akikura Katsuki, she was frequently enlisted as a model for tricky poses. So what is it this time? Panties? Nude? Mako's voice was flat, but she showed no interest in turning down her request. Nothing but a bra, Kaiko explained. Your hands are against the wall, and you're pushing your breasts against it while you stick your butt way out. Like this? Nimbly slipping off her clothes and panties, Mako kept on her bra as she followed Kaiko's instructions. Right. Now, please lift up your right leg and hold it straight out. Okay. Or, thanks, Maya. Your body's so limber. NNGH. This is kind of tough. Mako flashed a strained smile. Since entering college, she hadn't spent nearly as much time exercising. Gym class had become a thing of the past when she started her third year of high school. It was clear to Mako that she had lost a lot of the flexibility she'd had a few short years ago. Just hold it like that, please. Kaiko hurriedly returned to her room to fetch a marker and some paper. The next moment, she began to sketch. Whoa, Maya, that's pretty gutsy. Nayuta walked up to Mako, eyeing her up and down in an openly lurid fashion. It made Mako's cheeks burn in shame. Hey, stop staring at me, Nayu. Hi. This angle is so incredible. Can I get a photo? Absolutely not. Please don't move, Maya. The veins were visible in Kaiko's eyes as she admonished Mako, who was now starting to tear up. She kept that pose for another 5 or so minutes, her right leg growing more and more pained. Hey, how much longer do you need? This pose is really tiring me out. Not to mention embarrassing me. Almost there. Oh, but I want to try a couple different compositions, so give me about 15 more minutes, please. Phew. Mako shouted at Kaiko's merciless instructions, beginning to quiver. Phew. The manga modeling session complete, Mako decided to head straight for the bath. She sighed deeply as she sank into the tub. It had been about a month since she began sharing this apartment with Kaiko and Nayuta. They had exercised more restraint around one another at first, sharing a home and everything, and so the living room, kitchen, toilet, and bath were all kept in good condition. Once the furniture was all in place and it began feeling more like a home, however, things loosened up. Nayuta was the chief culprit, of course. She didn't know how to do any chores. Her work-sleep cycle fluctuated wildly, and she'd often drop in early in the morning, fresh from spending the night at Itsuki's place. She was generally naked inside the place, throwing off her clothes by the front door and leaving them there, and she'd walk around after a bath without toweling off. And she didn't close the bathroom door behind her. In short, a worse roommate might have existed but would be difficult to find. Kaiko, meanwhile, had prepared for life away from her parents with a little cooking and cleaning practice. She had decent enough skills, but her magazine work often made her too busy to contribute to chores. Her schedule was even less stable than Nayuta's. At one point, she pulled 3 all-nighters in a row, then slept 24 hours straight after making her deadline. She could frequently be heard screaming in her room as she drew manga late at night. As a result of this, over time, Mako had become responsible for the laundry, cleaning, cooking, taking out the trash, and pretty much everything else. These weren't skills she was particularly gifted at, but over the past month, she had leveled up quite a bit. It was clear this wasn't the greatest roommate setup, but Mako was still happy with it. Unlike her roommates, who were paying rent with the money they earned, Mako's parents were covering her costs, and there was no way she'd ever afford such a nice place by herself. Thinking about it that way, household chores were no sweat. Besides, if I wasn't here, Nayu and Kaiko would be in big trouble. There was no doubting the fact that the other two needed her. These were two geniuses with exceptional talents, but without the average college student they lived with, there was no way they could have kept themselves fed and sheltered. Mako took a dark sort of satisfaction in that, as much as it filled her with self-loathing. I'm such a bad person. I'm so lame. I'm awful. Banishing the negative emotions, Mako cupped some water in her hands and splashed it on her face. Next year's cherry blossoms. When late March came around, the group decided to hold a cherry blossom viewing party at a park near Gift Publishing and Itsuki's apartment. The attendees included Itsuki, Nayuta, Haruto, Mako, Chihiro, Toki, and Ashley from last year, as well as Kaiko Makuniyama, Uiao, and Meiki Nakaizu, all of them enjoying the food Chihiro made, as well as whatever snacks, beer, and sake they brought along. Here you are, Haruto. Oh, thanks. Ui poured beer into Haruto's glass. It was Beacon, a Belgian beer notable for its honey content, and there was an illustration of a fetching lass dressed as a honeybee on the label. Ui was in a sexy dress that exposed a lot of her chest, and if she was pouring beer next to you, this was hard to miss. Talk about a little honey trap. The deep crevice, as well as the occasional glimpses at her bra, made Haruto blush and avert his eyes. Mako, seated next to him, gave him a disapproving look. Mako, this isn't how it. I didn't say anything, did I? She turned her eyes away from Haruto and began eating. Ui approached her, carrying the bottle of Beacon. Would you like some, too, Shirakawa? Oh, sure. Thank you. Mako held up her cup as Ui poured. You too, Miss Ao? She offered, taking up the bottle. No need for the miss. I'm still a new author, fresh from my debut. Besides, you're not my supervising editor anyway. True. In that case, here you are, Ao. Mako gave Ui a warm smile, ignoring the connotations behind what she said as she filled her cup. Thanks very much, Ui said with a smile as she brought the drink to her lips. I've never had honey beer before, but it's not all that sweet. It does feel vaguely like honey, though. Mako took a sip herself. The sweet aroma brought out an elegant umami, creating a drink that was refreshing and packed a punch. The two of them had met for a bit at the New Writers Contest ceremony, so they knew each other's names, but this was the first time they had spoken. Ui had already surmised that Haruto had a thing for Mako, and Mako had a vague idea that Ui's obvious overtures toward him were starting to make his heart waver. Why did you start working at GF Bunko, Shirakawa? Well, Mr. Toki, Itsuki's editor, introduced me to it. It was originally just going to be a summer break thing, but they kept asking me for help after that, so I just sort of kept going. Do you want to be an editor later on? I'm curious about that, but I'm still not too sure. But you were going to writing school, Ao? Yes. What kind of things do you study there? Well, I thought for a moment. First, the elements or style. Then, creating characters, plots, coming up with ideas. A lot of things. You have professional writers and editors read your work and give you their expert advice, and I also helped write the story for a game on social media. Wow, that sounds impressive. Like you're on the fast track to going pro. Ui snickered at Mako's honest admiration. Well, it's not something that works for everyone. Oh? Some people haven't really found anything to do with their lives, but they kind of like anime and light novels, so they join a school for it. Some of the students barely even read novels, much less write them. A lot of people quit midway, and even after graduating, a lot of them take jobs outside the entertainment industry. That's how it works. Mako figured people wouldn't attend specialized schools like this unless they had a real drive to turn professional, but apparently that wasn't the case. Maybe they weren't all that different from her, just kind of drifting from high school to college. By the way, Shirakawa, have you read any neat books lately? I've actually been reading a lot of novels and manga that have editors as the hero. Things like Henshu Girl and Juhan Shutai. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in novels starring writers, too. Having someone close to myself as the protagonist helps me empathize with them more. Yeah. Mako and Ui kept the conversation going, talking about novels, manga, movies, magazines, food, and more, but they never talked about Haruto. I've experienced these kind of probing conversations between girls before, Mako thought, but they never get easier. But I guess this is normal. It wasn't normal to start directly shooting for your potential rival in love at the first meeting, like Nayuta did. But of course, Nayuta's abnormal approach helped her grab the heart of her beloved. Mako almost wanted to shout, "I'm not thinking about you at all, so feel free to confess your love to him or whatever." But it wasn't something to say in front of so many people at this party. Besides, if asked whether she really didn't think anything of Haruto, she couldn't concede to that. Seeing Haruto all but melt as Yui approached him absolutely irritated her. Her future, her friends, her love, she had so many troubles that it made her dizzy. Yui, meanwhile, was smiling and talking with Mako while trying her best to keep anyone from noticing how she was quivering. Upon hearing about her prize, she had successfully changed her whole look, trying her hardest to study modern fashion in anticipation of encountering Haruto again, but she still wasn't used to contact lenses. A single misstep, and she felt like the facade would start to crumble. Back at writing school, the only really notable thing about Yui's looks were her breasts. Any time she could have spent out socializing and having fun, she instead used to study novel writing, so she wasn't used to chatting with others. A flashy college student like Mako wasn't the type to attend writing school at all, so just striking up a conversation made her nervous. If it wasn't for Mako's editorial job and conversational fluency in books and the industry, it would have been impossible. So they engaged in a pleasant discussion while hiding the truth from each other. Haruto, meanwhile, watched on from a distance, kept in nervous suspense. Kenjaro Toki, coming off 2 all-nighters in a row just like last year, quickly passed out from the beer. Itsuki fell asleep not long after, head carefully perched on Nayuta's lap. Next to her, Kaiko was scarfing down food at an eye-popping rate. She had been working since yesterday, eating and drinking nothing, just so she could have the free time to join this party, so she was ravenously hungry. Chihiro and Kaiser were chatting away about robot models, while the nearby Ashley was making quick work out of the sake and snacks around her. The sake was called onanagaze, which meant makes women cry, a sweet, mellow Junmai Daijinjo marketed to women. The snacks were ryuku, a local delicacy from Oita Prefecture in western Japan, made with sashimi, chopped onions, and sesame seeds steeped in a half-and-half mix of soy sauce and mirin, ratio adjustable to taste, for about half a day. Inada, or young Japanese amberjack, was the fish of choice today. The crispy onions, fragrant sesame, and umami-infused fish in the sauce made for an excellent bite. It went perfectly with rice and sake, and you could basically eat it forever. In fact, Ashley was caught in its magic right now. I'm in so much trouble. So much. This is too good. Wow, this is crazy. Her brain function was rapidly failing her, but the cycle of ryuku and sake consumption was only accelerating. Whoa, Ashley, don't you think you're going a little fast? Kaizu asked, a tad concerned. Ashley smiled back at him, content. Hee. I'm fine, I'm all grown up, you know. That doesn't make any sense. Kaizu sighed, then grinned at Chihiro. She usually acts so well put together. But I guess she's really cutting loose today. I guess so, Chihiro replied with a vague smile. The party began to break up once the sun went down. ZZZ. I'm so tired. I don't want to move. Come on, Itsuki, hang in there. You okay, bro? As was now becoming the custom, Toki was left under a tree while Itsuki leaned on Haruto's shoulder and staggered his way home, while Chihiro trailed along behind. I feel gross. Whoa, Kaiko, no puking out here. Okay, hang on until we reach our bathroom back home. If you throw up here, Miku, that means there's a jinx. Any creator who loves Itsuki's books is doomed to barf during parties. Mako and Nayuta were accompanying Kaiko, who had managed to both eat and drink too much. Thanks for inviting me today, Haruto. Hope I see you again soon. Shirakawa. Yui gave her a quick bow. They had exchanged contact information, but neither of them knew if anything would come of it. Snort. And Ashley, who had managed to down 3 full bottles of sake, was awake but completely trashed, wobbling around as she walked. Hey, can you get home okay, Ashley? Yeah, I'm heading home. I'm all grown up. Kaiser rolled his eyes at the currently inarticulate Ashley and sighed. Well, I'll join you on a taxi back home, okay? I don't need it. Wincing as he hailed a taxi, he guided Ashley into the back seat before joining her inside. After a few moments, once the car pulled out, Ashley was curled up back there, head resting on Kaiser's lap as she slept. I hope we can all view the blossoms next year, too. Noticing some twinkling light around Ashley's eyes as she mumbled in her sleep, Kaiser silently looked away from her, only to make eye contact with the taxi driver via the rearview mirror. Kaiser was puzzled at the driver, who made no effort to hide his suspicions. Then he impartially considered his situation. Here was a middle-aged man who wasn't exactly in the prime of health, along with a completely hammered girl who possibly didn't look above the legal drinking age. It reeked of criminal activity. No, it's nothing like that. Panicking, he tried to defend himself, but the driver's judgmental eyes only became more so. It took a great deal of hard work to make him understand that Ashley was 33 years old and that Kaiser had done nothing to her. When it was all over, Kaiser swore to himself to never share a taxi with a drunken Ashley again. The hangover. The morning after the cherry blossom viewing, Ashley awoke and hauled herself up, looking like she was at death's door. Her hangover was giving her a pounding headache. It had been a while since she'd gotten so drunk that it lingered on to the next day. Realizing she wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing, Ashley raised an eyebrow. Why don't I have any clothes on? Holding a hand to her throbbing forehead, she tried to recall the events of yesterday. After getting plastered and having Kaiser take her home in a taxi, Ashley demanded to be carried to her bedroom. Looking supremely peeved about this, Kaiser carried her in his arms like a newlywed and carted her to bed. Then, whining like a spoiled child about how she was so she had tossed off all her clothes. What have I done? Her face grew pale. Try as she couldn't remember a thing after that. Did I cross a line with Makina? She looked at her lower abdomen, then around her bed. Nothing she saw indicated such activity. But her smartphone, and her beloved vibrator, were on a nightstand, and the phone had a message from Kaiser. I put a sandwich and some coconut water in the fridge. Enjoy your drink, and your toys, in moderation. Bright red with shame, she managed to slip on some panties and a nightgown. With an unsteady gait, she left the bedroom, grabbed the plastic bottle of coconut water, and chugged it. There was nothing but sake in the fridge otherwise, so she truly appreciated it. She did. It was true. But this sincere offer of support also really irritated her. Still, as a grown woman, she'd have to repay him somehow. Finishing off the bottle, Ashley sent a message to Kaiser. I'm sorry I caused you trouble last night. I'll pay you back later. No need to go further than that. Better to just keep it simple. But it didn't do much to quell her irritation. Let's mess with him a little, then. Thinking for a moment, Ashley added a sentence. You could have reached out and touched me, you know. It only embarrassed her after she sent it, but imagining Kaiser freak out from it amused her. Then, about 10 or 15 seconds later, she got a reply. Lol. What's that mean? Ashley threw her phone on the bed as she fumed. The new author and her big brother. It was late April, one full week after G.F. Bunko's releases for the month had come out on the market, including Oba Kasamatsu's Memories of the Sky. The author's identity as a 17-year-old female author with a cover design similar to Nayu Takani's landscape series had drawn a lot of attention for a debut novel, and sales were decently brisk. But in a seemingly inverse relationship to this, the reader reviews were less than stellar. An inferior rip-off of Nayu Takani. Disappointed. I couldn't find a single element that excelled over Nayu Takani. I don't get why you'd let someone like this make her debut after winning the same new author prize Nayu Takani did. talk about crass commercialism. Following Nayuta Kani, you can see how bad the publisher wants to make teen girl authors into a thing. I feel like my beloved landscape series has been permanently maimed. It was just as her editor, Yamagata, had predicted. In fact, the reviews were even worse than she'd expected. If you looked strictly at the book itself, independent of anything else, Memories of the Sky was not at all a bad piece of writing. It definitely had the chops to merit the runner-up prize. But the comparison to an incomparable genius like Nayuta Kani must have given readers an even more negative impression than it deserved. This feedback, of course, quickly reached Oba Kasamatsu, a girl who'd been on the net for as long as she could remember. At first, she was enraged but kept up a proud front, going on about mouth-breathing idiots who don't know how wonderful this is. But as the vitriol kept pouring in for several days on end, she finally had to face reality. Her talent, her work, was a sham, an imitation, nowhere near the level of the real thing Nayuta Kani provided. So Oba gloomily looked at the Twitter feed on her phone as she walked toward the gift publishing building. She had a meeting with Yamagata today to discuss her next book. Yamagata had been told to respect Oba's wishes when it came to the choice between writing a sequel to Memories of the Sky, sales were good, after all, or coming up with a new novel. But Oba had trouble deciding. No matter what she picked, she thought, the future might just be full of more online bashing. Maybe it would be best for everyone if she called it a day now. In the midst of her moping, she had reached the front door. She tried to go inside, but her legs failed her. She flashed back to her behavior over the past little while, and her eyes teared up from shame. The pathetic speech she gave at the awards ceremony, her rude call-out of the older crop of authors, her confrontational attitude toward her fellow rookie writers, her open rebellion against her editor. No way. I can't go in. She just couldn't face Yamagata, the other editors, and the writers she imagined could be inside. I apologize, but I caught a cold, so I'll need to cancel today's meeting. Tapping out that text at the entrance, Oba turned around and walked off. Huh? Kasamatsu? As she staggered to the rail station, staring firmly at the ground, Oba raised her head at the voice in front of her. It made her shiver. There, wearing a hoodie, was the vaguely androgynous Chihiro Hashima, a grocery bag hanging from one hand. Oba knew him from the little social event UIAO invited her to last December. He was a year ahead of her in school, and unlike the stern, less-than-lovable Oba, he was caring, communicative, and bound to be the social center of any class. He was even nice enough to accompany Oba back to the station that day. A normal teenage girl might easily have fallen in love with such a kind, attractive young man, but all Oba felt were pangs of inferiority, along with a twisted sense of superiority. This guy's just a normal high school student, but I'm a professional novelist, so I'm better. Now, however, even the twisted pride that supported Oba was about to crack in half. Coming back from an editorial meeting? Pretty much. The reply to Chihiro's cheerful question came out awkwardly. She knew. What are you doing here, Hashima? Oh, my brother lives right nearby. I'm about to cook dinner for him. My brother? Chihiro Hashima said he was the younger brother of Itsuki Hashima. She didn't care one bit about that guy before placing in the new writers contest, but after he went on about building a whole new era at the ceremony, she had marched right up to him, said I'm going to build that new era, and stormed off. Then, at the social gathering, she learned that Itsuki and Nayuta Kani were a couple, which interested her enough that she began reading his work. Then she got addicted. First it was all about My Little Sister, Itsuki's most popular work, which had earned an anime adaptation for itself later this year. Then it was Sisterly Combat, his other ongoing series. She met Kazuma Akatsuki, the crazed high school student who'd perform any kind of outlandish act for the sake of his sister, and Siag, the dark knight who fought pitched battles, day and night, for the sister awaiting his return. Both protagonists drew her in, making her imagine what it'd be like to have big brothers like these. She was the elder sister to two siblings, and her parents both worked, so she was used to taking care of them. Thus, for the longest time, She harbored a secret curiosity over what having a caring elder brother was like. Itsuki Hashima's work very neatly fit right into that secret desire of hers. Ever since Memories of the Sky's launch and subsequent thrashing, Oba was no longer able to read back through her beloved landscape series. Instead she had been reading through Itsuki Hashima's works. Only when she did, marveling at the thrilling tales of heroic big brothers, did her more painful feelings melt away. Hey, yes. Do you think I could meet with Itsuki Hashima? She wanted to apologize for her crassness. She was a pale imitation, she knew, and she wanted to say sorry for opening her big mouth. She shook as she made the request. I'm sure it'll be fine, but let me check with him first. Chihiro, looking a bit puzzled, took out his phone. Hey, is it okay if I bring Oba Kasumatsu over? The message from Chihiro made Itsuki wince a little. That bratty new author, huh? He knew she had participated in the social outing Haruto organized, but he didn't expect her to ask to stop by. What would she want from him? He was never that good with suddenly meeting up with someone he wasn't friends with in the first place. But this was a rookie novelist who all but declared war on him at the ceremony. Maybe she'd start mouthing off at him again. Then again, though, maybe she wasn't coming over for author-related reasons. Maybe she and Chihiro had struck up a relationship or something, and they were going to break the news to him now. But Itsuki had no idea how to deal with that, either. Should I ask him what she wants first? No. Then it'll sound like I'm afraid of this teenage writer. As a veteran, and as Chihiro's big brother, I need to act more confidently. As his brain ran around in circles like this, he opted to just send the blunt message short to Chihiro. Before very long, as Itsuki waited nervously at his place, Chihiro and Oba Kasumatsu came in. Ha, he declared. How nice of you to come in, you impertinent novelist upstart. I'm not going to run from you, and I'm not going to hide. Itsuki sat at the kotatsu, arms crossed and chest puffed out. He was trying his best to act bold. Instead, he was acting like a middle schooler. Oba sat across from him. Good to see you again. Mr. Hashima. With that awkward greeting, she bowed her head. I apologize that I acted so rude to you at the ceremony. Itsuki was bewildered. This was a completely different girl from the one he saw last year. Is something up? You're not acting as crinny. I mean, as energetic as you did before. Tears began to form in Oba's eyes. My book finally came out, about a week ago. Finally. Oh right, you were due out April. He had been too busy to buy many books lately, but he still kept an eye on new GF Bunko releases. Everyone hates it. Now it made sense to Itsuki. If an author was all depressed after their book came out, there could be two reasons: bad initial sales or the readers were tearing it apart. I talked so big at the awards ceremony. But I'm just a talentless writer who couldn't see who she really was. I'm just an imitation, an inferior copy. I don't have any of the real talent Nayuta Kani does. The halting confessional made Itsuki recall his own past, back to around 5 years ago, when Sister of the Apocalypse, his first work, went on sale. Everything about this novel is gross. A pile of garbage, packed with the delusions of an obvious virgin. The characters are all so insane that I can't empathize with any of them. I know this is supposed to be written in Japanese, but I don't understand a single thing in it, and I'm not sure I want to. This is nothing you'd ever recommend. If the author wanted to masturbate, he should do it on his own time. I question the good sense of Sekigahara for recommending this one. And so on. There were likely worse things said about it, but recalling them just pissed off Itsuki, so he forced them from his mind. Either way, though, despite the small cadre of passionate fans he gained with his debut, it was essentially a perfect storm of criticism. His further blurting out, "You wrote this?" to his face didn't help their relationship much, either. Come to think of it, back then, Itsuki was in his second year of high school, just like Oba right now. It was like seeing his past self in his apartment, and given the way she was challenging herself to be the next Nayuta Kani, that genius with God-given talent, she overlapped with his current self as well. "So, Obakasamatsu, what will you do now?" Resisting the urge to throw more passion into his voice, Itsuki tried to remain calm as he spoke. "What will I do?" Oba looked up, confused. "Your debut novel got trashed, and your feelings are hurt. The next thing for you to think about is, am I gonna keep writing novels, or am I gonna quit? That's all. I don't have any talent. I'm just an imitation who looked up to Nayuta Kani. I don't have any right to keep writing. I'm not talking about your right, or your talent, or anything like that." The sharpness in Itsuki's voice visibly startled Oba. "Do you want to keep writing novels?" he continued, dropping his tone. "Or not? Which is it?" Sniff. Oba was starting to audibly sob now. "HNHHB but it's not. Sniff. Worth. There's just no point in. FFF. I'm not talking about whether it's worth anything." Itsuki snapped back. "I don't know how bad your novel's getting slammed, but what do you think about it? Do you like it, or do you hate it? Do you care about what happens? Do you love it? Because that's really the only important thing." 5 years ago, Itsuki had struggled with society's response to his own work. He'd managed to win a new author prize, but maybe he had no talent at all. Maybe, he agonized, there was no way he could be anyone's protagonist. But he still wanted to write. The encouragement of his editor, Toki, and fellow prize winner, Haruto, played a role in that, but in the end, he really loved the stuff he was writing. No matter what anyone said to him, he just couldn't get himself to hate his novels. Obakasamatsu struggled to get an answer out. HNHH. I like writing novels. M&G. My novels are fun. Sniff. I love my novel. NNGH. Itsuki gave her a kind grin. It was just like gazing at his past self. "Then keep on writing. You don't need talent, or permission, or worth, or meaning, or anything. Besides, what's so bad about being an inferior copy? If you keep on writing, you might surpass their real thing someday. And wouldn't that be cool? An imitation surpassing the real thing, like the hero of a story." Itsuki was speaking to himself as much as Oba. But she looked up at him, and this salvation he was offering, after all this time spent being told by readers and her own editor that she's a sham. Her heart had been frozen solid, and now Itsuki's words had gently melted the ice away. It's okay to write if I don't have any talent. Even if I'm inferior or an imitation, I can still write novels. Of course you can. Itsuki's own resolve was present in that declaration, delivered as strongly as he could. Oba sat there, shedding big tears as she sobbed. After that meeting, the three of them decided to have dinner together. As they ate, Oba revealed that she became a fan of Itsuki's after reading his work, a fact that sent him sky high. Well, yeah, even a guy like me thinks that the protagonists in my stories are all cool like that. If you want to make a charming sister shine even brighter, she needs a charming elder brother to frame her. You're right. I think the readers can really see how a heroine shines when she's depicted through the loving eyes of the protagonist. Ha. Exactly. It's a really simple technique but an advanced one, and not too many readers notice it. You're a smart young lady. He. Oba shyly snickered at Itsuki's compliment. The sharpness was gone from her speech. Now that she was sincerely laughing, she was far more approachable. In good spirits, Itsuki helped himself to some beer. It only added to his nervous energy. To hell with all those haters. Who do they think they are, telling me to go jerk off by myself? What do you think you're doing with those Amazon reviews then, huh? It's like quacking it in public in front of the bookstore. Nobody wants to see that shit. Listen, newbie. If you boil it down, all creative endeavors are essentially the author jerking off. And when you're a professional writer, tons of people would pay good money to go see. When I whack it, it's worth paying a premium for. And someday, I'm gonna invent amazing new techniques that are gonna wow people all over the world. And I'll masturbate, too, Mr. Hashima. Like my life depends on it. Oba, whose rebellious tone at the ceremony clashed against the ass-spanking perversity of the speeches, was now following in lockstep with Itsuki, eyes sparkling. "Yeah, show me how good you can beat it." "You bet. I'll try my best to be as good as you at it." "Ugh. Can you guys stop shouting about masturbation, please?" The yelling from a bright red Chihiro fell on deaf ears. Mr. Hashima. What is it, newbie?" "Getting to talk to you today has really opened my eyes." "Do you mind if I call you my master?" Itsuki looked at the dead serious Oba, thinking a bit. "No, you can't." "Or don't call me your master. You need to call me Big Bro." It was the raving of someone completely drunk, but to Oba, who always idolized the idea of a big brother, it was joyous news. Yes, Big Bro. Who? Kasamatsu. "What are you saying?" "Also, stop acting stupid around her, Itsuki." Chihiro was panicking. Hey, Big Bro. Nothing echoes more beautifully in my mind. I hope you'll keep offering me help, Big Bro. "Yeah, that's it." "More." "Say it again." "Big Bro, Big Bro, Big Bro." "Wah hey." Itsuki grinned widely, completely rapt, as Oba parroted out the words. It put Chihiro in a pouty, sullen mood. "NGH. You're such a massive idiot, Big Bro." "Serious trouble?" "What's so serious?" "The fact that it happens all the time." On a late afternoon near the end of April, Itsuki was working in his apartment when he got a call from his editor, Toki. "He didn't want pages from me, did he?" Volume 6 of All About My Little Sister was due out in June, and he had already wrapped up the first draft. Volume 8 of Sisterly Combat was launching in July, and while me would be at his throat for a submission right now, if GF Bunko was the publisher, there was no need to panic about that yet. No, there was nothing to fear from picking this up. Right. Nodding, Itsuki pressed the talk button. "Sorry for the rush, but can you come to the office tonight? The anime production team has something they want to discuss." "The anime? What do they want?" "I haven't heard the details yet. But if I had to guess, some kind of troubles come up," Toki replied, and Itsuki froze. Thus, Itsuki reported to the gift publishing conference room at 9 that evening. The room contained Toki, editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo, All About My Little Sister anime director Munrai Tarui, producer Tsutomu Oshima, and screenwriter Masahiko Hirugano. "Good seeing you again, Mr. Hashima," began Tarui, as calm as ever. It had been about 2 months since Itsuki met with the anime staff. The scripts for all 12 episodes were nearly done in late February, and the rest of their anime-related discussions were mostly handled via email. The way Toki described it, storyboard production was well underway by now, but Itsuki glanced at Hirugano. The scripts should have been finished by now, but having the screenwriter show up at this emergency meeting was a red flag. Fighting back the crashing waves of fear in his mind, he sat down and waited to hear the news. Oshima, the producer, was the one who spoke first, his face tense. "Well, to be frank, it's all but a given that our production schedule is lagging seriously behind." What do you mean by that?" Itsuki was floored. Toki and Godo, likely just as in the dark until now, nervously scowled. "Could you explain why?" Godo, with his yakuza looks and low, threatening voice, asked Oshima to continue. Beads of sweat began to appear on Oshima's forehead. In his place, Tarui laid out the story. "Well, Yamada, our production assistant, has fled." "What?" Itsuki, unsure what this meant, did a double take. "Our production assistant Yamada fled." This was Keiko Yamada, who was in his mid-30s, a tall man with a tanned, athletic build. He was always there for any important meeting, but Itsuki hadn't talked directly with him too much, so he didn't know a great deal about his temperament. He did recall that he looked kind of tired most of the time, though Itsuki wasn't exactly sure what kind of work a production assistant did, but he knew it was something important. They literally had to assist the production, and that involved keeping each section collaborating with the others, making contacts, retrieving art from the animators, sorting out location scouting, and so forth. What do you mean by fled?" He hasn't contacted us at all in the past 2 weeks. He also hasn't been back home in that time, so he's currently missing. I think we're gonna have to assume that he took off." "How can you be so calm about that? Like, did he get involved in something bad, or?" Itsuki's voice was starting to rise. Tarui displayed his usual calm demeanor. "Well, the chances of that aren't zero, no. But it's actually pretty common for production assistants to ghost." "It is?" "Yes." Tarui nodded. Oshima and Hirugano both closed their eyes and shook their heads. "Very common. You hear about it all the time." Toki and Godo were wincing. For an editor, writers and illustrators flying the coop was fairly common as well. This wasn't exactly unfamiliar territory. "Seriously." "Right now," Tarui calmly told the stunned Itsuki, "we're having other people take on Yamada's work, but at this point, there's no way to avoid production delays." "There's no way." "That's crazy." "It's terrible for me." "I know it is," Tarui earnestly said as Itsuki began to shout. "At the current pace, no matter how hard we try, there's no way we're going to make all 12 episodes as planned. So we wanted to discuss things with you, Mr. Hashima, and you, Mr. Hirugano. Essentially, we'd like to rework the series into 11 episodes and place a clip show or special program into the broadcast run." "I see," Toki said. "So taking a break for one episode will allow you to get back on schedule?" "Yes." Oshima nodded. "At this point, it's cutting it close. Really, really close. But we can adjust things for it in time." Itsuki murmured to himself as he thought about this. Yes, instead of forcing the current schedule and running the risk of missing a broadcast date or wrecking the show's visuals, maybe it'd be better to just cut out an episode from the start. But the current 12-episode setup of the All About Anime had been discussed time and time again by Itsuki, Hirugano, and Tarui, occasionally with loud voices and emotions boiling over. It was an arduous, painful process, but they had slogged through it successfully. The current setup, I think, couldn't be better. It respects the original novels, but it still stands on its own as a complete anime work. But Itsuki was not the one sternly refusing, but rather Hirugano. "If we have to change it, the results are clearly going to be lower in quality than we first pictured." "Do we still absolutely need to make this change?" "Yes. That's what we're asking you for," Tarui said, nodding as he met Hirugano's eyes. "And also, I apologize, but we've already completed the storyboards for episodes 1 through 4, so we can't change those." Itsuki and Hirugano winced even harder. If you had to compress 12 episodes to 11, the common-sense approach was cutting just a bit out of every installment, but apparently that wasn't possible. After an extended silence, Hirugano, his mind made up, gave his answer. "If we can't change the first half, then from a quantity standpoint, it's gonna be physically impossible to compress 12 episodes of content." Which means?" Itsuki asked, nervously gulping. "We'll have to apply our original ending to the anime." "The original ending?" Itsuki and Toki gave each other embittered looks. The first time they met with the anime staff, Hirugano's proposal involved a patchwork of scenes from the novel, followed by an anime original final boss character the cast defeated in the final story arc. Itsuki had been dead set against that, and that's how the novelist, screenwriter, and director's passionate march of intense story meetings kicked off. "So it's back to the drawing board." Itsuki's voice sounded powerless and distant. "But, we won't go back to the drawing board." "No matter what." Hirugano's voice was driven, somehow inspired. "Not that I'm one to talk, but I can't let us have the slapdash approach I proposed to you first. I've read the original novels multiple times since then, to the point that I've all but memorized each one, and I understand what the little sister love trope is all about now. I've also been cleaning up with my little sisters more often lately." "I didn't need to hear that," Itsuki scornfully muttered, but it was followed by a small snicker. "You're right, though. It's not back to the drawing board. Let's do it. Let's restructure this series. We'll plot out an original story arc that'll shock and amaze the novel fan base. Yes, we can do it, Mr. Hashima. Itsuki and Hirugano stood up, their resolve firm. Tarui looked on with a quiet smile. All right. In that case, let's start making suggestions for the new structure right away. I'll let you guys keep going for as long as you like. And so it was back to story pitch time, Itsuki taking an active part in the discussions. Hirugano, now fully awake to the little sister appeal, had 4 real-life little sisters giving him insights that Itsuki, even with the fruitful imagination he had to work with, couldn't have stumbled upon. It was tremendous inspiration for him. The meeting continued well into the wee hours. And by the end of it, they had a basic plan. Episodes 5 through 9, based on Volume 2 of the novel, would now foreshadow the ending on a more frequent basis. Episode 10 would trace the first half of Volume 3 but then veer off in its own direction, and Episode 11 would end with the final boss being defeated. It meant a full rewrite of Episodes 10 and 11, but in order to stick to the updated schedule, they need to punch out those scripts in no more than 10 days. 2 episode scripts in 10 days was asking a lot of Hirugano, so they decided that Hirugano would work on Episode 10, with the novels as a base, while Itsuki himself cranked out the fully original Episode 11 at the same time. "This schedule's a real tightrope," whispered Itsuki, wincing at the morning sun as he exited the publisher's building. "My stomach hurts just thinking about it." "It's a pretty common thing in the anime biz," Tarui replied with a soft smile. "On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being we've completely exhausted every means possible, this is still about a 2 or a 3. Tarui seemed mild-mannered, almost aloof as he said it, but to Itsuki, he looked like a war-hardened hero, involved in countless desperate conflicts and still around to tell the tale. Instead of going home, by the way, he apparently had to run right back to the production studio. The anime industry is way too crazy. It wasn't the first time he thought that, but it still sent shivers down his spine. Just supposing it was just another normal day in May, Chihiro was wrapping up dinner preparations and sitting down to eat with Itsuki as usual. The menu that day was seafood curry with shrimp and avocado salad, along with a potage soup made with a broth flavored with shrimp shells. Chihiro was particularly proud of that. "You've sure been busy lately, bro." Deep lines circled Itsuki's eyes. Stubble was prevalent across his face. He was clearly tired out, but there was still bold ambition behind his smile. "Yeah, kind of. Writing an anime script requires a different approach from a novel. It's not even like the drama CD I wrote before. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. Now I just need to bang it out." "Sounds like you're working really hard." "I am. It's do or die with the anime now. We're right at the point that it either turns out decent, or it doesn't. And Mr. Hirugano's pouring everything into this, too. As well as editing the script I'm writing. I gotta keep up." Itsuki's eyes were dead serious, as if he were eyeing some distant foe. "Mr. Hirugano's the screenwriter, right?" "Yeah." He nodded. "Did you speak with him, Chihiro?" "He's got 4 real-life little sisters." "Wow, a family with 5 kids." "That's a lot." "Totally." "He showed me a photo a while back, but they don't look like him at all. They're all so young and beautiful. And plus, he's married to that goddess Kahamshiratri, the actress who does all those little sister roles. And I guess reading all about, or hanging out with me anyway, has brought him around to the whole little sister thing, so he's even taking baths with them now." "Gah, why does he get to star in a real-life dating sim, and I don't?" "Damn it, I'm so jealous." His voice heated up as he spoke, until his frustration so vivid that he was liable to burst out sobbing. Chill out, bro. Huff, huff, huff. Itsuki took a few moments to catch his breath. But thanks to that, He's become the one man I can trust as the all-about screenwriter. On the other hand, I can't lose out to that little sister gigolo when it comes to writing. No way his real-life experiences can beat my sister's imagination. The complex mixture of trust and hostility in Itsuki's voice was clear as he spoke. It made Chihiro extra careful when she spoke up. By the way, bro. Yeah, like. Just supposing. Let's say you actually did have a little sister. What would you do then? Itsuki thought for a moment. It's hard to say unless it actually happened, really. But I'd definitely give her a ton of love, and I'd definitely enjoy life with her. It'd also mean that I couldn't scratch and claw my way to the ultimate sister ideal, maybe, like I do with my creative endeavors. With an indiscreet smile, he approached the question with just a tiny pinch of seriousness. Chihiro reacted with a vague sort of smile. No. Now's not the right time to tell Itsuki the truth. My presence would just be an obstacle on my brother's road. But I want him to love me as his sister. The thought was definitely in Chihiro's mind, but no point talking in hypotheticals. I'll just let Ashley and Oba call me Big Bro and be happy with that. Oh, Itsuki. Itsuki tried to joke about it, hiding his embarrassment. Chihiro snickered at him, but inside, she was beginning to feel some honest frustration. The angel descends from heaven. It was early May, about 4 in the afternoon. Japan usually takes a week-long vacation at that time of year, but Itsuki was busy having heated arguments with Hirugano and the rest at the anime story meetings held in the gift publishing building. Wrapping that up, followed by a half-hour novel edit session with Toki, mostly deadline negotiation, Itsuki took the elevator down to the first floor. He was a bit grumpy. The negotiations didn't go all that well, but as he walked to the exit, he saw someone ahead of him. It was an elderly man in Japanese clothing, standing tall and straight and looking every bit like a well-preserved samurai. Cool guy. I remember him. This was Yoshihiro Kaiso, a new author who debuted in March that Kenjaro Toki edited for. Having the same editor, and curious about what kind of light novel a man in his late 60s would decide to write out of nowhere, Itsuki had picked up and read through a copy of Tsurugi, Sword of Sengoku. Between the epic storytelling, the intense and vibrant battle scenes, and the lively cast, including Tsurugi herself, the main heroine, it really drew him in. Even ignoring the author's age, he was truly impressed by this debut. Still, he had never spoken with Kaiso personally, so he just nodded at him as he passed by. But, pardon me. You Mr. Itsuki Hashima? Itsuki was surprised to hear Kaiso speak up. Oh, yes, I am. Have we, spoken before? He asked gingerly. Kaiso shook his head. I saw you at the awards ceremony, so I'm merely aware of you, is all. Come to think of it, Itsuki did identify himself when he claimed his raffle prize, but he didn't expect anyone to recall the name. My name is Yoshihiro Kaiso, and I made my novel debut in March after winning a prize in the New Writers Contest. I believe you and I both share Mr. Toki as an editor. Kaiso accentuated the polite self-intro with a deep bow, and Itsuki internally panicked a bit. No elderly person had ever approached him with this kind of reverence. Hello, my name's Hashima. I had the chance to read your novel. It was, really cool. It is an honor to hear that from you. I am still lacking in both learning and ability, but I hope you will give me further guidance and encouragement in the future. Why yes, absolutely. Me too. Kaiso bowed again at the completely frozen Itsuki. Either way, I have a meeting with Mr. Toki, so. Just as Kaiso was about to finish his sentence, you are, Grandpa, a young, playful-sounding voice shouted from the entrance, sounding very out of place in an office building. Kaiso and Itsuki turned toward it, only to find a girl trotting up to them. She appeared to be midway through elementary school, wearing a long-sleeved kimono with a flashy green design. Her hair was a shiny light blonde, and she had sapphire-like blue eyes. It was tremendously cute. In another instant, her arms were around Kaiso. The virile, masculine samurai disappeared as he turned into a slightly embarrassed-looking old man. Nadeshiko. How did you get here? I took the train. The girl replied, eyes shining. Kaiso, still concerned, smiled a little. Well, Nadeshiko, that's pretty smart of you. Taking the train all by yourself. But I told you not to follow me around. Didn't I? But I wanted to go see your publisher. Then Kaiso noticed Itsuki staring blankly at them. Oh, pardon us. This is my granddaughter. Ever since I won that prize, she's been so excited about writers and publishers, and now I suppose she's followed me all the way over here. Why yeah. The girl stepped away from Kaiso, turned toward Itsuki, and bowed. Hello. My name is Nadeshiko Kaiso, and I'm in the 4th grade. Itsuki internally panicked again. If he wasn't used to dealing with old men, he certainly wasn't used to grade schoolers. Oh, hello there. My name's Itsuki Hashima, and I'm 21 years old. The girl Nadeshiko stared right at him. Are you a writer? Like Grandpa? Why yes, that's right. Nadeshiko somehow opened her eyes even wider, smiling like a blooming flower. Wow, a writer. That's great. And you're so young, too. Neat. Oh, it is nothing that impressive. Hey. This little girl's sparkly eyes were making Itsuki self-conscious now. But what should I do with you? Kaiso asked. I have a meeting with Mr. Toki at the moment. Meeting? I wanna go to a meeting, too. Sorry, you can't. Should I point her back home? But that could be dangerous. Seeing Kaiso worry over his grandchild like any grandfather would, Itsuki timidly made an offer. I could watch her for you while you're in that meeting. My place is about a 5-minute walk from here. Oh, no, Mr. Hashima, I wouldn't want to cause you trouble. I think there's a nap room in the office somewhere. But I'm sure she'll go exploring around the building. I want to go see where a writer lives. Nadeshiko's eyes shone as Kaiso's face grew darker. Well, it's just a regular apartment, nothing that interesting, said Itsuki, but I have a lot of games and manga, so I think it'd be perfect for killing time. Oh, is that so? In that case, I will take you up on that offer. Kaiso still looked concerned. Now, you be a good girl, Nadeshiko. Wish I could trust you more when you say that. Kaiso smiled broadly, sighing at Nadeshiko's energetic response. Thank you very much, Mr. Hashima. Sure. Come on, sir, let's go. Nadeshiko grabbed Itsuki's hand. It was small and so soft. Itsuki's lips curled up a bit at the unfamiliar feeling, even as Kaiso sharply addressed him. Now, Mr. Hashima, if you should do anything untoward with Nadeshiko. If your head will roll. And my head. His face remained frozen in fear as Kaiso studied him for a little bit. I was joking. Oh. Right. It wasn't remotely funny. Itsuki did not relax as Nadeshiko pulled his hand forward and started to walk. Nadeshiko was the daughter of Yoshihiro Kaiso's second child, by the sound of it, and her father was from Sweden. She was Japanese, however, by citizenship as well as upbringing. She had never left the country before, and Japanese was her only language. Wow. Kind of like Kaneko, huh? Itsuki whispered this to himself as he listened to Nadeshiko tell him all about it on the way to his apartment. Kaneko. Nadeshiko tilted her head a little in the cutest way. It made Itsuki smile again. Oh, I have a friend named Nayuta Kani, but her dad's from Russia. She's got silver hair and blue eyes. Oh, that's like my mom and dad. They called it an international marriage. Is Kaneko a writer, too? Yep. Wow. I want to meet her. Well, if we have the chance, great. I can't wait to. Nadeshiko jumped around in delight. Itsuki's heart was similarly jumping around in his body. What kind of angel is this? He could feel his heart, torn to pieces by days of unending work terrors, instantly purify itself. Hello. At the apartment, they found Chihiro making dinner in the kitchen. Oh, hey there, bro. Is this your apartment, mister? It sure is. The sight of Nadeshiko bounding in behind Itsuki stunned Chihiro into silence. Oh, Chihiro, This kid is Chihiro. Itsuki gave the trembling Chihiro a puzzled look. Itsuki, I believed in you. I know what you write, but still. You have a girlfriend. I thought you knew what you can and can't do in real life. Chihiro, you've seriously got the wrong idea, don't you? Let's just go to the police station now, alright? I'll wait as long as it takes for you to serve your... Aha! So you think I found this blonde-haired little girl on the street and tricked her into calling me mister and following me into my apartment, huh? Is that it? Yes, Chihiro replied, completely in earnest. I'd never do that. Itsuki shouted back. You really didn't? Of course not. Chihiro still looked pretty doubtful about it, so Itsuki gave the full explanation with some irritation in his eyes. And so I'm just watching her until Mr. Kaiso's meeting is over. Oh, that's what was going on. And you treating me like a criminal honestly makes me kinda sad. Chihiro averted his eyes. I'm sorry. I dunno, I've just had trouble trusting people lately. Oh, did something happen? He honestly looked pretty down, and Itsuki began to regret ragging on him about it. Then Nadeshiko chimed in. Is this your little sister, Fwei? The sudden question completely threw Chihiro. Itsuki snickered. No, this is Chihiro. He's my younger brother. Your brother? Excuse me. Why yeah. Chihiro put on his best smile. I'm a guy, so. Wow, this is a writer's room? Nadeshiko's eyes shone as she looked around the living room, just a few steps from the kitchen. Then, it's totally normal. Told you, replied Itsuki with a smile. But Grandpa's room has swords, and a suit of armor and stuff. That apostrophe s. Exactly what I pictured, yeah. Itsuki took a serious moment to imagine the space. So which of these books is yours, mister? Nadeshiko toddled her way toward a bookshelf. Oh, my books. But just as he reached out to grab a copy of his work, he internally gasped. Everything he wrote was in the little sister genre. That was fine, more or less. The problem was that essentially every volume of his contained at least one illustration of a completely nude girl. Was that really something he could show off to a 9-year-old? Yoshihiro Kaiso had read at least a few light novels for study purposes. He didn't think he was the kind of narrow-minded old man who treated all sexually oriented content as smut, but that didn't mean it was okay to show off to his granddaughter. Besides, Itsuki couldn't bear to expose such a perfect little angel to things like that. After some extended internal anguish, here, I wrote this one. He took volume 1 of Ayakashigatari, a supernatural samurai drama series, off the shelf and handed it to Nadeshiko. She gleefully accepted it, peering intently at the cover. Wataru Watari. That's my pen name, Itsuki said, puffing his chest out and lying with gusto. Huh? But isn't your name Itsuki Hashima? His face tensed up at the astute observation. Well, Itsuki Hashima is my real name. I think your grandfather is using his real name to write under, but a lot of writers use pen names, too. It's kind of like a second name you use when you're writing. Wow, really? Did you create your own pen name? I sure did. So why did you choose Wataru Watari, mister? How the hell do I know where someone else's pen name came from? He internally screamed, but he tried his hardest to come up with something. Well, Wataru Watari is kind of a poetic way to say crossing the ocean. You see, when I'm writing, I always want my books to be loved overseas, too, by people all over the world. That's why I went with that name. Wow, that's really cool, sir. It's a lot of, ambition. Why yeah, isn't it? He forced a smile, basking in the respect of the child before him. Chihiro's eyes, however, were much colder as he watched his brother. So is it alright if I call you Wataru Watari from now on, mister? No, please don't. Just call me your big brother Itsuki. Alright, big brother Itsuki. Hey. Itsuki couldn't help but beam at Nadeshiko as Chihiro began to apply more force to his kitchen knife. After she thumbed through Itsuki's book, or something close to it, Nadeshiko's curiosity turned toward his shelf of board games. She said she wanted to play something, and after considering what a schoolchild could handle, he ultimately settled on a box labeled Viva Topo. Ooh, mice. They're so cute. Nadeshiko smiled at the wooden mouse-shaped pieces she picked up from the box. Cute is right, Itsuki said, looking at her with a wide grin. Viva Topo is a German board game where players roll a die to move multiple mice around the game board. If a piece reaches a room with cheese in it, they earn the cheese, and the player with the most cheese points wins the game. The board has several cheese rooms, with the biggest pieces of cheese available in the room you start the farthest away from, but once a mouse enters a cheese room, they can't move after that. This means that you want to get as many mice as you can to the faraway rooms, but a bad roll of the die may advance the cat upon your mice, knocking them out of the game. The rules are simple, but the game isn't at all a die-driven luck contest. The dilemma the rules present: play it safe and collect cheese from nearby rooms, or risk a cat attack and set off for farther rooms, made it one of those classically fun for kids from 5 to 95 board games. Woo, my mouse got eaten again, Itsuki cried. You're trying too hard, big bro. Well, listen, sometimes you need to keep fighting even when you know the battle's dangerous. Really? But I feel bad for the mice who get caught. You're right. You're so thoughtful, Nadeshiko. The mere hint of sadness on Nadeshiko's face made Itsuki pat her on the head with the gentleness of a kind big brother. Well, more like a grandpa, really. Hey, she said, laughing, that tickles. While the two of them were playing, Itsuki was on the floor, legs spread, and Nadeshiko was in between them as she faced the table. It was a little unnerving when she chose to sit like that, but he didn't speak up. Every time she moved, her sweet-smelling, shiny blonde hair tickled his face, making him happier than he could explain. So heaven was here all along. Now he knew how Subaru Hasegawa and Yuki Kuzuru felt. This is the best day ever, he earnestly whispered. Huh? What was that, big bro? Wow. Oh, nothing. Watching his brother's big, stupid grin, Chihiro took his knife and chopped the head off the fish on the counter. Just past 6 p.m., Yoshihiro Kaiso came over with Toki to pick up Nadeshiko. She promptly hugged her grandfather at the front door. I'm glad you're done with work, Grandpa. Yes. Were you a good girl? I played a whole bunch with big bro Itsuki here. Kaiso's eyes turned toward the regretful-looking Itsuki. Thank you for your help today, Mr. Hashima. I'll be sure to repay the favor later. Oh, no, you really don't have to. In fact, I wish she could be here all the time. Kaiso laughed at the inadvertent truth. Oh, I know. Since you're here, would you like to have dinner with us? It was a pretty blatant attempt at hanging on to her, but Kaiso gently shook his head. No, we'd best be on our way. Come, Nadeshiko. Say thank you to Mr. Hashima. Okay, she said, turning toward Itsuki. The thought of this angel leaving him almost brought tears to his eyes. Thank you very much, big bro. Can I come back and play games with you again sometime? Of course. Anytime. I'll get in some more children's games next time. Wow, that sounds like fun. Goodbye for now, big bro. Goodbye, Nadeshiko. She gave him a wave as she left with Kaiso. Itsuki stood there at the front door, continually waving until they were out of sight. She's gone. Well, time for dinner. Shoulders slumped, voice bereft of its soul, Itsuki turned around to find Chihiro setting the table, clearly miffed. There was an audible clang as he banged the dish of fried fish against the table. Are you angry about something, Chihiro? Itsuki asked, puzzled. No. You are, aren't you? I'm not. I was just thinking that you'd fall for anyone who'll call you big bro enough, wouldn't you? The sullen retort made Itsuki think for a moment. You know what? You might be right. The deadpan response only upset Chihiro more. What she knew. It was a few days past the Golden Week holiday as a sullen Chihiro trudged toward Itsuki's apartment. The results from the aptitude test for her third year of high school, taken back at the end of April, had just returned, and they weren't what she'd hoped for. She was in the upper ranks, but for someone who had always been near the top in this school, the scores were on the low end, making both her teacher and her parents wonder if something was up. Something was up. When would she reveal her secret to Itsuki? Or was it even all right to reveal? But more than that, whenever fellow writer Obakasamatsu or grade school and Adashiko Kaiso called Itsuki Big Bro, and he melted into their hands, it really riled her. She was his younger sister. It should have been her receiving that kind of attention. But those two weren't in the family, so they were able to be spoiled all day, and because they weren't related to him, Itsuki was free to play pretend to his heart's content. I feel like I'm the only one losing out, she complained. Just then, Chihiro looked up toward the loud voice. There she saw a compact young man with a hairdo that was impossible to forget. It was Pablo Purikeso. She had let down her guard. Whenever she was close to Itsuki's place, she always kept a close eye on her surroundings to keep from running into him, but today, her mind had wandered too much. Just as expected, Pablo began running toward her at full speed. She turned around, attempting to escape. But her heavy shopping bag threw her off balance, tangling her legs and sending her to the ground. A lone potato from the bag rolled down the sidewalk. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? The worried Pablo picked up the potato as he asked. I'm fine, Chihiro said as she stood up. Then, great, he replied, handing over the spud. Thank you. She hurriedly placed it back in the bag and bowed lightly. No, I'm the one who ought to thank you, Like, you showed me half your ass a little while ago, right? It's really boosted my art. Thank you so much. He bowed until his upper body was parallel to the pavement. Don't act like I agreed to it. Chihiro's face reddened as she protested. Pablo didn't seem to hear. So I have another request. No, but I didn't even say it yet. Well, you'll just ask me to show off all of my rear end, won't you? There's that, yeah, but it's not my first priority right now, Chihiro looked puzzled at the completely serious Pablo. Would you mind letting me slap your ass? What? Chihiro nearly screamed. This was even more nonsensical than anything he had asked before. Slap my rear end. You don't have to take off your clothes this time. We can do it through your pants. Like, nude would be best, of course, but I wanna know how it, feels and stuff, and the sound and vibration. This made no sense to Chihiro whatsoever, but she could tell Pablo meant every single word. And is this for your art, too? Of course, man. If I wanna keep up with Yanagase's crazy enthusiasm, then I got no choice but to find someone's ass to slap. Chihiro cowered at his earnest gaze. She recalled the art she saw at the park the other day. She was no expert, but she could tell Pablo really was a good artist. You needed real talent, real passion, to draw stuff like his. Pablo, no doubt, was a creative person who expressed things his own way, much like Itsuki. She didn't want to shackle her brother. Hence why she continued to keep her secret from him. The answer is still no. Pablo, on the other hand, didn't matter at all. Or, cut me a break. Absolutely not. Just one slap. One slap is all I'm asking. No. Chihiro knew where this was going. Just like always, Pablo would try to find a way to aim for her ear. She tensed up her legs and took a breath, mentally preparing to make a run for it. But, all right, I'll leave you alone today, This was beyond comprehension. Pablo gave Chihiro a light grin. It's not nice to coerce people. After all, I'm gonna work hard until I can convince you to show me your ass. He lowered his head in a deep bow. So please, can you give me your name and contact information? Chihiro's heart wavered at this serious, sincere request. Come to think of it, I haven't given him my name, have I? But she resisted the idea of giving this young man any personal information. I don't want you to have my contact. But my name is Chihiro. Just the revelation of her first name made stars of joy dance across Pablo's eyes. Chihiro. That's a rad name. Thank you. Pablo's reaction gave her mixed feelings. She didn't dislike the name. In fact, she was rather fond of it. but the fact that Chihiro is a unisex name in Japan, applicable to boys and girls equally, was just one more reason it was possible to hide her gender from Itsuki. Thinking of it that way, she wasn't sure how rad a name it was. Is Pablo a pseudonym, then? Chihiro had given her name. It seemed only fair for him to supply his. But Pablo returned this question with a puzzled look. Pablo Puriceso? That's your pseudonym, right? He nodded to himself. Yeah, I did use that name, didn't I? But I got off of my cubism kick, so I dropped that one a while ago. To me, drawing cute girls is the best thing out there. Thus, facing the bewildered Chihiro, he gave a cheerful smile and stated his name. My real name's Setsuna Ina. I do illustration work under the name Purikitsu. Chihiro's face froze. Chihiro's panic. After parting ways with Pablo, with Setsuna Ina, Chihiro headed for Itsuki's apartment, fretting anxiously. Setsuna Ina, pen name, Purikitsu. Never for a moment did she make the connection. He was the illustrator for Genesis Sisters of the New World, Itsuki Hashima's second series, and apparently he and Chihiro's brother were a good match, because they still hung out even after the series ended. They had even gone on a trip or two together. On average, though, Setsuna only visited Itsuki's apartment about once a month, so they had never run into each other before. That, of course, was just the luck of the draw. If Chihiro kept coming to Itsuki's place, there was an extremely high chance that Chihiro would see him at her own brother's apartment. Even worse, Setsuna apparently didn't carry a smartphone around and tended to drop in without warning, so there was no way to predict when he'd show up. And if that's how things would, then instead of all three of them running into one another, and Itsuki finding out she was a girl, it was probably better to just explain everything to Setsuna and ask for his assistance in keeping it a secret. She'd need to meet with Setsuna again. Now she regretted not exchanging contact info earlier, but he still did work for GF Bunko, and anyway, he was incredibly eager to see her again. Chances were they'd spot each other around this neighborhood before too long, but even if she explained things to him, would he be willing to cooperate? Already, Chihiro could imagine Setsuna sneering. Hey, if you don't want me to spill the beans, you know what to do, right? Why yes. All right. You just want to slap my rear one time, right? Setsuna would no doubt laugh maliciously at the trembling Chihiro. I don't think that's gonna be enough. No. I need you to take off your pants and show me your entire ass. Oh no. Showing her naked self to someone who wasn't even her lover disgusted her. But she'd do it anyway. Itsuki's career was at stake. And even with all that shame, all that humiliation, she'd lower her pants, and what am I even thinking about? Blushing furiously, she shook her head to banish the prurient thought from her imagination. The search for Setsuna could begin tomorrow. For now, she had dinner to make at Itsuki's. Hello. Using her key to get in, Chihiro found a pair of women's shoes by the front door. Kani or Mako, maybe? She thought as she ventured into the living room. Instead, Obakasamatsu was chatting with Itsuki around the kotatsu. Hey, Chihiro, Itsuki said. Oba gave her a sincere smile. Hope you don't mind me hanging around, Chihiro. And not at all. But you've been coming here more often, Kasamatsu. I had an editorial meeting earlier, she cheerfully replied, not noticing Chihiro's dubious expression, so I stopped by before going home. Miss Yamagata said my writing and characters read as way more alive than before. I owe my big bro Itsuki for that big time. At the term big bro, Chihiro looked even more dubious. Ha. Keep up the good work, Oba. The boundlessly joyful Itsuki said. Oh right, I finished reading your novel a little bit ago, but yeah, I think the influence Kaneko had on you is a little too front and center. But your writing's nice, and you keep a good pace going with the story events. I enjoyed it from start to finish. Despite the praise, Oba's face suddenly clouded. Thank you very much, big bro. Online, though, it's still getting slammed. All those 1-star Amazon reviews. PFFT. Those 1-star reviewers all have brains the size of hermit crabs, so quit paying attention to them. Besides, when you post a review in public, it's not the book or its author being judged, it's the intelligence, opinions, and sensibility of the reviewer, and if these sham reviewers don't understand that, then why bother letting them take over your mind, huh? So forget those idiots. You got the guarantee of an honest-to-God genius. You do have talent. So quit wavering and keep pushing forward. As always, Itsuki was talking to himself as much as to her, but it still left a deep impression on Oba. I'll do my best, big bro. She proceeded to show Itsuki the results of that day's editorial meeting, the plot summary and opening to her second novel. She was opting to create a brand new work instead of writing a second volume for Memories of the Sky, and she wanted his advice. Itsuki, of course, gave her the most sincere guidance he could. And Oba listened, but she didn't just meekly accept it. She followed up on it, asking questions until she was convinced, and if she disagreed with him, she said so. It was an honest, frank exchange between two professional writers, and there was no room for Chihiro to join in. She sulked about this as she prepared dinner for the three of them. Once everything was ready, the trio was seated around the kotatsu. Chihiro took this chance to delicately bring up the topic. Itsuki, starting tomorrow, I'm not gonna be able to stop by here for a while. What? Itsuki replied with visible surprise. Chihiro had been stopping by for 4 years now. Even during exam time, she still made at least one visit per week. The news was therefore rather shocking. Something happen? Well, my test scores are kind of dropping, so I just kind of wanna focus on my classes for a little bit. This was a lie, what Chihiro was giving to her concerned brother. In fact, she had just decided it was wiser to avoid Itsuki's apartment until she was able to work out matters with Satsuna. Oh yeah, you're in your last year of high school now, huh? Try to keep your head above water. Sure. And I hope I can work out my schedule so I can come back more regularly real soon, but try to hold down the fort until then, okay? All right. Itsuki nodded, but his eyes were having trouble focusing. The advanced Robovac would be able to keep up with the cleaning well enough, but he was completely reliant on Chihiro for meals, so frankly, this was cause for concern. I guess I'll rely on restaurants and convenience stores for a little while, he muttered. Big bro, exclaimed Oba. If you like, can I come over to cook, huh? Chihiro half shouted. You know how to cook? It's been my job to prep dinner around the house since I was a kid. I'm not that great at it. But I can handle this much easy. She turned her eyes to Chihiro's spread laid out on the table. Really? Itsuki asked, sounding fairly joyous. By the way, that night's dinner was spaghetti with fava beans, spring cabbage, bacon, and chili flakes, along with pan-fried nikomaki asparagus and potatoes, as well as a side of potato salad. None of it was technically challenging, but creating something like this in a cramped kitchen in a short period of time certainly took practice. Wow, easy, huh? Chihiro gave a polite smile. Well, I didn't go crazy today, what with how little time I had and all. But I usually make better stuff than this, right? Oh, you do? Wow, you're a really good cook, Chihiro. Chihiro had meant to snap back at Oba a little, but the completely earnest praise made her feel impossibly small. Well, I may not be able to live up to your usual standards, but I think I can do better for you than the convenience store, at least. Will you let me cook for you, big bro? Sure. I'd love you to. Okay, I'll do my best for you, big bro. Oba was brimming with enthusiasm, and Itsuki was all too willing to let her have a crack. Chihiro visibly frowned but couldn't say actually, never mind, see you tomorrow. At this point, all she could do was keep quiet and accept it. If that's how it is, then I've got to work this out with Satsuna as soon as possible. Even if I have to, show it. The role model. About a week had passed since Oba Kasamatsu began cooking at Itsuki's place. She was stopping by every other day, and just like she claimed, she really was about as good as Chihiro in the kitchen. Thanks to that, Itsuki could remain fed with tasty, healthful cuisine even without Chihiro, and that let him continue to focus on his work. But tonight, as they ate together, the doorbell suddenly began to ring wildly. "Dude, stop jabbing the doorbell button." Itsuki opened the door in a huff to find Nayuta Kani standing there. She was breathing heavily, cheeks flushed and beaded with sweat. She must have been running on her way here. What's up, Kaneko?" "You look like you're in a rush." Instead of answering, Nayuta turned her eyes to the ground. Spotting Oba's shoes there, her face instantly went blank. Kaneko. HNNNHH. Itsuki tried talking to her as she looked at those shoes, but Nayuta flew into a rage as she glared at Itsuki, kicked off her shoes, and stormed inside. Marching into the living room, she started screaming at the befuddled Oba inside. "You little thief!" "Huh? What? Who are you?" Oba looked utterly confused. Nayuta never let magazines or the like publish her photo, and she missed last year's awards ceremony, so Oba had no idea what she looked like. "I'm Itsuki's girlfriend." Nayuta was just at the editorial department, attending a meeting regarding the assorted landscape tie-in projects she was involved in. After it wrapped up, Yamagata took her aside, citing something I wanted to check on, just in case. Basically, as she put it, the new author Oba Kasamatsu was coming over to Itsuki Hashima's place regularly as of late, but was she aware of that? Nayuta certainly wasn't, so she promptly ran a foot race straight to Itsuki's door. "Girlfriend." Thinking over what Nayuta said, Oba put two and two together, and then shot to her feet, eyebrows arched upward. "Are you Nayuta Kani?" "Yes," Nayuta replied, openly hostile. Oba wasn't able to form a coherent response. After a few more moments, she was so overcome with emotion that she began to cry. "Huh? Whoa, huh?" Nayuta, unsure what this reaction meant, began to panic. I wanted to meet you so much." "Nayuta Kani." I read your novels, and they meant so much to me. So I started writing. I won a prize. But hic.nmgh. Wait. Seriously, what are you doing?" Nayuta looked around. At the end of her rope, this girl was now bawling in front of her. "Basically," Itsuki said, "she's a huge fan of yours, Kaneko." Nayuta's lips trembled a bit, eyes darting between Itsuki and Oba, as she fruitlessly thought about how to handle this. Once Oba settled down a little, she and Itsuki explained things to Nayuta, who seemed less than convinced. "Yes, I know it'll be hard for you if Chihiro can't come over for a while. But I'm really not sure about a girl who's not your lover barging into a man's place all the time." "You were barging into this place a good 2 years before we became a couple," Itsuki calmly observed. "I was fated to be your other half the moment I was born," Nayuta shouted back, "so it's fine." "Don't worry," Oba squeaked out. "I really respect Big Bro Itsuki as a writer and all, but I don't have any kind of feelings like that toward him. And even if something like that did develop between us, I'd never try to take your lover from you, Nayuta. I swear my life on it. I'll give you a written pledge right now if you like. If I ever double-cross Nayuta Kani, I swear I'll atone for it with my life." Nayuta edged a bit away from Oba, who was completely serious about this. "Why you don't need to swear your life on it. And why are you calling him Big Bro?" The observation made Itsuki and Oba exchange looks. I made her do it once as a joke, but it actually felt kinda good. And I've always wanted to call someone Big Bro, so I kind of got carried away." "If you don't like it, Nayuta, I'll quit." "Please do, thank you," Nayuta forcefully replied. "Or if you want to be called that," she told the softly groaning Itsuki, "I'll do it instead." This made him blush a bit. "Well, I mean, you're my girlfriend, not my little sister." It wouldn't feel quite right. "Oh really?" "No, I suppose not. Ehehe. Itsuki's reaction made Nayuta visibly blush. Oba looked at them both in awe. Seeing two authors she deeply respected act so intimately filled her with a very pure sort of joy. You really do love each other. You make such a great couple. I'm so jealous. Nayuta smiled at this. Naha. I'm glad you see that. All right, I'll give you special permission to call Itsuki Big Bro if you want. You will? Itsuki exclaimed. Naha, just because you have one or two more little sister characters around you, that's not going to affect our love at all. Thank you very much. I wish I could find the kind of love you two have going. Ehehe. Love isn't the kind of thing you find. It's the kind of thing you fall into. She certainly didn't invent that quote, but the way Nayuta declared it made Oba's eyes sparkle all the same. Wow, that's so deep, Nayuta. So deep. He. Nayuta triumphantly twitched her nose. Isn't it? Do you use your own love experiences in your work? I do in a way, but then again, I don't in a way. What's that mean? I mean that you can't write a good novel with experience alone. And you can't do it solely with imagination, either. So deep. There was actually nothing deep at all about what Nayuta said, but Oba was interpreting it far more generously than it deserved. Do you mind if I ask you some more about the landscape series? I dunno. I guess I'm the type who says everything she needs to say in her work, you know? That's your stance? Chided Itsuki. Can you humor me a bit, please? Well, if you insist. You can go ahead and ask, but not too much, okay? Thank you very much. Oh, this is so amazing. Nayuta Kani had legions of passionate fans, constantly lauding her as a writing genius. But she never interacted directly with them in autograph sessions or the like, and regardless of what they thought, Itsuki and Yamagata never gave her tons of praise for her work. And even if the anime producer, voice cast, and other people involved with the franchise loved her work, they were all careful to respect her boundaries. It was business, after all. Before her debut novel got slammed and she met Itsuki and had a change of heart, Oba wouldn't have given Nayuta all this honest praise. She saw herself as her equal, after all. Now, however, Nayuta Kani wasn't a target to shoot down. She was just a novelist Oba absolutely loved. And to Nayuta, this was virtually the first time she had ever interacted with a bona fide fan in person like this. And she found it intoxicating. Oh, right. Do you want to come to my place after this? I'd like to ask you more about what life as a high school teen is like these days. Now Nayuta had fully let Oba into her life, inviting her to visit as she enjoyed the food she made. Your place, Nayuta? Why yes, I'd love to. For the utterly grateful Oba, the answer was obvious. And so, an hour-ish later, Oba was nude with Nayuta in her home, having every inch of her body examined. After all, Kaiko Makuniyama happened to be looking for new models. Voice recording. It was a fine day in mid-May. The first day of voice recording for the anime version of All About My Little Sister. They were using the same Tokyo studio as the one Itsuki visited for the drama CD session last November. This being the first session, Itsuki, director Tarui, audio director Takuro Norakura, and producer Roshima all lined up in front of the voice cast to give their greetings, a formality essentially identical to what they did at the drama CD recording. All right. Let's test out the cold open and parted to start. After they were done, Norakura gave the signal from the control room, and video began to play on the monitors. In voice recording sessions, producers usually carried out audio tests before recording. They'd go through a scene, gauging how each cast member acted, and check to see if they were following the characters' emotions and directions. After some feedback, they then record the actual audio used in the anime. The script they were using for this session, apart from things like typo fixes, wasn't terribly different from the screenplay originally submitted. It looked good to Itsuki. That may seem like a given, but it really wasn't. In anime, screenplays are used to create storyboards, and storyboards are used to create scripts for voice talent. However, storyboards can and often do change things from the screenplay, usually without the screenwriter's permission. Sometimes, these alterations were to the point that you almost wondered why professional screenwriters, directors, and series creators spent countless meetings constructing a final draft of a show at all. What's more, even if a storyboard faithfully follows the screenplay, it's common for it to run too short when cut into episode-sized chunks or for an entire scene to require editing out for time, again, without the screenwriter's permission. For all about, Hirugano served both as the main story editor and screenwriter for all the episodes. He was on hand today as well, but for a screenwriter who contributed only a few episodes to an anime show, it's not uncommon to flip on the TV and exclaim, "Why is this completely different from the script I submitted?" This script, meanwhile, was top class. And although some of the cast needed a little prompting to get up to speed on their characters, it was half a year since they last played them. After all, they were all real talents, and they could no doubt adapt fast. Too bad we only have animatics to record this with. Itsuki couldn't help but sigh about it after the test was completed and the audio director headed into the booth. During a recording session, you generally weren't saying your lines alongside a perfectly animated, full-color video sequence. Instead you had animatics, basically animated storyboards. This was black and white art, sometimes so sketchy that you needed written names to figure out who the characters were supposed to be, and they'd just be flipping from scene to scene without animating. These scenes were recorded from the storyboards themselves, edited to simulate an episode. Itsuki recalled that the recordings for Chevalier of the Absolute World relied on animatics from episode 1 forward as well. It only made him feel gloomier. It's not rare at all to go with animatics from the first session, Tarui said, laughing as he picked up on Itsuki's muttered comment. In fact, it's rarer to have color animation in time for the recordings. Really? He replied, honest with his anxiety. Because it strikes me as something you do when the schedule's in really bad shape. I didn't say it wasn't, the ever-aloof Tarui stated, but recording off animatics isn't a bad omen in and of itself. It lets us create art based off the acting afterward, and if there's a piece of dialogue that won't fit due to something we overlooked, we can adjust the visuals to match the line, rather than vice versa. Once the animation's complete, it's hard to make adjustments after that. Right. Hearing the advantages of this approach calmed Itsuki a little. And I guess for the voice talent, working with animatics instead of 100% complete animation can be easier, huh? Like, they can bring their own interpretation to the acting that way. Yeah, that depends on the individual actor. I mean, schedule or not, though. It's better to have color art to work with than sketches where you can't tell who people are, I think. Mentally speaking, I think we all would have been far more relieved if we at least had art for the first 3 episodes done before recording. So this isn't a good sign? Itsuki winced a little, but regardless, recording continued, voices for part A, testing for part B, voices for part B, the next episode blurb, and narration for the TV spots. It all went off without a hitch. Despite Itsuki's anxieties, he had practically nothing to do in here. He'd just have to count on the hard work of Tarui and the rest of the staff. He said a little prayer for them as he left the studio. Chihiro discusses her life. It had been 2 weeks since Chihiro paused her regular visits to Itsuki's place. Since then, she'd spend about an hour every day lurking around the gift publishing neighborhood and the streets, parks, and other areas she ran into Setsuna before, but she never managed to find him. This city was too big, and its population too large, to go searching for someone without any leads. She wasn't even sure Setsuna was in Tokyo at all right now. What am I doing with my time? She was so helpless that she almost felt some tears forming. So she sat down on a park bench, near where he had joined a cherry blossom party in the past, and sighed. 2 months ago, the cherry trees around here were alive with bright pink buds. Now they were lush with green leaves. Everything was changing, was struggling not to change, doomed from the start. As she gloomily looked at the new leaves, she suddenly heard a voice. Chihiro, hiya! Quickly, she turned around, only to find that Haruto Fuwa was now next to the bench. Fuwa, what are you doing around here? I heard you stopped going to Itsuki's place. Chihiro gave the concerned-looking Haruto a vague smile. I kind of went to Itsuki's neighborhood out of habit, and since I was here, I thought I'd take a walk to refresh myself. Oh, it was a pretty strained excuse, but Haruto just smiled instead of pursuing it, sitting down next to Chihiro. So I hear you've been worried about your school performance? Yeah. Chihiro nodded. That wasn't a lie. Her biggest concerns were Setsuna and the chances of him revealing her secret to Itsuki, but it was true that she had concerns about the flagging test scores as well. Yeah, well, it's your last year of high school. I'm sure all the college exam prep must be hard. College, Chihiro whispered. Fuwa, what do people go to college for? Haruto gave a surprised look. Haha, I didn't think you'd be the one asking me that, Chihiro. He gave a light grin, and Chihiro felt like he was picking on her. She frowned a bit. When Chihiro's aptitude test scores fell below expectations, and her parents and teachers worried about her, her concerns didn't fall along the lines of I'm shocked at these scores or I need to work harder or I'm worried about college exams. Her concerns were much more fundamental. So what if I didn't score great? And what am I even studying for? She had been a serious student her whole life, considering that the obvious path to take, and had gotten brilliant results. But now, for the first time, Chihiro was having the same concerns any high schooler, any student in middle or elementary school, really, would have. She was trying to find a place for herself. What do you want to do going forward, Chihiro? Haruto asked. Chihiro thought for a moment. I don't have anything set in mind. Then I think you should go to college and find something you want to do there. Yeah, Chihiro groaned. But if I go there without any real goal in mind, isn't that a waste of time and money? Better watch your mouth, Haruto said, laughing. You'd probably hurt the feelings of around 4/5 of college students in Japan if you said that. Yeah, but my brother quit college pretty fast. I mean, if I would only make a half-hearted attempt at college anyway, maybe it'd be better instead to work and make money for myself, like Itsuki does. I hear you. Yeah, if you have someone close to you who's less traditional, it makes you think, doesn't it? So do you want to work straight out of high school? It's not that I'm really leaning that way. But part of me thinks that'd be better than just following my teachers' and parents' instructions and going to more school. Chihiro, I think having a vague desire to get a job is pretty much the same thing as having a vague desire to stay in school. The observation came as a shock to Chihiro. You don't think so? Yeah. Also, unless you're a writer or some kind of entertainer, then a college grad is always gonna make more money on average than someone with a high school diploma. It gives you more choices on where to work, too. If you don't see the road ahead quite as clearly as Itsuki does, it's not a bad thing at all to go to college and see what happens. After laying out his opinion, Haruto added with a bit more levity. Which, you know, as someone who went to college pretty much as insurance for the future, is just my opinion. Did you graduate, Fuwa? Eventually, yeah. I heard I'd won my new writer award in the summer of my last year in high school, but there was no guarantee I could make a career out of it, so I decided to keep going with college. I stopped doing anything with novels entirely until my entrance exams were done with, so I could study. Sounds like you really had it together. Even back then. Nah, I was just a coward, he said, chiding himself for Chihiro's compliment. But once I got in, I started working on my draft of Chevalier of the Absolute World again. I joined the tabletop RPG club. I had a lot of fun. And they told me about the Chevalier anime while I was still in school, so I didn't bother looking for another job. I figured I could hack it as a full-time writer. But I still got my diploma. There was a hint of nostalgia in Haruto's voice. Are you finding what you learned in college helpful now? Well, the history and German language courses I took as part of my gen ed requirements did help a bit, but not all that much. If I got too worried about how the real world works, I wouldn't be able to write anything, really, especially not light novels. If anything, the RPGs and team-based monster hunting games I played help out more with that. So if that's true for you as a professional novelist, it has to be even more true for your average guy in an office, doesn't it? Well, I think some people find jobs that really let them use their majors, but yeah, I bet the vast majority don't. So maybe college is a waste of time. Haruto smiled gently as Chihiro thought things over. But it was fun, huh? It was hard balancing school with writing, and the activities I got involved in. Well, some of them really screwed me up, but looking back on it, it really was fun. My classes, my clubs, hanging out with my friends. What does that matter? Whispered the unconvinced Chihiro. A lot, Haruto declared. I know how serious you are with everything you do, Chihiro, and whether something will help you in the future is important. Yeah, but I think it's fine to choose something based on how fun it is. You're still young, you've got all the time in the world to try something else if you screw up. So I don't think there's any need for you to go out of your way to narrow your options. I'm starting to sound like an old man now, aren't I? I'm still young, too. Haruto bashfully snickered a little. Chihiro, meanwhile, processed the words. By the way, Chihiro, what are you focused on in school? Arts? Sciences? Science. Oh, what made you pick that? Because they told me it'd help me find a job, was the honest reply. Also, she softly added, I'm kind of into robots, so. Haruto burst into laughter. Don't laugh at that, Chihiro protested, her face turning red. Sorry, said Haruto. But robots are fine. I write fantasy novels, but they're full of robots, so sometimes I wish I'd focused more on science classes, too. But you describe the robots in your novels in such realistic terms. I thought you had more of a scientific background. The fantasy world of Chevalier of the Absolute World featured swords, lances, and other weapons transforming into giant robots. But the post-transformed robots, as well as their armor and other features, trended toward the realistic side, something Chihiro especially enjoyed. Yeah, I had to do a lot of research and reading to get that feel going. But there's only so much you can learn by yourself, so sometimes I'd ask friends in an engineering major, or I'd have them connect me to professors in that field. They still help me out sometimes. Neat. Chihiro was impressed. So along those lines, I guess I am glad I went to college. Haruto smiled. You know, Chihiro said, contemplating matters, I think I had too narrow a vision for myself. All I thought about was how a college education would help me. I didn't think about how fun it'd be, or clubs, or the people I'd run into at all. Haruto gave Chihiro a couple hard pats on the head. Ow, phew. I'm telling you, Chihiro, you think about things too seriously. You should take at least half of a cue from your bother. Okay, maybe a quarter of a cue. Why yeah. Chihiro nodded, blushing, as Haruto's phone began to ring inside his bag. Haruto took it out, looked at the screen, and scowled as he started talking. Yeah, I'm coming home now. No, not yet. Huh? No. God, what a pain in the ass. Chihiro's eyebrows shot up. This was much cruder than Haruto's usual manner of speech. From what she could hear, there was a woman on the line. Huh? All right, okay. Don't blame me if you turn into a pig. Oh, shut up. Don't yell at me, dumbass. Yeah, I'll get some cream puffs if they're sold out. Fine, geez. Yeah, right, thanks a lot. With a monumental sigh, Haruto ended the call. What was that? My sister, Haruto breathed, rolling his eyes. This bakery by the rail station has a fancy new roll cake, and she wants me to buy it for her. There's always a huge line at that place. But he was gonna line up anyway. You sure get along with her, it sounds like. Haruto grimaced. No way, not at all. She's so goddamn selfish. It drives me up the wall. living with her. I've never been selfish to my own brother. Chihiro had never met this sister before, but she was a bit envious. Anyway, I better start walking to the station, Haruto said as he got up. Oh, right. Thanks for talking to me. It was really helpful. You're welcome, he replied. I look forward to your food at Itsuki's place again soon. Why yeah, I'll try to make that happen. Chihiro stayed on the park bench for a while after Haruto had gone. The job hunt. Hey, I'm back. During an evening in early June, Mako had just returned to the apartment she shared with Naoto and Kaiko, wearing a proper business dress and looking discouraged with life in general. Oh, hey there, Maya. Naoto, playing a game on the large living room TV, naked, dropped the controller and jogged up to her. She then removed Mako's clothing, undergarments and all, as if nothing could be more natural. Thus stripped, Mako collapsed on the sofa and let out a deep sigh. Are you tired, Maya? Not tired, really. But kind of depressed. The interview didn't go well? No, she curtly replied. June is the time when major firms across Japan begin to give job offers to college seniors for the next business year. Just like all her classmates, Mako had begun sending out entry sheets back in March. Today marked the first round 1 interview she landed. This interview was given by a regional bank. As a member of the College of Economics at her school, Mako had sent out several dozen applications to finance firms, insurance firms, securities firms, and so forth. All the mega banks turned her down at the document phase, as did most other large, national-level firms apart from the financial outfits. Mako's economics department was classified as above average in the scale. Judging by the jobs previous graduates had landed, she knew not to expect famous, brand-name companies to bid against each other for her services, but having over half her cover letters get rejected out of hand was still a major bummer. Today's interview was a group session, and the questions were all the kinds of things the job hunt guides talked about. Why do you want to join our firm? What did you work on while you were in school? What are your strengths? And so forth. But as all the other candidates gave their answers without hesitation, Mako just blanked out on several occasions. Looking back, the rest of the pool must have been nervous, too, but to her, everyone else was a model candidate. What would you describe as your strong points? Why yes. Well, I think it's in my optimism and how I'm not timid about anything, I think. Mako recalled how the interviewer smiled at her. She was timid about so much up there. It made her want to scream. Which company were you interviewing for? Asked Naoto, sitting down on the sofa. Bank. Oh. She raised an eyebrow. Never heard of it. Well, it's a regional bank. There's just one branch in Tokyo. Did you want to be a banker, Maya, like Naoki Hanzawa in that TV drama? Not really, no. All her college classmates sent entry sheets to banks, so Mako followed their lead. The whole reason she chose economics in the first place was because, out of the non-hard science degrees, it seemed to give her the best advantage on the job hunt, but now she wondered if she had grown at all since making that choice. She just kind of went to college, she was just kind of looking for a job, but right now, there was something she was interested in. It's funny to imagine you getting back double at your mean bank boss and stuff, Naoto said offhandedly. But I really think you're better suited to editorial. I'm not gonna do any of the stuff on that TV show, retorted Mako. But I did apply to a few publishers. You did? Naoto exclaimed, eyes shining. Can you be my editor? No way. I didn't send an entry sheet to Gift Publishing, huh? Mako smiled a bit at the disappointed Naoto as her expression clouded. When she began to seriously look for work, she conducted a thorough analysis of herself, and it told her that editing was the one thing she wanted to do the most right now. Working in the GF Bunko editorial department was fun, and looking at Toki and the other editors, she knew that, as tough as the job was, they got a lot out of it, but she still chose not to apply to Gift Publishing. The editors that treated her well, and Godo, the editor-in-chief, had asked her to go full-time on several occasions. That was exactly why she couldn't take them up on the offer. She was working part-time at GF Bunko only because she happened to know Itsuki in college, which led to her knowing Toki. Really, Godo wanted her to join them because she was close to Nayuta, not because he appreciated her own talents. Mako was sure that, out of the people applying to gift publishing, most of them were more talented than her. They read far more books than she ever had. They loved light novels far more than she did, and they had loads more passion for the publishing industry. Blasting past them and getting hired just because she was friends with a well-known author didn't seem right to her. I want to achieve something through my own power. Anyway, I got another interview tomorrow, so I better start prepping. Good luck, Maya, Nayuta casually called as she stood up. Several days later, Mako had her first interview with a publisher. This was a mid-size firm, one that also published light novels and manga, including several that she had borrowed from Itsuki to read. She had glossed over their past hits and the series they were pushing the most. In her eyes, she was totally prepared. She was thus in high spirits as she went to the interview site. The email had said to come in everyday attire, so she went with a normal dress instead of a business suit. But when she arrived, most of the other applicants had on their finest formal attire. It did say everyday, right? So she anxiously sat there until her number was called. The time came, and once again, it was a group interview, with Mako joining 6 other soon-to-be college grads in the interview room. The moment she sat down, she locked eyes with the interviewer, a man in late middle age sporting a smartly tailored suit. He gave what she thought was a scornful look for a moment before speaking. So given the television and comic work we've done in the past, a publisher like ourselves can often have eccentric people working for them. Some people think this means they don't need to have common sense as members of society, but that's really not the case. If we want to create products that are broadly accepted by audiences, you could say that our people, our staff, are expected to have even more common sense than usual. And one core, fundamental way this plays out is in one's choice of clothing. The interviewer wasn't looking at Mako, but she could tell he was speaking directly to her. A few days later, the next publisher Mako had applied to produce a number of magazines and such, but its main business was in self-publishing, with authors ponying up the money to get books and so on produced. According to the company website, they had a lot of connections to distributors, allowing them to get your book into stores nationwide and potentially become a bestseller. The interview room was a tiny, cramped affair, and this time, Mako was one-on-one with the interviewer. He was a middle-aged man, looking sharp in his ironed suit, and he gave her a friendly smile. "My name is Mako Shirakawa. It's good to meet you." "You too. Thank you for coming today," he softly replied. The interview began with a few standard questions: what she did at school, what she thought were her strong points. Then the interviewer took 3 sheets of paper off his clipboard and placed them on the desk. Each one had text on it, apparently part of a novel. "Miss Shirakawa, if you were working for our company, which of these 3 books would you suggest we publish?" "Oh?" The unexpected question threw Mako. She thought for a bit. "Can I take a look at them?" The interviewer smiled. "Well, I'd like to say of course, but unfortunately we don't have a great deal of time, so let me give you some rough guidance. These are excerpts from 3 books that were brought to our company recently. This one is a finalist from a new writer contest in the mystery genre. This one is a historical novel that's already made it past our first round of a contest. And this one is an autobiography." "An autobiography? Of whom?" "The author of this work, of course." "Is it someone famous?" "Number." "It's a man in his 50s who's led a perfectly normal life." It just lists out his boring experiences in detached fashion, and his grammar is fairly atrocious. "Huh." Despite her misgivings, Mako pointed at the mystery excerpt. "This one?" Out of the 3 provided, this was the clear winner. But the interviewer shook his head. "Nope. That's not it." "What?" He flashed an eerie smile at her surprise. "The correct answer is, we publish all of them." "Huh?" "But what would publishing such clearly low-level work do for them?" "Our business," the smiling interviewer continued, is to typeset our customers' work to look the part, bind and design it well enough, and make it look like a book. We're helping them create memories for themselves. See, create memories," she repeated. "Yes, good memories. I'm a real writer. I published a real, paper book from a real publisher. If a customer paid money to create what looked like a fine-looking book and was satisfied with it, there wasn't any actual problem with that. But Mako was still dubious. Well, you work with the author to edit the content, right? Our company cherishes the individual style of the author first," replied the interviewer, friendly and calm. "As a rule, we publish our work exactly as the customer wishes." It didn't strike Mako that a book lacking the fundamentals of correct grammar counted as style. As long as our customers can use desktop publishing software, we can make their dreams come true. "It's truly a fun job to have. Would you like to work alongside us, Miss Shirakawa?" Mako gasped. It did seem like they were giving her a pretty deep dive into the firm during this interview, and apparently they were already set to hire her. In her entry sheet, she hadn't written anything about her connections to Naruto and other pro writers, but she did mention her part-time editing work and familiarity with DTP software, something she picked up from the GF Bunko editors during quieter times at work. If all they did was take manuscripts and publish the masses, that software was all you really needed. In fact, any professional conscience you had as an editor might actually be an obstacle. No, what they wanted was someone who would take the text people brought in, fawn over it, and close the sale, and a young woman would be especially attractive for the role. The interviewer gave Mako a faint smile as she stared at him. "All right. I think that's enough for now. Thank you very much for your time." "Thank you." So she left the interview room and headed home, profoundly depressed. The next day, Mako asked Kiraru Yamagata at GF Bunko about the publisher where she'd had an interview. The mere mention made Yamagata wince. "Oh yeah, they're famous in the publishing industry." "Well, infamous, really?" "They are?" "Yeah, they'll encourage you to self-publish with them, claiming they can get you in bookstores across Japan and make you a famous writer. But all they really do is put 1 or 2 copies into a few stores they have special arrangements with, so there's almost zero chance you'll make any money as an author. Plus, the doujinshi scene can produce books that look just as high quality as commercial stuff, so if all you want is a book you made yourself, going that direction's way cheaper. I mean, think about it. If your work's really worth national distribution, it could probably also win a new writer prize somewhere. And even if it can't, you can still self-publish on Amazon or produce an e-book or whatever. If you're not in it for the money, you can even make it into a web novel. Basically, all that place is doing is selling you the false glory of getting a book published in paper form. I heard they're fighting multiple lawsuits, and I bet they're gonna go out of business sometime soon." Her voice was flat and cold. "But why bring them up out of nowhere, Miss Shirakawa?" "You weren't thinking of joining them, were you?" "Oh, no way. I just saw an ad on the net, so I was wondering about them." Mako's face tensed up at her concerned colleague. "Ah, well, that's good. I'm not really in the business of bad-mouthing other companies, but I hear that the employees get penalties if they fail to make their quotas. It's a total hellhole to work in. Definitely avoid at all costs, you know. www. Yeah, I'll bet," Mako said, sweating as her soul nearly left her body. The road she can see ahead. It was now late June, approximately 3 weeks after her first interview, and Mako's inbox was now loaded with emails from companies nationwide calling her Miss Mako Shirakawa and wishing her the best of luck in her future endeavors. For the time being, her ventures into the financial, insurance, and securities fields were essentially failures. She had made it into the second round of interviews with exactly one insurance firm. Over in publishing, she did get an invite to another interview with that self-publishing firm, which would most likely be the last one, but she politely turned it down. Apart from that firm, and the first one that she flubbed the dress code for, she interviewed for 2 other publishing outfits, in business attire, of course. However, Even before the best of luck emails came in, she had a hunch they'd probably go nowhere. She had a vague sort of appreciation for the job of editor, but in terms of exactly what kind of book she wanted to create, and what kind of editor she wanted to be, Mako had no vision. Naturally, this meant the answers she had for her interviews were exactly the kind of pat lines she memorized from the job hunting guides she read. She knew what was expected of editors: working with authors to create an original work, supporting authors when times are tough, extracting the talent from authors, making surefire hits out of the titles they work on. She thought they were wonderful, that was no lie, but did that accurately encapsulate the kind of editor she would want to be? She wasn't so sure. Essentially, she thought, she failed to make it past the first round because the interviewer could tell how transparent her words were. I had heard about this, but the job search just totally breaks your heart. Mako sighed as she sat nude in the bathroom. Maya, Kaiko said as she washed Mako's body, if you can't find somewhere to work, you should just join me. Ha ha. Mako snickered. That's crazy. I've never drawn manga before. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about my family. Your family cultivates silkworms, right? That's right. My father said he'd love to have you working for him. Mako recalled when Kaiko's father stormed into the editorial department. He acted like a stubborn old man and certainly fumed like one, but there was no denying the fact that he loved his daughter deeply. Yeah, but I don't know a thing about silkworms. Well, most of our income comes from silk mills that we've been working with for decades now. We have a set of patents and a factory overseas as well. We're using the income from that to try to turn around our silkworm culturing business. It's been declining the past few years. We're even coordinating with the government to improve our cultures and develop new production environments. It's a long road ahead, but Dad always talks about how satisfying the work is for him. By the sound of it, Kaiko truly respected her father and his company. But despite that, she still overcame his dead-set resistance and chose the path of a manga artist. Will I be able to find a job I know is mine, like Kaiko and her dad? Thank you. If I can't find anything else no matter what, I'll keep that in mind. Mako felt safe in saying that for now. The next day, Mako saw Toki drinking some coffee in front of a gift publishing vending machine, so she decided to ask why he decided to become an editor. Well, I started working here part-time during college like you, Mako, but my current boss and the IC at the time both wanted me to stay on, so I took them up on the offer. Oh, so was it like, you've always loved light novels, so you wanted to get involved in making books? Nah, I didn't read anything except manga before starting that part-time gig, and I had no interest in publishing whatsoever. Huh? The answer surprised Mako. So why did you take a job with GF Bunko at all? Toki took a sip from his coffee can, eyes staring afar. I'm probably gonna embarrass myself when I say this, but is that all right? Oh, sure. Well, I spent college kind of mooching off this woman. That was even more embarrassing than Mako expected. She gave him a hard stare as he waxed nostalgic. Once I began college and started living by myself, I got addicted to this old online game, Final Fantasy XI, to be exact, and I hit it off with this player who was always on at the same time. So we started hanging out in real life. Wow, that really happens. Huh? Yeah. She was a manga artist in her mid-30s, but at the time, she didn't have any work and was just playing online games all day. She absolutely refused to tell me the pen name she published with, but all signs indicated that she did pretty well for herself. So eventually my parents found out I wasn't attending class, and they stopped sending me money. I couldn't afford rent any longer, so I wound up joining her in this luxury condo setup she had. For about a year, Toki continued, failing to notice Mako's cold eyes. We pretty much just played games and fooled around with each other. But one day, she was basically like, I want to draw manga again, so get out. Toki made a fist, crushing the empty can. I got down on my hands and knees, begging her not to toss me aside, but I couldn't change her mind. She said that if I wanted to see her again, Then I should go become an editor at a top-name publisher or something. I was de facto dropped out of college by that point. Isn't that just the most merciless thing she could have said? But at the end of it, she almost called the cops on me, so I reluctantly left her condo. After that, I got down on my hands and knees in front of my parents until they started sending me money again, and it was back to living alone in a cheap apartment. One day, I found a magazine that I remembered seeing lying around in her place. And that was Comic Gifted. I figured maybe that's the magazine she drew for, and I was so excited about it that I applied for a part-time job there. That job was already filled by the time I asked about it, though, but I couldn't give up yet, so I got down on my hands and knees and begged them for something. The security guard was just about to haul me out when my boss, Godo, he was the assistant ick back then, he just happened to roll by. I yelled out at him, and between this and that, I wound up working at GF Bunko. It sounded like this was all a vital memory in Toki's life, but it was frankly kind of pathetic. He's sure spent a lot of time on his hands and knees, reflected Marco. So did you ever see your ex again? Or like, if you did get into Gifted, what were you gonna do then? I dunno. Toki snickered. I'm not completely sure what I was thinking back then, really. I'm certain that I didn't want to get back together with her, though. I still haven't seen her since. Not even at any of the publishing parties. I'm not even totally sure she's an artist for Gifted. But that's all in the past anyway. It's way better to tap into the sex industry, you know? Keeps you away from trouble later. He nodded to himself, convinced he made the right choice in life, as he tossed the crushed coffee can in the trash and walked off. Marco, extremely unsure what to make of this, thought a bit. The path Toki took to becoming an editor was surprisingly pedestrian, but in her eyes, he was an extremely talented editor now, and she knew the passion he brought to his work. Maybe how you got your start wasn't such a big deal after all. Whether you got in via a mutual connection or you were hung up about your ex, if you kept plugging away at a job, you might just find that it's the job you were put on planet Earth to do. Listening to Toki's story lightened Marco's mood a little. But just then, a few feet away from the vending machine, two people stepped through the doorway. One of them was Satoshi Godo, editor-in-chief of GF Bunko and clad in a gold-flecked suit that certainly matched his Yakuza looks. The other was a wispy-looking lad who couldn't have been past his mid-teens. Oh, that guy. They had spoken for just a bit at the awards ceremony. It was Soma Misaka, one of the honorable mention winners at the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. His eyes were bloodshot, perhaps after a bout of crying, and his despondent face was pointed straight at the floor. Speaking as a member of editorial, Godo flatly told him, "I'm disappointed this had to happen." Tears fell from Soma's eyes as his shoulders shook. Marco could hear him sobbing as Godo sighed, face as scary as ever. One look, and it was clear Soma was in serious trouble. But we've come so far. Soma's voice was scratchy as he weakly wept. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Marco carefully approached. What's wrong? None of your business, Godo coldly replied. Soma lifted his face toward her and frantically wiped it with a sleeve. I've been banished from GF Bunko, he said in his fragile voice, self-deprecating. Huh? Banished? What's that mean? We can't publish any of his future work, her boss said with a look of disgust. That's what it means. What? This only confused Marco further. You're Soma Misaka, right? One of the winners last year? You debuted in March. Yeah. Soma nodded. Maken Wars, his debut work, hit stores back in February. She had heard from another editor that the sales weren't too great. Wait, so you're cancelling it after one volume? Yes, Godo replied, but that's not all. That's not all. Godo glanced at Soma for a moment. Due to lagging sales, he said in his heavy voice, his editor told him we wouldn't be able to publish any more books in the Maken Wars series. A few weeks afterward, he started pitching to another company. Pitching? He brought his work to another firm instead of us. This didn't mean much to Mako. Godo sighed. Have you heard of the term 3-year non-compete? No. The custom is that a writer who wins a new author award can't work for another company for 3 years. Why not? Well, it costs a lot of money to hold that contest every year. As you can imagine, it takes money to revise the entries and bring them up to a commercially publishable level. If a new writer debuts with us and immediately hops over to another company, then we've wasted both the prize money and the time we've spent discovering and raising that writer. Plus, having a rep for shedding new writers fast is bad for both our label and our contest. Putting it like that, the logic made sense to Mako. It made sense, but was that written in the terms for applying to the contest? Like, not being able to write for other labels for 3 years? It's not spelled out. No. Godo awkwardly said. It's the custom. And did you know about this 3-year non-compete, Mr. Misaka? No, Soma whispered. Mako turned back toward Godo. Not being aware of it doesn't exempt you from it, Godo said. It's a matter of common sense. That made Mako recall her interviews over the past month. That first publisher, instructing her to come in everyday attire. She did exactly that, and she was lambasted for lacking common sense. She began to see herself in the weeping Soma. Common sense? Mako's voice was shaking. So in an industry as closed and insular as this, if you break this custom that's not written out anywhere, it's one strike and you're out? Isn't that crazy? And yes, I know it's bad if you're not up on common knowledge or break the rules or whatever. But if the rule is there, then tell him about it. I mean, whatever you accuse him of, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Don't just be like get the picture or figure it out or hit the books or whatever. I mean, what do you think we use our mouths and hands for? This is a publisher. It's a company full of professionals who work with words, isn't it? Mako gave Godo her emotional tirade with tears in her eyes. He weathered it, face expressionless. You can say what you want, but I'm not changing my mind with Misaka. GF Bunko's done the same thing to any new writer who broke that in the past. If I treat him as a special case, it'll set a bad example for other writers. Mako reared back a bit at Godo's cool-headed glare. But what if, like, and Nayuta Kani started pitching ideas to another company? What? It's still been less than 3 years since her debut, hasn't it? Would you kick her out, too? What a silly argument, Godo said, wincing. Answer me. Godo gave Mako an irritated sigh. All right. Let's say Kani pitches to another publisher. You know the entire GF Bunko editorial department would do everything they can to stop her. And even if we can't stop her from publishing something elsewhere, then no, there's no way we'd cut ties with her. But that doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does. A defiant Godo countered. No matter how much she bends the rules, even if she breaks them, it's worth putting up with Kani. And it's not worth putting up with Misaka. That's how it is. Excuse me. Wait. Mako tried to stop Godo as he turned around. But, it's alright. Soma seemed in better control of his emotions now. But it's alright, he repeated, obviously trying to force a smile through his tears. He made his hands into fists, shoulders shaking, but he still tried to put on a strong face. Mako had no words for him. I only went elsewhere because I wasn't happy with how my editor treated me. Even if they let me, it would have been super awkward. Plus, the label I approached turned me down anyway, but I'll try elsewhere. If it doesn't work out, I'll start applying to new writer contests again. Mr. Misaka. Now the tears were escaping Mako's eyes. Could you tell me your name? I think we met at the ceremony, but I'm sorry, I don't remember it. He bowed his head a little in apology. Mako Shirakawa. Soma gave a calmer smile, no longer trying to act strong. Thank you very much, Miss Shirakawa. For what? I'll never forget there's an editor out there who cried for me. I hope I can write a book with you sometime. The words struck Mako like lightning, and as she stood there blankly, he said I better get going and walked down the hall. I'll never forget there's an editor out there who cried for me. I hope I can write a book with you sometime. Soma's words echoed in Mako's head, over and over. 2 days later, Mako was interviewing for yet another publisher. This was a smaller firm, founded by an editor from a large outfit who went India a year or so back. With his connections, they were publishing new stuff from popular authors and working on assorted anime tie-ins, but they still didn't really have anything they could call a flagship series. "What kind of editor would you like to be?" the interviewer asked. Mako took a breath and looked straight back. "I want to be an editor who can cry with her authors." "Oh, can you go into more detail?" "Certainly. When an author is sad because their work got bad reviews, or their series got cancelled, or the media tie-ins failed, or something just unfair happened to them, I want to be just as sad as they are. I want to cry with them, get anxious with them. And then, I want to stand back up with them and keep going forward. That's the kind of editor I'd like to be, I think." Hearing this, the interviewer, still young, maybe around 30, flashed a slightly mischievous smile. "You sound pretty green." Generally speaking, an editor has to work not with just one author but several at the same time. "Do you think you can come to grips with the sadness of each one and bear it like it's your own? Because that's going to burn you out, sooner or later." "Well," the undaunted Mako replied, "an editor might have several writers to deal with, but a writer's only going to have their single editor." "So you have to bear it all?" "Yes, I do." She confidently nodded. "But no matter how sad something is, if we bear it together, that reduces the load by half. And that'll work. Besides, it's hardly going to be sadness all the time. We'll be happy at times, too, and enjoying ourselves. I want to be the kind of editor who can experience all the same feelings as her authors. All right. Thank you very much for your time today. We'll be in contact with you over the next few days." "Certainly. Thank you very much." Mako stood up and left the room. "That's dangerous," the male interviewer said to himself. Her way of thinking leaned far too close into the writer's mind. As an editor, an employee of the publisher, there were many aspects of the job where she'd have to prioritize the company's logic over her writer's feelings. Those ideals of hers were so green, so loose, and so dangerous. "But it's good." Nobunaga Shirogami, president of Branch Hill Limited, flashed a gentle yet meaningful smile on his well-proportioned face. "I can see why you want to do a colony drop on the whole industry." As Mako pondered her life through her gauntlet of interviews, the production of Itsuki's All About My Little Sister anime was proceeding well. Or so Itsuki thought, at least. He didn't have a complete grasp on its status. The director and producer only gave him a vague idea during the voice recording sessions. For now, however, none of the main staff was fleeing the company, and episode 1 was apparently a hair's breadth away from completion. Those sessions, by the way, were also going well, save one time when a recording got suddenly delayed a week. The video he saw during them was still just animatics, but one night in mid-June, at the end of the voiceover session for episode 4, "Director, Mr. Hashima, can I talk to you about something?" Just as Itsuki and Tarui were leaving the control room, producer Tsutomu Oshima stopped them. "What is it?" Itsuki asked, already dreading it. "Yeah," Oshima awkwardly replied, "you guessed it, we have a problem." "Not a very big one, but..." "What happened?" Tarui said. "We heard back from the network's standards and practices guys. Before an anime went on the air, the broadcast naturally checked the content, making sure it didn't have anything they'd get in trouble for showing. Apparently, there's one word in episode 1 they have a problem with." "They do?" replied Tarui. "What's that?" "Penis." "Penis?" "Yeah, sometimes that doesn't pass," Tarui observed. Itsuki thought back to episode 1's content. They were right. At one point, Miyakiko Akatsuki did have the line, "Hee, wow, big brother, look how big your penis has gotten." Although normally a model student, Miyakiko had to suck her brother's blood on regular occasions, or else she'd turn into an insatiable erotic beast who'd want to do X-rated things with anyone around her, regardless of gender. She'd also get lewd just after a blub top-up, and the line above was from one of those scenes. "Wait, penis isn't allowed on the air? Tarui nodded at the perplexed Itsuki. Yeah, sometimes broadcasters will have us bleep out the whole thing, or just the part of the word that identifies it. Wow, like a classified document. Tarui winced. If this was a comical scene, that'd be one thing, but inserting a bleep in the middle of that. Yeah, right? Itsuki was in firm agreement. This scene was pivotal. Up to this point, Yakiko was a serious-minded girl at the head of her class who was outwardly crabby toward her brother, Kazuma, but the moment she tastes his blood, she transforms into a horny monster. It was the core gimmick behind All About's plot setup, and this was where viewers got introduced to it for the first time. It was a serious, bewitching scene, or that was the plan anyway. If this got turned into hee-hee, wow, big brother, look how big your beep has gotten, or hee-hee, wow, big brother, look how big your sound of saucepans crashing in the background niz has gotten, it'd wreck the entire atmosphere. There's no way we can convince them to air it as is? Sadly, no, Oshima said, shaking his head, but as far as I remember, I'm sure there's been anime that got to say penis on TV, the unrelenting Tarui said. Oh yeah, there was. About half a year ago, I definitely saw a female character say penis without it getting censored. Itsuki was referring to the anime adaptation of another light novel broadcast last fall, on the same station slated to air All About. The memory encouraged him to speak up louder. I don't get why it's okay for that one, but not for All About. The standards and practices guy changed out half a year ago, Tarui flatly replied. Huh? Itsuki raised his eyebrows, failing to comprehend. TV networks don't really have clear guidelines on what's okay to say and what's not. It's left to whoever's doing the checking over there. Plus, all of TV's getting a little stricter with sexual expression compared to half a year ago. That. Itsuki scrunched up his face, his voice ragged. I can't let our work go to waste for something so pointless and vague. Right at the climax, too. If they can't air it, tell us before now, damn it. Do you think you could negotiate with the channel one more time about this, Mr. Oshima? Oshima shook his head at Tarui. Unfortunately, based on my experience, a network's never going to overturn their decision. In fact, if we harp on it too much, they may start keeping their eye on us and get even stricter with future episodes. Those bastards, Itsuki spat out. Well, the broadcasters need their licenses from the government to stay in business. If they show something that causes a problem, that can put their license under threat, you can't blame them for being a little more sensitive than other media. Oshima's flat tone further enraged Itsuki. But, Mr. Oshima, how can you be so calm? We're seeing this absolutely vital scene get completely wrecked, and you're acting like it doesn't affect us. If you're not a creator, I guess you don't understand the pain of watching people walk all over your creative work. Itsuki, that's going too far. Toki finally stepped in and gave his emotionally impassioned author a warning before he went off on the team too much. If that is the case, feel free to try to educate the public at large about that. It was with a low, anger-laden voice that Oshima spoke, sounding a bit like Charasnable in his pilot's seat. What? Itsuki asked, faltering against Oshima's inscrutable pressure. Excuse me, he replied, clearing his throat. Compared to media like books and video games, the medium of television provides fewer hurdles to viewers, but that also makes it very likely you'll be watched by completely hopeless idiots. If they turn on the TV and something suggestive appears on the screen, they won't care about the context that comes before or after it. They won't care if the creators didn't mean for it to be immoral or racist. The lizard part of their brains will attack it, and they'll complain to the entire world about it. There's tons of them. And since most TV channels live off their sponsors, they're extremely weak against viewer complaints. These jobless fools, just flipping through the channels, looking for something to whine about to kill time. That's the kind of absurd conditions broadcasters are exposed to every single moment. I heard this from a friend of mine who works for a network. But if television's the king of media, then it's also a slave to the idle public. I'm sure you all understand that broadcasters aren't looking for reasons to censor their own free speech. Who would ever go out of their way to lower the quality of their own productions? His words bore the weight of a veteran who had stood at the boundary between TV networks and creators for many years. Working directly with them, he knew that everybody at the network, just like himself, had pride as professionals and personal conflicts with what their jobs sometimes entailed. That was why he couldn't paint them all as villains. The king of media and a slave to the public. Itsuki reflected on Oshima's words, then thought of something to ask. But words besides penis are all right? Like, you reminded me with the word slave, but at one point Akiko literally says make me your slave bitch. Big bro. That's beyond misogynistic. And from a historical perspective, the word slave probably isn't something you should bandy around like that. They didn't complain about slave bitch. Itsuki was feeling drained. But a penis is just the name of body part, isn't it? So their logic is to breeze right past slave bitch but censor something that half the human race has on them. That's why I'm saying there's no logic to it. The lifeless-looking Oshima replied. All that matters is whether viewers would see it as a problem. And a lot of people have more of a problem with reproductive activity than tragic murders and enslavement. Or at least, that's the conventional wisdom. That's how it is. If you could logically predict how everyone who might potentially turn on the TV would react, you wouldn't need to have standards like these. Well, interjected Tarui, if we know we can't get away with penis, how about we think about what we'll do about it? What we'll do? Responded Itsuki. First, we could follow the broadcaster's instructions, overlay some sound on the word, and take it out for the disc release. It'll ruin what's supposed to be a serious scene for the TV broadcast, but for those who like the show enough to buy a box set, they'll be able to view the scene just as the creators intended it. Tarui paused a moment before continuing. Second, we can record another line and replace penis with something else. For example, like, wow, big brother, look how big you are down there, or look how big your wiener is. That'll keep the scene from being totally wrecked, but it'll reduce the impact a bit. So either we retreat on the TV version or we switch to some non-censored word. Right? Tarui nodded. I'd like you to make the choice, Mr. Hashima. I know look how big your penis has gotten is one of the most important lines of the novel series, so I think you need to be the one who decides. Itsuki silently considered his options. He ultimately spent about 15 minutes doing so before coming to a conclusion. Let's change the line. In terms of what'd satisfy him personally the most, the first option was the clear winner. But, a lot of All About readers are on the younger side, so I think a pretty big percentage of them won't have the money to buy the Blu-rays. Plus, I can't show a completely censored scene to all the readers looking forward to the anime. So he took the path that'd allow the largest amount of his reading audience to enjoy it as much as possible. Frankly, he didn't know if it was the correct decision. The more hardcore fans might post stuff like if you're gonna water down the content, don't bother making the anime at all. That was the exact group of people who'd shell out for the box sets as well. All right. Tarui nodded. Let's go with that. Oshima voiced no opposition. This would be far from the first time that the All About anime production was stymied by censorship, including sex and violence issues, but sadly, this wasn't a rare thing in television. Congrats. Azumako was freaking out about her career, and Itsuki feared the worst for his anime. Chihiro also had a crisis to deal with. It was now mid-June, over a month since she began the search for Setsuna Ina, but she still hadn't turned up anything, which meant she still couldn't visit Itsuki's apartment. You've been eating dinner here all the time lately, her mother said at the table, looking concerned. Is there something up between you and Itsuki? She couldn't be blamed. Up to now, Chihiro ate at her brother's place once every 3 days. No. Everything's fine. It's nothing like that. No? Chihiro's smiling response seemed to make her mother even more anxious. Mom's name was Natsume Hashima, and back when she was 18, she had defied her parents to marry Dad, Chihiro's actual father, that is. Sadly, said further died in an auto accident not long after the marriage. But Natsume never went back to her own family, not even when she gave birth to Chihiro a little while later. She ultimately raised her as a single mother. 5 years ago, she married Itsuki's father, Kazuki, after getting to know him at the store she worked at, and she was now a full-time homemaker. Natsume had tried to be friendly with Itsuki, but given that he refused to interact with his family between their marriage and his leaving the house, there was naturally something of a gulf between them. As a stepmother, it saddened her. She hoped that Itsuki could make up with his biological father first, then start treating her as more of a mother figure. That would make them a complete family, more or less, and she knew Chihiro wanted only that. She mulled over this as they ate dinner. Then, suddenly, Natsume clutched her midsection and yelped a bit. "Mom?" She smiled warmly at the concerned Chihiro. I'm okay, just a little stomachache," she said as she took a few deep breaths, still looking pained. "I've felt a little fatigued lately, so I had a hunch about this, but the way this feels." "Mom?" "Chihiro, we need to go to the hospital." "The hospital? Where in the hospital?" Natsume smiled at the panicking Chihiro. "Maternity." Just as she suspected, Natsume Hashima was pregnant. As soon as Chihiro called him, Kazuki went right over to the hospital. When he received the news, he looked completely befuddled for a moment. Then, slowly, a soft smile came across his face. "She is." That was all he said. But it was still the first time Chihiro had ever seen her dour-faced stepfather look this affectionate over anything. "Wow." "Is that all you can say?" The words were chiding, but Natsume's expression was just as filled with happiness as Kazuki's. They embraced each other, with Chihiro looking on a short distance away in the exam room. A new life between mom and dad. I'm going to have a little brother. Or a little sister. And Itsuki's going to have a real one of his own, too. She should have been delighted about that. But the news clouded her heart. Obakasamatsu and Nadeshiko Kaiso had already done enough to make her foothold in his life unsteady, but this had the potential to send it all tumbling down for good, and losing that place made her anxious enough to want to cry. "What should I do now?" Her unease was approaching the breaking point. The white box. One day in late June, a single Blu-ray disc landed on Kenjiro Toki's desk at GF Bunko. The white label had All About My Little Sister, Episode 1 printed on it. This was the disc containing the complete episode, as passed out to people involved in the project. The white box, to use industry parlance. Mid-afternoon the next day, the gang decided to hold an episode 1 screening/wrap party at Itsuki's apartment. Toki had already seen the copies sent to editorial, but Itsuki had yet to stick his DVD in a player. Watching it by himself would give him butterflies, to be sure, but he also wanted to watch it alongside all the people who supported him this whole way. So into his apartment came Kenjiro Toki, Nayu Takani, Haruto Fuwa, Mako Shirakawa, Kaiko Makuniyama, Ashley Ono, and Chihiro Hashima. The latter hadn't paid a visit in a month and a half. "I know you're busy with your studies," Itsuki had said to him, "but I really want you here today." He had also invited Obakasamatsu, but she couldn't attend due to some work at home. Hoshimo, original illustrator for All About, lived too far away to come over, and while Itsuki texted Setsunu about the meetup, he didn't get a reply, ignoring his notifications again. Probably Chihiro had taken the opportunity to outdo himself in the kitchen, filling the table with all sorts of lovely dishes as Itsuki poured beer, juice for the underage Nayuto and Chihiro, into everyone's glasses. The brand was Kansho no Nama Gold, literally gratitude draft gold, produced by St. Gallen, one of the oldest names in Japan's craft scene. As the name suggested, it was meant as a gift for expressing your thanks to other people, and as a beer, it didn't try any fancy stunts. It was a straight-down-the-middle golden ale, not very flashy but still worth drinking. Once everyone had their pours, Itsuki put down the bottle and addressed the crowd. "Well, we had a lot of trouble along the way, but we've finally managed to put episode 1 in the books. My novels never would have made it this far without everyone here, so thank you all very, very much." "Wow, Itsuki." Mako laughed. "Actually being sincere for a change?" "Yeah, really," Toki added. "I wish you were like this all the time." Shut up." The red-faced Itsuki took a moment to clear his throat. "Anyway, thanks for everything, guys, and I hope I can keep relying on you." "Cheers." Everyone clinked their glasses as they all kicked off the party. Once lunch was over, and everyone was feeling a little inebriated, it was time to put the white box in the player. Ever so timidly, Itsuki removed the disc from the plastic case and slowly, carefully, inserted it into his Blu-ray player. Turning the TV on, he pressed the play button on his remote. In another few moments, the All About My Little Sister anime began to play with the time code numbers ticking off the frames on the top of the screen. "Here we go." Itsuki looked intensely nervous as he focused on the screen with everyone. The first thing they saw was an external view of Kazuma and Yakika's school. The camera inched toward the building, revealing a shot of a classroom interior. There was Yakika, breezily solving a complex problem on the board and basking in the cheers of her classmates. And there, in the classroom one floor above, was Kazuma's getting yelled at for dozing off. The classic brother-sister juxtaposition. Itsuki had already looked at and approved the anime character designs, but it was the first time he got to see the Akatsuki siblings moving around. They weren't an exact match for Hoshima's novel illustrations, but all of Kazuma's and Yakika's core traits survived the transition to the anime design, and here they were now, moving and talking and everything. It was a typical slice-of-life scene, but something about it made Itsuki's heart soar. And Haruto, noticing his laser focus on the screen in front of him, couldn't help but sigh a little. The episode concluded, the ending sequence and the next episode preview played, and after a few more seconds of black, the disc stopped. But Itsuki kept looking at the screen as everyone's eyes naturally drifted toward him. After a few more moments, he finally blurted out, "Yeah." He gave himself a short nod, then turned to the others. "I think that was pretty good," he said, hesitantly, shyly, but with a smile in his eyes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The quality level on episode 1 of All About My Little Sister wasn't incredible. Nobody would say that. One could name several series that had better visuals overall, as well as stronger action scenes and more compelling sex scenes. But it was still something Itsuki, the creator, could look at and say, "Yes, this is absolutely all about my little sister." Yakiko and Yukiko were cute, and Kazuma and Shingo acted all studly and cool. The action scenes didn't exactly go overboard on the frame count, but they were carefully designed to avoid simplicity, and with the more adult scenes, Yakiko was depicted nude in a way that you'd think you could see it all but just barely couldn't. There were some disappointing elements. The line about how big your penis has gotten was changed to how big you are under the belt, and scenes with a lot of characters definitely suffered in the visual department. But Itsuki could still confidently declare that this was truly the All About My Little Sister anime. Considering how this was a last-minute replacement for a failed anime project, the people involved kept clashing with one another, the production schedule was ridiculously tight, and there was absolutely a chance it'd turn into Chevalier of the Absolute World all over again. It was safe to say this was the best-case scenario. Itsuki, alongside Tarui, Hirugano, and the rest of the anime staff, had struggled mightily to make this happen. And now, here it was. So this is what getting an anime is like. This sense of achievement. This sense of euphoria. This excitement, as if his future was suddenly wide open. This overwhelming sense of omnipotence, as if he could go all the way to the end of the universe. Itsuki had similar feelings at the end of each novel he wrote, but he had never felt anything this intense since, probably, his new writer prize. Toki telling him about the anime adaptation, the manga version, meeting Kaiko Makuniyama, meeting the staff for the first time, the script meetings, the cast audition, the drama CD recording, the anime announcement getting leaked, all the sudden emergencies, screenwriting the final episode, the anime voice recordings. All these anime-related experiences flashed before his eyes, and now he could feel them like they were his own flesh and blood. When characters level up after earning enough experience in an RPG, this is what it must feel like, he thought. All that accumulated experience suddenly burst forth and blooming. Itsuki Hashima's gained a level. Let's get the all-about anime moving as fast as we can. No matter how it turns out, it's gonna be an experience I'd never have otherwise, I think. I wanna see what Haruto saw. What a certain someone else saw. I gotta see it. Now he knew, on that day he gave the okay for the anime project, he hadn't made the wrong decision. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna go higher and higher. And someday, I'll be standing in the same realm as Nayuta Kani. Yeah, that was good. Flush with emotion, Itsuki whispered it to himself once more, a single warm tear running down from each eye. Chronicle, the final chapter, the seeds of explosions. After the screening was over, Kaiko left, citing work she needed to do. Must be tough to have an ongoing manga, observed Nayuta. So what do you guys want to play? Haruto snickered at Nayuta, always ready to start a game. Well, since we're all here in the daytime, I actually prepped for an RPG session. But our players are pretty much locked in as Itsuki, Mako, Nayu, and Chihiro, so. He glanced at Ashley and Toki. Haruto, Itsuki, Nayuta, Mako, and Chihiro had enjoyed a few sessions of the RPG Haruto created by now. But since the story had been developing over 3 separate play dates, it'd be hard to squeeze anybody new in there. Oh, don't worry about me, Toki said. I'll just enjoy some beer and watch you guys. I sat in on one of my authors when he participated in an RPG replay book, so even watching is good enough for me. So you're kicking me out of the friend group, Haruto? Haruto tensed up at Ashley's teasing. Well, would you like to join as a player, Ashley? Huh? I was just trying to annoy you, but are you sure? Actually, the party's currently split up in the storyline, so I think it'll be fine. Really? Well, by all means, then. Do you have any tabletop RPG experience, by the way? No, but I know the basic idea. I've heard from other writers that it's a lot of fun, so I was hoping to try it out sometime. Ashley smiled, perhaps recalling fond memories. Okay, since we have a new player here, and we haven't had a session in a while, let's review what's been happening. Haruto passed out his character sheets to the team, referring to his Game Master documentation as he explained the plot. So the game takes place in Chronica, a land of swords and sorcery. It's home to several countries, and there's conflict smoldering across the land. Our original 4 players are princesses from the Kingdom of Midfield, fleeing from a power struggle there. Mako Shirakawa plays Mako Midfield, Itsuki Hashima plays Tsukiko Midfield, Chihiro Hashima plays Sen Midfield, and Nayuta Kani plays Death Mask Midfield. They're now a band of adventurers away from their homeland, and in the rural western kingdom of Gagagia. They've been caught up in a conspiracy that's gripping the whole country. Along the way, they discover that the military empire of Horn River has its feelers across the entire continent. That's chapter 1. Wow, snickered Toki as he looked at the map and listened to Haruto. This is hilarious. Oh? Haruto replied, still breezily smiling. What is? This game is a work of fiction and bears no resemblance to actual organizations or publishers. Oh, it doesn't. Sensing that he was prodding a darker part of Haruto's psyche, Toki refrained from diving in any further. He glanced at Chihiro. If it's 4 sisters, then Chihiro's playing a girl, too? Yeah. I'm the second youngest of them, so I'm a little sister to Itsuki. I mean, Tsukiko. The odd way Chihiro's voice cracked made Toki sweat a bit. In the past, Setsuna had sketched the girl with the ass of the millennium for him, which had alerted him to the fact that Chihiro was a girl. Well, he wasn't technically 100% sure of that yet, but if he imagined that Itsuki's brother might in fact be his sister, he suddenly realized that Chihiro's voice was just as high-pitched as when they first met, despite being in the last year of high school. Now Chihiro being a man was just weird. Thus, Haruto continued, hoping to gain the power to fight the Empire of Horn River at some point. The four sisters run into a woman named Nina at a tavern, a powerful ex-knight who agrees to train them. They spend many grueling yet exciting days with her. But one day, Nina is attacked by Horn River assassins. It turns out Nina used to be a general in the Empire, and while they successfully beat away the assailants, Tsukiko is killed trying to defend Nina. Shocked over the loss of her big sister, Death Mask wanders away to parts unknown, while Mako and Sen set off on a journey to find a way to resurrect Tsukiko. That's how Chapter 2 ends. Why did you get yourself killed defending an NPC? Toki asked Itsuki. Nina has a sister 7 years younger than her who she's been separated from. NPC or not, I can't do anything that would devastate a little sister character. Yeah, so you devastated your own sisters instead, Haruto rightly pointed out. Anyway, in Chapter 3, Mako and Sen learn of the Nero tribe, superpowered beings who possess secret necromancy spells. They navigate the El Cadia Mountains to reach them, populated with all kinds of powerful monsters, but soon make contact with an overlord type of person who sends them to the land of the dead. After successfully rescuing Tsukiko, the three of them flee from the land, but during the few hours they were down there, 3 years have passed in the surface world. Great changes have occurred. The Principality of Lightning, once affiliated with Horn River, suddenly hoists the flag of rebellion against the Empire, conquering their cities one by one and rapidly expanding their territory. In tandem with Lightning's advance, the other nations under threat of imperial invasion begin waging wars of their own. It turns out Death Mask is behind all this, using her sexual techniques and charismatic wiles to infiltrate Lightning and make its government do her bidding. Right. Now I remember. What are you doing, Death Mask? This was enough to jog Mako's memory. Nayuta responded with an evil laugh. The world took Tsukiko from me. I'm going to destroy it and start a new era of rule as its one and only demon king. Right, so Death Mask has done a face-heel turn, and it's our job to kill her? Maybe it'll turn out that way, and maybe it won't, Haruto said to Chihiro, trying to keep it vague. Like, interjected Mako, is it even possible for players to fight one another? One of them might get killed or something. Well, in a tabletop RPG, it's up to the players to be the heroes and weave the story, whether it ends in tragedy, or they fail to achieve whatever goal they had. If that's what the players did their best to achieve, then it's a brilliant story and a successful play session. Of course, most game masters will try to keep things from going too haywire, but here, I'm trying to respect your choices as much as possible. In Volume 1, table RPGs were described as players assuming roles and trying to reach the end of a scenario alive, but that wasn't technically correct. Apologies. In Japan, there's a famous RPG replay book called Grand Crest Replay, Fantasia Factory, featuring popular writers as players. In it, Pruta, one of the player characters, winds up completely siding with the main villain's goals and double-crossing the other players, even focusing on skills to defeat the rest of the party during level-up time. It's said that the writer playing Pruta's journey to the dark side still regrets going all the way with it. Sisters having to fight each other. It's so tragic. But honestly, getting to duel one of my former companions gone evil is really exciting. The stage was set between a rom-com writer and an author of battle-oriented fantasies. Itsuki was already shaking a fist. Okay, me and Naya need to discuss a few things in private. While we're doing that, Ashley, if you could use this sample sheet to create your own character, please. Handing the sheet to Ashley, Haruto left the living room with Nayuta. The two of them came back after about 15 minutes. Just in time for Ashley to finish up her character. It was time for the session to begin. GM, Haruto, alright, time to create a new story. At a village located near the base of the El Cadia Mountains, Tsukiko, Mako, and Sen hear about what Death Mask has been up to. We'll begin there. Mako, well, it's pretty clear what we're gonna do. We have to get Death Mask back. Sen, Chihiro, but Death Mask is some kind of high official in the Principality of Lightning now, isn't she? I don't know if we can meet with her that easily. Tsukiko, Itsuki, well, we won't know unless we try. Let's head for Lightning. Sen, geez, big sis, you always just forge ahead. Huh. We still have a lot of info to gather before we can go. The three of them decided to focus on data gathering at the nearest large town. Fortunately, they were able to meet with an info broker, and from him they hoped to learn Death Mask's current location, how to get there, and what they needed to meet with her. GM, Oh, I can tell you, all right, but not for free. You three are quite the fetching ladies, I see. But if you let me spend the night with you all, I'll be happy to spill the beans. Mako, you. No way. Sen, can we maybe bargain with him a little? GM, okay. Can all three of you roll for charisma? Tsukiko, I got 3 dice for that, so 9. Mako, me too. 10. Sen, my charisma's pretty low, so just 2 dice. That's an 8. GM, sorry. The three of you tried to convince the information broker, but you couldn't change his mind. Don't worry, I'll be so nice to the three of you. Mako, what a freak. Tsukiko, that's it. Let's beat the info out of him. Sen, I don't like violence, but if it'll help us with our mission, so be it. GM, you wanna go? Hey, you guys, teach these ladies a lesson. One moment. Just as battle was about to ensue with the seasoned bodyguards the broker hired, a mysterious, beautiful woman suddenly entered the business. She was tall and well endowed with blonde hair, and she had an overwhelming charm that could compel anyone, man or woman, to be attracted to her. This was the player character created by Ashley Ono. Shuri, Ashley, I am Shuri, a traveling priestess. I'm 23 years old, and I'm on a journey to defeat everyone with big breasts besides me. I heard recently that Death Mask, this girl causing trouble worldwide, has huge bazongas, so I'm thinking about taking her out. 23, big-breasted and gorgeous. Both Chihiro and Itsuki made an odd face, mentally comparing the real Ashley to the character Shuri made. Stop comparing characters to their real players. Part of the fun of RPGs is getting to be someone you aren't. Besides, you two are playing different genders. Even Haruto's defense made Ashley blush in awkward embarrassment. Good point, Itsuki said as Chihiro's face tensed up. GM, anyway, the merchants look pretty awed by this sudden visitor. Shuri, if you'll give me your information, you'll get to have this sexy beauty all to yourself. GM, I will. Okay, I'll tell you anything. Shuri and the excited broker disappear into the room at the inn, leaving you behind. What now? Mako, what now? Sen, Shuri's pretty lewd. Tsukiko, for now, I guess we'll have to wait an evening. GM, okay, then I'll switch the scene over to Shuri. Ashley, you're sure that you want to engage with this guy in exchange for the information? Shuri, of course not. Unlike the sex-starved, big-boobed freaks you see on the street, my behavior's strictly on the up and up. First off, I'm going to cast sleep on the broker. GM, got it. He has no resistance to status ailments, so I'll count you as automatically succeeding. The broker instantly falls into a deep sleep. Sen, but if he's asleep, how are you gonna get the info from him? Shuri, now I use my unique skill Gears of the Succubus on the sleeping broker. Sen, what kind of skill is that? Shuri, it allows me to command anyone who's under the sleep or confusion ailments. Tsukiko, whoa, that's pretty strong. Shuri, now, tell me everything you know. GM, the broker's eyes remain closed as he begins to speak. The night passed. When the trio went to meet with Shuri, she asked to join them, freely giving them the information she got from the broker. Why are you cooperating with us so much? Ashley, are you scheming something? Ashley flashed the dubious Itsuki a crafty smile. He. I'm not scheming anything. Any girl with small boobs is an ally to me. Her chiding eyes settled upon Chihiro, distressing her greatly. Hey, Ashley. Aha. I see. Yeah, Sen does kind of have a small boob image in my mind, said Itsuki. Yeah, she's an archer and a dexterous thief, so I was kind of picturing Sen as the slender type, too, Haruto added. The two seemed convinced enough. Chihiro, sitting up at attention, nodded a few times. Alright. I'm Sen. I'm a girl with small breasts. Ha. She puffed out her chest as she made fun of herself, smiling not entirely convincingly. Ashley stifled a laugh while Toki began sweating profusely. Regardless, according to Shuri's tale, Death Mask was currently at the front lines near the magical city of Spring Tree, a tactically vital point in Horn River, personally commanding her troops as she attempted to capture it. She was extremely well guarded, of course, but after this constant string of battles, the Principality of Lightning's forces were yearning for any manpower they could find, and mercenaries were a common sight among them. Rumor had it that Death Mask herself gave rewards to the strongest of her warriors, earning their absolute loyalty in return. Anyone who exemplified themselves in combat at Spring Tree might be rewarded with a personal audience. With Shuri joining the party, the four of them headed for Spring Tree. The magical city of Spring Tree is a large fortress town at the nexus of several highways connecting all the nations. It's both a trade hub and an important military target. If this city falls, it's likely that the Empire's neighbors will all descend upon its territory at once. The Lightning forces led by Death Mask have taken up positions surrounding the city, attempting multiple attacks, but the invasion is still held up for now. This is the situation when Tsukiko's party reaches the Lightning Forces camp. As they approach along the highway, the military guards stop them. Halt. This road's closed for now. Sen, we saw a help wanted ad for mercenaries. Oh, then come with me. The soldier guides you to a corner of the camp that's about as far you can get from the main force, where Death Mask is. Tents dot the landscape as far as the eye can see, with mercenaries clad in all kinds of uniforms drinking, partying, or engaging in a little weapon practice. Tsukiko, they must keep the people they trust the least off to the side. That's about the size of it. But Lady Death Mask is a generous leader. Make your name known in battle, and she won't hesitate to reward you. And if you perform a particularly amazing feat, she'll give you the kind of prize anyone would dream of, but you better be ready to risk your lives. After you're guided to an empty tent, the soldier leaves. You're free to rest in here for today, or you can go around and chat up the mercenaries. What'll it be? Mako, we need to get more info, don't we? If we want to excel in this fight, we better find out who we're up against, or we could get in trouble. Tsukiko, wow, a lunkhead like Mako's making an intelligent decision. Mako, I'm a lunkhead? That's you, remember? But you know, I've gone through a lot, too. It's been a hard job search. Tsukiko, yeah, a job, huh? As someone who published his first novel in college, as an ex-princess adventurer, it's not something I'm well versed in. The party split up to gather intelligence from the other mercenaries. Based on what they found, the Spring Tree Defense Force was led by 4 powerful generals, collectively known as the Four Leaders. Each of them had monster-caliber strength, and they were all fighting on the front lines, dispatching Principality soldiers with ease and even eliminating some well-known, hardened warriors. If you took down even one of them, your name would certainly enter Death Mask's ear. For now, the group decided to target the 4 leaders. In the meantime, they did some shopping with the merchant caravan, mixed up some new items, and prepared for the fight ahead before falling asleep. The mercenaries received their marching orders early the next morning. As you prepare to deploy, one of the Principality's soldiers strides up. This is a magic drug that massively boosts the power of anyone who drinks it. Have a swig before you join the fight. With that, He hands you a small bottle filled with a strange liquid. Looking around, you see your mercenary companions being given similar bottles. Tsukiko, oh ooh. They have those kinda drugs? That's awesome. Sen, whoa. Big sis. This is way too sketchy. Mako, she's right. No way we can drink this. GM, alright. Let's have Mako roll for intuition and Sen roll for wisdom. Mako, oh? Okay. Sen, I got. GM, oops. That's a crit. Mako. Then, as someone who's gone skin to skin with Deathmask many times in the past, Mako can tell, this drug contains some of Deathmask's own bodily fluids. Thanks to that, during the ensuing battle, the person who drinks it falls under the effects of Lilim's kiss, and with her medicinal knowledge, Sen can tell that it's purely a power-up item that won't impart any other status effects. Mako, why yes, Deathmask has powered me up a lot of times, but GM, alright, you're free to drink it or not. A potion with Deathmask's bodily fluids. It's amazing that it works like Lilim's kiss on me. Wahey, or, Tsukiku. Come on and drink it already. Just gulp it down. Nayuta smiled leeringly at the reluctant Itsuki. Shiri. In that case, I'll drink it. Tsukiko, alright. Let's go with it. Mako, well, okay. To be honest, it beats any of the other sexy stuff she'd do to me. Sen, I think I'll pass. It's probably a magic item, isn't it? Like a potion? It's going to shatter if I touch it anyway. GM, Soshiri, Tsukiko, and Mako each have a drink. Mako, you can feel the power coursing through your body. Thus, for all three of you, every stat except HP, MP, and movement will be multiplied by 1.3. Your resistance will double, and you'll automatically get one extra die for any damage roll you take. Whoa. The four leaders are gonna be a piece of cake now. You said it. Ehehe. I can't wait to trample all over them. The trio were revved up after this extremely charitable boost, while Chihiro watched them celebrate and gave a slightly envious ahaha. Only Haruto noticed the oh crap expression of regret Nayuta had as she looked at Chihiro. So the group set off the battle with the other mercenaries. The orders given to them from Lightning were pretty simple: just beat down the foes in front of you. Given that military precision couldn't be expected with a bunch of hirelings, they must have decided that letting them rampage freely was the best option. The group proceeded to smash up several Imperial soldiers before finally making it to one of the four leaders, the Brimstone General Fennekus. After an extended battle, they successfully took him down. Mako, phew, finally beat him. That was probably the strongest enemy we've fought yet. Even with Deathmask's power-up, that was such a slog. I wasn't counting the number of turns, but it was at least 30, right? Shiri. Ehehe. Without Tsukiko's breath shield, we'd all have been burned to a crisp by that guy's Megiddo flame attack. Tsukiko, Megiddo flame. That was one scary skill. Yeah, but without your healing, Shiri, we probably would have died just through attrition. And without all those crazy attacks from the powered-up Mako, we couldn't have knocked down Fennekus's HP at all. We all learned this one, guys. Sen : I'm sorry I wasn't much use. Chihiro moped as the other three savored their victory. Unlike that powered-up trio, Sen's attacks did almost nothing against the boss. She tried using her superior agility to serve as a decoy, but fate wasn't smiling on her. Failing to dodge the enemy's attacks, she nearly died several times. In effect, she was deadweight for the team. Tsukiko, don't let it get to you, Sen. I'm just glad you're safe. I'm happier about protecting you than winning that one. Sen, my sister. Mako. It's only with little sisters, isn't it? When you try to act all cool and manly, or sisterly right now, I guess. Tsukiko, ha. Of course. My name is Tsukiko Midfield, a knight in shining armor, ready to protect my little sister from whatever may come. Sen, big sis. I'm glad I'm your little sister. Tsukiko, pfui. Sure. Hey. Mako, what are you blushing for? Tsukiko, shut up, you stupid big sister. GM, As you quibble with one another, a messenger from the Principality of Lightning shows up. Thanks to you, we have finally toppled one of the 4 leaders. I am sure it will give us the upper hand in the battle to come. I have been informed by Lady Deathmask that she eagerly wishes to meet you. Mako, finally, we get to see her. Tsukiko, boy, talk about a handful of a little sister. Of course, that's what makes her cute. But, Sen. GM, the 4 of you are taken by an ornate carriage, looking very out of place in a battlefield, to the main camp. In the center of it, you find a large manor, made from concrete using advanced neurotribal techniques and guarded by a largest team of soldiers. A barrier has been conjured over it to block any magical spells. This is where Deathmask apparently lives. When you go inside, your group is greeted by a long line of beautiful maids. As seasoned adventurers, one look is all you need to know that they're a crack team of fighters. An army of maids. That's just your fetish, isn't it? Itsuki complained. Hey, who asked you anyway? Maids are a romantic dream for any man. After chastising Itsuki somewhat severely, Haruto continued. GM, our master is waiting for you. Right this way, please. Guided by a maid, you are taken to the audience chamber. Inside, sitting atop what looks like a gaudy, jewel-encrusted throne, you see a single girl. Welcome to my chamber, everyone. I am Deathmask Midfield, Field Marshal of the Principality of Lightning's Armed Forces. The girl's solemn speech suddenly came to a halt. A look of astounded surprise came over her face. You, my sisters, Tsukiko, and Mako and Sen? Long time no see, Deathmask. Sis. Deathmask stood up, throwing herself into Tsukiko's arms. You were alive the whole time, Tsukiko? Well, no, not the whole time, but Mako and Sen rescued me from the land of the dead. Tsukiko. Over the past 3 years, she had gained a few inches in height, her chest more amply endowed than ever. Her eyes were shimmering with joy as she kissed her elder sister on the lips. MMPH.SMCH, NMGH.H. Tsukiko put up no resistance against Deathmask's tongue, breathing in a heavy, ecstatic trance. Mako, Sen, and Shuri just stood by and watched for a while. Gee girls, get off each other already. Sen forcefully separated them. A single ribbon of saliva connected their lips. Mako, all right, Deathmask, let's all go home together. Deathmask, home? Home where? Mako, well, not anywhere in particular. But don't you wanna keep adventuring with us? Deathmask, unfortunately, I can't. Tsukiko, what? What do you mean? Deathmask, I'm using lightning to destroy the Empire of Horn River so I can get back at them for killing you. Tsukiko. Mako, yeah, but what does that matter now? She's alive. Deathmask, once Horn River is annihilated, I'll kill off all the other nations and unite the land under my rule. Then I'll marry Tsukiko, and I'll rule over the world as its rightful leader. Tsukiko, snap out of it. Deathmask. That's not what I want to see. Deathmask. What you want doesn't matter, my sister. I can't stop myself any longer. Up to now, I've killed countless people and sucked the dicks of countless popular writers. I mean, countless powerful generals and ministers in lightning. My soul is now marred by sin and a cloudy white liquid. If Tsukiko finds out how I clawed my way up to this position, I'm sure she'll scorn me for it, but no matter how much disdain she has for me, there will be no defying me once I rule the world. And then, Tsukiko will be mine forever. Oh man. She's just lapping up the tragedy. Itsuki stared at the spellbound Nayuta throughout her extended speech. In the 3 years since she lost Tsukiko, Deathmask had used every trick in the book to climb to the top of lightning, never trusting anyone as she fought her lonely battle. Her heart was already in pieces. The sex-starved girl of the past was gone. In its place was an evil sorceress deluded by a deep devotion to love. Mako, well, we're gonna beat you up until you come with us. Shuri, big boobs really are the seeds of evil. Let me take care of her. Sen, Deathmask, prepare to face your punishment. Deathmask, Hey hey hey. Mako. Sen. That blonde chick I've never met before. Are you saying you dare to defy me? Then I won't bother going easy on you, you know that? All I want in my life is Tsukiko. Tsukiko, Death Mask. I'm not your plaything. GM, you all take out your weapons and enter battle formation. Death Mask remains a prudent distance from your team as she picks up a large, impressive-looking staff leaning against the throne. This weapon's known as the Thunderbolt Staff. It's one of the three greatest treasures of lightning, alongside the angelic robe and three-pronged tree crest she's wearing. Having all three of those equipped at once triggers angelic media works, a ridiculously overpowered skill that lets her cast any existing spell in this world without consuming MP. Mako, that's kind of unfair, isn't it? GM, that's what the lightning logo. Her coat of arms gets you. Tsukiko, yes, that's what it gets you. Mako, that's how it is? GM, even worse. All the maids stationed in the room ready their weapons as well. There's a total of 5 of them, each wielding something different: a sword, a dagger, an axe, a mop, and a staff. Sen, is a mop a weapon? GM, maids. Sen, GM, okay, time for battle. The turn order: Sen, maid, dagger; Tsukiko, maid, sword; Mako, maid, staff; maid, mop; Shuri, maid, axe; and Death Mask. Sen began by firing an arrow dipped in sleeping potion toward the staff maid, presumably a magic user. She landed a clean hit, scoring damage. Now roll to see if she's asleep. Behind his screen, Haruto rolled 2 10-sided dice, the sides labeled from 0 to 9 on each. The result, a 5 for the 10's digit and a 9 for the 1's digit, for a total of 59. The staff maid's sleep resistance was 70, meaning that if Haruto rolled less than 70, the maid was asleep. GM. Wump. The effects of the potion put the staff maid to sleep right on the spot. Sen, nice. Okay, Shuri, roger that. The maids, Tsukiko, and Mako each attacked the enemy nearest to them. Now it was Shuri's turn. Gears of the succubus. Her eyes began to eerily glow, and then the sleeping maid, staff, lurched back to her feet. I'm Lady Shuri's servant, she intoned, her face blank. Shuri, and now that girl's mine. Tsukiko, great job, Shuri. If we can keep taking over the maids like this. Death Mask. I cast the spell All Refresh on the staff maid. GM. Got it. This spell cancels all status ailments. Wow. What happened to me? The staff maid regains consciousness. Shuri, wow. Sen, just take her over again. This time, Sen fired a paralyzing arrow at the staff maid, freezing her to the spot. Shuri then cast Gears of the Succubus once more, putting the maid under her spell. This skill's a pain in the ass, Death Mask said, pondering to herself. Maybe I should do that to you instead. Paralyze. A beam of light shot out from the tip of her staff to Shuri. She attempted to dodge it but failed. The spell paralyzed her, knocking her out of the turn order. NGH. How could I have lost my freedom? You're going to take advantage of my paralysis to play with my assets, aren't you? Why do you seem like you're looking forward to it? Haruto said to the somewhat overly excited Ashley. Mako, I have a potion I can use in the next turn. Tsukiko, all right, but having every magic in the book is a real terror. I'm sure she's gonna cast something even worse later. Sen, all right. I'll use Taunt on Death Mask. Death Mask, Taunt? GM, if a taunt succeeds, your attack will automatically be targeted at Sen. You'll need to roll to see if it worked. But Sen, say something to rile up Death Mask for me. Sen, huh? Death Mask, I can't wait to see what kind of trash talk good little Sen has for me. Sen, okay, how about ... fatty? Death Mask, I'm not fat. I just have big tits, okay? Exclamation mark. GM, wow. We haven't rolled yet, but that was clearly effective. Tsukiko, you have been getting a little bit doughy around the stomach. Mako, well, yeah. I mean, when I'm not around, they order pizza pretty much all the time, and at night, They're always snacking and drinking root beer. Plus, their schedule's all over the place, and they never work out. Death Mask, GNNNHH. I never expected you to so deftly break my heart. Sen's a scarier girl than I thought. Now I know what Chihiro really thinks of me all the time. Sen, wait, no. It just sprang into my mind, but I don't think you're fat or anything. Death Mask, oh, you said it again. Tsukiko, if you're that sensitive to it, lose some weight. Fat Eye Mask. Death Mask, duh. Not you, too, Itsuki. GM, okay, so Sen's rolling for charisma +10 against Death Mask's spirit. Sen, +10 for 20. Death Mask, 17. GM, and the taunt works. Now you can only pick Sen as your target. Death Mask, MNNGGHH. With Sen's taunt successful, Tsukiko and the others moved carefully to stay out of magical attack range as they faced off against Death Mask. To keep the maids from targeting Sen, Tsukiko placed a taunt of her own on the dagger maid. Mako used her potion to cure Shuri's paralysis, and Shuri then commanded the staff maid to attack the other maids, healing Tsukiko's HP as she did. You will be rendered to dust. Ultimate Flare. Death Mask, in taunt mode, launched one of the most powerful attack magics in the game world at Sen. But, I will destroy that illusion. The magical flames, powerful enough to burn any enemy to ashes, vanished into thin air the moment it hit Sen's hand. Once again, her unique skill Jaldabad saved the day by cancelling all magic it touched. No dice. Huh. Isn't that skill way too up? It comes with a lot of disadvantages, Haruto said with a laugh. She can't touch a potion, remember, and she can't cancel anything except for magic. But come to think of it, maybe she's the only natural enemy of Death Mask in the room. I'm up next. Sen fired a paralysis potion dipped arrow at Death Mask. It landed a hit on her but didn't seem to paralyze much of anything. The angelic robe cancels all status ailments. Death Mask then cast a spell to boost her own stats before swiping at Sen with her lightning staff. If magic won't work, maybe using this like a club will. Not if I can help it. Sen had used a potion she mixed herself to boost her resistance and dexterity. It gave her a slight edge against Death Mask. But as they lobbed blows at each other, the other three kept up the good fight against the maids. It took a while, but in time, they defeated each one of them, save the staff maid under Shuri's control. Tsukiko, that just leaves you, Death Mask. Mako, you need to surrender already. If you do, I'll let you go with a spanking, alright? Death Mask, no, I can't take 4 of you at the same time. I might be up the creek at this point. Death Mask shrugged, but for some reason, her face belied no concern at all. Oh well, I guess I'll have to use the ace up my sleeve. Your what? Sen asked. Death Mask replied with a creepy laugh as she took up the 3-pronged tree crest hanging from her neck, kissed the seal on it, and gently caressed it. Lilim's kiss, overdose. A pink light shot out from the trinket, and the next moment, what? I can't move. Tsukiko, Mako, and Shuri fell to their knees in agony. What's wrong, guys? Death Mask sweetly smiled at the agitated Sen. Death Mask, this is the ace up my sleeve. The power of the 3-pronged tree crest has given me a second unique skill, called Lilim's Kiss, overdose. This lets me freely control anyone who's been subjected to Lilim's Kiss. And by the way, their stats still have the Lilim's Kiss upgrades applied. Tsukiko, but I haven't had Lilim's Kiss applied to. No, wait. Death Mask, before you went to battle this morning, did you drink an elixir with my bodily fluids in it? Tsukiko, I knew I shouldn't have had that. Mako, is there an antidote or something? GM, you'll roll to see whether it wears off every turn. But the odds aren't great, I'll admit. Death Mask, it's time to give it up, Sen. As a magician, Mako's no help against Sen, so I'll just have her strip down and do a dance off to the side, please. Tsukiko and the big-boobed lady. You two attack Sen for me. Following Death Mask's order, Mako began doing a nude interpretive dance as Tsukiko and Shuri launched attacks at Sen. NGH. Dodge this, Sen. Sorry, Sen. She's controlling me. I can't help myself. Trying her hardest to overcome the spell cast upon her, Tsukiko nonetheless slashed at Sen as Shuri punched away with the strangest happy expression. Sen used the last of her paralysis potions to freeze Shuri. But she knew Death Mask would cancel that soon enough, but to her surprise, when Death Mask's turn came up, she did nothing. To tell the truth, I can't move at all when Lilim's kiss overdose is active. Protect me, big bro. Nayuta shamelessly draped herself over Itsuki. That, plus the big bro bit, made Chihiro deeply uncomfortable. Gee, get off me, Kaneko. I'm supposed to be all big sis Tsukiko right now. Ehehe. Brother or sister, you can be either one. What's it really matter? It matters a lot. Before he could think about it, Chihiro had raised his voice. It startled Nayuta, who gave him a puzzled look. Chihiro? Oh, no, this is a tabletop RPG, you know, so you gotta stick to your roles, okay? Yeah, true. I'll be careful. She still seemed baffled as she nodded at Chihiro. Once the subject was successfully dropped, the battle continued, Mako dancing in the buff, Shuri paralyzed and twitching on the ground, and Death Mask completely immobile. Sen shot an arrow at Death Mask. It bounced off Tsukiko's shield. She had been forced to use her protect skill to block it. As long as Tsukiko was around, Death Mask essentially couldn't be attacked. But with Sen's level of strength, it'd be impossible for her to defeat the buffed-out Tsukiko. There was just one thing left for her to try. Please, big sis, snap out of it. She'd have to hold out until Tsukiko could shake off the spell. Sen, I'm sorry. Sen, looking incredibly pained, Tsukiko ran up to Sen and swung her sword. Being powered up, she packed a mean punch right now. Whether that potion boosted Sen's resistance or not, even the single hit she landed was potentially lethal. NGH. I believe in you, big sis. Using her penicillin, a medicine made by a doctor in the Nero tribe village. In this game, it's a cheat item that instantly heals all damage, and Sen can use it since it's not magic. Sen tried her hardest to resist the onslaught. For 18, I dodged it. For a critical, I dodged it. That's gonna hit. I have 4 HP left. So I use a dose of penicillin. I dodged it. I dodged it. Critical. I dodged it. Critical. Dodge failed. 3 HP left. I use penicillin. Tsukiko lands a critical. 4 HP left. I use penicillin. I dodged it. Critical. I dodged it. Dodge failed. 4 HP left. I use penicillin. I'm out of penicillin. He. Looks like you're at the end of your rope, Sen. Let me compliment you for holding out this long. Death Mask gave her an evil smile. Sen's penicillin supply was exhausted. She was wounded from head to toe. If another attack from Tsukiko hit her, she was dead. Sen, you gotta dodge this. I believe in you, bro. The two of them prayed as hard they could as they rolled. The prayers must have been answered, because Sen rolled 2 6s for another crit and a successful dodge. Next turn, oh, that's a 97. Congratulations. Tsukiko finally managed to break Death Mask's curse. Tsukiko cheered at the Game Master's announcement. All right, I'm finally sane again, big sis. Thank you. Arg. How could my love for you be broken? Death Mask groaned in agony as Sen teared up with joy. Twisting her body around, Tsukiko pointed her sword at Death Mask. Now give it up, Death Mask. Her enemy heaved a sigh and lifted her hands up. I guess it's over now. I really wanted to conquer the world, too. Unable to move and with no way to win, Death Mask readily surrendered. Mako continued to dance naked, while Shuri twitched away on the floor. GM, and the battle's over. Your team has successfully defeated Field Marshal Death Mask. We did it. Sen, or Chihiro, really, teared up as she smiled. Her breathing was ragged, beads of sweat prevalent on her forehead. She really did look like she just made it out of a heated battle to the death. Haruto, who had experienced the same rush in his own RPG sessions before, smiled. Good work, Chihiro. Yeah, Good work, Itsuki added. Sen was definitely the hero of that fight. Right, said Mako. All I did was dance to the very end, too. You did really great, Sen. Hee. Thank you very much, Chihiro said bashfully, and Itsuki smiled. You're the best little sister in the world. The praise made Chihiro's cheeks burn red, almost lifting her heart out of her chest. All the irritation about Oba's and Nadeshiko's presence, the vague concern about her future, and the complex emotions toward her mother's pregnancy were cleansed. Her mind felt supremely clear again. Thanks. Big bro. Nayuta pouted at him a bit. Don't you mean big sis right now? You told me you needed to stay in character. I'm letting Sen have the win this time, but I promise I'm going to keep Tsuki cool to myself someday. Chihiro, now more open to playing along, gave her a haughty laugh. Hee. There's no way someone who's only a sister in the game world could beat a real sister. The sweat began to pour from Toki's face anew. Ashley began to quiver, trying her hardest not to burst out laughing. Nah ha. What are you talking about, Chihiro? Nayuta smiled, assuming, as she'd be expected to, that it was a joke. You're just a little sister in the game, aren't you, Chihiro? Chihiro, not realizing how carried away she had gotten, now felt like someone poured a bucket of cold water over her. There was nothing mean about what Nayuta said. It was a perfectly natural riposte, and that's why it hurt so deeply. Her entire body began to burn. Her brain boiled, making it impossible to think. She wasn't just a sister in some game. She wasn't a little brother at all. But I really am his little sister. Silence fell over the room. Nayuta stared at her, mouth agape, as did Haruto, Mako, and Itsuki. Toki's face froze entirely, while Ashley continued to convulse. And as she gauged this reaction, Chihiro finally regained control of herself. Crap. I said it. The end. Bonus story: The birth of Chihiro Hashima. Kazuki Hashima was born the third son of a wealthy man in Gifu Prefecture. Raised sternly by his parents, he received a top-shelf education and was accepted into a fancy combination middle high school in the Kanto region. Even away from his parents and living in a dorm, he still devoted himself to his studies, eventually getting into a leading university after passing the entrance exam on the first try. After graduation, he got hired at a large firm listed in the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the elite career track all the way down the line. At the age of 24, he married a woman 3 years younger than him after they were matched up by their families. She was from a famed clan with multi-generational ties to the Hashimas. Her name was Nodoka. She wasn't a stunning beauty, but she had a charming smile and she wasn't afraid to use it, laughing at even tiny little things. Like a woman from a good family, though, she was elegant in everything she did, and thanks to her advanced training, she handled all the domestic affairs with perfection. Kazuki loved her from the heart, and the feeling was mutual. Itsuki, their son, was born about a year after the wedding. The couple also purchased their own house around that time, and they always spent the weekends together. Itsuki was an intelligent child, if a bit standoffish, preferring to read at home rather than play outside. But when Nodoka packed some lunches and the three of them went out, he still laughed and played like any other kid. Kazuki's parents back home nagged him to no end about how to handle Itsuki's education, but otherwise, they were a happy family with a bright future ahead. But right around when Itsuki began elementary school, Nodoka began to experience frequent bouts of illness. Eventually, she had to be hospitalized. Since Kazuki was a busy man and often couldn't get home until late at night, he hired a housekeeper to take care of Itsuki. While taking whatever time off work he had to visit Nodoka. But her condition grew gradually worse, and 2 years after that first hospitalization, She passed away. After losing his wife, Kazuki devoted himself to his work like a man possessed. Concentrating on his job gave him at least a little distraction from the sadness. Once a year passed. He had grown accustomed to that sadness, not healed, but accustomed, while his workaholic ways had grown even worse. Finally, a number of his co-workers, concerned about his aberrant work habits, all but forced him from his desk one evening to go out drinking. "We know a pretty good place. Would you like to join us? It's so awkward whenever we leave the boss alone in the office while we relax." "Yeah, so just join us for a bit, okay? Help us out a little." Even before Nodoka's death, Kazuki was seen as a man who, while never a social butterfly, would work harder than anyone in his department. When someone under him screwed up, he wouldn't criticize them more than necessary. He'd always just say that's why the boss is around and cover for it himself. That earned him tremendous popularity among his staff. He often enjoyed an evening drink back when his wife was alive, but since then, he had stopped drinking except when entertaining clients. If he turned to alcohol to forget his sadness, he felt, he'd probably fall out of control and drown in it. He still had Itsuki, the other part of his family, to take care of. But, well, all right. For a little bit, he could tell his co-workers were sincerely concerned about him, so Kazuki decided to accept the offer. I really shouldn't have come. Kazuki was already regretting it. His staff had taken him not to a bar or izakaya, but to a hostess club, where each table had one or more women to serve as conversational partners. He had never been to one of these, either personally or as part of a business gathering, so he was new to all of this. With Japan's laws related to such establishments tightening up in recent years, he knew there was nothing as indecent about these places as they used to be, but he still didn't have the rosiest impression of them. Besides, he didn't really want to have a casual chat with any woman at all. He only wanted his late wife. Still, this was how Kazuki wound up meeting Natsume, the woman he would eventually marry. Kazuki's group was led to a table with 3 women, Natsu, Ririka, and Megyu. Natsu was a calm, composed beauty with a gentle smile, apparently the most popular girl among this club's staff. Ririka was more the kind of stereotypical hostess Kazuki pictured, a bit heavier on the makeup, a bit more revealing with her outfit. Megyu was blessed with a beautifully well-formed face, but her smile was slightly awkward, and overall, she seemed harder to approach. Kazuki's co-workers had arranged for these ladies in advance, and Natsu was the girl he wound up sitting next to and having most of his conversation with. At first, he just sat there sourly, drinking some hot shochu and occasionally chiming in with his co-workers' chats, but as Natsu actively brought him into the circle, he began to gradually loosen up. Natsu, being the #1 lady in the club, was an excellent conversationalist. She never left Kazuki as an outsider to the table, but she carefully towed the line to keep from making him an irritated participant as well. Thus, between the alcohol and the way Natsu's soft smile reminded him of Nodoka's, Kazuki began to fully relax and enjoy chatting with her. It was the first time he had so thoroughly enjoyed himself since the day Nodoka checked in at the hospital. 2 weeks later, Kazuki was invited by his staff to the same club. Natsu was there at the table, drinking and having fun. Last time, they mostly talked about work problems and other events at the office, but tonight, the main topic was his school years and the rural area he grew up in. Natsu's childhood home was just as out in the sticks as Kazuki's, and they hit it off talking about the ups and downs of rural life. 2 weeks after that, Kazuki went to the club alone and requested Natsu. He did it again the following week, then the week after that. Rambling on with Natsu over some drinks made the exhaustion of his daily grind seem to melt away. Natsu, as well, began to grow less guarded with Kazuki, talking more about herself. She'd married in her late teens, but lost her husband early on in a car accident. Their daughter was born after he died, but she, too, had been in the hospital for a number of years, so Natsu had daytime and evening jobs to cover her medical costs. Her parents had been against the marriage to start with, so she was de facto disinherited, unable to rely on her family for much of anything. Natsu was usually all smiles, but when the conversation took this turn, she looked somewhat pained in Kazuki's eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry. This conversation isn't very fun, is it?" "No." Losing her beloved partner, working hard every day for the sake of her child. It was just the same as him. Sensing a common bond with Natsu, Kazuki began to be more and more emotionally invested in the relationship, but he never invited her to spend time with him outside the club. He was just coming here to recharge after a long day. He had no ulterior motives. That's how he brushed off the guilt as he continued visiting the club. Then one night, Kazuki, who usually paced himself to keep from overindulging, began drinking at an unusually fast clip the moment he entered the club. The previous night, he'd gotten into a spat with his son, Itsuki, currently in his last year of middle school. Itsuki needed to start applying himself so he'd be admitted into a decent high school, but he still just whiled away his time in his room, reading. "You need to study," Kazuki had warned him. Yeah, came the reply. This had led to a confrontation in which Kazuki asked his son what he wanted to do with high school and his future, but the responses he received were all the same. "I don't care. It doesn't really matter which high school I go to. It's not like going to a nice school and joining a nice company would make me happy, and worst of all, I don't want to have your life, Dad." Kazuki didn't fully understand what Itsuki meant by your life, but it made him so furious his vision seemed to be whiting out. Who the hell did this kid think worked late into the night for him every single day? He never once complained, always holding back the sadness after losing his beloved wife, and this was the thanks he got? Kazuki's urges told him to scream and shout and whack the ungrateful child on the head, but he somehow resisted, simply saying just study for me, alright? Before he left the room, his emotions were still frayed a day later, and unfortunately, he had a meeting with a client he didn't particularly like that evening, an arrogant man, part of the top management at a partner firm. Kazuki acted with the appropriate modesty and humility, drinking stuff he didn't even like, and when it was done, he went to his usual club to kick back. Now Kazuki was trying to get his buzz on again. Another girl was at his table, since Natsu was busy with other club-goers, but she wasn't as good a talker. Whenever their conversation trailed off, she'd just suggest another drink for him. Normally, he'd just leave if Natsu was unavailable, but today, he took up every offer this girl gave him, continually drinking until closing time at 1 in the morning. With a wobbling gait, he made his way home. He could have just picked up a taxi, but in his clouded mind, he thought a walk would sober him up a little, but he had lost all sense of direction, and after about 20 minutes of wandering around, he whacked his shoulder against a utility pole and wound up draping his body around it as he passed out. While this was happening, Natsu was leaving the hostess club and heading home. Her place was a fair distance from both the rail station and the entertainment district she worked in, so it involved walking down dimly lit streets without many people. She brought along some self-defense tools with her, but taking that way alone as a woman still made her anxious. If possible, she wanted to take a taxi, but she wasn't financially stable enough to do that. So, walking as fast as she could, she arrived at a point just before her apartment building. There, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a man in a business suit sitting against a utility pole. It made her gasp, then tense up. Carefully, she examined him. He seemed to be unconscious, drunk, probably. A salaryman passed out and sleeping on the side of the road wasn't too uncommon a sight. Usually, if they were on well-populated roads, she let them be, figuring a cop on patrol or some good Samaritan would help them out. Here, though, she decided to speak up and call the police if there was no response. Natsume approached the man, then realized she knew his face. Mr. Hashima? This customer had become a regular in the few months he'd been coming to the club. He worked for a large firm that everyone would know the name of. Apparently, Ririka had been taking care of him tonight, and Natsume had been a little nervous about the drinking pace her co-worker had been encouraging. And, as she'd feared, Here was the result. Mr. Hashima. She tried shaking him a little as she called to him. He showed no signs of waking up. So what should I do? If he stayed here and the police hauled him in and charged him with public intoxication, it could damage his career. She couldn't call a taxi for him if he wouldn't wake up. It was December, so if he stayed here all night, he could catch a cold, or even worse, freeze to death. She knew he wasn't a bad man, either, even if he wasn't the most socially adept. Natsume sighed. She had little choice, so she decided to take Mr. Hashima to her apartment. It was on the first floor, luckily, and Mr. Hashima was small and scrawny, so carrying him along wasn't all that difficult. Kazuki woke up to the sound of birds singing. As he sat up, his head began to spin, his back and arm joints aching. Where am I? It certainly wasn't home, at least. He winced at the pain and the cold as he looked around. It was a tiny Japanese-style room with tatami mats on the floor and small window in the wall. A plastic cabinet with some clothing was on one side, along with a few pots of pea shoots. Kazuki had been sleeping on a rather thin futon with two slightly dirty blankets placed on top of him. His coat, suit, and briefcase were by his pillow. Checking his wristwatch, he saw that it was past 7 in the morning. Suddenly, his nostrils picked up an appetizing aroma, and he stood up and opened the sliding screen door. There, cooking in the cramped kitchen, was a small figure, a child, actually. Her medium-length hair had one ponytail on each side, and she was wearing a skirt. She couldn't have been more than 10, but here she was, using a ladle to slowly stir a pot over a gas burner. Steam, and the smell of miso soup, wafted up from the pot. Kazuki watched the child's back for a moment, confused. Then the girl turned off the gas and turned around. She was a cute child with big eyes. When they met Kazuki's, she looked a little fearful. He tried to say something, but didn't know what. Then the girl bowed. "Good morning," she said, looking up at him. Yeah, good morning. What's your name?" "Chihiro-kan. I'm 11 years old." "Oh, so can you tell me where I am?" The girl, Chihiro, gave him the address. It was on the other side of the Hostess Club from his house. He had gone the complete opposite direction. "Mom found you lying on the road last night, so she brought you inside." Kazuki went back through his dim memories of the previous night. He'd drunk enough to get thoroughly hammered, then passed out on a public street, a disgrace, as he saw it. The shame and self-loathing made his face feel hot. "So where is your mother?" "Mom's changing clothes right now." Chihiro pointed toward a door, probably the bathroom or something. He couldn't open that door, so Kazuki just stood there awkwardly for a moment. "Would you like some miso soup?" Chihiro timidly asked. Sure. Thank you." He had zero appetite, but he nodded anyway. "All right. Sit right there one moment, okay?" Following her instructions, Kazuki sat on the floor by a low table. Chihiro took out a bowl from the dish drainer by the sink and ladled some miso soup into it. "Here you go," Chihiro said as she placed the bowl and a pair of chopsticks in front of Kazuki. Thank you." The soup was full of pea shoots and freshwater mussels in the shell. Picking it up, he had a taste, and reflexively opened his eyes wide. The savory flavor of the mussels melted into the soup to the most delicious effect. Despite not being hungry, he wolfed it down and felt it warm him from the core. He even noticed some finely chopped ginger mixed in with the shoots. It was nothing like the instant miso soup Kazuki ate at times. This permeated his body, gently warming it up as it did. The nutrients in mussels are supposed to be good for your liver. Maybe this was made just for him? The thought was a little moving as he kept enjoying the soup. Then another plate was put down next to his bowl. It was a curry dish with chopped up meat and more pea shoots and spices he could smell. "That's leftovers from yesterday," Chihiro said, "but have some if you like." Kazuki looked at the curry, then at Chihiro. "I appreciate it, but I'm not that hungry right now." Then his stomach audibly growled, and Chihiro let out a cute snicker. "Mom always says that curry is the best thing for a hangover." "Is that how it works?" "I guess there's turmeric in it, Yeah. He had a spoonful as he muttered to himself. It was on the spicy side, with a deep, rich taste that spread across his mouth. The meat and crunchy pea shoots worked well with the spices and stimulated his appetite. It's good. Very good. He. Thank you, came the bashful reply. Did you make this? Oh, yes. It must have taken a lot of work. If you mix peach nectar into a regular box of curry, that adds a lot of body really easily. I like to experiment with my spice mixes and stuff, too. What meat is this, by the way? I don't think it's beef or pork. It's tofu. If you freeze tofu, it dries it out and feels like meat. Tofu. This. Kajuk took a couple more bites, surprised. With every swallow, he could feel the energy return to his weakened body. Looking back, it had been a while since he'd had a truly decent meal like this. Convenience store food and frozen dinners were about as good as his diet got. More commonly, it was energy bars and the like. He always stuck to alcohol and basic snacky things at the club. As he was indulging in his curry, "Oh, you're awake?" a beautiful voice entered his ears. He put down his spoon, then froze. A familiar woman had just come out of the bathroom. She was from the hostess club he went to all the time. When he first went there with his co-workers, she had been seated at their table. One of the two other girls there with Natsu. This was the cute one with the awkward smile. She had shared a table with him a few times when Natsu wasn't available, but they never hit it off, and he usually excused himself in short order. Now, she wasn't even trying to smile. In fact, her expression suggested she was kind of peeved at him. Megu winced a bit. "Please don't use my stage name in front of my daughter. My real name's Natsume-kan." Natsume sat down across the table from Kajuk. "I'll heat up your curry, Mum." "Hold on, Chihiro. Would you mind leaving us alone for a little bit?" "Okay." Chihiro opened the door and left the kitchen. Kajuk and Natsume then proceeded to stare silently at each other a few moments. "I'm really sorry for this," he said with a bow. Natsume sighed. "You really need to be more careful, alright? Because if worse came to worst, you could have died out there." "I apologize. I promise I'll pay you back for this later." No, you don't have to." Natsume sighed a bit again. "But, I'm sorry if this offends you, but I think you should really stop going to hostess clubs. I don't think you're really cut out for them." Kajuk looked daunted by this extremely blunt appraisal. "I never thought I'd have a hostess say that to me," he said, wincing. "Well, I'm not on the clock," she flatly replied. I know it's not exactly natural for me. I'll admit to that. But I don't really know how else to relax." "Why don't you take up a sport? That'd be healthier." That's true, but..." Kajuk sputtered for a response. "I don't think you need to worry about Natsu, either." "Okay, Mr. Hashima, she's got a lot more regulars than just you, and I doubt she's hurting for money too much." This made Kajuk mentally flinch. She had read his mind. But she has a sick daughter." "She made that up." "Wah." Natsume looked a little sheepish at the pain in Kajuk's yelp. "It's not exactly good manners to divulge this. But I guess we both played a part in it." The life story Natsu gave you, Mr. Hashima, was pretty much copied directly from mine. She heard in advance that you're a widower, so she borrowed it to build a rapport with you." "Oh, but my daughter's never been hospitalized for months at a time or anything." "That part's all Natsu." After dropping that bombshell, Natsume lowered her voice, looking a tad annoyed. "Listen, our job is to give our customers something to dream about. If it helps with that, I don't necessarily see falsifying your past as a bad thing. But I do think stealing my own private life for a story like that is going a bit too far." Kajuk silently listened on, although he could barely make out her voice toward the end. "Oh." He paused for a while before coming to. "Really?" On his face was a smile of relief. It puzzled Natsume. "Mr. Hashima, wow, so there's no daughter in the hospital?" "That's great." Kajuk knew exactly how painful, how anxiety-inducing, how scary it could be to have someone dear to you suffering in the hospital. He knew how hard it was to keep supporting them. So when he learned that Natsu didn't have a sick daughter, the first thing he felt was honest, heartfelt relief. Oddly, there was nothing else, no resentment over being lied to. He was about to break at one point, and Natsu had saved him. That much remained as true as ever. Natsume stared at him for a while, mouth agape. Then, hee. She let out a soft snicker. It was the first time she had naturally smiled in front of Kezuk. He found it charming. Ha ha ha. I can't believe people actually say stuff like that. She totally tricked you, and that's how you react. Like, who even is that nice? Doctor, what do you want from me? I meant it, so. Kezuk blushed as Natsume continued to laugh at him. The next day, Kezuk went to the club as usual, but asked for Megyu this time, not Natsu. Once at the table, Natsume flashed him the kind of ugly look no hostess would show a customer. Didn't I advise you to stop coming? You did, Kezuk replied in his usually emotionless tone, but I don't remember promising that I wouldn't. Do you feel sorry for me with my home situation or something? I just wanted to talk with you a little more. People say a lot that I'm the least sociable girl at this club, that it's no fun to drink with me. Well, what a coincidence. People around my office say I'm hard to talk to. Natsume glared at Kezuk for a while, then gave up and sighed. They began leisurely drinking. They didn't try to make conversation, simply exchanging a few words every now and then. As the other tables around them erupted in laughter and shouting, things were markedly different with them. But it didn't seem awkward to Kezuk at all. In fact, the time he spent that evening was extremely comfortable to him. About a month had passed since Kezuk began having Megyu join him. He'd go to the club and just spend an hour or two drinking, never too much, and go home. They never conversed much, and Natsume, next to him, never attempted any insincere smiles. If anyone was puzzled and annoyed by this, it was Natsu. A regular of hers had suddenly shifted to another girl without warning, so that reaction could have been expected. She confronted Natsume about it after closing one night, and Natsume frankly admitted the truth. She'd told Kezuk that the story Natsu concocted for herself was actually her own. Are you kidding? Why did you do that? I just kinda said it, Natsume flatly told her fuming co-worker. It flowed with the conversation. That's okay, right? It was the exact same excuse Natsu had given Natsume after she found out her co-worker lied about her past to Kezuk. Natsu seethed at Natsume. Don't expect me to take this lying down, okay? The harassment started the following day. Natsu would attempt to trip her up. She'd badmouth her to other clients. She'd hide her shoes or stain her dresses. The other ladies either did Natsu's bidding or pretended not to notice, lest they become her next target. Natsume did bring it up to the manager, but he sided with Natsu, the club's #1 earner, and warned Natsume not to rock the boat. She put up with this for about a month before deciding to quit. She hated to, since it felt so much like admitting defeat, but fighting wouldn't turn her a single yen of profit. It wasn't like she was particularly popular there, and she had always at least suspected that this career wasn't for her anyway. The only people she felt sorry for were her daughter for having to live frugally again. And that one poker-faced regular she had. Kezuk found out that Natsume left a week later. Only when he asked for Megyu did the manager give him the news. Sorry, sir, but she actually quit the other day. The moment he heard that, Kezuk walked out the door and started running. After a little over 10 minutes at full speed, sweaty and panting for breath, he rang the doorbell to Natsume's apartment. With his unkempt hair, an eyewitness wouldn't be blamed for thinking he was a criminal. The door opened, revealing Natsume. Good evening. Ha, ha, ha. Good evening. HRK. Kafk. WHO. Are you okay? Helping the hacking Kezuk inside, Natsume promptly filled a cup with tap water. She gave him a few moments to drink it and calm down. What's up with you? Why are you here this time of night? Kezuk thought for a bit, then averted his eyes. Well, I heard you quit your job at the club, and the next thing I knew, I started running. Natsume chuckled at that. What a piece of work you are, always making me laugh out of nowhere. I didn't come here to make you laugh, he groaned, a bit upset. "Can I ask why you quit without warning?" "Because I realized I'm not suited for that line of work." "It took you this long to realize?" The unexpected rejoinder made Natsume feel embarrassed. "Well, okay, I lied. I just had problems with the rest of the staff." "Problems?" "Yeah. Trouble between hostesses is pretty common in the biz." Was it because you told me about Natsu's lie?" "You're pretty sharp," a surprised Natsume exclaimed. "I'm sorry." "It's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Hashima. I was just angry that my profile got stolen." So what are you gonna do now?" "I have some money saved up, so I think I can get along well enough with just a day jobs for a while. But you'll have to go back to night work sometime." "Yeah, but I don't think I'll work as a hostess again. Anything else will probably involve a lot more physical labor, but that sounds hard. Don't have much of a choice." "Life's hard." Natsume gave him a fleeting smile. "Yeah," Kazuke said, smiling back. "Will you marry me?" It came out so naturally, like he was just chatting as normal. It was ridiculously sudden, but Natsume was equally unsurprised about it as she gave an answer that came out just as naturally. "Sure, okay." So they were now engaged. But since each of them had a child, they couldn't immediately arrange things with their families and live together. They decided to date as a couple, on the assumption that marriage would come along soon, and see how things went. Given that Kazuke had already met Natsume's daughter, Chihiro, it wasn't long before he began to be a regular visitor to her apartment. Chihiro was a well-adjusted kid, surprisingly so for a 6th grader. She was a great cook, she was kind-hearted, and she never acted scared of the sometimes daunting Kazuke. He didn't need long to conclude that they'd get along just fine as family. The problem was Kazuke's son, Itsuki. He no longer sequestered himself from the world like he had when his mother passed away. There was more aspiration to his attitude now, Kazuke thought, but even in high school, he was still insular, not taking any extracurriculars. Instead, on days off, he'd just holed up in his room, messing around with his laptop and hardly communicating with anyone, not even his father. It certainly wasn't a good time to introduce new family members, so Kazuke tried as he could to get closer to Itsuki. He'd ask him about his tests at school, or if he'd made any friends, or whether he was doing his homework. Nothing heavy, but asked on frequent occasions. But Itsuki would just look irritated and give a reply like nothing or just whatever all the time, and he never took the initiative to communicate. He couldn't have been less courteous, really. Wonder where he got that from? So time marched on with no progress, until a certain weekend day in September. Kazuke and Itsuki were silently eating dinner when out of the blue, Itsuki said, "I'm gonna be a professional novelist." This sudden declaration startled Kazuke, but it was rare for Itsuki to talk to him at all, and this wasn't just about regular school events. It was his future dream, something positive for a change, and it gladdened Kazuke. A professional novelist. Well, that's a great thing to aspire to. A professional novelist wasn't something just anyone could become, he thought, but he didn't think writing was such a bad hobby to have. At least, if it could add some drive to Itsuki's day, then all the better. But Itsuki seemed puzzled by the positive reinforcement. "Oh," he stammered, "no, not like that. I'm not gonna try to be one," he said, sheepish but with a bit of pride. I've already become one." Now it was Kazuke's turn to be puzzled. "Huh? What do you mean?" As he explained to the thoroughly confused Kazuke, Itsuki had written a novel that placed in a publishing company's new writer competition, and they were going to publish it. He'd received word a few days ago. They were having an award ceremony a couple months from now, and apparently, he'd earned a prize of 500,000 yen for placing. Normally, underage people like himself would need their guardian's permission to submit a novel. Itsuki didn't bother to get that, of course, until the editor had told him, "Well, you can't work unless your parents agree to it." Hence why he was forced to tell Kazuke. So yeah. "Oh, right." He also said, "I'm gonna need to open a bank account to keep my prize money and my royalties." "You made an account to store my New Year's gift money in, right?" "I'll just use that," So let me have the garden checkbook. Kazuki was dumbfounded by this one-sided barrage, but once he got his thoughts together, he began to grow angry. What was Itsuki doing? Not telling his father about something so important. Which publishing company was it? Were they really trustworthy? What kind of novel did he write? Since when was he writing novels at all? After a few minutes worth of these sternly worded questions, Itsuki rolled his eyes and said, "Ugh, what's it matter to you?" "What's it matter to? It matters a lot to me." "This is your father you're talking to." "Whatever." One side turned pro. "I live off my own money anyway." "Are you serious? You're gonna support yourself your whole life writing novels?" "Yeah." "Only a small handful of people can do that, you know. People with special talent." That elicited a sharp glare from Itsuki. "Well, that's what I'm gonna be. A part of that special handful." My own protagonist." Itsuki digested each word as he said it, and when he was done, he stood up and went to his room. Kazuki, left in the dining room, stayed there for a while. There were so many emotions mixing within him, anger and irritation at his selfish, egotistical son, concern for him as a parent, shock at this sudden unexpected event, that he couldn't move. Before that point, Kazuki and Itsuki had a relationship that, while distant, wasn't unusual to see at their respective ages. Afterward, the obvious discord began. When he brought it up with Natsume, she said, "Maybe he's having a rebellious phase." Implying that Itsuki will be more upfront with me sometime in the future. Because it feels like he's been in his rebellious phase since middle school, and now it's getting worse. After some research, Kazuki found out that Itsuki had written a book in the light novel category, those books with manga-like covers. He spent a lot of time reading in his room. The contest he entered was held by an outfit called Gift Publishing, an established mid-tier publisher that produced job magazines, general literature, manga periodicals, and so on. He had been awarded honorable mention, the least prestigious prize on offer. Kazuki didn't know much about entertainment in general, much less light novels, but he did know that Japan's publishing industry had faced a slump in recent years. If he won the least valuable prize in a contest, it was no indication at all that Itsuki could hack it as a professional writer. Maybe he thought he was hot stuff right now, but chances were he'd face reality soon, and then he'd be forced back into finding a more decent path for himself. So when am I gonna meet my new brother?" As Kazuki and Natsume talked, Chihiro walked in with some tea and that aspirational question. She was already aware that the two of them planned to marry, and she was happy for them. Having never had a father in her life, she had a strong desire to live in a more traditional family setup. Plus, hearing that Kazuki had a son in high school excited her. "Wow, I'm gonna have a big brother," she'd said. All her life, her mom had worked pretty much all day, so she never really had anyone to spoil her. A big brother would fit the bill perfectly. Just a little bit longer, okay, Chihiro? Kazuki squinted a bit as he gave the kindly reply. Itsuki just wasn't in the right mindset to have a calm conversation right now. Kazuki had already decided with Natsume that they'd save the news for after his novel's publication, reasoning that he'd have cooled off by then. It took a great deal more time than Kazuki expected for the novel to see the light of day. He didn't know at first, but novels didn't immediately get published after winning a prize. Instead, Itsuki would be assigned an editor and go through several rounds of drafts. Light novels also required illustrations, which took time. The editing and illustrating process for Itsuki's book was apparently slower going than for the other prize winners that year. He was notified of the prize in September, but Sister of the Apocalypse, Itsuki's debut work, didn't hit bookstores until next June, nearly 9 months later. So you really got the book published? Kazuki watched Itsuki as he held a copy of Sister of the Apocalypse in his hands and grinned. The moment he spoke, Itsuki frowned and gave him a deadpan "Yeah." "Can I read it to see what it's like?" "No way. You wouldn't understand it." The flat refusal annoyed Kazuki, but he meekly stepped back. Not long later, he stopped by a bookstore that stayed open late. Confirming that his son's book really was for sale on a shelf, He picked up Sister of the Apocalypse and took it to the register, feeling a little proud of himself. Then, back at home, he settled down on a chair in his living room and began to read. Somehow managing to slog his way to the end, Kazuki turned over the final page with a strained expression. A cold sweat erupted across his body. His hands were trembling slightly. Did Itsuki really write? Whatever this is. Just then, Itsuki came down the stairs and into the living room. He took a glance at Kazuki, then at the book he was reading. "Ah, why do you have that?" "I just purchased it," Kazuki said woodenly. "Oh." Itsuki looked somewhere between uncomfortable and embarrassed as Kazuki kept choking out words. You wrote this thing?" Picking up on the negative nuances of the question, Itsuki's face hardened. "I told you you wouldn't understand it." "Of course I wouldn't. Who would understand this kind of thing?" Kazuki raised his voice, making Itsuki reel back a bit. "Well, I don't need you to understand it. This is me, my novel. I put all of myself into it." This boggled Kazuki's mind. "Are you being serious? This disgusting piece of..." Itsuki's face turned red with rage. "Just forget it." "God damn it." He stormed back upstairs. Kazuki heard the door slam loud up above, and then he threw his copy of Sister of the Apocalypse on the floor. A few days later, Kazuki went to visit Natsume, a grave look on his face. I want to call off the marriage." Natsume, understandably shocked, asked why. It turned out, as Kazuki put it, that his son Itsuki was a deviant with an abnormal obsession over the concept of little sisters. So she read the copy of Sister of the Apocalypse he'd brought along. Working at a hostess club, she had dealt with anime and manga fans before, giving her more insight into the culture than Kazuki, but the love for the little sister trope etched into this novel was, even by her standards, way off the mainstream. "But it's still just a novel," she countered. "Itsuki may not actually think the way the guy in this novel does." "But Itsuki told me himself. He said he put everything he had within himself into this novel." "This is me," he told me. "Oh, he did?" It stunned Natsume into silence. "If I marry you," Kazuki solemnly stated, "and Chihiro becomes his little sister, he may very well do something we'll never be able to undo for all time. So I'm sorry for this, but..." "No!" The shout from Chihiro in the other room interrupted Kazuki mid-sentence. Chihiro. "You heard that, Chihiro?" The girl went up to the panicking pair, tears in her eyes. "Mom, you need Mr. Hashima. And I want him to be my dad. I want us to be a family. And I want that for us, too. But I can't expose you to danger, either. If I can have a big brother, I don't care what he does." "No, Chihiro, I'm not sure you're understanding the potential issue here." Chihiro's self-sacrificing ways gave Kazuki serious pause. "I hate to say this as his father, but I'm scared of Itsuki. I honestly have no idea what's going on in that head of his. But one thing I do know, there's no way in hell I can let him have a little sister. Then I'll be a boy." "Huh? What are you talking about, Chihiro?" Kazuki and Natsume stared blankly at the girl. "I'll pretend to be a boy when I'm around Itsuki. I think he'll act perfectly normal around a little brother." "No, but pretending to be a boy? That's just crazy." "I'm serious. Please don't say you'll call off the wedding." Kazuki faltered under Chihiro's earnest pleas. He wanted to form a family with Natsume and Chihiro, too. The idea of his future stepdaughter posing as a boy around Itsuki was so ridiculous, so beyond the realm of common sense. But maybe it was at least worth considering. "Let's think about it, Kazuki." With Natsume voicing her agreement, Kazuki decided to honestly consider how realistic Chihiro's idea was. Her body shape would be the main issue. But even considering the fact that she was in her first year of middle school, she was uncommonly small for her age. It was a trait she apparently shared with Natsume's mother, so chances were it was in the genes. As long as her breasts didn't start to rapidly grow, she ought to be able to fool him. Next up was her voice. That voice was in the midst of changing at the moment, so it wasn't a big problem, but if it remained high-pitched in the long term, It had seemed pretty weird after a while. But some people's voices never changed, and some men naturally had high voices. What about the name, though? It was pure luck, but Chihiro happened to be a name applicable to both boys and girls. Clothing. The middle school that Chihiro would be going to once she lived at Kazuki's residence actually had no uniform dress code. Thus, after all their debate and discussion, they came to a conclusion. If all three of them worked together, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fake Chihiro's gender in front of Itsuki at home. They couldn't do that their whole lives, of course. Maybe he'd find out sooner than later. But they'd just have to believe Itsuki would get over whatever was going on in his mind before then. And looking at the reviews of Sister of the Apocalypse online, Kazuki found that the majority of readers were just as repulsed as he was. He couldn't say what kind of mistake led to it winning a prize, but at this rate, there was no way Itsuki could go on as a professional novelist. He'd face reality, become a normal high school student, graduate into a normal college student, and once he experienced some normal love, that twisted desire for sister love would simmer down. It was hopeful thinking on Kazuki's part, but it was all he had. Are you sure about this, Chihiro? Kazuki asked. Chihiro resolutely nodded. Yes, I'm a girl. Or a boy. Who wants a family. Thus was born the secret that altered the life of not only Itsuki, but many others around him. Kazuki and Natsume were intelligent people, not the sort to dip their hands into such a harebrained idea from a child like this. But maybe the experience of reading Sister of the Apocalypse had loosened a screw or two in their minds as well. It was about a month later when Chihiro, the son of his father's new marriage partner, met face to face with Itsuki. That time my little brother became a little sister. But I really am his little sister. It was a day in late June, shortly after Itsuki Hashima had held a white box screening of episode 1 of All About My Little Sister, followed by a 6-character RPG session with the usual gang plus Ashley. After a pitched battle, Chihiro, Sen, triumphed against Deathmask, Nayuta. But when Nayuta said, "You're just a little sister in the game, aren't you, Chihiro?" that triggered something within her. Finally, it all exploded into the light of day. The great secret she had been holding all this time. The shouted revelation elicited varied reactions from the members of the audience. Ashley, who had known the truth all along, shook from head to toe with barely contained laughter. Toki, who was pretty sure of it but lacked solid evidence, braced for the maelstrom to come. Nayuta, Haruto, and Mako gave puzzled "What is he talking about?" looks, and Itsuki, looking just as flummoxed, said, "Huh?" Chihiro, "What do you?" But before he could finish the question, Chihiro said, I'm just kidding, guys." She grinned, trying to play it off. Huh? Itsuki helplessly blinked as Chihiro gave a weak laugh. Come on, guys. I was just joking a little. You don't have to take it seriously, Itsuki. This is the part where you're, like, supposed to make fun of me. Right. You were joking. Mako laughed. You sounded so serious about it, you kind of threw me. Yeah, but it was pretty sudden. If you're gonna play a joke on us, you need to make it more obvious. Chihiro smiled bashfully at Haruto's criticism. Ha ha. I'm sorry. I'm not too used to it, so Nah ha. Don't surprise me like that, Nayuta said, laughing. I was just about to believe you really were his little sister. Ha. Oh, come on, Miss Kani, you know that'd never happen. So Mako, Haruto, and Nayuta all saw it as a joke, and Itsuki was ready to join them. Oh, you were joking? Oh, I get it. He wasn't completely recovered from the idea yet, but he attempted to treat it the same way the other three did. That was close. Somehow managing to pull together a smile, Chihiro realized that her heart was beating so fast, it felt ready to explode. But then the doorbell rang. Oh, did I have a package? Itsuki stood up and answered it. Opening the door, he found light novel illustrator Satsuna Ina standing there. Ooh, Satsuna. You came. Yeah, I saw your email just now, so I rushed over as soon as I could. Itsuki had invited Setsuna to the screening, but regular email was the only remotely reliable way to contact him, and even then, he could go for days without checking his inbox. Thus, Itsuki had assumed he'd missed the message yet again. "Congratulations again on your anime, sir." "Thanks." "Come on in." "We just wrapped up our RPG session, so how about we watch the episode again?" "Sweet." Setsuna stepped into Itsuki's apartment. "Hey guys. My name's Burikitsu, and I'm an illustrator for Exclamation mark. Before he'd even finished his introduction, Setsuna suddenly cut himself off, pointed at Chihiro, and started screaming. Chihiro, for her part, stared at Setsuna in wide-eyed surprise and let out a scream of her own. What's wrong, you two?" A surprised Itsuki asked. Just when she thought she could play off the whole thing as a joke, he just had to arrive out of nowhere. Chihiro couldn't even form coherent speech to respond. Setsuna, meanwhile, was beside himself with excitement. "Sir, it's her." "Chihiro, the girl with the ass of the millennium. I've been looking for her for, like, a year now." "Oh man, what are the odds?" "Like, am I really seeing Chihiro right in your apartment?" "You two knew each other this whole time?" "This times 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 son of a." Before she could stop him, Setsuna started yammering away. Chihiro cursed him with all the dirty words she could muster in her mind, her face turning into a mask of rage. You, Chihiro." Itsuki, breaking out in a cold sweat, alternated between looking at Chihiro, then Setsuna. Hello, haha. Do you know my brother?" "I think you might be mistaking me for someone else." With a smile, Chihiro attempted one final, desperate measure, but Setsuna just gave her a strange look. "Huh? What are you talking about, Chihiro?" "That's never gonna work," a tense-looking Itsuki said. "He's calling you Chihiro and everything." That was the death knell for her. With a low groan, she frowned, pouting a little. "All right. Yes, I am his little sister." "Are you happy now?" "Why are you angry at me?" Itsuki looked completely bewildered as he spoke. Then he took a few deep breaths and sat down next to Chihiro, studying her face and body close up. "So you're really a girl?" The intense staring made Chihiro blush as she nodded. "That's hard for me to swallow." "You mean I look nothing like a woman to you?" Chihiro had a mixed reaction to this. "No, I don't mean your looks. I mean, we lived under the same roof until I moved out." "Would I really never have noticed that whole time?" "Whenever you were at home, Itsuki, you were almost always up in your room, so." "Yeah, but He was still not ready to accept this. "Okay, Chihiro timidly began, "can I maybe show you some evidence?" "Evidence?" Itsuki blushed and waved his arms. "That's way too forward of you." "Whoa," Chihiro said, realizing how that had been interpreted. "What are you imagining, Itsuki?" If you wanna prove you're a girl, then it's either gonna have to be your boobs or..." "Don't jump to weird conclusions like that." "I was talking about my student ID card. I go to school as a girl, so..." She took the card out from her bag and checked the information. "Oh, my gender's not on it." There was no gender box on the card at all. Her photo was printed on it, but it didn't show her girl's school uniform, and she was wearing the same hairstyle she had right now. The card did nothing to help her case. "Okay, I'll go to City Hall tomorrow and get you a copy of our family register, so, hey. Ashley smiled as she interrupted the frantic Chihiro. "No need for that. I will personally vouch for the fact that Chihiro here is a young woman." "Ashley?" Itsuki turned toward her. "You knew?" "Yes, I caught her naked by accident once in my office." "Hold on. Why is a tax accountant stumbling upon naked student housekeepers in her office?" "Oh, quit fussing over the details." Ashley had no trouble overpowering Itsuki's argument. "But I'll attest to it, okay? Chihiro definitely doesn't have a penis." That's so graphic." Chihiro blushed, turning a resentful eye to Ashley. Well, regardless of Ashley's testimony, if Chihiro insists it's true, then I guess it must be. Setsuna would never mistake a guy's ass for a girl's, so guess I'll have to believe it. Itsuki sighed deeply, finally accepting it. But really, hiding your gender? Why do you have to do something as silly as that? He made an effort to keep his voice even as he asked. Chihiro turned her head down a little. When Mom and Dad were talking about marrying, and your debut novel came out. Dad read it, and, he got worried for me. So he started talking about calling off the wedding. Oh, wait a second. I don't get where this is leading. Dad read that book and he got worried about you? What for? Itsuki didn't seem to understand the context of Chihiro's story. He was the only person in the room who didn't. Yes, yeah, I'll bet. Mako, Toki, Nayuta, and Haruto all looked extremely convinced, further confusing Itsuki. Why does that make sense? Well, Haruto explained, even to a light novel nerd like me, your first novel was pretty insane, you know. And your dad's a total regular Joe, isn't he? No light novels, no manga, no nothing. If he read that without building up any resistance at all. Yes, added Ashley, I've read all your work. But that novel was the most incomprehensible one of all. Sister of the Apocalypse is a divine masterpiece. Only the chosen ones can understand its glory. Nayuta could always be counted on to back up Hitsuki. Toki looked pained as he shared the truth. We knew from your submitted manuscript that people would either love or hate that novel. GF Bunko published it because we figured whoever latched onto it would latch on hard. But I have to admit, we never really thought about what the author's parents would think. NMGGHH. I can't believe people are criticizing my first novel 5 years into my pro career. Having all this feedback out of nowhere made Itsuki sulk a little as Chihiro continued. So Dad talked about calling it off, and Mom read the book and seemed pretty open to the idea. So I suggested to Mom and Dad that I could pretend to be a boy around you. Huh? You suggested it? Yeah. Why did you? That's so ridiculous. Because I wanted a family, Chihiro shakily replied. I didn't have a dad growing up, so I always fantasized about having a family like other people. I could have a mom and a dad and maybe even a big brother, and we'd all eat at the same table. I really wanted it. So you were willing to lie for that? Even if it meant lying to a member of that special family? Itsuki's tone was curt, almost judgmental, and her shoulders quivered. Did you think you could have a real family if you were tricking the newest member of it the whole time? That's so shallow. Hang on, Itsuki. Mako was about to intervene, but then she stopped. Nobody could say anything. It was easy to see why Itsuki would be angry about this. Oh. Large tears began to well out from Chihiro's eyes. I'm sorry, Itsuki. I'm sorry. I lied. And tricked you. I'm sorry. She hung her head, apologizing repeatedly as she cried. Itsuki looked upon his little brother. No, sister, and, in a voice clear enough for all to hear, said, okay, you're forgiven. Chihiro's curious face rose, her reddened eyes looking at Itsuki. Her brother gave her a bold smile. You're forgiven. So forget about it. Are you sure? I lied to you for such a long time. Chihiro was more shocked than relieved, doubtful she'd ever be so readily forgiven. Itsuki sighed back at her. Well, yeah, I have a few things I'd like to say, and I'm really not a fan of how my dad and stepmom played along with that crazy lie. But it did allow me to meet you, Chihiro. You've been a huge help to me, and it's not like discovering you're a girl makes all those memories go away. Besides, his content smile complimented his lively voice. You just told me I had a sister all along. What have I got to complain about? Ha. Today's the happiest day of my life. Come on, guys. Time to celebrate the occasion with another toast. Chihiro stared blankly for a bit at Itsuki as he carried on. Then a smile came across her lips. Thanks, Itsuki. In that case, I'm glad to be your sister. You bet. And I'm glad to have you as my little sister. The term little sister made Chihiro's eyes go wide open. "You got it," she said in an overjoyed, girlish voice. And so the All About My Little Sister screening party turned into a coming-out celebration. In addition to the food she already made, Chihiro brought a hot plate over to the Lokotatsu table and whipped up some more meat and shrimp. The congrats beer enjoyed earlier in the afternoon was augmented with more Belgian beer and Japanese sake, and everyone dove right in. Itsuki was running on all cylinders, rambling on and on about just how happy he was to have Chihiro as a sister. And even Chihiro, so wooden at first, climbed aboard his bandwagon and started to have fun. If the news was this welcome, I should have revealed it sooner. "Hey, Chihiro, the meat's ready." "Thanks, Itsuki." "Oh, I'll pour some sake for you all." "Oh, sweet." "Man, nothing like some sake poured out by your little sister." It's not gonna change how it tastes, will it?" Meanwhile, everyone else in the room, especially Mako, Haruto, and Nayuta, who never suspected once that Chihiro might be a girl, felt pretty lost at sea. The first question was how to address her. "So, are you still fine with us calling you Chihiro?" "Sure," Chihiro told a hesitant Mako. "My nickname around school is Kaihi, so I'm pretty flexible to anything." "All right, boy, this'll still take some getting used to." "Yeah, it's kind of weird. Never thought I'd live through a plot twist like this." Haruto gave a vague sort of grin. "I'm fine with it, though," Nayuta said. "Yeah," Mako added, "and I think I'll get used to that nickname pretty quickly." "Sure, that's fine." "Hee. It feels kind of awkward to have someone call you something new." Mako and Nayuta said at the same time as Chihiro bashfully fidgeted in front of them. "Still," observed Setsuna as he looked at Itsuki, "I had no idea Chihiro was your sister." "Itsuki, please, sir, can you tell her to let me look at her ass?" "No, I don't care if it's you asking, Setsuna. I'm not showing my sister's ass to anybody. But if I can take just one look at Chihiro's ass of the millennium, I'll be able to level up so much as an illustrator." Itsuki groaned. "I'd like to help with that. But no, even if you leveling up makes millions of people happier, and the mobile games and books you work on become mega hits, and the impact pumps billions of yen to the Japanese economy, I refuse to let you look at Chihiro's ass." "Oh, Itsuki, I'm glad you said that. But wow, that's heavy." Itsuki's flat refusal was both moving and chuckle-inducing to Chihiro. Meanwhile, Kenjiro Toki, watching them carry on, felt a pang of concern. Chihiro revealing her true gender had been broadly accepted by her friend circle without major drama. Itsuki discovering he had a little sister all along didn't seem to decisively change their rapport at all. It simply deepened the relationship they already had going, or so it seemed to his eyes. But something still made him uneasy. What could it be? He hoped he was just worrying over nothing, but sadly, his concerns would turn out all too true in due time. Her anxieties. The screening party turned revelation celebration wrapped up around 9 in the evening. Chihiro, Mako, Haruto, Toki, and Ashley left the apartment, leaving Itsuki alone with Nayuta Kani. She sat next to Itsuki, sidling up to him. "What a surprise, huh?" "Yeah, it was," Itsuki replied. "I've got one scary new rival to compete against now." "Huh?" She tried to make it sound like a matter-of-fact observation, but on the inside, she was nervous. She stole glances at Itsuki's face, but he just looked blankly back at her. "Rival?" he asked. "Well, Kai's your little sister. Don't you want to marry her or something?" "And not me?" She had acted serene about it all evening, but ever since Chihiro made her revelation, Nayuta's heart had been full of anxieties. Itsuki gave her a wry grin. "Didn't we cover all this when Oba came around?" "My sister's one thing, but my girlfriend's another." He had indeed said this, back when the high school novelist Oba Kasamatsu came over and buttered him up by calling him Big Bro repeatedly. Nayuta promptly came into play defense, and Itsuki had assuaged her by describing how lovers and sisters occupied different parts of his brain. But if I was a little sister character to you, then what about Kai? She's a real little sister, so that's all the more reason why, Itsuki declared to the still anxious Nayuta. Chihiro's not just a character, she's real family, so I could never look at her from a lover's standpoint. That's where I draw the line. Real life is different from novels, and the main heroine in my real life story is you and you alone. Itsuki. Nayuta's eyes grew glossy as she hugged him, her emotions surging. Whoa, Kaneko. She silenced Itsuki by inserting her tongue into his mouth. Itsuki, answering the call, entwined his own around it. And once the deep kiss had left both of them gasping for breath, Nayuta looked at Itsuki, lust melting into her eyes, and whispered sweetly to him. I love you, Itsuki. So let's do lots of stuff you can't do with your sister, okay? The manga artist is a little sister obsessed FK. Just as Nayuta and Itsuki were starting to get affectionate, Mako was back at her apartment, taking a bath. As she soaked in the water, her roommate Kaiko Makuniyama popped into the bathroom for a shower, trying to wake herself up a little. Hey, Kaiko. Still at it? Oh, hi, Maya. You're back? Kaiko was at Itsuki's place for the screening but left early, as she still had work to do, which meant she wasn't around for Chihiro's revelation. But when Mako told her the story, I'm never gonna live this down. Kai called but began to cry tears of blood out of frustration. She herself was a great fan of the little sister trope, enough so to keep up with Itsuki in conversation about it. Now she realized she had nearly been able to witness a little sister who had passed herself off as a boy for years finally revealing the truth to her big brother, a truly historical event, and she missed it by just a couple hours. The sheer disappointment was indescribable. Why did I have to put my work first tonight? I'm such a stupid idiot. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The fully nude Kaiko rolled round the bathroom floor in agony, hands over her head. Well, I think that's really professional of you. You could learn a lot from that. Mako's encouragement did little to quell Kaiko's regrets. I've gotta go back. I need to see Chihiro as a little sister. No, don't. She's gone back to her house anyway. I'll just get the address from Mr. Hashima. You're going to barge into his family's house? You really shouldn't. It was only with a hurried full Nelson that Mako kept Kaiko from jumping out of their apartment and sprinting down the street naked. No. I wanna go. You're not a child, okay? The naked Mako did her very best to restrain the kicking, screaming, naked Kaiko. And if you did see Kai right now, what would you do to her? I'd strip her down. You'd what? I'd take her clothes off and check to see what kind of undergarments she had on. Then I'd have her model for me, and then I'd strip her all the way down, draw her from different angles, give her some of my own lingerie, and then we'd hold a little fashion show right there. Has she lost her mind? Have you lost your mind? It's been my dream for years to give a little sister my very own choice of lingerie. Kai's not your little sister, she rightfully declared. Little sisters are a public asset. Kaiko calmly replied. Mr. Hashima's little sister is just like my little sister. No, she's not. NNNGH. It's not fair. Why does only he get to enjoy one? I love little sisters just as much as him, so why is he the only one who gets one? I'm gonna sue him for having a monopoly on little sisters. Good luck in court. I want one so bad. Soba added. Even if it's leftovers from Mr. Hashima. Come on, just give me the leftovers. Before her ability to form coherent thoughts deteriorated any further, Kaiko finally burst into open weeping. All right. Once you're done with the chapter you're drawing, we can go to Itsuki's house together whenever she visits him next. Okay, we can? Sure. So keep up the good work for now, alright? Alright. Mako sighed. Somehow, she had managed to calm down Kaiko. For now, though, she resolved to keep Chihiro at least an arm's length away from her at all times. A childhood scene, as she recalled, Chihiro Hashima had first wished for a big brother even before she started elementary school. Her mother had taken her to a department store. She needed to buy clothing for her job. Chihiro didn't expect Mom to buy anything for her, but just getting to go out on the town together was fun in itself. The two of them browsed around the store for a bit, and then her mother sat her down on a bench in the store's waiting area. She needed a little time of her own to shop, she said. Chihiro was used to waiting by herself. She watched the people passing by. It was the weekend, so there were a lot of parents with their children. It didn't particularly stir her as she patiently waited for her mother. Then she heard a child crying nearby. Turning her head, she found a girl about her age sitting on the floor and bawling. Next to her was a boy maybe a few years older than her, looking concerned. To Chihiro, they looked like a pair of siblings who had gotten lost in the store. The sister, screaming for mommy and daddy at the top of her lungs, irritated Chihiro a little. Can't she be quiet? She's practically my age. It's so childish, thought little kindergartner Chihiro as she watched. Suddenly, the brother sat himself down on the floor, brought his head up to his sister's, and made a goofy face at her. The sister watched blankly for a moment, then started crying again. The brother tried another silly face, no effect. Still, he kept trying, patiently talking to her with a big smile on his face to make her stop. After some more time, the little sister gradually grew quiet. She took her brother's outstretched hand and stood up, still looking discouraged as the two of them began to walk off. Suddenly, they both began beaming. The sister let go of her brother's hand and started running. Ahead of them were a kindly-looking husband and wife, presumably their parents. The mother held on tight to the girl as she burst into tears all over again. The boy took his time coming over, looking a bit bashful. His father patted his head, and then tears began coming out of the brother's eyes. He must have been aching to cry, too, but he'd held it in, smiling the whole time to keep his sister's spirits high. Something about the whole scene seemed so sublime, so beautiful to Chihiro. That was what a big brother was. Here was a sister, a mother, a brother, and a father, a true family, and Chihiro watched them closely as they left in happiness, never even realizing that she was starting to cry herself. Waking up in the morning, Chihiro noticed the remains of tears across her face. Oh, right. Now she realized what she had been thinking back then. I want a big brother. I want a normal, happy family. When she'd heard that Kazuki Hashima might call off the marriage with her mother, Natsume, she wanted to stop him. She even made a suggestion that she knew, despite her childish age, was questionable at best. But why? Why did she yearn so hard for a family, for a big brother? Recalling that early memory in her life, Chihiro smiled. It was a tiny vignette of a scene, too tiny, really, to be called a traumatic or formative experience. It was nothing more, really, than a typical scene from a typical family. And she wanted it so bad, but for all her life, it just seemed that little bit out of reach. Life with a little sister. It was the evening of the day after Chihiro revealed the truth to Itsuki, and now there was a spring in her step as she walked to his apartment, a bag full of fresh dinner ingredients hanging from her arm. Tonight would be the first time she cooked at her brother's place as a little sister. She was dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, a unisex outfit not much different from what she used to wear. She gave some consideration to a skirt, but something about going full girl overnight met with resistance in her mind. She had made one change, nothing big, she thought, but her friends went nuts over it at school. Wow, Kai's finally discovered what the word fashion means. Wonder how my brother will react. She was a little nervous as she walked up to Itsuki's place and opened the door. The moment Itsuki saw her face, his eyes widened in surprise. Hey, Chihiro, you changed up your bangs, huh? It looks good. He smiled. Thanks, Chihiro replied, cheeks glowing slightly red. What are you gonna make tonight? She opened up the bag a little to show him. I bought a lot of potatoes today, so I thought I'd use them to make beef stew and potato salad. Call it potato bliss from your potato sis. A little feast from my little sister, Huh? Why yeah, I guess so. She'd wanted to make the pun, but having Itsuki react to it still embarrassed her. Little sister, big taste, am I right? He continued. Oh, stop. Chihiro bashfully smiled at her brother's big grin. Dinner began as it always did, with Itsuki scarfing down the dishes. Chihiro set out with his usual gusto. Chihiro, meanwhile, watched him eat away. It was like nothing had changed at all. In fact, the situation left her a little confused, a little anxious. And a little dissatisfied. If he knows I'm his little sister, I would have expected like something. She'd be hard-pressed to say exactly what that something was, but seeing absolutely no change at all was a disappointment. So she kept wordlessly watching Itsuki, and then, "Big bro, grpphh?" The interjection made Itsuki choke on his potato salad. He needed a minute to catch his breath. How? What was it for? Oh, no reason. I just thought, instead of using your name like everyone else, maybe you'd enjoy something more family-like. I mean, didn't you have Kasamatsu and Nadeshiko call you Big Bro a lot? Why yeah, I guess I did, but it's not like I necessarily think Big Bro is better all the time or anything. It's not? Yeah, like, in a lot of my stories, sisters just call their brothers by name. It's true with all about, anyway, sisterly combat, too. Oh, right. So to me, it's not really a matter of who takes the big and little roles, Itsuki declared. The important thing is how closely it fits the character. Chihiro seemed a bit timid about this. Then what do you think I should go for? Itsuki or Big Bro? For you? Well, I think either works fine in your case, but if you change your habits out of nowhere, it's kind of unnerving, so maybe stick with what you've been doing, alright? Okay, I'll stay with Itsuki, then. But Chihiro still looked a little dejected in Itsuki's eyes. Did you wanna switch to Big Bro? He nudged. Not exactly. Chihiro held her head down, a bit ashamed. But I finally told you the truth, so I thought, maybe I could act more like a sister now. More like a sister? Yeah. I mean, is there anything you'd like me to do? As a little sister? The sight of Chihiro looking at him so plaintively was almost too much for Itsuki to handle. That's such a knockout punch. What? And nothing but something sister-like, huh? Well, you're already feeding me and cleaning my place. I think you're already enough of a perfect sister. Oh, thank you. She turned away a bit. But that's just the same as before, though. Can you think of something more? Well, if we're talking about my work. Itsuki took a good look at Chihiro's face. Then he started blushing hard. Chihiro, recalling the kinds of things Itsuki wrote about, began to feel flustered herself. The little sisters in his novels were generally the main heroines of the plot, in other words, the chief love interests. That meant a lot of stuff wildly inappropriate for a maturing real-life little sister, like dating and snuggling up in bed and taking baths together and kissing and sexing. Well, no dirty stuff, alright? I know that. Itsuki shouted before taking a more serious tone. Why don't we look to someone else with a real little sister? Oh, according to Haruto, his sister always says stuff like shut up and you're gross to him. She's always needling like that. Yeah, you're right. And doesn't his sister make him go out and buy snacks and things for her? Yeah. So a little sister can be like that sometimes, too, yelling at you and making you her errand boy. In fact, isn't it more natural for the brother to devote his all for his little sister, instead of the other way around? Chihiro meekly nodded. Okay. I'll try to take some cues from Fuwa's sister, then. Cool. All right. Here goes. Go ahead. Itsuki nervously swallowed, as Chihiro suddenly looked at him like he was a dung beetle. Itsuki, your very existence is so incredibly disgusting to me. I'd take a squashed cockroach over you any day. At least that's stopped moving around. How can you stand to keep living the way you do? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? That's starting out kind of hardcore, isn't it? Itsuki protested. Oh, but Ashley told me that the key to seizing the advantage in negotiations is to try and break the other person from the get-go. So, a lot of bankers and tax inspectors are spoiled rich kids, she said, so they're pretty weak against verbal abuse. Well, don't imitate her, okay? A role model, she is not. The expression on Itsuki's face said it all. He meant it. All right, I'll tone it down a little, okay? Sure. Don't look at me. It's gross. Oh, sorry. Don't talk to me. You'll ruin my ears. Can you stop breathing the air in the same room as me? Can you tone it down just a little bit more? Itsuki asked, anxiety clear on his face. This is hard to fine-tune. Chihiro puzzled over this a little, then refilled Itsuki's empty beer glass. Ooh, thanks. I didn't pour it for you or anything, Itsuki. Well, that doesn't make much sense if you poured it right in front of me. Yeah, it's hard to kind of force a defiant attitude like that. Fua's sister is pretty good at it. Chihiro seemed honestly impressed. But I guess it's normal for siblings to fight with each other, isn't it? I think so. Itsuki nodded. Why don't we practice having an argument? Yeah, agreed Chihiro. I'd like to try that. But how do you do that, exactly? Well, maybe we can start by trash-talking each other. Okay, I already did that, so you go next, Itsuki. All right. Itsuki nodded, thought for a bit, and I can't think of anything. You're a good cook, your cleaning's immaculate, your grades are awesome. If you were a man, I'd be disgusted with how perfect you were, but if it's my own little sister, all I have for you is pride. Thanks, Chihiro. I'm so glad you're my sister. Chihiro blushed hard. Oh, come on. Stop saying all that embarrassing stuff. What do you want from me? I can't think of anything to badmouth you about. Ugh, you're so stupid, Itsuki. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She lightly bopped him on the shoulder with her fist. Hey, stop hitting me. Itsuki complained in his best beleaguered protagonist voice. You're such a violent sister. It's your fault, big bro. Chihiro replied in her best main heroine voice as she kept bopping away for a bit. In a few more moments, they were looking silently at each other. Does that work as a sibling argument? Itsuki wondered. Don't you think so? It had verbal and physical abuse. Oh, it just felt kind of awkward, though. Yeah, maybe we're just not suited for fighting like that. I'm amazed Haruto can put up with it fast day in, day out. I guess it's something you get used to if you repeat it enough. Maybe. But I guess if siblings get along, that's the best thing anyway, isn't it? Yeah, I think so, too. They grinned at each other and resumed their dinner. There's no need to imitate other siblings. We can become our own brother and sister at our own pace. That, at least, was Chihiro's way of thinking about it. The stepsister versus the sister stand-ins. The next day was a Monday, and that evening, Chihiro went to Itsuki's apartment only to discover a pleasant aroma inside. It wasn't from what she cooked for him yesterday, it was another woman, or her cooking anyway. Standing in the kitchen was Obakasamatsu, teenage novelist, still wearing her school uniform. A month and a half ago, Chihiro avoided coming to Itsuki's place in order to keep from seeing Setsuna, but during that time, Oba volunteered to cook for him instead. It was the first time Chihiro had seen her since that escapade. Kasamatsu. Oh, good to see you again. Chihiro? Oba's greeting seemed rather self-conscious. Yeah, you too. I guess you, heard about me? Yes. Big bro here just told me. The words big bro made Chihiro's eyebrows rise. It was the term Oba used for Itsuki, her way of showing endearment for him. Chihiro somehow managed to crack a smile anyway. Kasamatsu, thanks for cooking for me. But as his sister, I'm going to be making dinner for Itsuki again, so you're fine now. Oh, just 1 minute, Oba replied, taking all the carriage fried chicken she was cooking out of the oil at once. Then she turned toward Chihiro. I'll keep coming here to cook for him, huh? The response left Chihiro confused. My big bro is helping me a lot with my novel, so I want to pay him back. Pay him back. When her debut novel was met with spiteful bashing online, Itsuki had stepped in to give her some much-needed encouragement. Ever since, she'd idolized him as a kind of literary mentor. His advice was effective, though, and work was proceeding on her newest book at a rapid clip. It was only natural for Oba to want to repay the favor, and Chihiro had little reason to deny her the right. But still, you don't need to pay him back. Well, that's not really for you to decide, is it, Chihiro? And She flinched at the cold response. Besides, isn't this your last year in high school? You must be getting pretty busy with college entrance exam prep, aren't you? Oh, I'm totally set for my exams. You are? You're really confident. It takes a lot of guts to say that. Oba looked surprised at Chihiro's bravado, and Chihiro herself had to admit she'd gotten a bit carried away. What are you talking about? Itsuki said as he poked in his head from the door to the living room. Itsuki, I'm gonna keep cooking for you, alright? No, we can't distract Chihiro from her studies. I'll continue to handle dinner duty for you, okay, big bro? Chihiro rattled off her question, while Oba maintained an elegant poise. Itsuki thought this over a little bit. Yeah, Oba's right. I can't put all this trouble on you when your exams are coming up. My studying's going along just fine. Didn't you say your last test score was lower? I already took care of that. That wasn't a lie. When she got an unsatisfactory score on a test the other day, it made her ponder what the point of all this studying and striving was. But the chat she had with Haruto solved a lot of that. Her anxiety over hiding her gender from Itsuki, the main cause of that bad test in the first place, was gone, and she had no concerns about her school career now. Which universities are you trying for, Chihiro? Well, for the moment, she told Oba her first choice for a university and department. Really? Whoa. She had name-dropped a scientific major at a top-class school, throwing Itsuki and Oba off guard. Wow, you're really smart, Chihiro, said Oba. Now I'd really feel bad having you wait on me like this. Chihiro raised her hands at Itsuki. It's fine. That's my #1 school anyway, and if I don't think I can cut it, I can switch to somewhere else. Itsuki frowned at this. You know you can't be so casual about this. Your future's riding on it. Chihiro scowled back. But, Itsuki, you didn't prep for college at all. You just picked your schools on a whim, pretty much. I had already debuted as a writer when I was in high school. I didn't even intend to go to college, but Dad was on my ass about it, so I just went wherever would let me in without more studying. But you're different. You don't have anything more important than college exams right now. Chihiro fell silent for a bit and then blurted out her thoughts. I'd rather be with you than study for exams, Itsuki. Huh? Said Itsuki, puzzled. I said I'd rather spend even a little more time with you than study for college exams. I told you the truth finally, so. Chihiro. Itsuki looked at Chihiro, his eyes a little lost. Chihiro looked right back at him, making Itsuki avert his eyes. I appreciate how you feel, but if you don't get accepted into your first choice because of that, I'll so regret it. Well, I'm working hard on my prep so that doesn't happen. And if it does, then it's my fault, not yours. But he'll still feel responsible for it, admonished Oba. That's what being a big brother's about. Why are you taking my lines? Itsuki asked, glaring at her. But yeah, she's right. As your brother, I don't want to do anything that'll drag you down. That's not fair, Chihiro thought. She had worked so hard to keep her secret safe up to now, even when it potentially meant exposing her rear end to Setsuna. Also, she wouldn't interfere with Itsuki's creative endeavors. Having that same logic thrown back at her stunned her into silence. Or it would have, but she spoke anyway. But I don't want to leave everything I used to do for you to Kasamatsu. I don't like that, Chihiro. Itsuki was growing more and more puzzled until Oba intervened. Then how about Chihiro and I take turns cooking for you, for the time being? And Chihiro, if your test scores take a dive, you can focus on studying after that. Itsuki and Chihiro chewed this over a little while, and, in the end, agreed to it. That's a really good idea, Oba tilted her head to the side, bashfully accepting Itsuki's compliment. I have a younger brother and sister myself, so it's always been my job to figure out the common ground that'll make all three of us happy. Oh, you have older sister genes, huh? That impressed Itsuki all the more. Chihiro, meanwhile, resented this a little. She had agreed to it, yes, but she couldn't help but feel that Oba had just taken her for a ride. Still, she didn't voice her complaint. Oba was younger than her, but cold, calculating, and mature. If Chihiro kept whining about herself, she'd look like a child by comparison. All right, so I'll handle dinner tonight. It's almost ready, so Chihiro, can you set the table for me? Sure. She reluctantly followed Oba's orders, and in another few minutes, dinner was served, seasoned rice with a selection of wild plants, an okra and tomato salad, okra miso soup, and fried chicken. This was the first time Chihiro got to sample Oba's cooking. The rice was flavorful with the plants, and the twice-fried chicken had a perfectly crisp surface and incredibly juicy insides. The okra, meanwhile, was well, okra. But between the tastes, quantity, cost, and nutrition, as much as Chihiro hated to admit it, there was nothing to gripe about. As she stewed over this, Itsuki and Oba were chatting away about Oba's new novel. He had read her latest manuscript while she was in the kitchen, and now he was digging deep into his impressions with her while eating. The plotline in the second half takes a surprising twist, which I like, but I think the school principal's characterization is too weak. Given how unique and novel the protagonists are, he feels like too much of a textbook villain. I wanted to keep him easy to grasp, though, so it'd be more cathartic when he was defeated. That'd make sense if this was meant as that kind of exhilarating thrill ride to the reader, but I don't think that matches well with the overall tone in this case. Yeah, good point. There was no space for Chihiro in this conversation. She pouted to herself a bit as she kept eating. 2 days later, Chihiro went to Itsuki's place to cook, only to find him playing with a little blonde girl. I got all the gorillas. That's a really good job, Nadeshiko. You're a genius. The little girl in the kimono, sitting in between Itsuki's legs, as she faced the table, was Nadeshiko Kaiso. She was the granddaughter of Yoshihiro Kaiso, the 67-year-old who recently made his light novel debut, and she was in the 4th grade. Itsuki met her when she had followed her grandpa all the way to the gift publishing building. She was a naive, innocent, and friendly little girl, and she instantly captured his heart. When she called him Big Bro, he melted into a pile of goo. Chihiro found Nadeshiko just as adorable as he did, but seeing her own brother fall head over heels for her brought up mixed emotions. Hello, Nadeshiko. You came to visit today, huh? Oh, it's Chihiro. Hello, Big Bro. The little girl returned Chihiro's greeting with a big smile. Actually, Nadeshiko, Chihiro's a big sis, not a big bro. Phew. Her eyes shot open as she stared at Chihiro. You are? Yeah, I am. How did that happen? It's a complex situation. What does complex situation mean? Chihiro winced at the light of Nadeshiko's sparkling eyes. It's a bunch of family stuff. I'm very sorry to hear about your complex situation. No, it's not that complex. She gave the girl a vague smile and changed the subject. So what game are you playing today? We're playing Iaki-Gorilla. And I won 3 in a row. Iaki-Gorilla is a rearrangement of the card game Concentration, where instead of finding pairs of cards, players collect different sized sets of tiles based on their icons, 2 carrots, 4 boats, and so on. There are fewer types of tiles than in a standard card deck. The icon counts balanced so you can enjoy a round without needing too much concentration. Chihiro, with her good recall skills, had almost never lost a round of this. Yeah, Itsuki said as he patted Nadeshiko's head, this kid's got a great memory. You need to try harder, Big Bro Itsuki. I could never beat you, Nadeshiko. You might be the best player in the world, even. Really? Really?" The simpering grin on Itsuki's face irritated Chihiro a little. "Why don't you play me next, Nadeshiko?" "All right." It wasn't the most mature thing ever, but she wanted the child to taste defeat at least once. She sat down facing the pair as she thought over this, flipping over the tiles and then mixing them up. "Nadeshiko's," Itsuki muttered in a low voice. "Well, she's good, you know. I think she's literally a genius." "Ha ha ha." Chihiro, assuming it was joke, laughed a bit. Then she looked at Itsuki. There was a bead of cold sweat running down his cheek. "Oh, she is? Okay. Big sis, let's play rock, paper, scissors, shoot." They used a quick game to decide who went first before beginning. Once they did, Chihiro discovered just how correct Itsuki was. Nadeshiko was ridiculously good. The moment a tile was flipped, she instantly memorized it and always picked it out. Unlike normal concentration, your turn ended in a Kigorilla after you made a correct pick. But since neither Chihiro nor Nadeshiko ever made a mistake, the match turned into a game of chance and intuition. The core challenge: how often were you lucky enough to find a high-scoring tile in the group that hadn't been turned yet? This is nothing like the Kigorilla game I know, a shuddering Itsuki whispered. "Just watching you guys, I'm already losing my concentration." After a close battle, it was Nadeshiko who eked out a narrow win. I lost." "I win." Chihiro sat there, staring blankly, as Nadeshiko innocently celebrated. "But you're pretty good, big sis." Let's play another round, Nadeshiko." "Okay." The second match was another high-level war of nerves, but this time, Chihiro edged out her opponent. "Phew. I won." "Wow, that's the first time I lost." "Let's play one more time." Nadeshiko was all smiles despite her defeat. She went on to win match 3. "Ooh, that was a good game." "Yeah. I think I'm getting my old knack for this back, so let's try another round." Chihiro tried to act unaffected as she challenged the jovial Nadeshiko to a fourth game. And lost. "I win." "Phew." "Okay." Now to play for keeps. With that, the fifth match began, ending in another close win for Chihiro. "You really are good, big sis." "That was fun." Just as Nadeshiko was about to put the tiles back in the box, Chihiro stretched a calm smile out on her face. "It sure was." "Let's set up the next game." "Another one?" exclaimed Itsuki. "I'm 2-3 right now. I need to win 2 more." "You're gonna play until you're beating her?" "I wanna play a different game," Nadeshiko said, looking a little pooped. "That's not very mature of you, Chihiro." The warning finally snapped Chihiro out of it. "I'm sorry, I got a little too serious." "Well," said Itsuki with a grin, "I get it if you're shocked after a grade schooler beats you in a game you're good at." That wasn't the only reason Chihiro was taking this so hard, but she just gave him a vague kind of smile. "Okay, Nadeshiko, what do you want to play next?" Nadeshiko stood up, looked around the game shelves, and took a box. "I played this with Grandpa before." She had picked Let's Catch the Lion, developed by a Shogai player to help popularize the game among children. This extremely simplified version used pieces with cute animal art on them. "I'm good at this one, you know." Itsuki winced at Chihiro's whispered threat. It may have been a simple, casual game, 4 pieces per player on a 3x4 board, but just like real Shogai, there was no element of luck, making it what game theory mathematicians called a 2-player zero-sum logical perfect information game. Chihiro had never lost before, by the way. "Okay, Nadeshiko, let's do it." "All right. You first, big sis." So the match began with a jovial atmosphere. "I'll go here, 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 here." The atmosphere became far more serious, almost spine-chillingly so, than when they played the luck-driven Kigorilla. Both sides peered intently at the board, waging battles incandescent with action. Wow, amazing. What a great match. I'd be hard-pressed to tell you exactly why it's great, but it's so exciting. It's just like real shogai, even. Itsuki's colorful commentary was certainly passionate, if not all that useful. SHH. Itsuki, shut up a second. Oh, okay. And after a battle that lasted nearly an hour, Chihiro nailed down the win. She took a deep breath, basking in the thrill of victory, just as Yoshihiro Kaiso got back from his editorial meeting to pick up his granddaughter. See you later, big bro Itsuki. I can't wait to play again, big sis Chihiro. With a cute bow, Nadeshiko left Itsuki's apartment. By the way, Chihiro, what's for dinner? Which was when Chihiro realized that she had gotten so impassioned over challenging Nadeshiko that she forgot to prepare anything. Well, how about we order pizza for a change of pace? Sorry, Itsuki. She may have won the game, but now her critical error made her taste the agony of defeat. Mako's choice. But Itsuki and Chihiro weren't the only ones facing turning points in their lives. 2 days after Itsuki's late June all-about screening party, Mako received a message in her inbox that made her heart leap. The subject said job offer, and the from box read Nobunaga Shirogami, President, Branch Hill Limited. Branch Hill was a small publisher that Mako had interviewed for about a week ago, so it was with shaky fingers that she clicked on the email and read it. As the subject suggested, the body confirmed that she was being offered a job at the firm. It was a little odd to have the company president himself send the email, but as a tiny outfit without an HR department, maybe that was to be expected. Either way, she was now finally freed from the endless drudgery of the job hunt. Yes. What's up, Maya? The naked Nayuta asked, opening the door to her room. I finally got a job offer. Mako replied, grinning. Oh, congratulations. Who is it? A publisher called Branch Hill. Branch Hill. I think I might have heard that name before. They're small, they only just started up. But you'll be an editor when you graduate next year. Huh? You and I should work together. The innocent remark threw Mako for a moment. But you write for GF Bunko, she said, smiling slightly. Nayuta just looked blankly back at her. It's not like I'm a salaried employee of theirs. If you invite me over, Maya, I can work for you guys, too. Nayuta might have been indifferent about it, but Mako wasn't. She thought back to a day not long ago, 2 days before her interview with Branch Hill. In fact, there at the GF office, she happened to be around when new author Soma Misaka got cut off from the company for peddling his work to another firm without permission. Apparently, there was an unwritten rule in light noveldom that when a publisher picked you up as a new author, you were in their exclusive corral for 3 years. And Soma had broken that taboo. Considering the cost of running new writer competitions and building up next-generation talents, maybe that rule was justifiable to some extent, but getting the boot because you weren't aware of a rule that wasn't written in the contest guidelines or publishing contract seemed incredibly unfair. How long has it been since you turned pro again, Nayu? I think my first book came out December. So about 2.5 years. So by the time Mako graduated next March, Nayuta would have served her 3 years at GF. By that custom, it wouldn't be a problem, but how would Editor-in-Chief Godo and the rest of the editorial team at GF Bunko react if their #1 author got headhunted? Mako couldn't help but imagine the fallout. Mako looked at Nayuta's puzzled expression and panicked. Huh? Well, if they do bring me on as an editor, maybe I'll be calling on you, then. Okay, I'll look forward to it. Nayuta's ever-innocent smile put a dull ache in Mako's stomach. The next day, Mako told Satoshi Godo, GF Bunko and her current boss, about the Branch Hill offer. The situation with Soma Misaka had cooled their relationship somewhat, but considering how many times he had invited her to join Gift Publishing, she felt obliged to tell him. It had to be Branch Hill, huh? Godo's Yakuza face turned even more frightening as he breathed it out. Any chance you might reconsider still? No, sir, was her firm reply. Godo sighed. That place doesn't have any marquee series supporting it yet. Being new, there's no guarantee it'll still be around in a few years, and I know we offer a better salary and work environment. But instead of a place you're used to working in, you're going out of your way to take a high-risk position. What's the point of that? Were you that turned off by the thing with Misaka the other day? It's not related to that, averred Mako. So what, then? Mako hesitated for a moment. I want to grab something all my own. Not something I got just because I happened to be friends with Itsuki or Neu, but a trail I blazed with my own abilities. That's a pretty rookie thing to say. I suppose it is. And you think you can do that at Branch Hill? I don't know. Mako held back the self-doubt and fear welling inside of her. But I want to test myself. I want to be somewhere I can't depend on others for everything. Godo gave this a resigned sigh. Well, do your best, he begrudgingly said. That night, as she walked down an office corridor at the end of her part-time shift, Mako was stopped by Kenjaro Toki. I heard you took an offer from Branch Hill. Congratulations on that. Thank you very much. The boss was pretty depressed about it. Mr. Godo was depressed, and not angry? Yeah, with his face. I know it's hard to tell, but it was hard to believe. But Toki had known the editor-in-chief long enough that he couldn't have been mistaken. I guess it's one thing if you turned down his offer, but you taking a disliking to him came as kind of a shock. It looks like. I don't dislike him personally or anything. I mean, I still think Mr. Misaka got treated unfairly, but Toki smiled a bit at Mako's pained expression. Well, as far as I know about that whole thing, I think Misaka's partly at fault, too. Oh? I mean, the whole reason he started peddling his work around to other publishers was because he wasn't a success here and he didn't get along with his editor. But practically from the moment he won his prize, Misaka pretty much did nothing but bark orders at his editor. It didn't seem like he took any of that editor's suggestions at all. He didn't. Now, of course, it's an editor's job to work through that and put out a decent piece of work anyway. But they're only human, too. Anyway, Misaka and his editor had a fatal lack of communication going on, and that's probably connected to why he never got informed of the 3-year rule. It's something the editor usually fills them in on before their first publication, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen with him. And that's on the editor for not telling him. Certainly. So when we first learned that Misaka was going around to other publishers, the boss thought about letting it go at first. None of the other parties signed him yet, so he hadn't technically done work for someone else at that point. Besides, he thought that. Yeah. But when Misaka caught wind of that, he went up to the boss and asked for a change of editor, not even apologizing for hitting up other places. So the boss asked around for someone to pick up Misaka, but nobody volunteered, me included, so he had to turn down the request. That, however, wasn't something Misaka was willing to accept, so that's why we cut things off with him. Toki's story gave Mako mixed feelings. If it was true, Soma didn't exactly get kicked out for breaking rules he wasn't aware of. The way she had pictured it, I'll never forget there's an editor out there who cried for me. I hope I can write a book with you sometime. Soma's tears, and the words he said to Mako before he left, still struck deep chords within her heart. She hadn't lost all sympathy for him, but Godo, the stand-in for all the unfairness of adult life in her mind back then, had his own circumstances. The situation wasn't as simple as a poor, pitiable young author and his cruel-hearted editor-in-chief. It felt like she was gaining a glimpse of just how complex grown-up life could be, and the thought made her want to sigh. But I really think you should write down these unwritten rules from now on, to prevent something like this from happening again. Well, that presents its own problems. It does? If we made the 3-year rule an official policy, that creates trouble if one person wins multiple new writer prizes at the same time. The author would have to carefully choose which prize to accept, which is bad for both the publishers and submitters. But even before that, putting in this ironclad rule that you can't write for anyone else for 3 years basically means we'd have them sign a non-compete contract, And that leads to all these other rules and bylaws we'd have to set up, and for the writer, not being able to leave for 3 years, no matter how dissatisfied they are, puts them at a huge disadvantage. If the rule went that writing for other companies got you cut off, that also gave you the freedom to jump publishers, as long you didn't mind losing your connection to the first. Only now did that occur to Mako. So having it be a custom instead of a contract stipulation actually helps in some ways. Right? Toki nodded. And that's not only true for the 3-year rule. Putting all these immovable rules in place isn't great for a publisher, either. But really, I think it makes things even worse for the creators. Deadlines are the best example of that. In pretty much any other industry, delivering something late means you have to pay penalties and maybe even damages, but just try to apply that to writers and illustrators. It'd be ugly. There were tons of writers and artists who blew their deadlines all the time, or even worse, fled somewhere and fell completely out of contact. If a new release from a popular author like Naoto Kani got delayed, that had to mean pretty sizable losses for the publisher to eat, but GF Bunko certainly didn't ask her to pay a penalty each time. Not being contractually obligated did allow Naoto to ignore deadlines freely, but it also let her take her time and write the wonderful novels she was known for. I hear a lot about people who enter publishing from other fields, only to be shocked at how loose the whole industry is. But it's definitely the kind of industry that works because of these fuzzy oral agreements, for better or for worse. Now, there has been momentum lately to tackle some of the collusion-type stuff in this business and protect creator rights more, but there's no telling how that will turn out. Toki gave his meekly listening audience an ambiguous smile. But there's no such thing as an industry without stuff like that, I don't think. Yeah, she earnestly nodded. No, every industry had its own issues. Stuff that Mako herself couldn't possibly picture in her mind, in the world, in society, in the industry, and in the human race. And starting next year, she'd have to face up to that reality as a full-fledged member of society. She was finally understanding the wide expanse of what she had only glimpsed before, and it made her head spin. Age 20. On a day in early July, an advance screening was held for the live-action film adaptation of The Silvery Landscape. It had a big-name director, the winner of internationally known prizes, and it starred a talented actor hailed as the #1 talent in his age class. That drive for quality extended all the way across the film's staff list. It was one of the bigger projects to come from Japanese studios in the past few years. Naoto invited Itsuki, Haruto, and Mako to watch from the friends and family seats, and they all agreed. The film did an excellent job of visualizing the unique atmosphere of the original. That was great. That was so great. Tears were welling in Mako's eyes as she sang the movie's praises at a cafe afterward. Well, you know, as the creator, I wasn't sure about a couple of things in it, maybe. But I think it's safe to say they gave it a good treatment. Naoto was never going to sign off on everything, but there was a satisfied-looking smile on her face. A lot of live-action adaptations, Haruto said, turn into these cosplay things that don't really hit the mark, but The Silvery Landscape was awesome. You could say it was ripe for adaptation anyway, but they really did a great job of capturing the essence of the characters, not just copying their looks and clothing. The staff really understood the book, and they optimized it for the film. He nodded to himself. I guess a good piece of work has a way of attracting good people, huh? Like having a series where the staff actually respects it. That takes power. Itsuki thoughtfully considered this. Now I'm farther from her than ever, he blurted out. Oh? But your animes? Haruto stopped before going any further. He had only seen episode 1 so far, but Itsuki's All About Anime had actually turned out pretty well. A far cry from his own Chevalier of the Absolute World, for sure. But it wasn't going to console Itsuki at all, knowing that some multimedia deployments just didn't work out well, or that it was stupid to compare two different projects with massively different production budgets, did nothing to cheer up the original creator. It was a matter of the heart, And if the creator thought he lost in the heart, all the impartial excuses in the world still made it hard to cover for that. A few days later, Episode 1 of All About My Little Sister finally debuted on late-night TV. Itsuki had holed up in his apartment with Kenjiro Toki, both of them feverishly working their respective computer and phone to examine the response. The results, faithful to the original books. Sexy. It was fun. I'm looking forward to Episode 2. For a low-budget anime, I feel like they put in a good effort. I came in knowing nothing, but it was pretty good. Pretty positive impressions overall. Once the episode ended and the real-time feedback died down, the two of them let out simultaneous relieved sighs. Well, so far so good, huh? Yeah. Itsuki nodded at Toki. Having watched the advance copy, he knew as the creator that it was well done, but until it aired and he saw how viewers reacted, he really couldn't afford to relax. Hopefully, we get some fans of the anime to pick up the books, Toki said, phone in hand. But I'm not seeing any change in your Amazon ranking yet. The anime reviews were important, yes, but to a book publisher, the big question was how much the anime boosted the popularity of the original work. Certainly, a well-reviewed anime often connected to better book sales, but sometimes you'd have an anime get trashed by fans of the original books, only to have novel sales explode anyway. That or the opposite, a series praised by longtime fans and the general public alike, but causing barely a blip in book sales. A variety of complex factors besides anime quality affected this performance: air date, time, advertising, broadcast network, market trends, the economy, the impact of other series in the same season, demographic differences between readers and viewers, and much more. It was impossible for anyone to guarantee that an anime adaptation would help popularize the original stories. Right now, it was impossible to say whether it'd help All About's popularity at all. But one thing was clear. All we can do is make the latest volume as engaging as possible. Toki gave Itsuki a satisfied smile. See? You get it. HMPH. Of course I do. Well, to be exact, make it as engaging and publishable as possible. Why yeah. The 7th volume of All About My Little Sister was due to hit shelves in October, the month after the anime series ended its TV run. Volume 6 had just gone on sale last month, and that was the rule of thumb in this business. You needed one new volume just before the anime debut, and another new one either during or right after its run. The more other stuff you had to keep up the energy, a new volume of the comic adaptation, or any other kind of related book launch, the better. There was no guarantee an anime would help popularize the books, but if you've got nothing to sell in the bookshops, you're setting yourself up for failure. Thus, for a publisher, all they could do was launch books, expand their presence in the shops, and give their all to push the series, trying to attract as many eyes as possible. How's Volume 7 going, by the way? Oh, going great, of course, Itsuki said, stammering a bit. Really? Great, then. Toki didn't press any further before leaving. A few more days passed, and then it was the night of July 10th. Itsuki was in his apartment, sharing the dinner table with Nayuta. Between them was some seafood lasagna, meat pies, fried shrimp, Caesar salad, and potage. Oba had made dinner tonight, but she left right after Itsuki ate, before Nayuta showed up. By the looks of it, she wanted to leave the couple some alone time. Today was Nayuta's 20th birthday. Haha. This looks really good. How is so impressive. Yeah, Itsuki told the smiling Nayuta. It's a little more extravagant than usual. But are you sure you don't mind doing this at my place? He had suggested they reserve a table at a high-end restaurant somewhere, but Nayuta preferred to have dinner here alone. Of course not, Itsuki. Let's have a toast already. Nayuta brought her glass toward Itsuki. All right. He slowly poured beer into it. Nayuta was now 20 years old, and by the laws of Japan, that meant she was legal to drink beginning today. The beer was Hoigaarden forbidden fruit, featuring a label modeled after Rubens's The Fall of Man that featured nude Adam and Eva sipping beer. Nayuta had picked it out of the fridge herself, because of the sexy label, she said. Well, Itsuki declared as he poured it into his own glass. Happy birthday. Thanks. They clinked their glasses together and took a chug. Hoiguarden Original White from the same brewery was a major brand in Japan, but unlike the fruity, refreshing white, forbidden fruit had a strong sweetness and heavy spice. Tasty, but not for the beer beginner. Whew, it's like my mouth and nose all got elevated. Nayuta used her hands to express it, gleefully smiling. So this is what beer's like? She sloshed it around in her glass, staring at it. You know, she said, her voice full of emotion, I've always dreamed of getting to drink with you like this. Being underage, whenever she had a meal with Mako, Haruto, and the rest, it had always been with some kind of soft drink. The root beer she encountered in Okinawa changed her life, but still she felt excluded from the gang because she couldn't have alcohol with them. I really feel like a grown-up woman now. We can try all kinds of different drinks, Itsuki. Why yeah, you're right. I look forward to it. That sincere, heartfelt smile made Itsuki blush, and he took another drink to distract himself. Oba had exercised the full extent of her skills to make all this food, and they enjoyed all of it along with a variety of beers. Nayuta seemed to enjoy things like forbidden fruit a lot, something heavy and sweet instead of tart and refreshing. Such beers were generally higher BV, and Itsuki, matching Nayuta's drinking pace, soon began to feel inebriated, but Nayuta seemed unfazed, except for a bit of red on her face. In time, Itsuki reached his limit, falling back and lying on the floor. MMMMMGH. Uh-oh. Approaching Itsuki, who was moaning with his eyes closed, Nayuta kneeled down and placed his head on her lap. Are you okay, Itsuki? I'm fine. Guess I can hold my drink pretty well, huh? My dad's Russian, so I figured I probably could. But, HNHH. Hail. The motherland. Nayuta laughed at the joke. Nah haha. I think we'll have to postpone our post-dinner bedroom session for another night. Huh. Sorry. Kaneko. Please, don't worry about it. I'll more than make up for it another day. But apparently Itsuki wasn't replying to what Nayuta had just said. Exactly. Sorry. His voice was in a low, near delirious mutter. Sorry, I'm so lame. I keep making you wait. Nayuta's eyes opened wide. Tears began to form. Itsuki. But someday, I swear. I'm gonna. She gave him a soft smile, gently speaking to him. That's okay. I'm happy enough as it is now. I'll wait as long as you need. Itsuki began lightly snoring. But Nayuta stayed there, lovingly watching his face. Shopping with my little sister. On a Saturday in mid-July, Itsuki was suddenly asked by his tax accountant Ashley to come to her office to address an emergency. Chihiro worked at Ashley's office on Saturdays, so she was there as well. Oh, what's up, Itsuki? Chihiro asked when he came in, looking surprised. Ashley called me in here. You're here, Itsuki. Ashley Ono appeared from the other room, surprising the confused pair of siblings. She was dressed not in casual homewear, but a red outfit suited for going out on the town. Oh, you were changing? Chihiro asked. What's the emergency? Well, I've reached a milestone in my work, so Chihiro and I are going shopping right now. I want you to come with us. Huh? Chihiro sounded as surprised about it as Itsuki. Shopping? That's fine. But where are we going? You're going to buy some cute clothing for your sister, Chihiro. Ashley? Me? Ashley's pout made her baby face seem especially childish. What? Chihiro's revealed her true self to you, her brother, but her fashion hasn't changed at all, has it? She said she hasn't bought any new outfits, so I want you, Itsuki, to buy her something cute and girly. Even after the revelation, Chihiro was still going around in unisex clothing and sweats. That applied not just at Itsuki's place, but at home, during school, and in her workplace here. Cute clothing for Chihiro, Huh, alright. Let's do that. Why, you're okay with that, Itsuki? Didn't I tell you? Ashley asked the reluctant Chihiro. I told you to have your big brother buy you something cute someday. Well, the day's finally here. You think so? Isn't this kind of soon? Ehehe. You've already changed your hairstyle. That proves you want to look cuter than you did before, doesn't it? That. Chihiro choked on her words a moment, still trying to slip out of this. But I don't want to bother my brother. No, Chihiro, let me give you a present. Haruto treats his little sister to stuff all the time. It's a really big brotherly thing to do. And don't worry about the money. I may not look it, but I'm the creator behind a hot new anime series. Chihiro smiled a bit at her brother's grinning braggadocio. Itsuki. Well, I guess I'll go, then. Great. I'll buy you whatever you want. Ashley gave Itsuki an alluring grin. You know, big brother, I'd like some new clothing, too. Buy it yourself, came the quick, point-blank reply, turning Ashley's smile upside down. So the three of them went to the same department store Ashley and Chihiro had visited almost exactly a year ago. Heading for her favorite section, Ashley gave Chihiro a gauntlet of outfits to try on. Having her brother write them made Chihiro a bit bashful, but she tried on a few girly things, following the advice of Ashley and the saleswoman. What do you think, Itsuki? Why, yeah, it looks good on you. Brother and sister were both blushing hard as the dress-up show continued. Wow, Ashley said, beaming. Everything just looks great on you, Chihiro. We'll take this. Oh, this is nice, too. Now she was giving her choice of clothes to the saleswoman one after another. Chihiro forced her to pare it down to 3 outfits, not wanting to bankrupt her brother, and changed into one of them before leaving the ladies' section. They all then took a break at a cafe inside the department store. Thank you, Itsuki. Buying all this stuff for me. Don't worry about it. You could have had more if you wanted. Hee. Your face is all red, Itsuki. You falling in love with Chihiro now that she's all dolled up? Not like that. No. The playful jab panicked Itsuki further. Right now, Chihiro had on a pink, frilly dress, almost cloyingly cute to him. The gap between this and the Chihiro he once knew was yawning wider and wider. Oh, Chihiro, you're just so cute now. Just like a living doll. Ashley, meanwhile, was virtually in a trance, which dissuaded Chihiro a bit. What's gotten into you, Ashley? You're acting even weirder than usual. Well, I mean, to tell the truth, I just love little girls with flat chests when they're dressed all cute. Hee. Just joking with you. Are you sure? Ashley's gaze felt deadly serious to Chihiro, which kept her on high alert. By the way, Chihiro, you've got on some cute undergarments. The last time I saw you, you used a plain sports bra. Why were you looking at that? Chihiro blushed again. Kaiko gave some to me earlier. She said she bought a lot for research purposes, so I could have them. The manga artist storming into Itsuki's apartment with bags full of lingerie had surprised them both, but size-wise, only Chihiro and Ashley could use most of it, so she decided to gratefully accept the gift. Actually, Itsuki, she said, trying to steer the topic away from bras and panties, do you shop at places like these with Kani at all? Nah, Kaneko usually shops for her clothes with Mako, so. Then Itsuki blushed a bit. So I've never gone shopping with her. But I did come here by myself recently. By yourself? What for? I wanted to buy a birthday present for Kaneko. Wow, Itsuki, you all alone in this fancy department store? That must have taken a lot of nerve. Itsuki glared at Chihiro's warm, understanding eyes. Who do you think I am? I can go in a department store by myself. You see middle-aged dudes in here with their families all the time. It's not like I'm going to some high-end fashion boutique in Shibuya. This is way easier. So what did you get for a gift? A bracelet with her birthstone. Oh, that's so nice. I bet Miss Kani liked it a lot. Chihiro's eyes sparkled with admiration. I wasn't sure whether to go with that or this big king crab they were selling in the May Foods section. But the crab actually cost a little more. I think you absolutely made the right choice, Chihiro asserted. Ashley gave him a snide look. You're being an honest-to-goodness boyfriend to her, huh, Itsuki? That's a little surprising. Yeah, I think before, I would have gone with the king crab for a joke. But I decided to get real about this. So, by the way, do you have anyone in your life, Ashley? The offhand question made Ashley freeze. Not now, no. Oh. Didn't you take a taxi home with Mr. Kaizu after the cherry blossom party? What are you implying? There's nothing in particular between us. Nothing. That's a minefield, Itsuki, Chihiro stealthily whispered to him. Oh? There really is nothing between them. He hasn't contacted her in the 3 months after that, and I think it's eating at her. I don't think she necessarily loves Mr. Kaizu, but being completely ignored kind of irks her. Wow. The complicated heart of a maiden, huh? Wait, maiden? Why the questioning tone, Chihiro? Ashley asked, overhearing her. There was a smile on her lips and a throbbing blue vein on her forehead. What about you? Anyone in your class you've taken a fancy to? Ooh, I'd like to know, too. Chihiro, seeing how eager Itsuki was to join in, reared back a bit. There's nobody like that, no. She protested. You've been going to school as a girl all this time, haven't you? No guys come up and ask to go out with you? A few times, yeah. But I said no to them all. Why is that? I don't really get love. And stuff. Yet. So you haven't even had a first love? Ashley asked. No, I don't think so anyway. What's being in love like? It's when you want to have sex with someone, Ashley explained. Say. Chihiro's face turned red as Itsuki winced. Can you not contaminate my sister with a 30-something's wild views on love? You tell her, then, pouted Ashley. You're her brother. The question made Itsuki self-consciously avert his eyes. Well, when you think about someone, it's like you feel a pain in your chest. Your heart races when you're together, and you can't stop thinking about them all day. Well, along those lines, I think about you the most, Itsuki. Don't spring that on me out of nowhere. You're embarrassing me. The blunt reply made his face turn red. Boy, what a terminal case, Ashley growled. But the more someone's honestly like, oh, I don't care about romance at all, the more likely she'll steal someone else's guy in the future, you know. Did something like that happen to you, Ashley? Itsuki asked. The apparent years-long grudge in Ashley's voice was worrying. No, nothing. By the way, Itsuki, if you love your little sister so much, what'll you do if she finds a boyfriend later? What'll I do? Itsuki thought for a moment. Depends on the guy. If he's no good, I'll kill him. Oh, Itsuki. Chihiro gave a troubled laugh. Itsuki sounded a little too much like he meant it. Ashley squinted at him. Does that mean you'll welcome him if he's a decent person? Well, if he'll make Chihiro a happy girl, then it's my job as her elder brother to accept him. Ashley looked closely at Itsuki's face, appraising it, then sighed a little. Well, that's boring. All Itsuki and Chihiro could do was glance at each other, puzzled. The desert. One evening in late July, Haruto Fuwa was visiting the GF Bunko editorial department to confer with Kawab, his editor. All right. We'll put your deadline at the end of August, then. Sure. The meeting went without incident, and soon they began chatting about other things. The All About Anime running now, other series from the current season, new manga and light novels generating buzz, and then the 6 new authors who debuted from the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. The first author to come up in the conversation was, of course, Soma Misaka, whose dismissal had become water cooler conversation company-wide. Haruto knew about it, too, although not all the juicy details. I wonder if it had to work out that way, though. I mean, we went through the trouble of finding that new talent and all. Once Kawab filled him in, though, Haruto found the whole story almost unbearable. As a writer, He knew Soma was at fault here, but he still wanted to side with him, if he had to pick someone. There had been cases like this before on occasion, writers feuding with editors until one side or the other had to cut things off. Every time it happened, Haruto couldn't help but think to himself, couldn't it have worked out some other way? Well, it was apparently Misaka who asked to sever ties if they wouldn't allow him a new editor, so I still wish they could have talked it out in more depth, though. He's still just in high school. Maybe he lost his temper and had trouble making rational decisions. But if he's working as a professional, Kawab flatly countered, his age doesn't matter. I can only assume that he wasn't seen as valuable enough to overlook the problems he was causing. You guys helped him make his debut, and that's how you talk about him? Dr. I should just drop this. Haruto swallowed his anger. Kawab wasn't Soma's editor, and it was the editor-in-chief, Godo, who made the decision to sever the relationship anyway. There wasn't any point griping at Kawab about it. Well, phew. If Misaka had the kind of cool head you have, maybe none of that would have happened, you know. Kawab seemed a little sad about it. Haruto smiled. Didn't an author need that, though? Enough brashness to just spit out whatever he wanted to say. The thought had crossed his mind as he watched Itsuki's All About Anime. How are the other new authors doing? He asked, changing the subject. Well, the biggest seller so far is Karuma the Lawyer by a long shot. Yeah, it seems to be doing well in the rankings. It is. In fact, we're already going forward with a manga version. And there's nothing official yet, but it sounds like we've gotten an offer for an anime. Whoa, really? But there's only 2 volumes out. I'll admit, though, it got way better. It's almost a different book now. Karuma the Lawyer, by Tadashi Kamo, was titled A Legal Trial when it won its prize. The characters, setting, and basic storyline were all really appealing, but the writing was still pretty rough, so it was awarded the Special Judges Selection Prize instead of anything more prestigious. That being said, rough writing could be easily polished. Haruto read the published Volume 1 himself. All the flaws of the submitted manuscript had been fixed, and it was undeniably an excellent piece of work, surprisingly so, as he recalled. Even with other labels, it was far from unheard of for a manuscript that received the Special Judges Selection, or Silver Medal, or Honorable Mention, or some not-so-prestigious award in a writing contest to sell much better than the Grand Prize or Gold Award or whatever. The less polished a package, the more room it had to improve and grow, Haruto figured. Yeah, the editor for Karuma put a ton of work into that one. He contacted actual lawyers and judges for input and feedback. He sent just about every classic courtroom drama novel there is to Kamo, and he really went all out with the revision process. I need to applaud Kamo for responding to all that and coming through, but I'd have to say that 70% of Karuma's success comes down to the editor. That's amazing. Haruto admired that, although not all his feelings were rosy about it. All kinds of authors rose up from their award pick. Sometimes, you had unemployed dudes who grew to become best-selling writers thanks to the full range of support their editors offered. Other times, you had high schoolers who got cut by their label for feuding with their editor too much. The industry all seemed so random, so absurd at times. After Karuma, the next biggest seller is Memories of the Sky. But it sounds like the author's writing a wholly new book for her follow-up instead of a sequel. That's what Haruto had heard from Itsuki. Apparently, Oba took a real liking to him, even calling him Big Bro. He had no idea why. Again, absolutely absurd. The first volume of The Goddess Must Be Punished sold pretty well, thanks to Pure Ikitsu's illustrations. But sales took a nosedive with Volume 2. I think we'll probably stick it out till Volume 5, but tough market for spanking-themed light novels. Tough market for spanking-themed anything, really. I kinda liked it, but me too. Even if you had no interest in that fetish, the author's bubbling passion for spanking came through with almost frightening clarity. But the only readers who'd get into a genre they didn't really care about, curious about the novelty, or the pure insanity, were people on the creative side like writers and editors, along with a small core audience. To the great majority of readers, not having an interest in the content is a lethal negative, and unfortunately for the goddess must be punished. There was little done to make up for that negative, apart from pure Ikitsu's art. Did you see the Amazon review page for Goddess, Fuwa? No, I haven't. It's kind of like frightening. It's full of spanking fetishists across the country writing these spectacularly good reviews. There's so much passion. Scratches an itch, I guess. Yeah. It's not just the illustrations that likely take it to Volume 5. It's the fact that the fans are so ardent. We're not likely to lose many of them going forward. Haruto recalled Sister of the Apocalypse, Itsuki's debut novel. Most readers fail to understand that book, either, but it still received the near-fanatical support of a cadre of diehards. You saw that often with a novel. The more out there it was, the less mainstream support it received, but the more it wrecked you if it turned out to be your thing. Meanwhile, if an author tried too hard to appeal to the general public, it'd often result in a mediocre story that failed to grab anyone's hearts. Striking a balance between personality and general appeal was a headache for any author, and Haruto hadn't found a good answer yet. Maybe the goddess must be punished. Would have sold more if it went a bit milder on content, but would it have earned the rabid fanbase of Spankophiles it had now? He wasn't sure. But even if an author couldn't produce a mega hit, having a fanbase that provided predictable sales numbers with every new release was a real boon for a professional. If you were thinking long-term, adjusting your work to sell more copies wasn't always the optimal strategy to take. So would Makoto Yanagase continue down his hardcore path, or switch gears and aim for more mass appeal? Whenever Goddess wrapped up, it interested Haruto to see where his career would take him next. And beyond that, Jirugi, Sword of Sengoku is gonna wrap up with Volume 3. The people who've read it really like it. But Volume 1 sales didn't start off great, and we haven't been able to engineer a rebound. Oh yeah. No matter how great the light novel series was, if the package didn't attract readers, it'd get cancelled before it even had a chance to enter the ring. That, too, was common to see. And also, the big surprise is I woke up as the Demon Lord, our top winner. We just decided today to cancel it at Volume 4. Kawaba's revelation floored Haruto. I woke as the up Demon Lord of another world, so I just started a harem. Top winner of the 15th GF Bunko Writer Contest, had only just launched Volume 3 a few days ago. Those scant few days' worth of data must have been all they needed to decide not to continue. Haruto knew it had sold slowly from Volume 1. But honestly speaking, and despite it not being his own work, it was a real shock. After all, Uiao, the author, was inspired enough by Haruto's rebuke at her school to keep going, and that earned her the grand prize. Given that history, he took a special interest in Ui's work. He knew just how important her writing was to her, because she'd told him herself. He even ran into her trying to go undercover in a bookshop to see how Volume 1 was selling on its launch day. The memory of her shedding tears of joy when someone purchased her book for the first time was still fresh in Haruto's mind. He could feel something much like a heavy weight on his chest. Once he wrapped things up with Kawaba and left the editorial office, Haruto took the elevator down to the gift publishing lobby. There, he saw Uiao leaning against the wall by the entrance all by herself. They made eye contact. Aio? Haruto approached her, and she gave him a bow. Working hard, Haruto? Why yeah. He didn't know how to handle Ui's friendly smile. Her eyes were red, after all, and he could tell she had been crying not long ago. I had a meeting with my editor today, she said, and I heard you were gonna be around as well, so I was waiting for you. Oh. He knew, of course, what that meeting had been about. Would you like to go have dinner somewhere, maybe? She asked, all but forcing the smile onto her face. Sure, Haruto replied, commanding himself to sound casual. He thought he'd stop by Itsuki's on his way home, but maybe next time. The two of them left gift publishing together and walked toward downtown. So they decided to cancel my series with the next book. They had walked wordlessly for a while, just after the sun set, when Yui finally spilled the news. Yeah, my editor told me today. Oh, he did? Yui smiled, looking about ready to cry again. I had volume 4 mostly written up. But I'm gonna have to rewrite a lot of it to shoehorn an ending in. At least they let you write a final volume at all, he almost said before stopping himself. If a series gets cancelled due to poor sales, it's not uncommon to see a book end with an unresolved plotline, then just have nothing else come out. If you were allowed to pen an ending, no matter how imperfect, you were one of the lucky ones. But hey, it could have been worse. Would do nothing to console her right now. I had no idea how hard being cancelled would feel. Yeah, I gave him an ironic smile at his agreement. Your debut series got an anime, didn't it? She was right. Haruto had never experienced a series cancellation. He couldn't understand how hard it was. Yeah, I've never had series cancelled on me. He paused a moment. But even I know how sad it is when you try hard at something and fail. The words came out naturally, those words that had saved him at one point. When the Chevalier of the Absolute World anime turned out awful and his heart was in tatters over it, a tearful Mako said the same thing to him. It saved him. It was why he was standing here today. And those words that saved Haruto once seemed to have a similar effect on Yui. She sniffled, then began shedding large tears as she cried, not caring about the people around her. And The passers-by were making Haruto feel awkward, but he just waited for Yui to cry it out. I did try hard. Ever since writing school, I kept my eyes forward, writing novels, reading them, studying them, submitting to all these contests and getting rejected. My heart nearly broke so many times. But I did everything I could to reach the same place you were at. Yeah, I know. You did great. But the tears came back into her eyes. I tried so hard. I risked everything to reach this place, but it wasn't the finish line at all. There's so many people with more talent than me, and even with all the hard work they put in, they have no idea if they can survive in this. It's like I'm in the middle of the desert. Walking around, searching for this oasis when I have no idea where it is. And then falling. The desert. That sounded apartment to Haruto. If you don't have the knowledge, the skill, the special talent, you're going to be lost, and even if you do have it, there's no telling how long you can survive. Maybe there's an oasis somewhere, maybe there's not. And if you arrive at the oasis of an anime adaptation, maybe you'll discover it to be just another mirage. And maybe you'll be lucky enough to find a real oasis, along with enough buried treasure to put your whole life on easy street. It was possible. But if you stopped walking, you'd be soon forgotten, your footprints disappearing until they may as well have never been there at all. You're right. This industry is a desert. Haruto thought over all the people who had gone away and all the people still struggling with all their might. He nodded, sure that his feelings were true. Then, suddenly, Yui leaned close to him. The soft feeling of Yui on him made Haruto frantic. But Yui just watched him with her glistening eyes, speaking in a weak whisper. Haruto, I can't try at this anymore. She closed her eyes. Even a virgin like Haruto could tell what she was seeking. His eyes fixated on her soft-looking lips. Even with her clothes on, he could see all of her attractions. His sense of reason was quickly melting. Plus, they were downtown in the big city. Turn a corner in a back alley, and they'd find lots of love hotels where he could help reassure her a little. But Haruto fiercely resisted the urge to follow his desires and pushed Yui away with both hands. Yui. He gave the saddened Yui a small, vague smile. I know how hard it is for you right now. Yeah, I feel like my head's being ripped apart. I know you think you can't keep going. You want to give it up and feel better. So then, Haruto glared at her longing eyes. But you need to keep going. Yui's face twisted up at that. I love you, Haruto. It was the first time she'd spelled it out for Haruto so clearly, and it sent his heart reeling. But he willed his face under control, refusing to let anything show. Thank you, but now's not the time to say that, is it? What you need right now isn't some man comforting you. No, you need to revise Volume 4 with everything you've got so you can give it the best ending possible. But you say that, but I was clearly in so much pain, and Haruto's chest ached. Remember when someone bought your book the first time? How that felt? Ah. Yui's eyes widened. Haruto warmly smiled. This industry might seem like an oppressive desert, but if you keep on walking, you're bound to encounter fun, too. Happy times. And someday, you might find enough happiness that everything before then will have been worth it. Have you experienced that before, Haruto? That happiness that made it all worth it? Haruto nodded at the fervent question. Yeah. When was that? He brought a finger to the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed. The end of last year. At the Winter Comiket, in the GF Bunko booth. Mako was cosplaying as an Avalanche Chevalier Corps member while she helped run it. When I saw her. It was kinda like that. I gave him a blank look. Why that? Haruto nervously chuckled. Well, what can I say? It's the truth. Chevalier's given me a lot of bad memories, too, the anime top among them. But at that one moment, I felt like everything was worth it. I really thought deep down, like, I'm glad I wrote this, I'm glad I became a writer. She kept staring at him, unsure what to make of that. Then she asked, do you think I'll ever have a moment like that? I'm sure you will. If you keep walking and never give up, you will. He had no basis for that, but Haruto still affirmed it. Oh, I let out a small sigh, followed by a smile that looked like tears would be joining it soon. I believe you, Haruto Fuwa, more than anybody else in the world, and if you're saying that, it has to be true. So I guess. I'll try a little longer. Good. Keep it up. She bowed at him, then began walking toward the station. Haruto stayed where he was, watching her back until she disappeared. Leaving Haruto and returning home, Yui went to the bathroom and removed her makeup and lipstick. Her plain self, freckles and all, looked back at her in the mirror. Untying her hair and changing into gray sweats, she took out her contacts and put on a frumpy-looking pair of black-rimmed glasses. Right, she looked like a different girl from a few minutes ago, but now Yui sounded content with herself. She felt calmer this way. From now on, she wouldn't force herself to keep up appearances. She no longer needed to. He said that seeing the girl he loved cosplaying as one of his characters has made all the hardship seem worth it. And what point was there trying to look attractive to him after that? You're so dumb, Haruto. Her series was cancelled and she'd just been shot down in love, but Yui's heart still felt clear and refreshed. These thick horn rims and wet newspaper-colored sweats she had used since her student years were now her battle uniform. Leaving the bathroom, Yui faced up to her desk, booted her laptop, and opened her manuscript file. Yui, novelist, was stepping back into the desert. Xixi, Taiwan. It was a day in mid-August, and Itsuki was up in the air, traveling from Haneda Airport in Tokyo to Taipei Songshan Airport. He had a business-class seat and manga artist Kaiko Makuniyama seated next him, and back in coach were Kanjaro Toki and Kihei Tokuyama, Kaiko's editor. Itsuki and Kaiko had both been invited as guests to a convention taking place in Taiwan. It was held around this time every year, a very large event run by publishers and companies in the fields of manga, anime, light novels, and more. For every con, they'd always invite a bunch of guests from Japan, voice talent, singers, manga artists, novelists, game designers, and so on. It ran for 5 days straight, and on day 4 tomorrow, Itsuki and Kaiko would be holding an autograph session. The convention staff selected the guests they'd invite every year. Generally speaking, Japanese publishers and talent agencies couldn't pick the people they wanted to push and have them appear at the con. Receiving an invite, in other words, was a sign from actual Taiwanese people that you really were a name brand star down there, a great honor to have. Gift Publishing had received invites for 10 or so novelists and manga artists in the past, including Kazuko Sekigahara. They sent an offer to Nayuta, but she'd turned it down. Haruto never got one, and of course he was incredibly envious of Itsuki before he took off. I'm too nervous to eat. Keiko's groaning was unconvincing, considering the rate she was scarfing down a meal the menu said was overseen by the chef of a first-class French restaurant. Is it really okay for a newbie like me to be a guest? Itsuki grinned. You know, Keiko, I think I'm just the bonus garnish compared to you. So, this convention offer came about a month after the All About anime was announced. This announcement was made at the same time as Volume 1 of the All About manga adaptation, which generated huge buzz after its launch and became a sales hit. It was probably only a matter of time before the manga started outselling the novels. A translated version was released in Taiwan at almost the same time as Japan, and Itsuki was told that it did well over there, too. No, I wouldn't be here without your original work, Mr. Hashima. And they love the anime over there, too, don't they? Itsuki's eyes thoughtfully wandered upward. I wonder. The All About anime was getting streamed overseas pretty much simultaneously with the Japan TV broadcast. Japanese anime was illegally put on the net pretty much instantly, complete with carefully translated subtitles and everything. So a lot of series had contracts with distribution firms to stream the official translated versions ASAP, according to what anime producer Tsutomu Oshima told him at a recording session the other day. The All About anime was getting good reviews outside Japan. Its performance in China was particularly good compared to other nations, even Japan, enough to maybe reach the top 3 in anime this season. When he'd written his books, Itsuki knew they'd be translated and released in other countries, but he never considered a non-Japanese audience or adjusted his content for it. His target was Japanese readers, and he used his full Japanese language abilities to write for them. That's why learning that his work was popular outside his home nation was honestly kind of hard to believe. Even in Japan, it was a love it or hate it kind of series. How could anyone elsewhere like it? Did the translators do that good of a job handling it? And if they did, doesn't that make it more the translator's work than mine? This, among many other thoughts and concerns, was on Itsuki's mind as his plane traveled toward Taiwan on schedule. The flight from Haneda to Songshan took about 3.5 hours, no different from that impromptu trip to Okinawa a while back. The plane landed at around 3 in the afternoon, and upon arrival, Itsuki's entourage was greeted by 2 editors from the Taiwanese publisher, alongside the Japanese director of Gift Publishing's overseas business. This trio would be attending to their needs during the trip. From the Taiwanese publisher came Hong, a slim woman in her mid-20s or so, and Wen, a tall man in his early 30s and apparently the editor-in-chief of his company's light novel department. Both were proficient in Japanese, and the gift publishing liaison was fluent in Chinese and Japanese as well, so communication didn't seem like it'd be an issue. After a few introductions, they left the airport and headed for their hotel. Whoa! It's so hot. The onrush of humid, tropical air made Itsuki groan. The temperature around Taipei in the summer was about the same as Tokyo, but the humidity was cranked up to maximum and made it all the more punishing. Itsuki didn't deal well with heat. His summers were mostly spent in air-conditioned rooms, and he made every possible effort to stay away from the outdoors, so this hit him hard. They hurriedly climbed into an SUV and set off for the hotel. Itsuki stared at the sights of Taipei out the window. The city didn't look terribly different from Japan, but he was surprised at how many motorbikes were all around him. They'd snake all over the road, and on the shoulders in front of industrial facilities, he'd see impossibly long lines of them parked neatly in a row. Taiwan is truly a motorcycle-driven society, with one bike for every 1.8 people. There are even shops specializing in helmets and anti-exhaust masks. It's kind of like Japan, but kinda not like it, too. It's so fascinating. Keiko admired everything she saw as she pointed her digital camera to and fro. She always had one with her, as she never knew which photos might come in handy as art references. After around 15 minutes of taking in views they'd never see in Japan, Itsuki's group reached their hotel. This was one of Taipei's foremost hotels, a place that celebrity actors and famous artists would stay in, supposedly. This is really our hotel. They're not confusing us with Mamoru Umano or Nana Mizuki, are they? I'm just a Japanese light novelist. Itsuki's head swiveled around the large, glittering lobby entrance. He was completely out of his element. Who'd ever confuse you with Mamoru Umano? I heard about this from the others in editorial, but this is a pretty nice hotel. They never give me the budget for this. Despite the diss against Itsuki, Toki was just as surprised. None of his writers had ever come down here before, so this was his first Taiwan business trip. Well, if you're right, I better get some pictures before somebody realizes I'm not Nana Mizuki. Kaiko began snapping away at the lobby, whose European-style glitz probably would be useful reference material for a fantasy series. As she and Itsuki worried over whether this was all a big mix-up, Editor-in-Chief Wen checked in for them, as well as Toki and Tokuyama. A hotel staffer led them to their suite, a massive one with 2 double beds, a luxuriant sofa, and a bunch of other furniture, with space to spare. Every person could have their own room if they wanted. This is bigger than my apartment. If you put a bed from here into Itsuki's 1-bedroom studio space, you'd likely be unable to fit anything else. Now he felt even more out of place as he put down his luggage and checked the schedule. They planned to stay here for 2 nights. In an hour's time, the Taiwanese publisher would take them on a tour of Taipei 101, followed by dinner and a trip to Longshan Temple and a night market before returning to the hotel. Tomorrow after lunch, the team would hold their signing event at the convention, beginning at 1 p.m. They'd follow this up with visits to a few bookstores around Taipei, then another signing event at the main anime otaku goods store in the city. Dinner was planned with the president of their Taiwan publisher, followed by a traditional foot massage and then back to the hotel. They'd swing by the National Palace Museum on the morning of day 3, then catch their plane back to Japan later that afternoon. Itsuki was the kind of tourist who never really planned an itinerary, going instead wherever his whims took him. This might be the first time since his last class trip in high school where he had such a rigid schedule in place. After resting in their hotel room a bit, Itsuki headed for the lobby. The rest of the gang was already there, including their 3 attendants. Their first stop was Taipei 101, a 101-floor skyscraper 1,671 feet tall, the tallest in the world until the Burj Khalifa in 2007. It was clearly visible from the hotel, but the closer you got, the more overwhelming its height became. Going inside, they decided to travel up to the observation deck. This was accessible via an elevator that went straight from the 1st to the 89th floor, traveling at speeds upwards of 37 miles an hour, earning it a Guinness World Record. Whoa! I don't think an elevator ride's ever excited me this much. The sensation of thrilling speed was like no regular elevator at all, wowing Itsuki as they hurtled toward floor 89. It wasn't like a high-speed roller coaster, exactly, but the feeling of being on an elevator going far too fast for its own good was addictive. The people who work here must have so much fun with this every day. Kaiko was just as excited. You like this? A nervous-looking Tokuyama asked. I'm not very good with heights, so this is hard. If I had to work here every day, I'd probably die. Yeah, you were shaking a bit on the plane, too, weren't you? Toki grinned and turned toward Itsuki and Kaiko. You know, I've thought this before, but you two really have similar personalities, don't you? Maybe so. Tokuyama nodded. Perhaps, if the gears were meshed some other way, Itsuki Hashima and Kaiko Makuniyama might have become a couple. This what-if world can be enjoyed in the drama CD that comes with the sister Blu-ray box set in Japan, on sale now. After enjoying the views up high, they gawked at the giant tuned mass damper in the central atrium, the coral jewelry displays on floor 88, and the shopping mall down below. From floor 6 to the basement, there was a huge variety of shops selling fashion goods, cosmetics, watches, jewelry, coral, groceries, Taiwan souvenirs, and more. It was full of food courts and restaurants as well, and a shopaholic could easily stay entertained the entire day in there. Itsuki purchased a few things for Chihiro and Haruto, while Kaiko shopped for her family and roommates, not to mention herself, judging by all the brand name lingerie she piled into her bag. Wow, Kaiko, you never change, do you? Kaiko smiled at the admiring Itsuki. I bought some panties for Chihiro, too, you know. Kind of a sexy design, but just imagining her all blushing as she tries these on gets me so excited. Can you stop thinking about people's sisters that way, please? After a fine dinner of Peking duck, Shanghai hairy crab, and chili shrimp, the group moved on to Longshan Temple. Wow, this is almost as flashy as before. The shining LED-illuminated temple stunned Itsuki. It was a completely different image from the reserved, one with nature feel of Japanese temples. Vivid gold leaf, greens, and reds flared across the whole building, and it was all lit up after dark, so eye-popping wasn't the half of it. The dragon statue on the roof had real presence as well, giving the whole thing a juvenile fantasy feel. Itsuki loved it more than the temples back home. The main building was devoted to Bodhisattva, so it was a Buddhist temple, but still, it was a worship site for Taoism, Confucianism, and a good 100 or so gods and goddesses. Having this one-stop shop for all kinds of pilgrimages was pretty convenient, making it popular among both Taiwanese and foreign tourists. Itsuki's group paid their respects at a shrine devoted to Emperor Guan, the divine form of Guan Yu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and a deity bringing good luck to businesses, and one popular in Japan, too. Kaiko, meanwhile, offered a prayer to Lao, the Taiwanese god of marriage and love, and purchased 2 good luck charms themed after him, one for herself and one for Mako, as she put it. Do you have any potential partners in mind, Kaiko? Kaiko bashfully shook her head at Itsuki. No one like that. But looking at how happy Nayu is every day, I hope very much for someone like that to show up in my life. Oh, I wonder if there's anyone who shares my hobbies, someone who I can pursue my dreams together with. Then she snapped out of it. Come to think of it, Hashima, you're pretty close to my ideal, aren't you? No, I got Kaneko. So Kaiko smiled as Itsuki panicked a little. I know that. I'm not out to steal you from your girlfriend. But, you know, if we had encountered each other in a different order or something, maybe I would have fallen in love with you, Hashima. Yeah, Itsuki said with a laugh. Maybe it worked out that way in some parallel universe. There was no point to hypotheticals like this, that's why he could laugh at it. By this point, he had no option but to pursue this reality, the one where he chose Nayu Takani. By the way, the What If drama CD where Itsuki did pair up with Kaiko is available now at, etc., etc., etc. Putting Longshan Temple behind them, the group traveled about 15 minutes by car to a night market. There were actually 2 others right nearby Longshan, but apparently, they weren't ideal for a first-timer. A night market is a street of stalls, booths, and eateries that operates from evening to late night. They developed in the tropical and subtropical areas of Asia, taking advantage of the fact that people did more business in nighttime hours to avoid the heat, and Taiwan's night markets in particular were popular tourist draws. This one was packed end to end with people, like some kind of local festival, and the food aromas wafting from here and there were already whetting their appetites. Spicy, sweet, fishy, even downright funky. All of these smells freely mixed together, thoroughly confusing the palate. It hadn't been that long since they had enjoyed a pretty hearty dinner, so nobody was very hungry. Still, they made a variety of unfamiliar purchases, sharing them among each other. As creators, it was important they took in all the novel experiences they could get, things they could draw upon for inspiration later. Food especially was vital. Your depiction of a dish could be 1,000 times more persuasive if you'd actually eaten it before. So Itsuki ate some fruit he didn't really catch the name of. He ate something that was kind of like a gyoza dumpling, but not exactly. He ate balls of batter about the size of a donut hole but filled with shrimp, He ate world-famous Taiwanese mango-flavored shaved ice. He ate a springy, pancake-like treat stuffed with meat and veggies. He ate fried frog. He drank boba milk tea that was touted as a frog eggs drink on the sign. He ate some huge yao bing pepper buns. He ate some stinky tofu, and he ate some fried chicken feet. Some of it took a little bravery to reach out to, but Toki, Takayama, and Kaiko all helped. "You have a lot of guts, Miss Makuniyama." Toki watched Kaiko gnaw on a chicken foot with a mixture of admiration and repulsion. "You know, I've never really been turned off by so-called disgusting food. I've eaten insects before, too." "Man, they grow tough over in Gunma Prefecture, huh?" Itsuki shivered as Kaiko blushed. "Gee, Gunma doesn't have anything to do with it. Besides, don't they survive mostly off Bilavi over in Gifu Prefecture?" "That's just one region." Editor's note: Bilavi are mixed in with rice in the Tono region of Japan's Gifu Prefecture, but it's not their main sustenance. This playful bickering was interrupted by Wen, the editor-in-chief. "You know, maybe the night market in nearby Longshan would have been better after all." "You mean the one not suited to beginners?" Toki asked. "Yes, you can eat things like rats and venomous snakes over there." "Bilavi, too?" "No, this market's just fine." "Thanks for looking out for us." "Snakes and rats are a little too much even for me," Kaiko said, visibly a bit more nervous than before. They also had an eye out for the clothing and home goods shops along the street. A lot of items featuring cute Japanese characters were on sale, some of which was clearly bootleg merchandise. "Wow, this blue, cat-like cartoon character," editor's note, identity withheld, "doll looks like such a rip-off." Toki chuckled at it, as did Itsuki. "Or, too bad." "If I was writing for Shogakukan Gagaga Bunko, I could have pretended not to notice and tweet out a pic like I found D_goods at the night market." D_s super popular over in Taiwan, too. "Don't cause any more trouble for us than you already are," Toki said, his tone serious. But it was soon forgotten as they all ate as much as their distended stomachs could bear before returning to the hotel. The next day, after sampling a breakfast buffet with Chinese, French, Japanese, and Italian selections, then taking an impromptu nap to digest it all, Itsuki's group left the hotel with their Taiwanese editors. Together, they headed for Din Tai Fung, a world-famous restaurant specializing in dumplings. There was a line out the door, but someone from the publisher had lined up earlier in the morning to score them a table ticket, so they were escorted right in. Din Tai Fung was best known for its xiaolongbao soup dumplings, offered in a dizzying array of variants, standard, truffle, crab paste, shrimp, and much more. They were all excellent, especially the brown meat crab dumplings. The soup inside gave the meat a melt-in-your-mouth consistency, a perfect harmony of flavors. These were followed up with shumai, gyoza, wontons, and more, all brilliant and all making the group full to bursting once again. Every single creator who made the trip to Taiwan will tell you they made us eat so much, and it was all so good. And now Itsuki could see why. Once they ate to their heart's content at Din Tai Fung, it was finally time to visit the convention. This was in a large hall filled with booths, including publishers, anime companies, figure makers, and more from Japan. Besides the dealer's room, there were panels, autograph sessions, and mini concerts held in this or that conference hall, giving the whole con a frenetic atmosphere. "It's like the big-name booths at Comic-Con," said Toki. "It sure is." Takayama nodded. Neither Itsuki nor Kaiko had ever gone to Comic-Con, so they looked all around as they walked, fascinated by the sights as Wen and the others guided them. "Huh, which character was that again?" Itsuki was pointing at a large poster on the wall of one publisher's booth. It was part of a line of posters depicting the biggest heroines from Japan's light novel scene, but there was one character among them that Itsuki had never seen before. "I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen her." Toki, who knew even more about light novels than Itsuki, raised a puzzled eyebrow. "Oh," interjected Hong, That's a character from an original novel series that we publish. The market for light novels in Taiwan offered not only translations from Japanese works, but also a large number of original works by Taiwanese authors. The character Itsuki spotted was drawn with a quality that had fit right in with any popular Japanese series. In fact, Itsuki could picture a series starring that girl hitting it big back home. Their signing event was being held in a space right next to the publisher booth. Itsuki went in through the staff door, which led to a green room. He peeked out from it to look at the stage, only to find a pretty young girl cosplaying as All About heroine Akiko Akatsuki on it, holding a mic and chatting with the audience. He couldn't understand her, but presumably she was explaining how the autograph session would work. The seats were fully occupied by attendees, which made Itsuki and Kaiko wince. Then, as the MC's voice crescendoed upward, the audience erupted into applause. "Wow, they're really into it," Itsuki said, his voice shallow. "This is just an autograph thing, right?" In his eyes, it looked more like a concert. "Are you sure they're not confusing this with some voice actress event?" "I guess I really will have to pretend to be Nana Mizuki," a similarly nervous Kaiko said. "All right, I'll be T.M. Revolution, then." "Time to shout to the world and start revolution." "Roger that, Mr. Hashima." "Oh, I mean Mr. Nishikawa." "Calm down, you two." Toki stepped in before their silliness got any further out of hand. "But how can we?" "That's a ton of people." "How many are there, even?" 300. 300? Itsuki and Kaiko shouted. This, by the way, was the first signing event for either of them. They had both signed copies of their work for giveaways and stuff, but never more than around 100 at once. "Don't worry, you'll get a break halfway through." "That's not what I'm worrying about," groaned Itsuki. "We're about ready to begin," Hong the editor said. "So, creators, stand by." Itsuki and Kaiko gulped. "We'll just have to dive in and do it." "I guess so," Kaiko said as Itsuki nodded to himself. Then he took out a mask and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. They were filming this event, and it'd show up on Taiwan media, but Itsuki had never revealed his face online or in magazines, so he thought it better to keep it hidden here. Kaiko, meanwhile, unfurled the pair of panties she wore as a ribbon and applied it to her face, just like when she was working. Phew. "Miss Makuniyama, what are you doing?" The three attendants didn't hide their surprise at Kaiko's bizarre behavior. "Oh, don't worry about it," replied Tokuyama, resigning himself to his fate. "This is how Makuniyama dresses in public events." Meanwhile, the MC on stage raised her voice high, and began speaking Japanese. "We love Mr. Hashima. We love Little Sisters." All 300 people in the audience replied in Japanese. "We love Mr. Hashima. We love Little Sisters. We love Miss Makuniyama. We love Little Sisters. We love Miss Makuniyama. We love Little Sisters." The chanting made Itsuki and Kaiko delighted and ashamed in equal measures. "This is the most embarrassing moment of my life. Yeah. Now I'm getting super nervous." "Okay, you're on." Pushed by Toki, Itsuki and Kaiko walked from the green room to the stage. Toki, Wen, and Hong, who were helping run the session, followed behind them. The MC took one look at Kaiko and visibly reared back for a moment, but quickly recovered her smile and prompted the audience to applaud. A real pro through and through. Greeted with cheers and clapping, Itsuki and Kaiko went up to center stage. The MC gave him the mic. "Dideko, Woshi Udao Yu, Woshi Sangachuantan." They introduced themselves in their best broken Chinese, Itsuki's especially so, earning roars of applause for it. The response made Itsuki wonder once more whether they were being mistaken for voice talent. But behind them on the stage were giant posters showing off Volume 1 of the novel and the manga versions of All About My Little Sister, or Maimidi Yiki, to be fully accurate, and a banner hanging from the wall had their names and what they assumed was signing event in Chinese written on it. Taking their assigned seats, they prepared for the session to begin. The way this was set up, Itsuki would write today's date and his signature on a sheet of thick autograph paper, then turn it over to Kaiko, who would add the recipient's name and her own autograph to it. These autograph sheets came pre-folded in half, like a somewhat large greeting card. The cover had a close-up of Yukiko Akatsuki's face, while half of the inside was taken up by an exclusive illustration of Yukiko Unizaki that Kaiko had drawn for the event. They'd be autographing the area next to this, writing in gold pen on a black backdrop. One look at these sheets and it was clear they had to cost more than your typical paperback book or manga volume. To participate in this session, you were required to purchase X Taiwan dollars worth of All About books or merchandise, but between the airfare, the hotel, and how much these signing sheets had to cost, there's no way anyone was making money off this. And that's why, thought Itsuki, I need to be serious about this. The first autograph seeker to step before him was a boy, probably in his late teens. Xixi, Itsuki ventured. Mr. Hashima. Volume 6 was really good. The anime's wonderful, too. Being answered in fluent Japanese through him. Xi. He reflexively began, before correcting himself and replying thank you. Back in Japanese as he signed. Accepting the sign sheet, the boy broadly grinned and said, keep up the good work. Again, in Japanese, he extended his right hand. Itsuki accepted it, saying I will, thank you. It wasn't just the first kid, either. Nearly everyone in the audience gave Itsuki their kindest wishes in Japanese. Some of them had even imported Itsuki's non-localized work and read it in Japanese, which amazed him. As they signed away, the MC kept the energy going, giving the audience quizzes, playing rock-paper-scissors with them, and talking about the answers Itsuki and Kaiko gave in the questionnaire they'd filled out earlier. 300 autographs, and one break. Later, the audience got a chance to ask them both questions. Mr. Hashima. I want to have Yukiko. Nua. Yukiko is a little sister who belongs to everyone. Itsuki instantly responded to the fan's request, kindly translating. The audience laughed and cheered. It was a long event, lasting over 2.5 hours, but it was constantly lively, fun, and stimulating. To Itsuki, it felt over in a flash. At the end of it, they took a photo on stage, where an excited Itsuki had draped his arms over Kaiko and the MC's shoulders. This picture of Itsuki getting carried away was posted with the event reports across Taiwanese media, getting some buzz in Japan as well. Itsuki didn't get bashed for it much, mainly thanks to the distraction of Kaiko wearing panties over her face. This was around the time when her nickname Panty Manga Sensei began to stick. Leaving the convention, Itsuki and the gang visited a few bookstores before their next signing event at Animate Taipei. Kind of weird to see series published by different labels sharing the same shelf space, isn't it? Itsuki observed as he walked the aisles. The shelves had a lot of titles familiar to him from Japan, but deals for translated editions were worked out by the individual series, not for a publisher's full light novel lineup. Thus, for example, you could have Haganai, published by MF Bunko J in Japan, No Rin, Ga Bunko, and Barker and Test, Famitsu Bunko, all come out from the same publisher in Taiwan. You could also have the same author's work be spread across multiple outfits. Yomi Hirasaka's Haunted and Nekuroma were released by Tong Li Publishing in Taiwan, while Haganai got picked up by Sharp Point Press. These feel nicer to handle than the little paperbacks in Japan. Light novels in Taiwan were a measure larger than the bunko format normally used in Japan. Often, they'd have some fancy details added to them, matte covers, for example, or embossing on the title and cover characters. That made them a bit more expensive than their Japanese counterparts, but if you liked having a physical collection of light novels, these must have felt a lot nicer to own. Having the illustrations printed on a larger sized page was another plus. Books would often come with bonuses as well, a metal bookmark with color artwork from the series, a card illustrated with a heroine whose clothes disappeared when you warmed up the paper, and so on. These were high quality overall, and on occasion there'd be special edition copies that came with desk calendars, keychains, and other freebies not available in Japan. Sometimes Japanese fans, and, for that matter, the authors themselves, would beg the publishers to release some of this merch back home for them. The convention had some exclusive goods on sale, too. Itsuki saw a poster advertising them. He couldn't tell what it was, but the packaging was every bit as nice looking as what he'd seen back home. Wow, they do a really good job on these. Toki picked up a Taiwan original light novel, examining it carefully from assorted angles. You know, Itsuki thoughtfully remarked, maybe we'll see a Taiwanese novel get translated into Japanese and hit it really big someday. There's a decent chance of that, I'm sure. I've got more rivals than ever, huh? From the new novelists debuting every year to writers toiling away on web novel sites to pros working in other countries. Let your guard down once, and you'll fade from the front lines in an instant. I'll sure need to brace myself. Kaiko looked resolute. The manga business, of course, was even fiercer than novels, with many overseas titles becoming hits in Japan. With at least one series, Magica no Kenshai to Vasilius, a Taiwanese artist had successfully adapted a Japanese light novel into manga. The bookstores were an eye-opening experience, one Itsuki and Kaiko were glad to have before their Animate Taipei signing. There, too, they were greeted by an electrified audience, writing autographs for about 150 people. After that came dinner with the president of their Taiwan publisher, along with bird's nest soup, shark fin dumplings, and other lip-smacking delicacies. Immediately after that was their Taiwan-style foot massage, which, to Itsuki, at least, was painful enough to make him want to scream. Between that and the rest of the day's events, Itsuki fell asleep the moment he made it back to his hotel room. Day 3 began with breakfast, followed by an early checkout and a trip to the National Palace Museum. This was the largest museum in Taiwan, housing around 700,000 pieces of art and ancient Chinese artifacts. The displays were broadly divided into properties, calligraphy, and literature, as Itsuki wondered which section to explore, when told them to follow him to the main showpiece before it got too crowded. This showpiece was the jadeite cabbage, a piece of jade carved into the shape of a head of Chinese cabbage by an unknown artist. About 7.5 inches high, it featured a locust and katydid lurking within its leaves. The green and white color resembled an actual cabbage, but this was apparently the original color of the stone. Yeah, it's a cabbage, all right. Itsuki stared closely at the piece as he appraised it. It was pretty, all the intricate details impressed him, and it was neat how the artist took advantage of the jade's original coloring. Beyond that, though, he couldn't say much. He wondered a bit why it had occurred to anyone to carve a Chinese cabbage out of jade. Kaiko, he asked as she peered at the carving, as a professional illustrator, what do you think about this? Oh, well, how to put it? She raised an eyebrow. It's a beautiful cabbage, is all I can say. They looked around the other main exhibits after that, but Kaiko didn't have much reaction to those, either. All these intricate sculptures and paintings look really great to me, but I dunno. They're not shaking my soul or anything. This one time, replied Itsuki, I went with Setsuna to the Picasso section of a museum, and old Picasso's art and sculpture work really got to him. His art even took on a cubist style for a little while, but nothing like that with you, Kaiko. Purikitsu went Picasso? Kaiko asked, surprised. I've never experienced that with fine art, with manga and panties, though, many times. Yeah, I guess I'm the same with some novels. Top on the list was the shock he felt reading Nayu Takani's The Silvery Landscape for the first time. But he'd often be moved by novels that stood out from the pack, in terms of characterization, expression, foreshadowing, structure, readability, synergy between the text and illustrations, and so on. I guess you need to have a firm grounding in something before you really appreciate how great its best examples are. It sounds like Purikitsu has a keen interest in fine art, doesn't he? Not just illustration. Kaiko seemed a little frustrated about that as she spoke. After enjoying their last Taiwanese meal at the National Palace Museum restaurant, The group headed for the airport. They said their goodbyes to Wen and their Taiwanese counterparts in front of the escalator leading to the international departure lobby. "Mr. Hashima, Miss Makuniyama, thanks for all your hard work," Wen said. "I hope you can come back here sometime." "No," Itsuki said, "thank you for everything. You've been a huge help." Thanks to their assistance for the past 3 days, the trip went astonishingly smoothly for being in a foreign country. Having so little to worry about almost made traveling overseas without a guide seem like a hassle now. "I'll do my best to earn another invitation." "Certainly," Kaiko said with a smile and a deep bow. "Thanks again." After Toki and Takayama said their own goodbyes, they all waved and went up the escalator. Upon checking in, they made just a few more souvenir purchases and hung out in the lounge until they boarded their flight. As on the departing flight, Itsuki and Kaiko scored business class seats, while Toki and Takayama made do with coach. "It's such a nice place," Kaiko said with a sad smile as she looked out the window. "Yeah," replied Itsuki. "We really have to come back sometime." "As invitees, of course." "You bet." Itsuki firmly nodded at her. He couldn't say how many years it'd take, but if he remained on the front lines of his industry, the day would come sooner or later. Such was their shared resolve as they took off from Taiwan. And, of course, once he was back home, Naoto interrogated Itsuki about the autograph session photo. Kaiko became immensely popular, in a way, at least, for her own photos. But when she saw the photoshops online of her be-pantied self starring in hentai kamen, appearing on the cover of Shimonata, and standing tall as a fate, Gran Order servant, she fainted on the spot. The Akihabara Day 2. A few days after the Taiwan convention, Haruto visited Itsuki's place in the evening and had a few drinks, enjoying some karasumi, salted mullet roe, alongside them. "Wow. This is what karasumi tastes like?" "It's surprisingly springy, kind of like cheese." It was the first time either of them had tried this May delicacy. "But it's really good." "Great job on it, Chihiro." Chihiro gave him a bashful smile. "I've never had it, either, so I just looked up some recipes online." On the menu tonight was toasted karasumi slices, accompanied by grated karasumi overpasto and little daikon radish pockets of karasumi. All traditional ways to fully savor what this fish byproduct had to offer. "Oh, man," Itsuki said, "this really makes the sake go down well." He was having some Dasai 39 sparkling sake. This kind of drink went better with rich, salty karasumi than beer. Having this in carbonated form further expressed the natural fruitiness of the Dasai brand, making it incredibly easy to drink, but it was still 14% alcohol. Typical for sake, making it a hearty beverage suited for Eastern or Western cuisine. It was really more of a stage event than an autograph session, Itsuki recounted as they ate. "The hotel was 4-star quality, too. I felt like a rock star or something." "You'd never see that kind of thing in Japan." "Yeah, I hear about that stuff, but man, Taiwan sounds awesome." "Wish I could get an invite." "Ha ha ha." "Jealous, huh?" "Yeah," Haruto said as he cowered under Itsuki's robust laughter. "Really jealous?" Then his voice dipped down. "I gotta work harder." "For real?" "Phew what?" a puzzled Chihiro asked. Haruto just smiled, trying to laugh it off. "By the way, Itsuki, I'm gonna buy the new GF Bunko releases at Akiba tomorrow. You wanna join me?" Haruto went to the Akihabara neighborhood of Tokyo once a month, whenever GF Bunko released their latest books. It was his chance to catch up on purchases and do some street-level scoping out of the scene. "Nah," replied Itsuki, "I was just the last month, so I'm good." "Oh? With who?" "Just me." "You went to Akiba alone?" "That's rare." Itsuki hated big crowds and had little interest in the bonuses included with books and games when you bought them at the shops, so he didn't go to Akihabara much and tended not to accept Haruto's invites. "I heard they had an all-about tower going, so I had to check that out." "Oh, yeah, you almost never see that." A tower, in this case, referred to copies of a book stacked up high. It was a surefire way to draw attention to a book at the shop, but it required labor and a lot of excess inventory, So you didn't see towers much except for titles the store was really keen to push. Just because a series had an anime on the air didn't guarantee it a tower. Only a store whose employees loved the series and were positive it'd sell well would commit to one, making it a kind of honor for the creator. Haruto's Chevalier of the Absolute World had never received that honor during its own anime run, as far as he knew. If you're going to Akihabara, I'd like to join you, Chihiro said. Did you have an errand there? Itsuki asked. Not really, but I like looking at the new model sets. And there's this one shop that sells goods from all across Japan that I'd like to check out again. Sure thing, Haruto replied. We can stop by Yodobashi and Chabara and stuff. Great. Itsuki looked at them both, and took a drink, even as he looked like he wanted to say something. The next afternoon, Haruto met with Chihiro at the Electric Town exit from Junior Akihabara Station. Summer break was in full swing, so the area was full of what looked like middle and high school kids. Haruto arrived first, reading a web novel on his phone while occasionally glancing at the turnstile to see if Chihiro arrived. But, hi there. Whoa? He didn't even notice her until she was practically beside him, to be exact. He didn't recognize her at first glance. She was in a sleeveless knitted top and a skirt that ended above the knees. The first time Haruto had ever seen her in a skirt. He couldn't help but take a moment to process the sight, making Chihiro blush a bit. Fuwa, huh? I haven't seen you like that before, Chihiro, so it was new to me. My brother bought this for me. Oh, impressed. Haruto gave Chihiro another once-over. You really are a girl, huh? He couldn't keep himself from saying it. 2 months had passed since her blitzkrieg approach to coming out. Itsuki, Nayuta, Mako, and the others were surprisingly accepting of this, it seemed, but Haruto was still thrown by it. To him, Chihiro was more than just his friend's brother, she was his friend, too. They had gone out together without Itsuki, even attending a social mixer once. And now her being a girl really confused him. He still wasn't quite used to it, but she was 100% a woman, and it was his duty to accept that. I'm sorry I lied about it, Fuwa, she told him sheepishly. No, he hurriedly replied, with the situation you had, don't worry about it. And even if you're a girl, you're still a valuable friend to me. Thank you, she bashfully said. If you want, you can keep on seeing me as a guy if that's easier to picture. Ashley still does, pretty much. Oh, maybe I will, then. Haruto smiled at her. So, wanna go to Anime Tortoranoana? Sure. Every bookstore in Akihabara they went to had every volume of All About My Little Sister stacked up and on display, some of them setting up TV screens showing all about anime clips or promos. Scoring an anime really does make a difference, huh? Admired Chihiro. Haruto gave her a knowing smile. Well, not every anime series gets this kind of major push in the bookstores nowadays. Oh no? Yeah. Like, you have several dozen series debuting with each season, and it's physically impossible to push all of them at the same time. Plus, anime or not, if the original novels don't sell, that shelf space gets taken over by something else fast. If the shops are still pushing it 2 months after it started airing, that proves how valuable they think it is. They ordered a new emergency printing for all the pre-existing volumes, too, so in terms of recent anime adaptations of light novels, I think this one's on the successful side. Wow, Itsuki's really talented, huh? Yeah. Haruto eyed all the copies of All About on the shelves, a mixed expression on his face. He is. So after picking up 10 or so light novels and manga volumes at the bookstore, plus a few books geared for literary professions, including Save the Cat, the last book on screenwriting you'll ever need, and The Emotion Thesaurus, Haruto took Chihiro to Yodobashi Camera. As before, they browsed around the model department. Unlike the light novel sections of the bookstores, the lineup available hadn't changed all that much since their last visit, but no matter how long they looked at it, the magnificent sight of so many robot model packages lined up against the wall never seemed to get old. Oh, right, Fuwa, Chihiro said as they walked on. I don't think I mentioned it to you yet, but I decided to go on to college after all. That's great, Haruto replied. A little bit ago, Chihiro had spoken with him about a worry she had. Wouldn't it be better to find a job right after high school rather than move on to college without any real goal in mind? Haruto's advice, however, convinced her that college was the choice to take. I still don't have any real concrete dream for the future or anything. But I'd like to study a few different things and think it over. Yeah. Hopefully you'll find something you really want to do someday. Haruto would give Chihiro casual pats on the head back when he thought she was a boy. Doing so with a girl who wasn't related to him seemed like a bad idea. With his hand finding nowhere else to go, it reached out for a shelf full of model kits. He grabbed a model of the ARX-8 Levitine, the protagonist's craft from the mesh-oriented light novel series Full Metal Panic. He looked carefully at it. Oh, is that from FMP? You know that series, Chihiro? Yeah, I love it. Volume 1 of the Full Metal Panic light novels had come out way back in 1998. While the series had wrapped up with Volume 12 in 2011, it had multiple manga and anime adaptations over the years. The Mesh even appeared in the Super Robot Wars video game series. Real-life model kits were also released, and even after the main story ended, a new side story novel series carried on right where the original left off. No Mesh-themed light novel series enjoyed as lofty a reputation as this one. FMP sure is something, isn't it? Something didn't begin to describe it. Haruto sighed. If the Chevalier of the Absolute World anime had been a hit, maybe that would have led to some figures and model kits coming out, but that was a pipe dream now. He put the Levitine back on the shelf. You know, once I finish Chevalier, I'm thinking I'll try another Mesh series right after that. He had told no one about that before, not even Kawab, his editor. Oh really? Chihiro asked, curious. Yeah. And not a fantasy story like Chevalier, but maybe one set in the near future, or outer space like Gundam. I doubt my editor will accept it. But Kawab and Haruto had chatted casually about his next series before. The ideas his editor threw out included a series close in tone to Chevalier, or an isekai fantasy or school-themed story with less of a battle element. Meshs in light novels, Kawab said, were a hard sell. Such series came out at a decent clip, thanks to all the authors into the genre, but you could count the number of real hits on your fingers. And if you're talking about the kind of Mesh novel Haruto wanted to do, something more hard sci-fi as opposed to hot chicks in powered suits or dark robots of mysterious origins, Chevalier's beat it was even more of an uphill battle. Haruto was the sort of writer who carefully analyzed the market to aim for a hit. To him, working in a highly competitive field with little chance of success couldn't have been that appealing a notion. But I intend to give it a try, he declared. I can definitely bring something interesting to the table. He couldn't lose to Itsuki. After all the elitist stuff he had said to Yui, it was important for him to have a little courage as an author himself. I'm gonna create something incredibly gripping, bring it to tons of readers, get it out in anime and manga, and then have them make model kits for the Mesh I crafted. That's my dream right now. Your dream? Chihiro repeated, wide-eyed. Yeah. Haruto's expression was clear now, as if he had just shed a heavy weight. His mind had been a jumble lately, what with Itsuki's success, the mixed fortunes of this year's new authors, his own series, and his future as a novelist. But putting it into words like this really cleared the air. In the end, it was simple. All he could do was work hard and press for his dreams with everything he had. Right. I'm gonna buy this Levitine as a symbol of my resolve. Beaming like a child, Haruto picked up the Levitine box again. And neither he nor Chihiro herself noticed that Chihiro's cheeks were starting to look flushed. The grave visit too. While Haruto and Chihiro were over in Akihabara, Itsuki was visiting the grave of Nodoka Hashima, his biological mother. He had been in Taiwan during Obon, the holiday in August when Japanese families traditionally pay their respects to the dead, so his visit came later than usual this year. Clasping his hands together in front of the grave, He mentally gave his mother a report on the past year's events. This year was just as eventful as the last, but the biggest news was finding out Chihiro's true gender. It was hardly the only big event. There was gaining his first lover and the anime coming out, but it dominated over all the others. It was a shock to think his father would actually go along with such a ridiculous idea in the first place. In Itsuki's mind, Kazuo Kashima was gruff, stubborn, and so cold that he didn't shed a tear after his wife died. But on the other hand, he also said out of nowhere that he was remarrying and then brought an ex-hostess into his house, so maybe he had his erratic, impulsive side as well. Maybe it was time to face up to his father already. Ever since Chihiro had revealed herself as his little sister, Itsuki had constantly thought about having a direct talk with his father. But despite that, he still hadn't gone back to his house once. He wanted to get himself together, to be a decent man and human being, truly, genuinely, but he still wasn't maturing at all. He felt pathetic. Right now, though, there was another problem he had to do something about. Something even bigger than his father. There's just no controlling it. He whispered the same thing he said last year as he departed, and he prayed that next year, for sure, he'd come back a better man. The final installment. In the wee hours of a late September night, Itsuki and Nayuta were together watching episode 11 of All About My Little Sister on TV, the final installment. The main plotline was over, culminating in the anime original ending. Part 100 of the episode was a scene between Kazuma and Akiko that foreshadowed new beginnings for them. The credits rolled, followed by an ending card with the voice cast saying in unison, "Thanks for watching All About My Little Sister." And that was the end of the anime broadcast. Itsuki breathed an exaggerated sigh of relief. "Great job," Nayuta said, pouring some more Guden Karolescuve Vandakiaiser red into his empty beer glass before topping off her own. "Well, here's to reaching the end." She had her glass pointed at him, so Itsuki picked his up and lightly clinked it before taking a sip. "Naha, that was a good anime. As a fan of the novels, I'm really happy." She smiled as she spoke, despite the rather impressive amount she had already drunk. Itsuki smiled back and meekly nodded. "Yeah, I think it was a good show." The All About anime was lucky enough not to have any cancelled installments or art direction disasters during its TV broadcast run. The visuals weren't exactly breathtaking quality-wise, but they were stable throughout the run, start to finish. That, no doubt, was thanks to the tireless efforts of director Moonlight Harui and the rest of the staff, efforts the original novelist couldn't even imagine. He wished he could meet every member of the staff and thank them personally. As Itsuki basked in the glow of a job well done. "Hey, Itsuki." Suddenly, Nayuta put down her glass and draped her body over Itsuki's shoulder. "What?" "You know," she said in a cloying tone, "don't you think it's time we start talking about it?" "About what?" "Like, marriage and stuff." That came out of nowhere. Itsuki turned his eyes away a bit. "Oh, come on. The anime got good reviews, and the novels are selling a lot, aren't they?" "Yeah, pretty much." Over the 3 months since episode 1's broadcast, the All About novels had been reprinted several times. The number of copies were triple what they had been before the anime. The series wasn't a gigantic seller before that point, but that was still tremendous growth. "So don't you think it's about time? Don't you think we're more balanced now?" Did I say I wanted you to wait until we were?" Itsuki reflected a moment. "I'm not really anything yet, but when I'm a protagonist on an even level with Kaneko, then I'm gonna tell her that I love her. And I know it's not fair to her, but I need her to wait until then." Nayuta sounded like she was referencing something he once told Haruto. "Nahaha, don't worry about it. It's nothing big." It certainly was something big, but Itsuki decided not to pursue it. "Well, maybe it's selling, but it's still far below the Landscape series." "Your movie got amazing reviews, you know." The film version of The Silvery Landscape had premiered in July. It was an unusually big hit by Japan-made movie standards, well reviewed and still making money at the box office. You couldn't directly compare a live-action film with an animated TV series, but in terms of reputation, the Silvery Landscape was clearly the frontrunner. Yeah, but I heard All About was doing crazy numbers in China. Wasn't it? Yeah, that's true. As much as All About hit it off with viewers, its popularity in Japan was merely ahead of the pack, and pre-orders for the Blu-rays were nothing too special. Meanwhile, it had become the #2 series of the season on China's largest streaming site, an incredible feat that belied just how big its fanbase was. Even odder, it was happening despite All About putting up just average numbers in America, Europe, and the rest of Asia. Only in China was it racking up a huge audience, and given the differences in population, that audience was more massive than the rest of the world combined. As Oshima the producer put it, thanks to the legacy of China's one-child policy, the anime viewing audience over there included a lot of only children. This, apparently, meant that series with strong little sister characters had an easier time hitting it big. But not even Oshima thought there'd be this big a difference from other countries. It had shattered his expectations, and he couldn't be happier. The idea of a now abandoned national policy affecting the fortunes of an anime was pretty funny to think about. Because my books only do just okay out of Japan, you know. From a worldwide standpoint, couldn't you say that you're more popular, Itsuki? Maybe she had a point. With Nayuta's books, the big attraction was her literary expressiveness with the Japanese language. Still, while her series didn't hit it quite so big overseas as it did in Japan, it was still popular, definitely. Wen and Hong, the Taiwan editors, both attested to that. However, if you narrowed it down strictly to current worldwide brand recognition, Nayuta was right. Itsuki had an anime streaming across planet Earth, and maybe that gave him the edge. That edge would no doubt vanish instantly once the landscape film and anime made their international debuts. But at this exact moment, Itsuki Hashima could, perhaps, be described as equal with Nayuta Kani. If he didn't seize this opportunity right now, it could be a long time before he could stand shoulder to shoulder with her again. In fact, maybe it'd never happen again the rest of his life. So right now, right here, when Itsuki Hashima the artist was at the pinnacle of his career, maybe this was the best shot he'd ever have at popping the question. But, no, not yet. After thinking for a bit, Itsuki sheepishly smiled and curtly denied it. Nah. Nayuta let out a disappointed purr followed by a jaw-shattering yawn. Well, I'll keep on waiting. Leaning up against Itsuki, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Watching his lover's dopey-looking face as she snored, Itsuki grimaced painfully, close to breaking down in tears. I wanted to be the protagonist. It was now mid-October, and that meant the month's new GF Bunko releases were coming out today. The big launch this month was undoubtedly Volume 7 of All About My Little Sister, whose anime ended its run a decent success. The first light novel volume after the anime's ending was extremely vital in the effort to make any anime-driven boost a non-transient thing. To a publisher, the volume was literally more important than how well the anime reviewed or sold. In a way, no matter how good the anime was, if the publisher didn't put out a new volume right now, at this moment, then the whole project could be deemed a failure. To the novelist, as well, this was a key turning point, one that could affect their entire career. They couldn't afford to waste that chance. But Itsuki Hashima took that must-succeed volume. And failed to produce it. So Volume 7 of All About My Little Sister was delayed, not just to next month, but to TBD instead of any solid date. Why? Because he hadn't written a word of the Volume 7 manuscript yet. Nor had he written a single page for the new volume of Sisterly Combat, which he was writing in parallel. Throughout Itsuki's career, he had broken deadlines and fled from editors on many occasions, but he always submitted his work in time for the final, almighty deadline. Thus, none of his releases had ever been delayed before, and now he had blown the one date he could least afford to blow. And this wasn't just a case of the manuscript not being in time. No, this was worse. He had become completely incapable of writing novels at all. He could still write, Of course, emails and texts weren't an issue. But the moment he launched his word processor and tried to write a story, his mind turned blank, his fingers quivered, and he couldn't move. It was the first time anything like this happened since he began writing novels. Things had begun to go awry about 4 months ago, the day after Chihiro revealed she was actually a little sister all along. Itsuki intended to tackle Volume 7 while the excitement over anime Episode 1 was still fresh in his mind, but absolutely no ideas occurred to him for it. He was in good physical condition, so not being able to write struck him as weird. But hey, writer's block wasn't that uncommon, so instead he played video games, read books, and relaxed until Chihiro showed up. The days continued similarly for a while after that, until Episode 1 was broadcast on TV. Toki asked him how the volume was going, and Itsuki offhandedly replied that it was going great. Internally, though, he was tormented. He knew just how imperative the next volume would be. He'd said so himself. Maybe, he thought, that it was causing him pressure that led to this writer's block. But deep down, he had a vague idea about the real reason. And so time dragged on. He still had nothing by mid-July, and then he went with Ashley and Chihiro to the department store and bought a bunch of fancy clothing for his sister. She's so cute, as sisters are meant to be. As her brother, I need to keep cherishing her. Such was the feeling in Itsuki's heart. He thought Chihiro was darling, as a little sister. And no matter how cute her clothing was, even if she went a little more daring with the skin she revealed, he never once looked at her from a sexual standpoint. The slump continued into August, and now Itsuki was feeling the heat. He decided to read back through his novels, figuring they'd offer him some creative inspiration. He began with All About and Sisterly Combat, his current series, then went on in reverse chronological order, all the way to Genesis Sisters of the New World, his second series and the one he worked on with Satsuna. After that, he wrapped up his marathon reading session with Sister of the Apocalypse, his debut. Every single book was written with the full force of body and spirit he could muster. Every one of them was a masterpiece, something he knew in his heart was spectacularly engaging. Or it should have been that way. But now, they seemed gross. Disgust. That was emotion that constantly assailed him as he read his works, because although the degree varied from book to book, each one featured the male protagonist having not so platonic feelings for his own little sister. It's gross. Why are all these protagonists acting so gross? I have no idea why I empathized with these guys. A man who views a member of his family as a potential partner. How could that be anything but gross? Every chapter, every word he'd written, they all seemed so revolting now. Sister of the Apocalypse, his first novel, was particularly sickening. It was like a poisonous pit of slime, the condensed summary of a boy just out of middle school and his dark, disgusting desires. You wrote this thing? Now he understood what his father said back then and the emotions behind his pained expression. If someone knew their own son wrote something like this, of course it'd give them grave concerns. He understood, heart and soul, why his father wanted to protect Chihiro from him, even if it meant asking his stepdaughter to pretend to be a stepson for years on end. The work of Itsuki Hashima, a truly eccentric talent, one recognized by Kasuko Sekigahara and Kenjaro Toki, one who inspired Nayuta Kani like nothing else in her life, was now gnawing at the core of his mind. His very identity, as a novelist who loved little sisters from the heart, was now crumbled. So the slump got even worse. Just sitting in front of his computer would blank out his mind and make his fingers tremble. And then, finally, he confessed everything to Toki, his editor. Toki had predicted that Chihiro's unveiling of her secret would cause some kind of change in Itsuki. So despite knowing how much of a blow it was to have nothing All About to publish in October, he recommended that Itsuki take some time off. But that kindness only made Itsuki more stubborn. You don't have to go that far. It's just some writer's block. The Taiwan convention's coming up soon. An overseas trip is just the change of pace I need to dive right back into action. I promise I'll get a Volume 7 written up for you, so don't any of you worry about a thing. Then the Taiwan trip came along. Interacting with a foreign culture was incredibly stimulating, and between that and the unforgettable food he stuffed himself with, it was the perfect mental change of pace. He met literally hundreds of his fans, all offering words of encouragement. He wanted to answer to them, and deep down, he swore to himself that he'd work hard from now on. He arrived home at the peak of his motivation. It was time to face up to his manuscript. And then reality hit him. He just couldn't write. Despair crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Each episode of the anime was greeted with positive reviews. He'd search his name on the net and see the word great repeated over and over. Copies of All About were being stacked up high at bookstores, even into towers. At the voice recording sessions, Tarui the director, Oshima the producer, and the entire voice cast all told him, "I'm looking forward to the next volume." Toki emailed him about the new printings they ordered, and the anime eventually tripled their circulation. He'd wanted to be the protagonist. That single desire drove him to come this far. And as a result of that, he had masses of fans and friends expecting great things from him and supporting him. And that was wonderful. He never doubted that. But I became the protagonist all by myself. Or so I thought. But Chihiro, his little brother, turned out to be his little sister. Faced with that blockbuster twist, as comedic as it was non-fictional, his senses were burned to dust. He wanted to be the protagonist, but he also wanted to be a decent man, a decent human being. There was Itsuki Hashima, the dazzlingly talented, little sister-obsessed novelist, and then there was Itsuki Hashima, the sensitive, decent young man troubled over his family and love life. It was a miraculous balance, one that could only have been established because he lacked a sister, and now it had all toppled over. "You just told me I had a sister all along. What have I got to complain about? Ha ha ha. Today's the happiest day of my life." Come on, guys. Time to celebrate the occasion with another toast. The day he learned about Chihiro, he shut away his internal panic with all his might. He held back tears that he didn't know what they were about. Tears that could flow if he let up for a single moment. He faked his excitement, disguising his unstable mind through sheer force of momentum. Now he recalled the words he shouted out back on that night. And now he understood the tears that almost got the better of him. And so GF Bunko's October release date was today, a day that should have marked another chapter in his new and glorious advance, a day to remember. And now, helplessly looking at the still blank page, Itsuki could feel his soul leaving him as he spoke out loud. "I'm glad to have a sister, ... What a goddamn lie." How to fix up an author with writer's block. "I'm glad to have a sister, ... What a goddamn lie." Huh? It got delayed. It was mid-October when GF Bunko's new releases were due out. The day came and went without the latest volume of All About My Little Sister, Itsuki Hashima's rom-com series that just had a successful anime. And Chihiro didn't learn about the delay until she went to the bookstore by the rail station to purchase it on the way to her brother's apartment. She didn't see Volume 7 of All About among the month's GF Bunko releases, and it didn't appear sold out or anything. A little perplexed, she checked GF's release schedule on her smartphone and came across the delay announcement. Volume 7 of All About My Little Sister, originally scheduled for publication in October, has been delayed due to production issues. GF Bunko apologizes to all the readers eagerly awaiting the next volume and will update the release list once a new date has been decided. This notice had been published on the website a good month ago, but Chihiro didn't make a habit out of checking it, and Itsuki hadn't been acting unusually, so she hadn't noticed until today. The fact that the site still essentially said "we'll let you know" instead of "it'll be out next month" or something unnerved her. Did that mean they still had no idea when it might be released? Did Hoshimo, the illustrator, Have an illness or something? Or Chihiro promptly left the bookstore and marched right over to Itsuki's apartment. Hey, Chihiro. Itsuki greeted Chihiro at the door to his place. Nothing about him seemed any different from usual. Oh, hey. Chihiro stepped inside, still perplexed. Part of her remained hesitant about the whole thing, but she decided to take the plunge regardless. So I saw that Volume 7 of All About got delayed, but what happened? Itsuki's shoulders twitched. He said, suspiciously carefree. I just kinda let the deadline go by, is all. That's all? You sound so casual about it. Yeah, well, sometimes these things happen, so. Itsuki gave his sister a broad grin. But you've never had one of your book launches delayed like this before, have you? Oh, sure I have. Like, if I'm not making any progress on a book, sometimes they'll rearrange the schedule for me. It's happened lots of times. Right, but that's before there was any official release date, right? Because I don't think you ever delayed the book after the release date was announced. Why? You sure know a lot about that. Itsuki scowled awkwardly at Chihiro's observation. But, you know, between my anime work and the con in Taiwan, I've been really busy. I couldn't really help it this time. Yeah, I guess that other work might have kept you busy, but it didn't add up in Chihiro's mind. Despite everything else, Itsuki did act like a professional. He was a writer who'd never want to disappoint his expectant readers. Now he was saying, in essence, my book got delayed cause I was busy. And he didn't even seem to care. It just seemed out of character. So when's Volume 7 coming out? Next month. Itsuki hummed and hawed a bit. Well, pretty soon. I think. Does that mean you've got 80% or so of it written? Chihiro wasn't letting Itsuki talk his way out of this. Oh, of course. Like, the writing's going so smoothly, it's almost like I haven't been able to write it at all. Huh? What's that mean? Don't worry about it. Listen, I've been trying to work a whole lot today, so I'm starving. Go ahead and make something for me. Okay. Thoroughly steamrolled, Chihiro began preparing dinner. And even as they ate together, she couldn't get anything out of Itsuki about the novel. It was 8 in the evening. After she did the post-dinner washing up, Chihiro left Itsuki's place and made the 5-minute walk to Gift Publishing. Taking the elevator up to the 5th floor, she took out her phone and called Kenjiro Toki's office line. Hello? Oh hi, Mr. Toki. This is Chihiro Hashima. Toki's voice immediately jumped a notch. Good evening, Chihiro. What's up? Sorry to call out of nowhere. I just wanted to ask you something. Well, can you wait a moment? Sure. After a couple of minutes, Toki emerged from behind the editorial office door. He took Chihiro to a small meeting room, and the two sat at the table, facing each other. So if you wanted to ask me something. I'm guessing it's about Itsuki. The pace of Toki's speech seemed oddly slow to Chihiro as she nodded back. That's right. I learned his new book got delayed, so I asked him about it. But he kept dodging the question. Is he doing all right? Toki greeted the question with silence for a few moments. From what I understand. He's barely written anything for Volume 7 yet. So, frankly, I can't really say he's all right. I knew it. Chihiro's face clouded over as she stared at Toki for a second. Sometimes, you know, things like this happen. Like a writer hitting a mental block after he scores an anime adaptation. It's actually not that rare. Really? Why is that? Well, sometimes all the work and stress tires them out, body and soul. Sometimes the sudden change in work environment throws them out of whack. Sometimes having that financial windfall causes them to lose their motivation. It really depends on the author. In Itsuki's case, I think it's just the rebound from giving everything he had to the anime. He's suffering symptoms of burnout. In other words, as Toki explained it, Itsuki's slump was something commonly seen in authors who'd made the plunge into anime, and he was careful to not imply it had anything to do with the discovery of Chihiro's true identity as a little sister. Burnout, huh? And it's not that rare a thing? Not at all. Toki nodded. Chihiro looked relieved for a moment. She was beginning to draw the conclusion that Itsuki's issues weren't her fault after all. But is my brother all right?" she nervously asked. "Well, I believe he'll recover after a little rest. Anyway, I'm gonna do what I can as his editor, too, so I don't think you need to worry." He tried to sound as upbeat and encouraging as he could, but that only made Chihiro more concerned. Still, she didn't press. "I see. Well, Mr. Toki, I hope you'll do what you can for him." "Absolutely." "Okay, well, I gave an answer, but now what?" Toki couldn't help asking himself after taking Chihiro back to the elevator. Authors do often lose their groove after an anime project wraps up. That much was the unvarnished truth. But there was no single foolproof approach an editor could take to deal with such a writer. If there was, no hit series would go unfinished, and no novelist would fall off the map. When he pinged his boss Godo and the rest of editorial, he got a variety of feedback in response. Just leave him be for a bit. No emails, nothing. Take him out drinking or to a club for a change of pace. Send him some good books or Blu-rays for inspiration. Talk about next year's tax bill with him to scare him straight. Fake some fan mail, and so forth. But although each of these approaches had worked with at least one author in the past, there was no palpable effect with others. And those writers subsequently faded from existence. Besides, Itsuki was a seriously special case. What do you do with a weirdo who wrote about nothing but strong, eye-catching little sisters, and the moment he finds out he's got one of his own, he can't write anymore? That's never happened in the industry before, Toki was sure, and it wasn't like Itsuki personally told him that all the Chihiro stuff was the cause. Maybe it really was just the classic sophomore slump after his first anime adaptation. But given the situation, and given what he knew about what made Itsuki tick, Toki's instincts were telling him it was something else, and he didn't think he was wrong. He had chosen to trust Itsuki when he said, "I promise I'll get a Volume 7 written up for you, so don't any of you worry about a thing." But there was no sign of a return to form. At this rate, it wasn't just the All About series in danger, it might be the end of Itsuki Hashima, writer, for good. As his editor, Toki needed to do something about this, but he had no idea what. Then, Mr. Toki, as he stood there, pondering this, he was greeted by Mako Shirakawa, the office's part-time assistant. Shirakawa. "Done for the day?" She said with a nod. "That was Kai who just showed up, wasn't it?" "Yeah." "She asked me about the All About delay." As part of the editorial staff, Mako naturally knew of All About Volume 7's delay and murky fate. Toki had given her the same explanation he'd given Chihiro just now. Mako had brought it up with Itsuki, but he'd just said he was not quite running on all cylinders right now and changed the subject. Itsuki's writing issues probably don't have much to do with being tired of work or burned out, do they? Probably not. Toki shook his head. No need to hide anything with Mako. Then he took on a more joking tone. Do you have any good ideas, Miss Future Star Editor?" Starting next year, Mako was set to join Branch Hill, a new publishing startup. Toki was disappointed she didn't join Gift Publishing, but nonetheless he was sure she'd become an asset to her firm. I haven't been assigned to editorial yet, you know." Mako blushed a bit, then took a moment to think. Maybe he could go on a trip to clear his mind a bit. Going to Taiwan didn't help him at all, Toki replied with a chuckle. "But attending a convention is kinda part of his job, I suppose." Maybe he could use a chance to completely forget about his work while traveling. "All right. In that case, I'll talk to Nayu and suggest she invite him somewhere." "If you could." "Thanks." Mako thought a bit more. Also maybe he could change his work environment." "You mean outside of his home?" "Right. Don't a lot of writers say they can focus better if they're writing at a diner or cafe or something?" Toki shook his head at Mako. "I guess he's already explored the truth." "Oh yeah, he had tried a lot of things," Toki heard, "and nothing worked." "The diner. the cafe, a private karaoke room, in a train, on a park bench, at a cheap hotel room. Itsuki's environment certainly was the problem, but I don't think Itsuki's writing environment is the issue. It's more his family environment. Yeah, and you can't change that too easily. Mako frowned. In that case, why don't you have him write something besides All About? Well, apparently he tried making some progress on sisterly combat instead, but that was a no-go, too. Oh, no, I meant like a totally new series. What about that? Toki raised a skeptical eyebrow. Like, a long time ago. Didn't Itsuki want to try writing something where the heroine wasn't a little sister? Oh, you're right. As Toki recalled, the topic came up nearly 2 years ago. Itsuki was frustrated by the slow sales for his work, and Toki had suggested he try something without a sister trope front and center. The result, titled Crimson Jaeger's Tent, made it up to the plot outline before the little sister in the cast, formerly a secondary character, turned into this huge monster, and the protagonist became a perverted F.K. who relished eating her lingerie, and so on. It was promptly shelved. If he can't write little sister genre stuff because Kai turned out to be a girl, then maybe he can write something non-sister now, huh? Mako said. It was a revelation. You're right. That might just be the case. The first volume after the anime, arguably the most important one for any light novel series, was on hold, but it never occurred to Toki nor Itsuki to veer off into something else, not sisterly combat, which they had worked on in parallel for a while, but a completely new piece of some sort. Toki was sure all about readers, to say nothing of the anime and publication staff, would scream at him, "Is this really the time?" But that didn't matter. Right now the very existence of Itsuki Hashima, writer, was in mortal danger. Maybe what he needed now, more than anything, was to regain the ability to write a novel, any novel. Thanks, Miss Shirakawa. I'll suggest that to him right away. Oh, okay. I hope it works out. Once Mako got in the elevator, Toki hurriedly took out his phone and called up Itsuki. The novelist was a little sister-obsessed FK. It was the year 794 in Godstar Reckoning, the 19th day of the month of Kelnones. The ruined beast of Varandian Empire force of 32,000, led by General Valmadath, known as the Dark Protector, was situated on the Great Slope, facing off against the 22,000 Granvira Republic troops commanded by Thunder God Fang Vaxido. After several days spent staring one another down, it was ultimately Granvira's 4th Division, led by the brave General Dark Lightning Honda, Temp. We'll think of name later, that triggered the battle. Our enemy may outrank us, but if we fight our own battle, I think we have a chance at victory. Ignoring Commander Vaxido's plan to focus on defense until reinforcements arrived from neighboring lands, Honda led his own force in the attack on the 24th day, launching a surprise ambush on the Varandian force in a 3-2-5 attack formation. Yakusashian. Move up. Honda's trusted friends, Commander A, we'll think of a name later, leading the 2nd Division, and Commander B, named TK, of the 5th, followed soon after him. The attack temporarily threw the Varandian Empire into chaos, but Imperial Staff Officer Yasushi, Temp name, promptly put an end to the confusion, fighting off the Granvirian advance with well-ordered precision. Following a pitched skirmish, the momentum of the battle teetered toward the Empire and its superior numbers, but morale remained high among the Granvirians, soldiers and officers alike rousing one another as they struggled to fight their own war. Keep your voices high. And your morale. Other side, other side. The other side of the V formation is open. It's open. The right wing's open. Clear, clear. Nice trap. Lure tiger off its mountain lair. Stay onside. The fight extended on for several hours. While Vaxido stood by at first, no need to rescue those who defied orders, he'd said, he finally decided to deploy the supporter, the so-called 12th Division of the force, into the fray. change this a bit if too close to copyrighted lyrics. The oratorio provided by the supporters rocketed the morale of the Granvarians to yet unseen heights, their soldiers turning into azure samurai with the strength of 1,000. Soon, they laid waste to the Varangian Empire's force. "Those guys are crazy," General Valmadath kept repeating to himself as he fled back to his home nation. Thus the decisive battle at the Great Slope ended with the Republic of Granvara victorious, and General Honda, the leader who had engineered this grand feat, was heralded by the people as the savior of his nation. But this merely set the stage for a new conflict looming on the horizon. One late October day in Itsuki's apartment, Kenjiro Toki placed the printout on the Lokotatsu table and groaned ominously. Facing him, Itsuki frowned and gauged his expression. 10 days ago, after hearing Mako's bright idea, Toki immediately called Itsuki and said, "Anything is fine, so just write something that's not a little sister novel." Itsuki wasn't too enthusiastic about this. "I don't have the time to write something new, and all about Volume 7 is on hold," but later reconsidered, figuring it better to write something instead of nothing. He didn't have the time or the means to write a full project proposal or plotline, so he reused a fantasy battle plot pitch that had been shelved around the same time as Crimson Jager's tent. He had gotten started on the novel before, but it had been nearly 4 months since he discovered that his brother was actually his sister, and he hadn't written a thing in that time. His very ability to piece sentences together had atrophied, or at least it felt that way. It took him 10 whole days, in fact, to write the 20-ish pages that composed the prologue. And as for the content, how should I put this? It's certainly unique. Normally Toki would immediately dash Itsuki's hopes with a verbal rejection, but given the slump his writer was in, he chose his words rather carefully. I turned on the TV and there happened to be a soccer game on, so Itsuki made the awkward admission, knowing how dumb it sounded as he said it, that, apparently, was the reason the battle description veered into Premier League territory. But that wasn't the only strange part about the sample. When one night dueled another, it took the form of a boxing match for some reason, and the scene where the protagonist's father, Johann, fell in love with his mother, Rosaria, was taken straight from a recent TV drama. At one point, Rosaria, a Euro-style fantasy world noblewoman, even called Johann, a muscly knight captain, Hiramaza by accident. In 20 short pages, there was so much to riff on, and judging by how clearly inspired the text was by whatever Itsuki had on TV, one could see how much he must have suffered as he strayed way off course from his intentions. This was still better than his previous failure to write down a single word. But one could hardly call it a return to professional form. Toki hadn't meant to sigh, but Itsuki grimaced and hung his head. "Oh, no," Toki said, trying to make up for it with too bright cheeriness. But, hey, at least you can write novels again. And this is just fine for now. So let's keep this going until you find your voice again, okay? Right, yeah." Itsuki nodded, smiling weakly. Toki saw fit to give him another boost. "I know. Now that we're making some real forward progress, how about I take you to a sex shop? Nothing like a quickie to get your blood pumping again." "I already got enough of that, thanks," Itsuki replied flatly. Don't be that way. Here, I'll introduce you to the best girl I know. She's the one who got Hoshimo all fixed up when the anime project leak crushed him." "Oh, hell no. I don't wanna share a prostitute with Hoshimo," Itsuki shouted despite himself. "Well," replied Toki, hiding his internal anxieties with a smile, "if you ever wanna make the connection, just let me know." The Kamigura trip. It was now early November, and at the strong urging of his lover, Nayuta Kani, Itsuki decided to go on a trip with her. In fact, they hadn't been somewhere together in some time. Their journey began in Shibuya Station, where they took a transfer to the Shonan Shinjuku line. Their destination was Kamigura, the medieval capital of Japan and a popular tourist site, although to them, Anything an easy train ride away would have been fine. Over the past 2 months, Itsuki had made zero progress on All About and had been taking Nayuta out less often than usual, so it really had been a while since their last journey with an overnight stay. He was now growing able, if barely, to write novels again, but he was still far away from returning to form, and frankly, going on vacation right now made him feel incredibly awkward. Still, Toki had given it his stamp of approval. "I'm sure you need a chance to enjoy life and forget about work sometimes," he'd said, and most of all, Itsuki didn't want to neglect Nayuta just because his job wasn't going well. So he resolved to take Toki's advice and forget about work during this trip as the train jostled him round. "Nah haha, it's our first overnight trip in forever, isn't it?" Nayuta was acting all bashful on the seat next to him, leaning her head against his arm. "It sure is. Last time was Hakone back in February, wasn't it?" "That's right." "Well, we've both been pretty busy, so." Itsuki had been occupied with All About related work. Nayuta, meanwhile, was being pulled in all directions, writing a bonus novel for moviegoers who'd bought a ticket to the Silvery Landscape anime movie, due out later this month, working on the next Landscape volume, joining script meetings for the second live-action film, and on and on and on. They could make time to mess around at Itsuki's apartment or go out to eat or shop, but it had been tough to find 24 straight hours for just the two of them. "But you had the time to go visit a foreign country with a bunch of girls." "PHBBT." Itsuki burst out at the whispered accusation. I went to Taiwan for work." "It was totally a business trip, start to finish." "Oh yeah?" Nayuta showed her frazzled boyfriend her phone. "Looks like a lot of monkey business to me." The screen depicted Itsuki with his arms wrapped around Kaiko and a female cosplayer. This was from his autograph session in Taiwan. The pic had spread across Japan after being posted on Chinese-language media sites, which was how Nayuta found out about it. I told you a million times, I was just wound up." It was a really exciting panel. Itsuki's face reddened as he defended himself. Nayuta had cornered him with this photo the moment he'd returned from Taiwan. She forgave him eventually, but still reserved the right to bring it up again when she felt like it. "Nah haha, I know, Itsuki," she said, laughing and enjoying herself. Then her voice took a sweeter tone. "Let's do a lot of making out today, okay?" After an hour on the train, they were at Kamigura Station. "Phew, I haven't visited Kamigura in a while." Nayuta stretched after they exited the turnstile. "You've been here before?" "My class took a trip here once in grade school." "Oh yeah, you grew up in Kanagawa Prefecture, didn't you?" "I did. My parents actually live a lot closer to Kamigura than your apartment, Itsuki." "Oh really?" Nayuta now lived in a larger apartment near Itsuki, but even before she'd started living in that hotel room in March of last year, she had been visiting Itsuki's place several times a week. "Wow, thanks for doing all that travel for me." No, it wasn't hard at all. Not when I thought about how you'd be waiting at the end." "I wasn't exactly waiting for you," Itsuki flatly replied, hiding his embarrassment as Nayuta bashfully looked at him. "I'm hungry, by the way. Do you want to have something?" she asked. Sure." Yeah. It was 11 in the morning, and they hadn't decided on what to do for lunch yet, so they opted to buy some local sausage and shonen beer to go from a nearby shop and enjoy it on a bench in the square around Kamigura's clock tower. Itsuki went with an herb-infused sausage and an alt beer, a brown, fragrant ale, while Nayuta chose a curry-flavored wurst and a darker beer. Every bite of the fat sausage brought with it the flavor of aromatic herbs and a helping of dense, rich juices. To say the least, it went great with the beer. "Ugh, this is way too good." Itsuki, this curry sausage is really good, too." "Yeah, that's currywurst, right? I had one with Haruto at this German beer hall he took me to." The appetizing aroma of curry wafted up from Nayuta's hands. Now Itsuki wanted another one. "Would you like some?" Nayuta held out the sausage. "You sure?" "Then by all means." Itsuki took a bite with no restraint. "Let me have some of yours, too." "Okay." Itsuki did the same, holding up his sausage for Nayuta to chew on. MMPH. Hey, your sausage is so yummy, Itsuki. Even better than your real one. Nayuta basked in the utter hilarity of this joke as she gulped down her dark beer. Nothing like a good beer in the daytime, huh? You said it, but don't make it a habit, alright? She quaffed her beer with gusto, a remarkable feat for someone who had only been legally able to drink for 4 months. It made Itsuki chuckle. "So," she said as she tossed her beer cup and the sausage wrapper in the garbage, "what now, Itsuki?" What now indeed? As per his usual custom when traveling, Itsuki hadn't made any particular plans for today. Their hotel was about a 10-minute walk from Kamigura Station, but it was too early to check in. "Well, wanna check out the Great Buddha?" "All right." Itsuki suggested the most famous site in Kamigura, not really thinking any more in depth than that, and Nayuta casually agreed. Taking the local Inodent Rain Line, the pair soon arrived at Heise Station. From there they walked to Kotoku-in Temple, home to the Great Buddha of Kamigura, stopping by souvenir shops and the like along the way. One business they passed by had a sign reading "Make Your OWN Pottery." Peering through the glass door, they saw a man seated there, around 30 years of age and wearing a Samu outfit, the type monks put on when they were engaged in physical labor. A schedule printed by the entrance noted that a session with an electric potter's wheel was set to begin at noon. A potter's wheel, huh? For Itsuki, the phrase potter's wheel reminded him of a well-known Japanese meme that pointed out how business leaders and IT entrepreneurs tend to make the same pose in PR and press photos, hands out, slightly cradled, trying to look intelligent but positioned like they're molding a clay pot. "Wanna try spinning that thing, Itsuki?" Nayuta offered. "Yeah, it'd be neat to find out what it's like to run a startup." Itsuki nodded and opened the door. They asked the would-be monk if they could join the noon session, and the man said it was perfectly alright. There weren't any other reservations, so Itsuki and Nayuta immediately put on aprons to begin a private ceramic session. Their teacher in the Samu prepared some clay to mold. "Do you have something in particular you'd be interested in crafting?" he asked. Itsuki thought for a moment. How about a beer mug?" "That sounds good for me, too," echoed Nayuta. "All right," nodded the teacher. So the two of them sat at their respective wheels, learning how to use them. It ran using a pedal at their feet. Push it all the way down to spin it fast, ease up a bit for a slower speed. "All right." "Whoa? Stepping on it way too hard." Itsuki marveled at how fast the wheel went. "Try not to push the pedal all the way down, alright?" "Oh okay." Once they learned the controls, the teacher pulled out enough clay to make the mugs, directing Itsuki and Nayuta as they worked their hunks of clay into cylinders. The stuff was tough to mold into much of any shape unless you put real muscle into it, making for some hard labor, but the slippery clay felt surprisingly satisfying to work with, making the process itself kind of fun for them. Itsuki had figured it was like playing in the mud or modeling clay for kindergarten arts and crafts, but this was totally different. After nailing down the basic shape, they stuck their fingers into the middle to create the hollow part of the mug, grabbing the edge of the clay with their thumbs and first 2 fingers on each hand, then starting up the wheel, opened up a hole in remarkably quick time as the cylinder became a longer, taller tube. Instead of putting the whole of your palms into it, like that stereotypical startup's CEO photo, it was more important to use your fingertips to slowly stretch out the clay. This is going more and more diagonal. Both Itsuki and Nayuta had no problem lengthening their clay mugs out at first. Over time, however, the shape of the hollow began to warp, the mouth opened up way too much, and their tubes took on a notable diagonal. "It gets those distortions if you don't keep your posture perfectly straight," the teacher pointed out. They both quickly tried to fix their posture, but things still weren't working out as planned. A bit more time, and their mugs were now distorted beyond what they could repair themselves, requiring the teacher to step in. Reflecting on their original failure, the two of them tried their hands at a beer mug once more, only to run into the same problem. Only after take 3 did they successfully craft something that could feasibly be called a beer mug, despite its off-kilter balance and the occasional sagging edge. Their time expired soon after that, so they washed their hands and took her off their aprons. They look more like flower vases than beer mugs, Itsuki said as he eyed his work on the table. Nayuta had been similarly humbled. I think this is a really unique work of art. Or maybe not. But either way, I look forward to using them. These molded mugs would then be dried and fired by the business before arriving in the mail after about a month. Well, making a tall vessel can be pretty tough, so you did a pretty good job for your first time. As the teacher offered some encouragement, Itsuki looked around the classroom. All kinds of pottery were up on the shelves: teacups, pots, rice bowls, dishes, flower pots, thin vases. He had no idea what made for good porcelain, but they all looked pricey enough to him. "Did you make all of this pottery, sir?" he asked. The instructor nodded. "For the most part, yes." "Wow, that's amazing." Maybe he was born into an illustrious family of potters or something, honing his craft over years and years of training. "How long have you been working with ceramics?" ventured Nayuta. Around 5 years." "That's not very long." Itsuki couldn't help but blurt out the first thing that came to mind. The teacher chuckled at him. "Well, I quit my job at the office and went to a ceramics school. After I graduated, I worked for another potter for 2 years, and then I opened this classroom 2 years ago." So much for the illustrious family of potters theory. "What inspired you to get into ceramics?" Itsuki casually asked. "Well," the teacher replied, looking off into the distance, "I think most people who leave the daily grind to pursue this world are looking to find solace in the earth, so to speak." Ha ha ha. This unexpected glimpse into darkness made it impossible for Itsuki and Nayuta to ask him anything else. "That got kinda grim in the end, but making pottery's fun, isn't it?" Nayuta smiled cheerfully at Itsuki as they strode out of the classroom and toward Kotokuin. "Yeah," he said with a nod. "I kind of get what he meant by finding solace in the earth. Maybe I should go to ceramics school, too." Itsuki. She looked up at him, anxious at his unexpectedly serious tone of voice. "Kidding, I'm kidding." He hurriedly added. "Oh yeah, no doubt," Nayuta said, smiling despite her lingering anxiety. Then Itsuki noticed another shop. It seemed like just another souvenir store, with a big sign reading Sankaido's Kamigura Souvenirs on top of the door, but the inventory arranged up front included Japanese swords, shuriken, kunai and other weapons, sandogaza straw hats, traditional hand towels, and stickers with the character for samurai on them. "Is Kamigura known for samurai stuff?" Itsuki asked. "I dunno," Nayuta answered dubiously. "But if it says Kamigura Souvenirs that big on the sign, I guess so. The shogunate used to be here and all." "True. I guess it wouldn't be unexpected, then, maybe?" It seemed convincing enough to the two of them as they went inside, only to find a surprising sight. Is this a samurai shop?" "It's more of a weapon shop." Nayuta was right. Weapon shop was the only way to put it. The selection didn't stop at katanas and shuriken, it included Western-style swords and lances, rapiers, twin-bladed axes, large shields, crossbows, maces and morning stars, cane swords, Indian cookery knives, guns. Weapons from every region and historical era occupied every inch of the walls and shelves. Not all of them were realistic, either. Some of the more irregular short swords and magic blades looked like fantasy props, used for taboo sorcerous rituals. They were replicas, of course, but the quality made them look real. It was like going into a weapon shop in a fantasy RPG. And considering Nayuta's gaming habits and Itsuki's attempts at writing a battle-centric novel, all the weapons on display made their eyes sparkle. Wow! They're selling Excalibur at the store. It's only 20,000 yen. Itsuki took a moment to seriously consider purchasing Excalibur at a Kamigura souvenir shop, but, Hey Itsuki, they have Zora's sword here. Nayuta came across one of the 3 katana carried by One Piece's Roronoa Zora, or a replica of one of the same type anyway, and clearly it had made her day. A lot of the inventory consisted of replicas from the world of fiction, actually, including Bleach's Zanpei Kuto, Rurouni Kenshin's Sakabut reverse blade sword and Mugenjin. Even a sword and dagger set from Conan the Barbarian. Replicas or not, seeing all these weapons from pop culture laid out like this would make anyone excited. One blade in particular caught Itsuki's interest. It's the Elucidator, the beloved sword used by the hero of Sword Art Online, a light novel series with worldwide popularity. Wow, that's so cool. For anyone writing in the genre of battle fantasy, it was always a dream to see the weapons you've invented modeled and crafted in their actual size. But that was a tough hill to climb. With Itsuki's All About My Little Sister anime turning into a modest success, they were moving along with merchandising like figures and cosplay goods, but nobody had approached them yet about recreating weapons from the series. Nayuta smiled warmly as Itsuki carefully examined every inch of the Elucidator. I'm sure the weapons from your books will line the shelves someday. The comment caused Itsuki's face to cloud over. I hope so, he forced himself to say, more as a self-rebuke than anything. After leaving the Sankaido souvenir store and seeing the Great Buddha statue, Itsuki and Nayuta went back the way they came. The Great Buddha was well, a pretty great Buddha. When I saw it in elementary school, it seemed so gigantic to me. But I guess it's not that big, huh? Yeah, well, that's how your memory works as a kid. Taking a late lunch at the Kamigura Pasta restaurant on the way back, they caught a train from Heise back to Kamigura Station, walked to their hotel, and checked in. It was a beachside hotel with a panoramic view of the ocean from the window. They hung out there for a while, kicked back in the hotel's large public bath, and ate at the restaurant by the lobby. At 6:30, the place was focused on prefix seafood courses, from fresh sashimi and carpaccio dishes to slightly offbeat picks like conga real lasagna and mackerel pie calogero. It was all great, and they followed it up with a gaming session, another dip in the bath, and then a toast with the local Kamigura beer and some seasoned scallops they bought at the shops earlier. Neither Itsuki nor Nayuta had brought any work tools with them today. They didn't even check their email on their phones, and after they were both a comfortable sort of inebriated, one or the other closed in for a kiss. And from there, a full-on make-out session. The next morning, after eating breakfast at the hotel, they checked out at 11 and took the Inoden to Enoshima Station. They enjoyed the Enoshima Aquarium here, taking in a raw sardine rice boil at a restaurant beforehand. This aquarium devoted a lot of its operation and displays to the jellyfish they kept, fine-tuning the lighting and tanks to make them look as beautiful as possible. It had sure been nice if I could just live like this, without thinking about anything, Itsuki muttered to himself as he watched the whimsical jellyfish shimmer in the large, bulb-shaped tank before him. Nayuta clutched at his hand in response. Kaneko. It's all right. She smiled softly at Itsuki. You're totally going to be all right, Itsuki. You think? Itsuki broke into a smile, although he looked about ready to cry. I sure do. Nayuta nodded, and I'll wait as long as it takes. So let's take our time, all right? Itsuki turned away from her, facing back toward the jellyfish tank. He grasped Nayuta's hand tightly. I'll do my best, he said, staring hard at the fluttering jellies. So wait for me, okay? Too many sisters. 2 days after the Kamigura trip, Haruto and Mako paid a visit to Itsuki's place while he and Chihiro were having dinner. Apparently, they had left the publisher's office at the same time. Here, something from Kamigura for you. Itsuki handed over a packet of pork jerky purchased at the Kamigura ham outlet. Ooh, thanks. I was wavering between this and Excalibur for you, he joked, but you're not quite worth the price. So, Excalibur? You mean the one on sale at Sankaido? You know it? Yeah, I've been there before. Like, I own it. So, You own Excalibur? You bought it from there? Yep. Really? Seeing all those weapons and gear on display had made Itsuki wonder who actually bought any of that stuff. Now there was a customer right in front of him. Stop looking at me like I'm a grade schooler who bought a wooden sword on a field trip. It's reference material for my books. Haruto's Chevalier of the Absolute World featured weapons called calibers that transformed into giant robots. Excalibur was the caliber the hero wielded. But isn't the Excalibur design from Chevalier totally different? Itsuki pointed out. Well, yeah, but, you know, having a real weapon on hand can help a lot. Like, actually holding a sword when you're working on a battle scene. So you swing a sword around at home, Fuwa? A curious Chihiro asked. Haruto's face reddened a bit. For work, yes. Yeah, added Itsuki. It's common for people to act out the scenes they're writing. Right. And you went fully nude when? Ah, never mind. Mako recalled the time she caught Itsuki naked in the bath, acting out a love confession scene involving his main heroine. It made her blush as well. Did you get anything for Mako? Haruto asked. Oh, nay, you already gave it to me. Thanks again for it. Kaiko liked hers a lot, too. Sure thing, said Itsuki. He had purchased a set of oil-absorbing facial sheets for Mako. For Kaiko, he purchased a fundashi, a traditional sort of Japanese loincloth, except this one was meant for women. Mako wondered how wise it was for a man to buy underwear for a woman he wasn't even dating, but Kaiko didn't care at all. It was another piece for her collection, and she was excited to have it. Chihiro, by the way, received some Enoshima aquarium stationery, as well as a full-size Kamabura ham for the family. Obakasa Matsu, who had been swapping kitchen duties with Chihiro as of late, received both of those as well, and the boundlessly cute Nadeshiko Kaisa received an equally cute plush otter. Finally, for the GF editorial office, Itsuki purchased a box of Kamabura Hanjetsu, half-moon-shaped crispy wafers with a sweet filling inside. I had no idea you were so conscientious about souvenir giving, said Haruto, half impressed and half surprised. Well, Itsuki replied half-heartedly, I've caused a lot of trouble for a lot of people, so, as she whipped up some sardine pasta for Haruto and Mako, Chihiro decided to heat up some thick-sliced Kamabura ham and sausage as well, lightly seasoning them with salt and pepper. They all toasted it over more Kamabura beer. Man, Chihiro, you are just such a good cook. Haruto's praise was delivered with his mouth partly full. Thank you very much, Chihiro replied with a bit of bashful fidgeting. Once they were done with the pasta, Chihiro collected their dishes. Okay, she said, I'll wrap up the washing real quick. Such a great little sister, Haruto whispered as he watched Chihiro walk away from the table. It made her blush again. You're right, Itsuki said, too softly for anyone to hear. And that's why. Oh, I got a present for you, too, Itsuki. Haruto took a small cardboard box from his bag. A present? Itsuki accepted the package. Inside was a box labeled Too Many Sisters, complete with an illustration featuring several girls. What's this? A game? Yeah, kind of a reskin of Too Many Cinderellas, I think. I already have the original game, so you can have this version. Too Many Cinderellas had been played in this apartment many times. In it, players become important townsfolk in the kingdom, trying to convince the somewhat dim-witted prince that the girl from their family is the real Cinderella. Featuring simple rules and fast play times, it's an approachable card game with surprisingly deep tactics. Wow, they actually put out something like this? It was a bonus included with this book I bought yesterday. Oh, pretty rare to include a whole game for the limited edition, Mako commented. A lot of them feature drama CDs or exclusive booklets, but games were almost unheard of. How many did they produce? And how much did each set cost them to make? For Mako, already deeply involved in editorial work at GF Bunko, it was a curious question. Wanna give it a play? She offered. Itsuki and Haruto agreed, so Itsuki promptly unboxed the contents. Inside was an instruction manual, 18 cards, and 9 cardboard chips. Here's the story, Itsuki read out. A popular novelist who hit it big with a Little Sister-themed book has unfortunately been involved in a traffic accident. He survived, luckily, but has lost part of his memory, and after reading his own novel, he's become convinced he has a beloved little sister of his own. Sadly, he has only the vaguest idea of what this sister looks like. "Well, yeah," noted Marco. "She doesn't exist in the first place." Several publishers are interested in signing this author to their label, so they each prepare their own little sister for him, in hopes of scoring his next novel. The players of this game are publishing agents, employing informants and providing information on their little sister to the novelist. The object is to convince him that the sister you're touting is the real one and get him to join your label. Silence dominated for a few moments after he read out the backstory. "There's certainly a lot to chew on, huh?" Haruto said with a chuckle. "Trying to headhunt a writer with amnesia. That's just cruel." Itsuki's face turned grim. "But if this novelist was Kaneko, for example, I bet they really would do anything to score her." "You have a point. I could totally imagine Mr. Godo doing something like that." The image of the Yakuza Alex Satoshi Godo in his mind was enough to convince Haruto. "The Ick's really a nicer man than he looks," Marco felt obliged to add with a chuckle. Itsuki skimmed through the rest of the manual. "So, yeah, apart from the backstory, and the characters and terms, it really is just a reskinned Cinderella." Too Many Sisters worked as follows. The game is played with 2 to 4 players. Each player is dealt 4 out of the 18 cards, each depicting a different person. These people are both little sister candidates and informants spreading rumors about who really is the novelist's sister. Every card includes data like age, Lily/teen/young/adult, favorite animal, dog/cat/rabbit, chest size, A cup/B cup/D cup, and their answer to the most important question in anyone's lives, shrimp or crab. The cards also include rumors, little snippets at the bottom with revealing information like the little sister doesn't have an A cup, the little sister isn't adult age, or the little sister is not a guy. The cards are ranked from 1 to 18. The smaller this number is, the easier it is to convince the novelist that the person on the card is his little sister. When a player's turn arrives, they place 1 card in their hand on the table. This becomes a rumor card, based on the snippet at the bottom of the card. In response, all players, including the one who dealt the card, simultaneously play either a yes or no chip, indicating whether they accept or disagree with the revealed rumor. Players can play a no chip only once per game. After it's played, it's placed on top of the card whose rumor they denied, and that rumor is knocked out of the game. Players go around the table twice, with each one playing 2 different rumors. After everybody's gone twice, the top card is drawn from the deck and played as a secret informant, adding 1 final rumor players can vote yes or no on. If either of each player's 2 remaining cards is a match for all the uncontested rumors on the table, they can play it as a little sister candidate. The player who plays the highest ranked candidate wins. In essence, the idea is to use your informants to shoot down the little sister candidates your opponents might try to play, while using your chips to cancel out any rumors going against your own candidates. Your ultimate mission is to create a stronger sister candidate than any other player. The instructions include a visual gallery of all the cards, which players can consult at any time. When the game is played by seasoned publishing agents, it becomes important for them to deduce which sister their opponents are setting up for victory, based on what rumors they spread and which they play a no chip for. Depending on your choice of tactics, you may even try to deceive your opponents by spreading a rumor that hurts your side or placing a no chip on a card you just played yourself. Alright, shall we get going? With a practiced hand, Haruto shuffled the cards, dealt out 4 each to himself, Itsuki, and Mako, then stacked the remaining 6 cards face down on the table. Scoping out their hands, all 3 players began to ponder their positions. Itsuki Hashima's hand, slender, beautiful swordswoman, A cup, young, shrimp, cats, rumor, The little sister doesn't like crab boy who put beach balls or something in his shirt. D-cup, teen, shrimp, gender, male. Rumor, the little sister's not adult age. Dark-haired beauty, B-cup, adult, shrimp, dogs. Rumor, the little sister's not lily age. Well-nourished servant lady, D-cup, adult, shrimp, cats. Rumor, the little sister's not an A-cup, not the strongest hand. Itsuki groaned to himself. The highest ranking card he had was number 5, the girl with the sword, and everything else was in the double digits. How was he ever going to convince anyone that a middle-aged housekeeper is the correct little sister? And, Itsuki noted, this lady looked a lot like Miss Mitahara, the woman who'd helped around the house back when he was a kid. He remembered her, and her daughter, Aiane Mitahara. The bittersweet middle school memory made him frown. Haruto Fuwa's hand. Fashionable college student, B-cup, young, crab, cats. Rumor, place a no chip on any rumor card played. Silver-haired priestess girl, D-cup, lily, shrimp, dogs. Rumor, remove a no chip placed on any rumor card played. Little girl in kimono, B-cup, lily, crab, rabbits. Rumor, the little sister doesn't like dogs. Creep with panties on her head, D-cup, young. Rumor, reverse the card ranking. This is gonna work great, isn't it? Haruto internally gloated, making sure nobody else noticed. Possessing cards number 2 and number 3 meant he had 2 powerful sister candidates, giving him a good advantage to start with, but card number 1 might be in someone else's hand, so it was too early to celebrate. Mako Shirakawa's hand. Silver-haired beauty, D-cup, teen, crab, rabbits. Rumor, the little sister doesn't like shrimp. High school student, B-cup, teen, shrimp, cats. Rumor, the little sister isn't card number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Young princess, A-cup, young, crab, dogs. Rumor, the little sister doesn't like rabbits. Little boy, A-cup, lily, shrimp, gender, male. Rumor, the little sister's not a D-cup. What am I gonna do with this? Mako almost brought a hand to her brow. Her strongest card was number 4, but the rest were no great shakes. A normal strategy would call for setting number 4 up as her little sister. Problem was, all 3 of her other cards knocked number 4 off the candidate list. She'd have to back number 4 while hoping someone applied no chips to her other plays, or hope the other players' top candidates knocked each other out and opened the way for number 8 or number 9 in her deck. Either approach, however, required a decent amount of luck to work. After a rock-paper-scissors round, Haruto was picked to go first, followed by Mako and Itsuki. Okay, let's start with this. Haruto played his weakest candidate, card number 18. The panties-on-head weirdo. The visuals on the card looked familiar, but no need to think too deeply about that. The rumor on that card called for reversing the ranks. In other words, the higher the card number, the stronger a candidate it was. Haruto picked it in an attempt to reveal who was holding card number 1. What was once the most powerful card in the deck had now become the weakest, and if you held number 1, you definitely wanted to banish that rumor. Meanwhile, he knew the card number 1 was an A-cup teen who likes shrimp and dogs, and his number 6 card took dog lovers out of the game. Players could only use a no chip once per game, so if the number 1 holder used theirs to knock out number 18, there's nothing they could do if Haruto played number 6 on turn 2. At the same time, if no player held number 1 and card number 18's rumor stayed in effect, he could just play number 2 next, place a no chip on number 18, and he'd be all set. Okay, let's see if this rumor passes or not. The 3 of them each held a chip in their closed hands, then opened them up all at once. Haruto, Itsuki, and Mako all carried yes chips, and so, for this game, the higher the number on the card, the stronger it was. Wait, do I have a chance now? Internally, Mako rejoiced. If the ranks were now reversed, then card number 15, the innocent little boy in her hand, suddenly became a powerful little sister candidate. Whether his gender precluded him from being a sister was a debate for another time. Okay, I'll play this. The little sister doesn't like rabbits. Mako took out card number 9. All 3 players showed yes chips in response, so the anti-bunny stance took effect. Luck's on my side. It looks like Mako, the rank reversals were a godsend for Itsuki. Number 18 was already played on the table, so if Haruto or Mako weren't carrying number 17, then number 16 in his hand was the strongest candidate in play. Number 17, by the way, was a grown man who reminded him of Kenjaro Tokyo a bit. The question of why he was a sister candidate was a debate for another time. He had an A cup, was adult in age, liked crab, and was male. Here. So Itsuki played number 5 as a rumor card. The girl isn't into crabs. If this rumor was accepted, that knocked off the crab-loving number 17 from the list. It passed without dissent. Wait. Whoa, I'm in trouble. It was Haruto's turn again, and he was deeply concerned. He was so focused on keeping the player holding number 1 from winning he totally missed the possibility that nobody held it at all, and, instead, that they held low-rank cards like number 15, number 16, or number 17. It had meant the tables were turned. If he held so many higher-rank cards, it was only natural that the worse ones went to other players. But he didn't think about that. I was watching out for number 1 too much. He'd been wary of number 1 and had the cards to fully shut it down. And that gave him tunnel vision. It was a punishing error of judgment, a rare one to see from Haruto. The college student on card number 2 looked kind of like Mako in his eyes, so maybe he was too focused on having her win. Oh, man. With some trepidation, Haruto played his sole remaining thread of hope, the number 2 card. This allowed him to place no chip on anything previously played on the table without giving up the no in his own possession, but that, of course, was contingent on the other players approving of the card. I'm going to say no to number 18 here. This panties-wearing weirdo had the wrong idea the whole time, I think. What? Didn't you play number 18? Fuwa? Itsuki and Mako couldn't hide their shock and surprise. Both had already committed to playing a low-ranked card as their little sister, and taking number 18 off the board would ruin those plans. And as expected, Itsuki and Mako both played no chips at the same time, knocking card number 2 out. Ooh, I sure messed that one up. It was Mako's second turn now, and she bitterly regretted playing that no chip. If she had known Itsuki was going to play his, she could have saved hers for now, but there was no turning back. She'd hers to switch gears and deal with it. If Itsuki played a no back there, that means he's trying to win with a low-ranked card too, doesn't it? Number 17 likes crab, so he can't use her anymore. So number 16, then. If Itsuki was building up card number 16 as his candidate, Mako had nothing to stop him with. Her number 4 card stated that the little sister didn't like shrimp, playing that would knock out number 16, but it'd also take her own number 15 and number 8, both shrimp fans, from working as candidates. Playing number 15, the little sister's not a D cup, would also eliminate number 16, but it'd leave Mako with nothing but number 8 as a candidate. If Itsuki or Haruto had card number 9 or better, she was out. After a great deal of anguish, Mako bet on Itsuki not holding number 16 and played the high schooler on number 8 as a rumor card. The rumor stated that cards number 1 through number 4 weren't the sister, only Haruto had no chip left to play, and he declined to. This one's mine. Now Itsuki felt sure of victory. If Mako played no chip on Haruto's last rumor, she must have been angling to win with a low-rank card as well. Right now, though, the most likely winner, the homely housekeeper on card number 16, was in his possession. Between that and Haruto apparently suiciding himself out of the game, his victory was now all but certain. A breezy expression on his face, Itsuki played number 12. The black-haired beauty. It dictated that the sister wasn't a loli. Haruto's remaining 2 cards were likely both lollies, so he was all but forced to play his no chip, but that didn't hurt Itsuki's standing one bit. Now they had gone around the table twice. All that remained was to draw a card from the deck to serve as the secret informant. Okay, time for the final informant. With a smile, Itsuki flipped the card and placed it on the table. It was a young girl with boyish looks, card number 1, normally the most powerful one of all, boasting a cup, teenage, shrimp, and dog stats. The rumor on it stated that the little sisters not number 16, number 17, or number 18, were at. Itsuki's voice ratcheted up to a scream as he read the card. His grandiose plan to make the housekeeper on number 16 his little sister was in tatters. Huh? Oh, no way. Nice. Meanwhile, Mako was overjoyed. With number 16 through number 18 out of the picture, that made her own number 15 the best candidate left on the board. HN and GH. I could have blocked that if I didn't just use my no card. Itsuki wailed in anguish as Haruto laughed. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's all play our little sister candidates, then. Putting all the rumors together, our sister is the card with the highest number that hates rabbits, hates crab, and isn't number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 16. Number 17, or number 18. They all revealed their choices. For Mako, it was number 15, the young boy. For Itsuki, it was number 11, the cross-dressing boy. Haruto had nothing to match those conditions, so he couldn't play any candidate. This boy, Mako crowed, is your real little sister. And with that, she successfully signed the forgetful novelist to her own publishing firm. I did, like, nothing to deserve this, but I win. Completely ridiculous. Mako basked in her victory, as Itsuki hung his head in shock. That was the scene Chihiro saw when she came back from washing the dishes. Ha ha. Too bad, Itsuki, she said. Yeah. Well, this happens. So Chihiro had kept an ear open to the game from the kitchen and tried to comfort her brother. All Itsuki could do was smile back. It was true. This happens. Sometimes, an unexpected fact comes out of nowhere and turns everything upside down. It can really happen. After a few more games of Too Many Sisters. With Chihiro joining the fray, the group called it a night, the other three leaving Itsuki alone in his apartment. Okay, I'm going this way. So good night, guys. Good night. Have a good one. Mako split off to return to the apartment she shared with Nayuta, leaving Haruto and Chihiro to walk the late-night streets by themselves. Hey, Fuwa? Chihiro said, voice unsteady. What? You know, my brother. Not being able to write novels right now. I'm probably the cause of that, aren't I? Haruto kept silent. Chihiro opted to go on. Toki told me that writers get burned out sometimes after their work gets adapted into anime. But I'm not sure it's that. Itsuki acted the same as always around Chihiro. But when he was facing his computer screen, he seemed frantic in a way. Struggling was the impression he gave. He didn't strike her as someone totally burned out, with zero desire to work at all. Haruto kept slowly walking along without a word. After some hesitation, he found his resolve and stopped. Honestly, I think your guess about Itsuki's slump is absolutely right. The words visibly startled Chihiro. She'd expected it, but having it so explicitly spelled out for her, she couldn't stop the ache of guilt and anxiety in her chest. I mean, it was super confusing for me, too, so I'm sure the shock had to be even greater for Itsuki. Well, is there anything I can do about it so he can start writing novels again? There was an urgent tone to Chihiro's question. Haruto returned it with a sigh and a troubled look. I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on in his mind, either. But you know, Chihiro. Yes, even if you are the cause, I think this is a problem Itsuki has to overcome through his own efforts. If Itsuki wants to keep living as a writer, or really, if he wants to be the hero, then a problem so inconsequential, so totally trivial as his stepbrother turning out to be his sister all along, is something he has to take in and deal with himself. The bluntness of Haruto's words shocked Chihiro. She was dissatisfied, eager to fire back. Somewhere in her mind, She unconsciously expected Haruto to give her just the right advice she needed. "That's unusually cold of you," she said, pouting at him. Haruto replied with a chuckle, then a mischievous grin. "Well, whether I look it or not, I believe in Itsuki Hashima as a novelist. I probably don't believe in anyone more, in fact, except for Nayu." Something in Haruto's eyes made Chihiro realize the kindness hidden within his words. And the fact Haruto was talking not just about Itsuki, but her as well. He'd use terms like inconsequential and totally trivial as a way of looking out for Chihiro. And when she realized that, her heart skipped a beat, making her cheeks burn red. What was that? Besides, Chihiro. Why yes? Chihiro's voice cracked at the sound of her name. Her chest was still beating hard. Haruto gave her an odd look. "Instead of just worrying about Itsuki, don't you think you should put yourself first for now, huh?" "Me?" she replied in a panic. "It's already November," he softly told her. "No matter how good your grades are, I really think you need to focus on your upcoming college exams." You know, I think if his sister failed to get in anywhere, Itsuki would feel responsible for it. "If there's anything you can do for your brother right now, I think it's getting into a university and putting his mind at ease." Haruto sounded like a grown-up talking to a child. Or maybe a brother talking to his little sister. It made Chihiro feel a little gloomy, but getting irritated, she decided, would just make her look like a child. "You're right. I want to focus on my exams for now," she said. She didn't consider too deeply about why she didn't want to look like a child. "Good. Hang in there." Haruto gave Chihiro a pat on the head, casually, cheerfully, something he might do to his own sister all the time. "Okay." The girl Chihiro had been holding back this whole time exploded. Fall from grace. One evening, the absolutely adorable Nadeshiko Kaiso paid a visit to Itsuki's apartment. "Good evening, big bro Itsuki." She made a polite little bow at the front door, and Itsuki beamed like a grandfather as he greeted her. "Great to see you, Nadeshiko." "Here, come on in." "Okay." Whenever Yoshihiro Kaiso, Nadeshiko's real grandfather, came to the editorial office for a meeting, he would regularly drop off Nadeshiko at Itsuki's apartment. "I have some oagai. Did you want one?" The question came from Obakasamatsu, a younger writer who had come to discuss her work with Itsuki. "Oagai. I love oagai." Nadeshiko's eyes shone as Oba smiled at her, took one from the fridge, and put it on a dish. Oba had made these sweet rice balls back at home. Hajii. Sitting in between Itsuki's legs, the little girl beamed at the world as she scarfed down the snack. "It's really good. Did you make it, big sis?" "I sure did." "Wow, you're super great." "Or, it's not that special." "No, I think it's really great," Itsuki said, praising the humble Oba. She would occasionally bring along other desserts, such as macarons and flan, and they were all pretty tasty. Apparently, she had developed the skill after cooking snacks for her siblings. "I need to keep up my sugar levels for intellectual work, you know, so yeah, this really helps." "It's an honor, big bro." Oba looked down bashfully, cheeks a bit red. After finishing the sweet treat, the three of them took up some board games. The lineup for today included Vivat Oppo, Ink and Gold, and Deep Sea Adventure, all party-oriented games with a fairly strong luck element. Itsuki picked these not because they could give a child a chance to win with a little luck, but because Nadeshiko was so good at the skill-centric games he and Oba just couldn't beat her. They were probably the right picks to make, because all their games were competitive and all three had a blast. Phew. That was fun. Coming down from their last match, Nadeshiko noticed a stack of paper next to the kotatsu. "What's that?" "Oh," Oba replied, "that's the manuscript for my novel. The Unfortunate Siblings Student Council War was the name of the new series Obakasamatsu had devised with Itsuki's advice. The first volume came out back in September, to pretty good reviews. This was quite different from the strongly arty, literary tone she had taken with her debut novel, an approach he clearly took from Nayuta Kani. It was much more comical in nature, featuring strong, unique characters getting up to all kinds of antics. The story was led by a set of brother and sister twins who were striving to become the next student council president after the previous one suddenly disappeared from the academy. The text covered them and their supporters preparing for the upcoming election, or war, really, along with how they overcame their troubles and gradually built up support for themselves. The setting may have been vastly different from her debut work, but the realistic psychology behind the characterization and the clever story structure, both hallmarks of her last book, were still there, making it a remarkably solid package for only her second work. Thanks to Oba's acknowledgement in the afterword, Itsuki Hashimas gave me a great deal of support for the writing of this book. Thanks, Big Bro. Some people online assumed All About had been delayed because Itsuki fell for a real-life teen and lent a hand with her novel instead, but that was only a very small contingent of fans. For now, anyway. Itsuki was continuing to offer her advice for Volume 2, and the stack of paper by the table was her rough draft. That's your novel, Big Sis Oba? Nadeshiko's eyes shone. Is it more of the unfortunate siblings' student council war? Oba gasped a bit. Did you read it, Nadeshiko? Yeah, it was really neat. Oba smiled shyly at Nadeshiko's cheerful reply. He. Thanks, Nadeshiko, she said as she tousled her hair. Nadeshiko giggled at the ticklish feeling. Oh, do you want some more oargai, or maybe some calpico to drink? Calpico. I want some of that. All right. I'll mix it up really thick for you, okay? You're starting to act like a grandma, Itsuki pointed out with a grin. Oba blushed. Oh, come on, Big Bro. You act like such a grandpa around Nadeshiko all the time. Well, what do you want? He fired back. It's Nadeshiko's fault for being such a perfect angel. You're exactly right, Oba replied, nodding briskly. Nadeshiko looked longingly at the manuscript as she enjoyed her drink. When I'm in the 6th grade, I wanna be head of the Children's Council. The Children's Council? That's what they call the Student Council in elementary school, right? The term gave Itsuki a shot of nostalgia. Well, that's really good of you, Nadeshiko, wanting to lead something like that. As a grade schooler, Itsuki was too introverted to even think about taking a leadership role. You're in the 4th grade now, right? Oba asked. Came the proud reply. I'm on the library committee. Wow. What kind of things do you do? Oh, I help the librarian. I organize the shelves and stuff. I write about new books in our newsletter, too. Sounds like you're working really hard, Nadeshiko. He. You know, I wrote about one of your books earlier. Big Bro Itsuki. Itsuki's face tensed up. All of his published work was about guys falling deeply, passionately in love with their flesh and blood younger sisters, and while the amount of erotic content varied from series to series, usually revolving around fully naked girls, it tended to be a running theme. Itsuki believed a child's choices in reading material should be respected, and unless you were their parents or teachers, it's not really something you should comment upon. But even so, he didn't want this cute little girl he knew to be reading some of his pornier work. It was a complex issue for any creative type to tussle with. Especially right now, when Itsuki was struggling to respect his own work. And Nadeshiko. Are you reading my books? I think your books are really neat, Big Bro. Oh. You do. Even now, when he had lost his love for his series, Itsuki still got a rush from someone praising his stuff. And I really want to read what you write next. Now Itsuki's face was wholly frozen. Oba, who knew about Itsuki's slump as well, seemed just as conflicted. But Nadeshiko kept blithely talking, eyes agleam. I'm so excited to find out what happens next. Is the service club going to be alright? Is Hakuma never going to find his something real? Itsuki's eyebrows arched down. This wasn't terminology from his novels. Oba had a question mark above her head, too. Nadeshiko. Which were you talking about? Something real? I'm talking about your books, Big Bro. Which books of mine? Or, quit picking on me, Big bro. I'm talking about my youth. Romantic comedy is wrong, as I expected, of course. Question mark. Itsuki yelped as he finally pieced the puzzle together, while Oba was still lost. It was about half a year ago when Nadeshiko first came to Itsuki's place. She'd asked him what kind of books he wrote, and he was reluctant to show her a bunch of books with harder illustrations in them. Out of desperation, he pulled a copy of Ayakashigatari off the shelf and said, "I wrote this." He even lied and said his pen name was Wataru Watari, the actual author. They hadn't talked at all about novels since then, so he'd completely forgotten about it. But since it had never come up, he never had a chance to correct her, either. Now she was absolutely convinced Itsuki Hashima was Wataru Watari. Am I ever gonna get this fixed? If Itsuki's life was actually just a novel, it was written by a complete bastard, no doubt. He began to visibly shake, sweat running down his face, as Nadeshiko stared blankly at him with her pure, innocent eyes. He couldn't stand the thought of deceiving such a tender young girl any longer. "Our daughter, Nadeshiko. Listen, I need to tell you something really important, okay?" "Yeah?" Itsuki fell silent, still wincing, before he gingerly began his reply. To tell the truth, I'm not Wataru Watari." Nadeshiko raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that, big bro?" Oba asked, similarly puzzled. "My pen name is actually Itsuki Hashima. It's the same as my real one. I write titles like All About My Little Sister and Sisterly Combat for a publisher called GF Bunko." The blank stare remained on her face. She still didn't seem to understand. Her eyes widened. "You're joking with me, aren't you?" "I'm not. I'm telling you the truth." "What?" "But you said your pen name was Wataru Watari." "Big bro." "I'm sorry. I lied." "No way." "Yes way. I didn't write quality dear. I didn't write girlish number. I didn't write anything cool like that. I'm not Wataru Watari." Nadeshiko seemed lost, in a state of total disbelief. She turned away from Itsuki to Oba. He's right," she told her, still not much attuned to what was going on. "Our big bro definitely writes under the name Itsuki Hashima." Nadeshiko, finally realizing Oba was telling her the truth, slowly turned her face back toward Itsuki, like an old door creaking open. You lied? You weren't Wataru Watari?" "No." With this final confirmation, Nadeshiko slumped down on her seat. Hey, Nadeshiko." Itsuki called for her, concerned, but she kept her head down, muttering, "I can't believe anything anymore. All you grown-ups keep lying to me. Youth is all a lie. It's evil." And Nadeshiko, Oba half shrieked, attempting to cheer her up. I don't have any idea why you thought our big bro was Wataru Watari, but let me tell you, Itsuki's works are just as wonderful as Wataru's. He's something real, too." The girl turned her clouded eyes to Oba. "I told my friends and the rest of the library committee that these books were written by a man I know." Oba's eyes darted away. She felt too awkward to keep them straight. "And now I lied to them." It's all right. It's not your fault. You were just tricked, is all. It's all my fault. And I'll do anything to set the record straight with your friends." "Oh, I know." "Why don't I arrange a meeting between you and Wataru Watari? Then you won't be lying when you say you know him." "I've never met him either, but I think I can tap some connections." Itsuki desperately tried to cheer her up, but ultimately, he failed to win Nadeshiko's smile back. Her grandfather, Yoshihiro Kaiso, finally managed to restore her good spirits when he returned from his editorial meeting, but now that she had a taste of the darkness, something about Nadeshiko would never be the same again. Considering the obi, as Itsuki, Oba, and Nadeshiko were enjoying an impromptu board game party, Yoshihiro Kaiso was having a meeting with his editor Kenjiro Toki in a gift publishing meeting room. They were joined by Mako, sitting next to Toki. The GF Bunko editorial team often let her shadow meetings and conferences like this in order to help her prep for her new job. Editor-in-Chief Satoshi Goda didn't want the folks at Branch Hill to think, "Didn't GF Bunko teach her anything?" What a disappointment. So he'd ordered his team to train Mako so she could hit the ground running at her new workplace. But enough about her for now. Kaiso's first light novel series, Jirugi, Sword of Sengoku, had wrapped its run with Volume 3's release in August. They had tied up the plot nicely, but they definitely had enough content to keep it going, and many of its readers wanted it to continue. The series enjoyed both great reader feedback and a great retention rate of old readers who'd reached out to buy a new release. It certainly had the potential to become a popular series, but Jirugi was wrapping at Volume 3 for the simple reason that it didn't sell enough. Volume 1 stumbled out of the gate, and while the positive reviews gave it a little more footing, it still wasn't enough to merit a second printing. So the sales department decided they couldn't let it go past Volume 3. Listen, Ken. If Volume 1 of a series stumbles on the initial release, especially if it's from an unknown author, it's 100% the editor's fault. That's what Godo had told Toki once, back when he was still working part-time here, and Toki still believed that was true. For a brand new series debut, the initial success of a Volume 1 release depended almost entirely on the packaging and advertising, and that was all the editor's responsibility. Of course, an editor could find excuses. Sometimes the manuscript took so long to complete that they didn't have enough time to consider the packaging. Sometimes the illustrator and designer didn't see eye to eye on things. Sometimes the ad budget was too low. In the case of Jirugi, Volume 1, they had revised the winning manuscript from the writers' contest so much it was essentially a different novel, so they didn't have much time to spend really molding the package. It was a hardcore samurai story, one with a fleshed-out backdrop. But it was also a classical light novel with a beautiful girl taking center stage, which made finding the right illustrator a challenge. They needed someone who could draw cute girls, that was a given. But add in katanas, kimonos, period backgrounds, and a tight schedule, and that limited the talent pool. Winning honorable mention in a new author contest wasn't exactly a glamorous award, either, so the book didn't get too much hype in the bookstore flyers and posters. Still, these were editorial issues. They were nothing the author needed to be concerned about. To an author, a novel is like a child they risked their lives to give birth to. Saying to them, "This precious child you entrusted to us bombed after blowing its debut," but hey, the editors had it rough, too, would never sound very convincing. Thus, messing up a production always produced bad karma, a heavy cross for the editor to bear. But Toki believed that anyone unaware of this burden had no right to preside over a series. He couldn't revive someone's baby after it was already killed, but he'd never forget about it, and he'd keep pondering over what he could do to not make the same mistake again. There would be more children, and he wanted to guide them to as happy a future as possible. That was the sort of reinforced resolve Kenjiro Toki brought to this meeting. All right, so that's a go on the plot for Volume 2. As for the deadline, would the end of the year be asking too much? No, Kaiso replied in his low, rumbling voice, that won't be a problem. Yoshihiro Kaiso's latest series, titled Conquest of the Silver Demon, was slated to go on sale next January. But Volume 1's text was in final author revision. The cover illustration was done, along with 3 front-of-book color pinups, and the roughs were also done for 10 black and white illustrations, and if that wasn't prompt enough, they had just wrapped a plot meeting for Volume 2. Across Toki's entire career, he had almost never experienced such smooth sailing with a project. But this wasn't a rush job. Toki was confident about the content, too. The genre was still samurai action, ensuring they didn't lose any of their previous audience, and the characters were young overall, with an emphasis on pretty girls, and pretty young girls, adding more flashiness to the cast. Kaiso's natural expressiveness had been further polished, and the fighting scenes and appetite-whetting meal descriptions began to take on the feel of a seasoned writer. Best of all, The illustrations would be handled by Kantoku, who was not only heralded as the greatest artist of the generation when it came to drawing cute girls, but was also known for portraying fancy clothing and accessories, beautiful backdrops, quiet and dynamic scenes, and being consistently good in both color and monochrome. Toki was absolutely positive this book would sell. But he couldn't let his guard down. He had to do everything required, and they had to publish this release in the best shape possible. Volume 1's cover and summary blurb were complete, both up to his standards, and when it came to packaging, there was just one aspect left to tackle. So, Mr. Kaiso, what should we do about the obi? The obi, the strip of paper around the dust jacket of many Japanese books, serving as additional advertising, is an extremely important part of the pitch light novels make to readers. Its design and ad copy can often spell the difference between a customer making a purchase or putting it back on the shelf. But for the conquering silver demon, Toki wasn't quite sure what the best approach was for the obi, so he decided to get Kaiso's take. The obi? Kaiso asked, eyebrows down. Right. Kaiso already looked like a living samurai, but his frown with furrowed brows instantly raised the tension in the conference room. I must apologize, but I am still a rank amateur when it comes to the packaging of light novels. I have only begun exploring this world as a reader a scant few months ago, so I'm not sure my opinions would offer much of a reference for you. That was why I had surmised I could leave this matter to you, Mr. Toki. With all that modesty and politeness, the author was placing his full trust in an editor less than half his age. Despite his past failures, Toki took it as a high honor, his respect for Kaiso growing even larger. Again, he reminded himself of just how much he wanted this book to succeed. Well, Mr. Kaiso, there's no need to think so deeply about it. I'm just looking for some perspective you might have on this, you see, so you shouldn't be afraid to speak your mind. The stern Kaiso watched Toki as he continued. In my personal opinion, with the quality we've got in the story and its cover, I don't think we need to resort to anything gimmicky. The obi can just give it to the reader straight, touting the story or using a catchy slogan or something. As he spoke, Toki banged out a couple images on his tablet. He had several preloaded templates designed by their pros in the graphic team, so he could just fill in the few fields and create a decent-looking obi in a flash. Yes, indeed. Neither were any problem at all. But if you ask me, I'd like to try challenging ourselves a little further. If someone picks up the book for its cover and the blurb seems interesting enough to them, I want an obi that, gives them that one final push toward a purchase. Oh, and if you have any ideas, Shirakawa, don't be afraid to chime in. Well, Mako said, maybe it's kind of a cliché, but could we get a comment from somebody famous, maybe? Yeah, I actually thought about that first as well, but with a book like this, I'm having trouble deciding exactly what sort of celebrity endorsement would work the best. If it's a samurai period piece, maybe we could bring in the famous novelist in that genre. The quick suggestion inspired Toki to create a new image. Certainly, Kaiso said as he looked at Toki's tablet. If Ikonami wrote an endorsement, I would have no complaint about that. I'd certainly buy it, anyway. His voice was as flat and detached as always, but his lips seemed a little more tensely stretched than usual. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have put a dead author's name in the dot, but you see what I mean. Regardless, let's add this idea to the list of candidates. All right, replied Mako. Beyond that, how about a big name in samurai movies? Like, someone that everybody would know? A samurai film star that everybody would know. Toki turned toward Kaiso. Who would that be, for example? Well, as a fan of the genre, I can think of several names. But on the other hand, I'm not sure which of them would be household names at the moment. Well, like Ken Matsudaira, for example. You don't even need to watch samurai films to know him. I see. Toki nodded and created a new image. This is certainly eye-catching as well, Kaiso said in his flat voice. Apart from it being all but impossible to happen in real life, I think it is excellent. It's really not possible? Mako asked. Well, I think we can pitch it to his agency, at least. Worth a shot. Toki tried to sound upbeat, but he didn't like their chances much, either. I guess getting an endorsement from a light novel writer is more realistic. Then Toki whipped up a few samples. The results didn't seem to satisfy him. Certainly, going with people in this industry would be a lot easier to make happen, but it's already kind of been done to death. It wouldn't seem too fresh to readers, especially Hirasaka. He's written blurbs for like 24 or so books by now. His name doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, I think I've seen his name on the obis of a few different books. Do you think he actually reads the books he recommends? Author's note: yes, I only write endorsements for books I read and like. Promise, who knows? Toki sighed. But anyway, let's step away from the endorsement idea for now. Put yourself in my shoes for a moment. If you were at a bookstore, what kind of obis draw your attention enough to pick up the book? I don't really pay attention to obis when I buy books. Oh, but if they advertise an anime version, I do wind up checking on that. It was a very future editor thing for Mako to say. This approach was pretty threadbare as well, but notices like anime coming soon. Or check out the manga version too. Were a direct way to tell buyers, hey, here's how popular this franchise is. It remained a strong advertising approach, but you really can't use it on volume 1 of a new series. We could also go with this. I see. It's not a lie, number. I think some people would get angry about it, but... Mako's reaction to the image Toki made was half astonishment, half disgust. I've been purchasing historical samurai novels for a long time, Kaiso said, but I often tend to pick up books featuring whatever character is prominent in the tiger drama NHK is broadcasting that particular year. The industry is aware of this as well, so every year, they produce mounds of novels featuring the hero from the NHK drama. They pop up like weeds. Yeah, I'm sure the year's tiger drama has a huge impact on the period novel business. Indeed. In fact, I even see some books print now a tiger drama on the obi even if they had nothing to do with NHK's production. It is a fairly common thing to see in that genre. But yes, it's just as misleading as this obi here. I see. Mako nodded at this, curious about how the industry worked in other genres. Then an idea struck her. Oh, I know. Why don't we put See the Tiger drama on the obi? Huh? What do you mean by that? Toki and Kaiso gave her quizzical looks. Well, Mr. Kaiso, this work is focused on the shinsengumi from the 19th century, right? And NHK released a tiger drama about them in the past. I know. So it wouldn't be a lie to say the shinsengumi, as seen in tiger drama, or something. Not that this particular novel's been adapted or anything, but I see. Toki, understanding Mako's idea, opened his eyes wide. Immediately, he produced a sample. This was the simple truth. The shinsengumi were a tiger drama sensation in the past. Nowhere did it say that NHK chose this exact book for a drama adaptation. It's not just the shinsengumi, Kaiso softly pointed out. The main cast includes Ryoma Sakamoto and many other Isshin Shishi activists from the late Edo period. Mr. Kaiso, do you mean we can write whatever we want on here? Toki immediately began jabbing at his tablet. Again, there was nothing false about this. Everything written on these obis was 100% the truth. It was just that tiger dramas, Masaharu Fukuyama, and Yuzu Kaiser didn't happen to have much to do with this particular book. Kaiso closely eyed the images. If we can get away with this much tangential material, then why stop with tiger drama? What do you think about writing Hollywood picture showing now? Toki and Mako were thunderstruck. Why, you're right. There are Hollywood films in theaters right now. Definitely, Mako agreed. It's not like it's based on this book, but there's definitely some kind of Hollywood movie playing in theaters right now. Great job, Mr. Kaiso. That's a genius idea. Hey, even Kaiso had to smirk a little at Toki, This wasn't a lie. The #1 movie in the US, whatever it was, might not have had anything to do with this book, but it was definitely filling seats in movie theaters across Japan at the moment. Hey, I think we're on to something here. Toki looked incredibly satisfied with this. How about this? This wasn't a lie. Not that it had anything to do with this book, but the hit series Sword Art Online was being adapted into a live-action drama by Hollywood, and the mega-hit One Piece definitely had its latest volume out sometime recently. All totally true. Mako cried. This totally works. Like, totally. We're creating obis with impact like nothing that came before. You can do this, Toki. Hey, I look forward to the final result. The three of them continued to brainstorm, creating the most outlandish obis they could come up with. Alright, the Bible's sold like 400 billion copies, right? It's the biggest bestseller in history. Let's try doing something with this. Whoa, Ken. They were making so much noise, in fact, that Editor-in-Chief Satoshi Godo peeked into the room to see what was going on. He patted the excited Toki on the shoulder. Oh, hey, boss. Look at all these amazing obis we've come up with. We're bound to have a hit with these. Toki smugly showed off his images. That's called misrepresentation, you dolt. With that dispassionate statement, Godo ended the fantasy immediately. A misrepresentation is a statement of fact designed to mislead people into believing a product is better than it really is. It's prohibited by the Household Goods Quality Labeling Act of Japan. You could get away with jokes like anime coming soon, I hope. And in the samurai novel genre, taking advantage of whatever historical drama was showing on NHK was a long-running tradition at this point, but get too naughty with it, and you're out. So they were back to the drawing board for obi ideas. Sorry we kinda got out of control, Mr. Kaiso. Kaiso gave the truly apologetic Toki a light smile. No, I realized midway through that this was probably illegal anyway. You did? Why didn't you say something? Because sometimes, if you're stuck on a problem, going on a wild tangent opens up a pathway toward a solution. From a man his age, Kaiso's statement held significance, and Kenjaro Toki realized just how immature he still was. Mako eyed the despondent Toki and earnestly said, "You really are Itsuki's editor, aren't you?" The antithesis. At a certain downtown hotel in mid-November, Gift Publishing held the award ceremony and party for the 16th GF Bunko New Writers Contest/11th Comic Gifted New Artist Contest. It was the 16th year, yes, a year had already passed since Uiao, Obakasamatsu, Yoshihiro Kaiso, and the rest accepted their prizes for the 15th New Writers Contest. A year was really all it took, though, to see how the professional writing careers for last year's crop had worked out. Aio, Kaiso, and Makoto Yanagase had launched series that sadly didn't take off. They were now either writing or pitching new titles. Kasamatsu's debut book sold well, but after being slammed as an inferior ripoff of Nayuta Kani, she'd considered packing it up for a while, only to recover after receiving encouragement from a writer friend. Now she had a new series out, one that was already winning accolades. Soma Misaka had his first book bomb and then warred with his editor to disastrous results. He and GF Bunko had now officially parted ways. For now, the only clear success story from the 15th New Writers Contest was Tadashi Kamo, whose debut effort Karuma the Lawyer became a huge hit. An anime adaptation was in the works, and right now he was parading around the event hall like he owned the place, wearing a fancy suit and an expensive-looking wristwatch. He spent last year's ceremony hunched over and constantly looking at his shoes, but now he had his head held high and his chest puffed out. He looked healthier, to be sure, but judging by the scornful looks from the people around him, he clearly had let success go to his head. It wasn't just the Year 15 crew who'd seen change in the last year. Several people who had attended the festivities last fall weren't around this time, for assorted reasons. And in one corner of the hall, Itsuki Hashima was leaning against the wall by himself, taking occasional sips of his sparkling wine. He was, to be frank, in no shape to honestly enjoy this party, but he knew this was his one chance a year to mingle with a lot of the writers and illustrators. There was no guarantee they'd come back next time, so he decided to at least make a cameo appearance. As he blearily watched the judges and new writers talk to the crowd, seriously wondering whether he'd even be back here next year. Hey, Hashima. The gloomy voice talking to him belonged to Makina Kaizu. He was dressed in a wrinkly jacket, a ribbon tacked onto it indicating he was a judge, and the plate he carried contained a small mountain of roast beef, sushi, aquapazza, and pate. Mr. Kaizu, good to see you. Packing it in like every year, huh? Hey. Yes, I'm busy protecting my good name as the Wolf of the Buffet. And by the way, what's one of GF Bunko's leading authors doing in the corner like this? Itsuki chuckled. Leading author? I'm nothing that fancy. Oh, come on. Your anime was a huge success. Kaizu turned toward one of the big screens situated toward the front of the event space. The opening from All About My Little Sister was playing on it. This screen was reserved every year for a montage of imagery from Gift Publishing's anime and merchandising efforts. The books and the manga both got a sales boost from it, didn't they? I can't tell you how jealous I am. Yeah, they did, but the All About opening ended, segueing right into a promotional video for the live-action Silvery Landscape movie. It depicted a cast of actors anybody would know, shot with the kind of expert camera work even an amateur could tell was first class. I'm still nothing compared to that. You don't think? Kaizu eyed the dead serious Itsuki. Because I'd say you're standing on the same stage, at the very least. Itsuki weakly shook his head. No, I'm just no good at all. Kaizu frowned. You're acting way more timid than usual. Did something happen? Itsuki wavered over whether to tell the truth for a moment. I can't write any novels right now. Not at all. Oh yeah, the new volume of All About got delayed, didn't it? Yeah. I haven't been able to write a single line of it the past few months. Wow. That's a pretty serious slump. I've been trying to write other things to help get over this. But I'm still not back to my usual self. Do you have any idea what caused it? I know the cause, yeah. But it's not the kind of problem I can really detach myself from. So, Kaizu groaned to himself, solemn-faced, as Itsuki almost started sniffling. To keep it from getting even more awkward, Itsuki turned the conversation toward Kaizu. Have you ever run into writer's block, Mr. Kaizu? Oh, I've been sidelined with a cold for a few days lots of times, but I've never had a slump like that. No. Itsuki's eyes widened. Not even once? Wow, this is the first time it's been this bad for me, but I've had blocks like these all the time before. Now it was Kaizu chuckling. Well, unlike you guys, I'm not staking my life and soul on these novels, so, huh? He smiled ironically. I'm sure you see the creative effort as this noble, sublime thing. Something with the special value you can't assign a money value to. But if you ask me, writing novels isn't much different from any other job you might have. It's just a way to make a living. Creators are normal people who happen to have a fairly rare skill they make money from. If you think there's something special, any different from the guys walking around in business suits, then you're seriously mistaken. Wah! Itsuki was completely silenced by the embittered appraisal. He had aimed to become a novelist because he wanted to be the hero, because he wanted to be something special, and now Kaizu was denying the root of all of it. There was a trace of sadness on Kaizu's face. So if you're gonna bet your life on this, if you're gonna chip away at your soul just so you can make a living, you're putting the cart before the horse, is all. If you really just can't write novels any longer. Well, you can't do much about that, can you? So just give up. There's no need to suffer over this. I'm sure you can live off your anime money for a while, so spend that time to study up, get certified in something, and find a new job. If Itsuki wasn't in this slump, he would have fired back in a rage, throwing caution to the wind as he badmouthed Kaizu, veteran author or not. But now, he didn't have the words. The choice of giving up seemed so attractive, so realistic. Give up, Even Kaizu seemed to regret so clearly depressing Itsuki. I'm sorry, that went too far. I just can't help but look at you and see her, you know? Never mind, he said, shaking his head. Then, Mr. Kaizu. Tadashi Kamo approached them, cheerful if a tad unsteady. His red face indicated he had been enjoying the free drinks a fair amount. How ya doing, huh? You got something to drink? Oh, hey, Kamo. You're looking pretty healthy. Kamo was revved up, the complete opposite of last year. Kaiser wasn't quite sure how to manage him. Oh yeah, I couldn't feel better right now. And it's all thanks to you for giving my story a chance, Mr. Kaizu. Thank you so much. Why yeah. Hey, if I judge something and it becomes a hit, that makes me happy, too, for sure. Or, thanks, man. Kamo turned to Itsuki, standing next to Kaizu, and focused his eyes on his name tag. You're Itsuki Hashima, huh? Yeah, Itsuki replied, awkwardly nodding. I heard the anime's making your books fly off the shelves, man. Boy, I'm so jealous of you. Hey, and between you and me, Karuma the lawyer's gotten the nod for an anime, too. Haha. Considering it was between you and me, Kamo made sure as many people heard him as possible. Itsuki and Kaiser greeted him with a dry smile. When you score that anime, it really pads your bottom line, doesn't it? Well, to some extent, yeah. Wow, really? Well, you know, I actually bought a car the other day. They said I didn't qualify for a loan, so I just paid in cash instead. It kinda hit my bank account hard, but, hey, the anime ought to fill it right back up, huh? Haha. Maybe I'll even buy a house next year, ha. Kaiser gave the exuberant Kamo a wry smile. Well, it's great that you're doing well. But are you okay with your taxes, huh? My taxes? Kamo raised a puzzled eyebrow. Because the more income you make, Kaizu flatly continued, the more money they'll haul away from you for taxes. Sometimes authors get a lot of money from an anime, they get carried away, they blow it all, they can't cover their tax bill, and they wind up falling into debt. It's not a very funny story, but it happens. Kamo's face began to sweat a little. When you say haul away, like, how much are we talking about? Around 10,000 yen, or, well, based on how much Karuma has sold, I'm assuming you made 12 million yen or so this year, right? In that case, your income tax is gonna be around 1 million. Keeping estimated payments and stuff in mind, I figure you'll probably owe around 1.7 million next year. Once you throw in municipal taxes, insurance, government pension, I think it'll be at least 2 million in all. T2. Kamo's jaw dropped. The redness quickly drained from his face. Sounds like you weren't thinking too much about taxes, huh? You're saving your receipts at least, right? My receipts? What do you mean? Not even those? Exclaimed Itsuki. Whoa, you're writing a courtroom drama and you don't even know that? Kaizu scornfully eyed Kamo. I was so focused on studying criminal codes, I don't know about anything else. Kamo, in his fancy suit, grabbed Kaizu's wrinkled blazer. And Mr. Kaizu, what am I gonna do? I was out of work until last year. I don't know anything about taxes. Now he was starting to cry, and Kaizu was starting to panic. Hey, you're too old to cry like that. Listen, I know a really good tax accountant I can introduce you to. You can talk to her about your situation. Alright? I'm pretty sure she can work it out for you. Thank you so much. He tearfully thanked Kaizu again and again before taking his leave. Oh boy, Kaizu sighed, his face haggard. So you see, writers are just like anybody else. They have to pay taxes, too. Haha. All Itsuki could do was laugh. Then someone else approached them. Mr. Hashima, do you have a moment? This was Kawab from GF Bunko Editorial, Haruto's editor, and a man Itsuki had said hello to in passing a few times. Behind him was a young man about Itsuki's age, a nondescript figure sporting glasses and a little pudge. The ribbon on his lapel indicated he was one of this year's prize-winning authors. One of our winners said he really wanted to meet you. Me, an editor taking one of the winners around the party to chat with other writers was hardly uncommon. But only once before had some newbie gone out of their way to seek out Itsuki at this event. It was 3 years ago, and that person was Nayuta Kani. It's good to meet you, Mr. Hashima. My name's Sushita Nakashima, and I'm one of the winners this year. I'm really glad to have this opportunity. Nakashima stood before Itsuki, presenting his business card. Itsuki exchanged it with his own. Oh, yeah, I'm Hashima. Good to meet you, too. Nakashima stared intently at Itsuki's card, as if discovering some long-lost treasure. It made Itsuki grin as he took a look at Nakashima's. Is Sushita your real name? It's a pen name. Is it because you really like sushi or something? No, I went with Sushita because it's kind of an anagram of sister. Oh, I see. I started writing after I read your novels, Mr. Hashima. I won a prize with a little sister novel of my own. Oh, you did? Nakashima's words, his eyes, indicated nothing but pure affinity and respect for Itsuki right now. It was a painful experience. I've read all your books. It's my mission to become a little sister novelist like you. There's no value in making me your goal. Sorry? Nakashima raised an eyebrow at what Itsuki inadvertently whispered. Itsuki tried to laugh it off. Never mind. But yeah, good luck at it. The wish seemed to energize Nakashima. Thank you. And I hope you'll keep crafting great new little sister novels, too, Mr. Hashima. I'm super looking forward to the next all about. Yeah, I'll do my best for you. Oh, right. Would you mind if we shook hands, Mr. Hashima? Sure. Itsuki softly grasped Nakashima's outstretched hand. Wow. The hand that created all those godly sisters, touching mine. The sheer aura is incredible. It's just so deep. Itsuki's face tensed up as Nakashima was almost driven to tears over the experience. Their hands remained together for around 10 seconds. Nakashima only reluctantly let go and left after his edit nudged him to. Guy's got a lot of passion, doesn't he? Kaizu said with a smile. Looks like it, Itsuki said, smiling back. It's like back when you first met Kasuka. Kaizu reminisced. I acted like that? You sure did. It was cute how much your eyes were sparkling. Of course, you said hi to me first because you thought I was Kasuka, but, now I remember. Wow. Kaizu heartily laughed at his red-faced colleague. I really looked up to Miss Sekigahara, Itsuki said after his cheeks cooled down, chewing over his words. And now there's someone who became a writer because they looked up to me. It was one more reason why he had to keep it up, to keep writing, and not let the new guy down. Now wasn't the time to be stuck in a rut, but Kaiser was ready to drop a bucket of water on the thought. You know, you don't owe people like that anything. It's on them for having those dreams in the first place. Really? You don't think? Nope. He found it hard to accept Kaiser's sharp conclusion. But the feelings simmering in his chest were starting to dwindle. It did make him feel a bit better. Only then did he realize that all these feelings, from Nakashima, from Nayuta, from all the readers and acquaintances he knew, seemed so heavy to him. Yui and Mako. While Itsuki and Kaiser were talking, Mako was also wandering around the party space. She had been busy earlier helping the front desk and attending to the winners, but unlike the editors, she didn't have a writer to introduce around to other people, so she was free for the moment. As one of the hosts, she couldn't just eat and drink her fill, a thought she pondered as she ruefully eyed the treats and desserts lining the central tables. Long time no see, Miss Shirakawa. Oh, hello. Mako turned sideways to greet the voice, then was puzzled as she saw a woman in a loose-fitting long-sleeved dress, thick glasses, and just a bit of makeup covering an average-looking face. Who's this? She didn't have that many writer friends, so Mako didn't think she'd forget one of their faces, but as she pondered this, she took a glance at the girl's name tag. Misao? The tag read Uiao, but she didn't look at all like how Mako remembered her. The ample breasts spilling over her loose dress were a telltale sign, however. What are you so surprised for? Mako panicked a bit at Yui's teasing. I just thought, you look a bit different from how I remember you, so, I tried too hard with my looks before now, that's all. I'm kind of embarrassed about it at this point. Yui blushed a bit. Before now, Yui had sought out a sexy look that emphasized her chest and devoted a hefty amount of time to her makeup. It was clearly an attempt to catch the eye of her crush, Haruto Fuwa. Mako wondered if something had come up between the two of them. Oh, I see. Yes. You're not going to ask what happened? Mako didn't know where to take this conversation. It must have peeved you a little. Do you want to talk about it? Well, not to you in particular, Miss Shirakawa. But at the same time, I want to let you in on it. Just you. It's kind of complex. You might as well tell me now. Otherwise it's going to bother me all night. All right. I said. Haruto shot me down. This was about the answer Mako expected. She gave a vague sort of nod. Oh, but I don't need any sympathy or condolences at all, I said with a smile. In fact, being dumped is what drove me to work harder on my writing. Mako could tell the claim was more than bravado. You're working on a new series right now, aren't you, Miss Ayo? Mr. Kataji said you've been throwing a lot of new ideas his way. She had heard a little bit about Yui from Kataji, her current editor. Apparently, she had written Volume 4 of her debut series and was actively crafting proposals for a new one. We haven't hit upon the perfect idea quite yet, but we're working on it. Yui smiled. But you're a senior in college this year, right, Miss Shirakawa? What are you gonna do after graduation? Well, I received an offer from a publisher. Ooh, so you'll be editing for GF Bunko? No, not gift publishing. I'm actually joining a company called Branch Hill. This surprised Yui. Oh, you are? Why not gift? Oh, Mako paused a bit, self-consciously grinning. I wanted to blaze a trail with my own abilities, I suppose. But despite going to another company, everyone at GF's being really nice to me. They're letting me practice editorial work before I make the jump over, joining in meetings, thinking about formatting, that kind of thing. Sounds like fun. I looked at Mako and smiled. It is. It's a lot of fun. Haruto's gonna have a hard battle ahead, I muttered. Pardon? She smiled at the mystified Mako. If GF Bunko ever dumps me, have Branch Hill pick me up, okay? Mako didn't find that joke very funny. It was in the evening, 3 days after the award ceremony, when Itsuki Hashima was suddenly called to his tax accountant Ashley Ono's office. We need to talk, she'd said over the phone. So you're finally here, Itsuki. Opening the door, Itsuki found Ashley seated on an orange chair, wearing a flashy red dress. Her voice, and her expression, indicated some pressing issue at hand. Itsuki reared back a little. Hello, Ashley. Is something wrong with you today? Does it look like it to you? Well, yes, honestly. You're right. I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now. Itsuki broke into a sweat. What happened? Today, she dully replied. Makino came to visit for the first time in a while. He brought along some younger writer. He said the guy was in tax trouble, so he wanted me to talk to him. Oh, was it Tadashi Kamo? Itsuki expected as much. The really good tax accountant Kaizu mentioned was indeed Ashley. He must have really cared for Kamo's plight, taking him personally to her office and everything. So here he is, seeing me for the first time in ages, and he wants me to deal with this other guy instead? It was awful. Well, you make it sound cruel, but I don't see the problem. All he did was introduce a new client to you. TSSHH. He was telling the truth. But Ashley shot an irritated glare at him. And what's more, she continued, the moment his errand was done, he just left. Shouldn't he have at least invited me to dinner? It's just good manners. So basically, you were glad to see Kaizu again, but he was just here for business, and that pissed you off? Phew. Ashley's voice cracked a bit, her face red. "You're making it sound like I was dying to see Makina or something, aren't you?" "Weren't you?" "Of course not. I'm just talking about good manners here." This girl is such a handful, Itsuki thought. Ashley, maybe picking up on his exasperation, composed herself. But, who cares about Makina? Here's what I really want to talk about." "Oh?" he happened to mention. "You're in a big work slump right now, huh?" "Yeah." Itsuki scowled as he nodded. Apparently Chihiro had never told Ashley about his writer's block. "So just to be sure, the book that was due out October is now delayed indefinitely, and it probably won't come out this year. Do I have that right?" "Yeah." He gravely nodded as Ashley sighed. "So we'll have to round your estimated income for the year downward a fair amount, won't we?" "I guess so." "That's a shame. I heard the anime went better than expected, so I actually prepared some articles of incorporation for you, assuming you'd keep up your income. I found a good insurance offer along those lines, but I guess that's all in the trash now." "You did all that?" "I'm sorry. Yet someone else I've disappointed." "Huh?" Itsuki hung his head down as Ashley stared at him. "It's not your fault. Hopefully you'll be able to write again soon." The unexpectedly kind encouragement threw Itsuki for a loop. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "Oh, I thought you'd berate me more." Ashley snorted. "Well, I called you here so I could." "Yes, but if you're gonna break down on me, it's no fun to bully you." She stood up and opened the door to her private apartment. "I don't even feel like doing any more work today. Here, why don't you join me while I drown my sorrows?" "All right," Itsuki said, smiling. Chihiro was coming in every week to clean Ashley's apartment, so it was in decent order, but between the discarded dress and lingerie in one corner and the convenience store bag and plastic bottle lying on the floor, there was still no hiding the carelessness of the owner. Itsuki felt an odd sort of affinity with her along those lines. He was certainly in no position to criticize. This was, in fact, the first time he had ever entered the home of a woman living alone, but there was nothing tense or exciting about it. Chihiro had given him a general idea of Ashley's place, so the gap between here and her office didn't surprise him. "I'll go make something, so sit here and wait, all right?" Okay. Itsuki sat down on one of the pillows placed by the room's low table. Ashley was off in another room, so he looked around a bit. There was a laptop computer on the floor, some work-related files and papers next to it. On top of it was a single paperback book. There was a paper cover on it, so he couldn't see what it was. Ashley's personal reading. Curious about what kind of stuff she read for fun, he surreptitiously picked up the book and opened it. It was called Kasumi and Chilia, published by G.F. Bunko, and the author was Kazuko Sekigahara. This was a familiar title to Itsuki. In fact, he owned a copy. He'd bought it in middle school and read it several times since. It was a favorite of his, a quick sort of 4-volume series, and this was volume 1. A few of the pages were dog-eared, so maybe this copy had been read and reread as well. Recalling the story, Itsuki flipped through the pages. The passages and illustrations he came across made him vividly remember the tale. Kasumi and Chilia, or Kasulia to its fans, was a Yuri story, depicting the love shared between two young women going to an all-girl boarding school. It featured Sekigahara's trademark charming characters and unpredictable plot twists, topped off with her daring, sensual, but still elegant erotism. It became pretty popular. Even readers not into the genre rated it highly. As a middle school student, Itsuki wasn't much interested in lesbian romance, but once he began reading, he was hooked. As the title suggested, the protagonists were named Kasumi Makizaki and Chilia Featherstone. Kasumi was a second year in high school, a prim Japan-style beauty and model student who also had her eccentric, prank-pulling side. Chilia was in her first year, a petite, blonde, blue-eyed girl with a haughty attitude. She never shied away from confrontations with students older than her, which earned her a bit of a reputation. The two met, grew attracted to each other, fell in love, lost themselves in passion, and overcame a number of obstacles to find happiness. There was a large cast of other charming characters, but Itsuki was a huge fan of Chilia. She was moody and unsociable at first, but after getting closer to Kasumi, she started calling her big sis and loving her like a cute little puppy. As she grew infatuated with Kasumi and their relationship took a romantic angle was truly exciting. She went from a puppy to a werewolf between the sheets, and Itsuki had called upon her assets for many a solo bedroom session of his own. Chancing upon a favorite scene of his, Itsuki began to read it thoroughly. Chilia is so cute. Ever since he learned Chihiro was his sister, he could find no love for his own work and subconsciously avoided other little sister novels. But what he loved in the past, he still loved now. It gladdened him to see that Chilia had a little sister personality, but at the root of it, she was the younger girl at school and maybe that was why he still had the hots for her. But either way, it still worked. Sorry to keep you. Ashley came back in, holding a tray with some dishes. Itsuki was amazed by what she wore. The dress from before was gone, she was in glasses and sweats, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail that had been segmented with hair ties along its length. He knew from Chihiro that she dressed pretty sloppily when she wasn't working, but actually seeing it for the first time was a shock. Placing the tray on the table, Ashley turned her eyes toward the stunned Itsuki's hands. Sorry. I just kinda started reading this. He quickly closed the book and put it down. Oh, that's all right, replied Ashley, not showing much concern. Does this belong to you, Ashley? It looks pretty well loved. Do you like Casulia? Ashley gave Itsuki a lonesome smile. Well, it's a special series to me. Oh, it is? I like it a lot, too. Itsuki's voice rose at finding an unexpected kindred spirit. Ashley replied with a pleased smile. Are you a fan of Kasuko Sekigahara? I am. I've read all her work, not just Casulia. A Sister's All You Need is like a Bible to me. Come to think of it, Kasuko saw a lot of talent in you, didn't she? I don't know if I'd put it like that, but she did praise my debut novel a lot. She even wrote the Obi quote for it. A smile came to Itsuki's face. He still remembered what a rush it had been. But let's have a drink, alright? Ashley handed Itsuki a pair of chopsticks, a small plate, and a wine glass, filling it and her own with sake. The label on the bottle read Ninkiyaki, Gold Ninki Junmai Daijinjo, from the Ninki, popular, brewery. Thanks very much. Itsuki took the glass, while Ashley took up her own. Well, cheers. Cheers. They clinked their glasses together, and Itsuki took a sip. The drink was refreshing, and it had a nice amount of acidity and sweetness mixed in, making it worth a glass. It reminded him of a white wine. He could see why Ashley served it in a wine glass instead of a traditional okokosake vessel. Ashley took a sip, then let out a beguiling sigh, enraptured by the taste. Then she put down the glass and reached for a bowl on the tray with her chopsticks. Is this ryuku? Itsuki asked, looking in. That's right, Ashley replied. Ryuku, a traditional dish from Oita Prefecture, consisted of fish cut into sashimi, then steeped in a mix of soy sauce and mirin cooking sake. Did you make this, Ashley? I loved the ryuku I ate during our cherry blossom picnic, so now I always have some on reserve. Impressed, Itsuki placed some pieces on his plate and tried them. The fish was springy in his mouth, bursting with a sweet, salty flavor, and it couldn't have been a better match for the sake. The shallots and sesame seeds in the mix also added a nice accent. It's really good. Thank you. What kind of sashimi did you use? What was it? 2 white fish, anyway. That was one of the charms of ryuku. Even if you weren't using the best ingredients, or didn't know what they were, you could still make a nice meal out of them. I don't drink sake usually, but if it's paired with this, I think I can go at it all day, right? And all I did was buy some random sashimi and dump some stuff on it. And after I went at it all day back then, too? Itsuki looked quizzically at the suddenly gloomy Ashley. She finished off her glass in one gulp, then quickly poured herself a second one. By the way, Ashley, what character from Kasulia do you like the most? Kasumi, she replied, a faraway look in her eyes. Who do you like, Itsuki? I'm all about Chilia. She's so cute. Ashley gave a mischievous smile. Chilia was me. Itsuki stared at her, failing to comprehend. After a few more moments of thought, he still wasn't getting anywhere. So, I think one of these was Hamaki. The other one might be sea bream, I think, or maybe Kampaki. Can we not double back to what kind of fish is in the Ryuku, Itsuki? Ashley looked a bit upset. She puffed out her chest. I'm saying that I was the model for Chilia Featherstone from Kasumi and Chilia. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Kasuka and I were a couple. She wrote Kasumi and Chilia using what I was like back then as inspiration. Itsuki spent a healthy amount of time scrutinizing Ashley's words. After interpreting them as a joke, he choked out a laugh. What are you laughing about? Oh, I thought you were kidding. I wasn't. I'm gonna get angry at you. Wait, really? Yes. Itsuki tensed up his face as Ashley nodded. You know, he said, his tone dropping, I really love Kasulia. If you don't knock that off, I'm gonna get angry. I can't help you there. It's the truth. So, His face scrunched up as he peered intently at Ashley. Her face was as dead serious as ever. The alcohol hadn't made her incoherent. So really? No way. Chilia, the best little sister / young girl at school character. Itsuki slumped over from the sheer shock of it. An offended Ashley pouted. You don't have to act that depressed about it. But, I mean, when I was in middle school, I used Chilia to get off a bunch of times. He shouted with tears in his eyes. It filled Ashley with a wicked joy. Well, why worry about it? You're free to keep imagining me while you touch yourself in the future. Never. I mean, you're a lesbian, Ashley. Kasuka was the only woman I went that far with. She gave him a sad smile. Well, let me correct myself. She didn't use me as a model for a character in Kasumi and Chilia. It's more like she became a couple with me so she could write Kasumi and Chilia, if you get me. Whoa. Do you mean? That's just crazy. She never hesitated to do crazy things for her novels. That's the kind of big sister she was. From the pure nostalgia in Ashley's smile, Itsuki had to conclude this was the complete, unaltered truth. This Ninkiaki sake was Kasuka's favorite, you know, she said, refilling her empty glass. The brand name meant most popular. Oh, was it? It's a good brand, and good for the price, but the real clincher was the name, Ninkiaki. I remember she said, I'm the most popular, most talented girl there is. This sake's perfect for me. Yeah, I'm sure it brought her good luck. Itsuki helped himself to a second serving. So what was Sekigahara like? He had only met Kasuka Sekigahara twice. Once at the party for GF Bunko's 10th New Writers Contest that he had placed in, and once at the same event the following year. She was too ill to attend the 12th New Writers Contest party, and then she died on Christmas Eve that year. Itsuki had been too nervous to say much of anything to her, so he didn't know a lot about her personality. With his experience, he knew full well how the afterwords of novels and interview responses on websites never necessarily reflected the author's actual nature. Midway through his question, Ashley reached for the bottle, only to realize it was empty. She stood up and took bottle number 2 of Ninkiaki from the fridge. Once her glass was full, she finally spoke again. Kasuka was, if I had to use just one word, it'd be sadistic. Sadistic. It wasn't at all the word he expected. In his mind, she had been a sensible, caring, mature woman, a genius, but not like Nayuta or Setsuna, the kind who treated her novels with care, worked as a novel contest judge, and contributed to cultivating the new generation of authors, right up to her death. Even looking back at the few moments he'd spent with her, sadistic wasn't at all the impression he had. You look surprised. Ashley laughed at his reaction. What kind of impression did you have of her? My impression was more of this serious, caring, mature woman, I guess. PFFT. Ashley's eyebrows shot up as she sputtered. Her shoulders shook, like she couldn't contain her laughter. Oh boy, you're killing me. You think Kasuka was a mature woman? What kind of avant-garde joke is that? You could never find a more childish girl than her. She struggled to hold back the laughs as she drank her sake and gazed at the perplexed Itsuki. You know, Itsuki, if I was Chilia, then Kasuka was Kasumi. She loved picking on people all the time. She'd be mean to me, she'd cause me trouble, and she'd act so genuinely gleeful about it. She'd get a lot nicer once I got genuinely mad at her, but she'd forget all about it overnight, and whenever I wanted to sleep with her, she'd deliberately leave me alone. The relationship Ashley described was exactly as depicted in Kasumi and Chilia. Itsuki's mind was clouding with fog. So how much of Kasulia is a true story? You guys weren't in high school or anything. Yeah, the school scenes were Kasuka's invention. But whenever the two of them were flirting, most of that wasn't fiction. So, like, the scene where Chilia is licking Kasumi's leg. Well, that much intimacy is a given between sisters, right? Or couples, she casually replied. Itsuki, floored by this, recalled an even spicier scene. Then how about when Kasumi was busy with schoolwork, and Chilia took off her panties to get her attention, so then Kasumi locked her outside on the balcony with no underwear on? Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Except it was novel writing, not schoolwork. Ashley's cheeks reddened. What about when Chilia lost a bet and had to act like a dog for a whole day? I'm amazed you remember parts that were only, like, a few lines in the books. Well, woof to that, I say. She accentuated the revelation with a few more staccato barks. How about when they were both playing in the bathtub until the heat got too intense for Chilia and she had a nosebleed? I was so young back then. I was too out of it to remember much. The novel depicted it as this really touching, beautiful thing, didn't it? And really, it was just a huge nosebleed. But when I read about Kasumi licking Chilia's crimson-stained bosom and all that, I have to admit, it made my heart race. That was the first time I thought, wow, novel writers sure are something. She was talking in a torrent as her face reddened further, and she tried drinking to disguise it. But she had to have made up that scene where they snuck into school and went skinny dipping in the swimming pool, right? Of course. It was actually a hotel pool, and we didn't sneak in. You're not denying the skinny dipping part. Well, I mean, nobody else was there, and Kasuka was all like, oh, I always wanted to try this, so what's it like, anyway? Swimming naked in a pool? Oh, this happened in the winter, so it was cold. A swimsuit wouldn't have made a difference. This scene was described in the most romantic of terms in the novel, including an illustration of the two lovers sharing a fantasy moment naked under the stars. This wrecks so much in my mind. Sorry about that. Ashley emptied her glass once more, taking bottle number 3 out of the fridge, not Ninkiaki this time. You know, there's another scene she wrote about that got cut from the final draft. I really liked it, too. Oh, what was it? Itsuki, ever the curious fan of Kasuka's work, couldn't help but ask. It was a scene where Chilia goes on a date with Kasumi with a remote-controlled vibrator in her. Kasumi held the remote. Of course, she'd press the button whenever Chilia was talking with a store clerk, or during a quiet scene in a movie or whatever, so I had my hands full keeping my voice down. I'm glad that was cut. These memories were starting to make Ashley all hot and bothered. If her breathing was any indication. Itsuki had to raise his voice to stop it. A high school girl, any girl, going on a date with a vibrator installed was inconceivable to him. But here she was, recalling that episode with glee. Ashley, are you actually a complete masochist? The question had bothered Itsuki for a while now. He decided to come out with it. The sake had clearly taken effect. She was looking drowsy. Oh, I'm only an obedient little puppy for Kasuka, you know. She sounded glad for it, although the sadness was still palpable. Really? Because I'm starting to have second thoughts about Chihiro working for you. Oh, it's fine. Whenever she's cold to me, it doesn't get me excited at all. You sure? Ashley kept up her drinking pace for some time to come, rambling on pointlessly in classic late-night fashion. Then, about 4/5 into bottle number 4, her head finally fell on the table with a fire. Itsuki, pacing himself much more sensibly, ate some more ryuku as he watched her, a bit concerned. He had learned some things about Kasuko Sekigahara that would be a revelation for any fan, as much as they wouldn't want to hear them, and it came from a very unexpected source. He never thought his favorite character in one of his favorite book series was modeled after someone close to him. Masturbating to Chilia was never going to happen again in his life. It sucked. He was sure there were more stories between Kasuko and Ashley, things not covered in Kasumi and Chilia. Itsuki probably wouldn't learn about all of them, and he didn't feel he had the right to. Ashley had her own story, one vital to her, one where she was the heroine, and not just her. Somewhere, somebody unknown to Itsuki, and thousands more like them, were engaged with their own shining tales. Just like Itsuki had his own to experience. What happened to I want to be the hero? And once his slightly alcohol-dulled brain reached that thought, once he began to have serious, lethal doubts about the dreams that had supported him up to now, he left Ashley's office. Chihiro Hashima's first love. On the Sunday after Ashley called Itsuki to her office, Chihiro paid a visit to Itsuki's apartment. Hey. Hi. Chihiro looked troubled. You all right? You don't look too happy. Yeah, kind of. Itsuki's concern was greeted with a not-so-nimble dodge. As the two were sharing dinner together. Listen, Itsuki, she said, her voice heavy. Starting tomorrow, there's gonna be another little while when I can't come here. I asked Kasumatsu to come over in my place, so don't worry about staying fed or anything. Is something up? Itsuki asked. Yeah, it's the same thing as before. My practice exams didn't turn out too well, so I wanted to focus on my studies. She had taken a break from visiting Itsuki's place for the same reason several months ago. Back then, though, her studies were a secondary concern compared to discovering that the pervert trying to pull her pants down all the time was Setsuna Ina, the illustrator. She didn't want to run into him at Itsuki's and have her secret revealed. That had been the real reason behind the break. But this time was different. Her results were worse than last time. The worst ever. In fact, it was such a rapid decline that even her teacher raised concerns about it. Now she was feeling the heat. Yeah, I was about to say something, too. Now's really the time you need to focus on that. It's kinda bad if your results slip right now, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. Chihiro nodded, her face dark. You have any idea why? She weakly shook her head. I don't know. I just don't know why, but I haven't been able to concentrate on studying at all. Not just during tests, but during class and at home. It's like I just space out. And the next thing I know, I'm thinking about other things. Other things? Yeah, like what, exactly? Chihiro hesitated. About few are. Itsuki fell silent, while Chihiro anxiously continued. I don't really know why, but it's like I snap out of it, and there's few are all over my mind. I suddenly start thinking about when we went to Akihabara, or when we played games over here, and it's like, what am I even doing? Or, like, I suddenly want to see him for absolutely no reason, and every time it happens, my heart starts racing and my head just blanks out. I have no idea why. I just what is this? She let out a sad sigh. Itsuki blankly stared at his sister, examining her. He tilted his head around, pondering something. So, like, finding the right words was proving a challenge. When you ask what is this? Are you really serious? He visibly winced as he asked the question, clearly suspicious of Chihiro. Huh? Chihiro just stared back, confused. What do you mean? She doesn't seem to be faking it. Granted, Itsuki hadn't picked up on Chihiro's secret after 5 years of knowing her. He could admit that. So maybe he wasn't the best at gleaning her true feelings from one glance at her face. But Chihiro had no reason to play dumb about this, and if she was joking, it wasn't funny. Chihiro really didn't understand herself. She really didn't. Itsuki? No, I mean, that's love. He pointed it out as flatly as possible. Chihiro's eyes widened. Love? Yeah, huh? Yeah. What is? No, like, you're in love with Haruto, aren't you? Phew. Chihiro was incredulous. Itsuki couldn't believe what he was seeing, either. And few are. If it was anything else, I'd be scared for you. He had the impression from before now that Chihiro might have had a thing for Haruto. But he had no idea it had gone this deep, or that she was so oblivious to it. Love me? Her face burned bright red as she said it. You really never noticed? Itsuki asked, still doubtful. Well, the blushing Chihiro replied, I know about the concept of love, but you know the concept. But I just didn't know that this is what it is. This is the first time for me, so, but this is love, huh? She's so cute, Itsuki thought as he watched his sister blush. She then proceeded to nod to herself a few times, punctuating it with statements like oh, and okay, until she finally smiled softly. Thanks, Itsuki. Now I know why I couldn't focus on studying. Oh, well, great. I'm gonna go tell Fuwa. Oh, wait, what? The words came so naturally from her that Itsuki almost missed them entirely. You're gonna tell him you love him? When? Maybe tomorrow? That's kind of fast. Chihiro looked at her panicking brother. Well, the sooner the better, isn't it? Why are you in such a hurry? Well, if I can't focus on my exams because I'm in love, I need to fix that. Wow, what a clear, logical answer. You applying for any science majors? It almost made sense to Itsuki now. But please, Chihiro, wait a bit. This is really hard for me to tell you. But what? Well, to tell the truth, Haruto already has someone he loves, and Mako, right? Oh, you knew? Yeah, I'm sure you would. Actually, Haruto had made his affections clear enough to Mako, even when everyone was hanging out in this apartment. There's no way Chihiro wouldn't know. So you know he loves someone else, but you're still gonna tell him? Yeah, she replied without a moment's hesitation. Knowing Haruto as he did, Itsuki doubted he'd date Chihiro despite his feelings for someone else. He had spurned the advances of Uiao just the other day. In fact, why would you do something so reckless? Well, I mean, unless I spell it out for Fuwa, I don't think he'll notice. That. You may be right. Even Itsuki could tell that Haruto didn't see Chihiro as a love interest at all. So I'll say I love him now and get him to start seeing me as a girl. It probably won't go anywhere at first, but if I don't give up and keep challenging him, I know I can get him to look at me. Wasn't that how Kani was with you, Itsuki? She had no luck at first, but she kept hounding you and eventually you became lovers. I think things are pretty different from me and Kaneko. Itsuki, after all, had fostered feelings toward her from the first time they met, and he wasn't committed to anyone else. Still, though, Chihiro didn't intend to go down in a blaze of glory for no reason. She pictured herself winning him in the end, and if she did, then Itsuki could do nothing to stop her. But, wow, no wonder she could hide her gender for so long. Her decision-making and commitment stats have to be maxed out. Itsuki sighed a little. Well, good luck, I guess. He gave her a smile and cheered her on. Thanks, she said with an undefeatable grin. I'll do my best. Her good spirits returned. Chihiro eagerly ate the rest of her dinner. Discovering these feelings of love for the first time made her spirits soar and firmed her resolve to tell him. That was clear to Itsuki. And despite his trepidation at whatever result might come of it, he really did hope things turned out okay for his sister. I got a response, Itsuki. She yelped. She had texted, can we meet up tomorrow? to Haruto and received okay back from him. "All right, let's do this." "I'm sorry, the little sister." Haruto flew back home after turning down Chihiro, washed his face in the bathroom and heaved out a deep sigh. He'd had absolutely no idea Chihiro liked him like that. To him, Chihiro was his industry pal's sister, a younger friend, not at all a love interest. It never occurred to him that someone around the age of his own little sister, a good 7 years younger than him, could even be perceived along those lines. Another sigh left his mouth. Haruto knew how hard unrequited love was, and his heart ached at the idea of inflicting it on someone else. Turning Yui's feelings down a few months back had racked him with guilt. For the entire night afterward, he'd been sure his choice would benefit Yui, the author, and her optimistic response had convinced him she'd understood. But still, losing a love, and making someone lose a love, hurt a lot. He didn't want to experience it, or make anyone else experience it. But this world was full of loves that never went anywhere. Why can't people choose who they love? He muttered it to himself as he looked at his frail face in a mirror. Then, he heard a groan like someone had just stepped in excrement. Quickly turning around, he saw his little sister leering at him, face scrunched up as if she had discovered a weirdly colored caterpillar. He had uttered the most embarrassing thing possible to himself, and the last person he wanted listening to him had heard it all. Haruto's cheeks burned with shame as his sister began haranguing him. That was so gross just now, bro. You're always gross, but that was 10 billion times grosser. He'd normally be firing back right now, but even he thought that was pretty sickening. He couldn't find the right words. So, what happened? What reason would you have for making eyes at yourself in a mirror and reciting a poem like you're in some shoujo manga? Can you even get any grosser? Did you eat the gross fruit or something? This is just so gross. You could win the World Gross Out Championship. All of America is shuddering at your grossness. Shut up. That was, really. You know that. You know what I mean. PFFT. You dumb stupid idiot. The momentum he got going resulted in a stream of meaningless words. He opted to make a dash for the bathroom door, still blushing intensely. Whoa, wait, you stupid brother. What a dumbass. When he was gone, she gave the mirror an icy sideways glance. Why can't people choose who they love? She pouted. That's the one thing I think of the most. Dumbass. Becoming family. It was the night after Chihiro bared her soul to Haruto, and Itsuki still hadn't heard back from her. He was 99% sure of the results, but he couldn't help but wonder. He texted "How'd it go?" to her. The text got marked as read about an hour later, but no response came after that. Nor was one waiting for him the next morning. It was the first time Chihiro had ever ghosted a text from him. She must be depressed after being turned down. Chihiro must have already factored in the near certainty that Haruto wouldn't reciprocate, but Itsuki supposed she was down about it anyway. He wanted to know some more details, but if he asked something like "Are you sad because he said no?" it'd just be rubbing salt on the wound. He'd have to wait for Chihiro to reply, but even after 3 days, even after a week, she never contacted him. This really did begin to worry him, so he texted "Doing okay?" to her, not touching on the denial. After about 15 minutes, "My heart is darkness. Nothing but an empty void. The blank darkness is eating into my soul." The unexpectedly poetic reply made Itsuki scratch his head. After pondering the issue for a bit, he decided to ignore the prose and text back "How's the studying coming along? I no longer need any future. All I must do is fall toward my ultimate fate." Wow. Itsuki blushed a bit. This was more embarrassing to read than write. I never really fell into this grim-dark kind of prose. Did I? Terms like void and emptiness are cool and all, and I've written stuff like it before. But whenever I had love problems in middle school, I just covered it up with little sister fandom, so my actual behavior never went in that direction. I wanna ask does she actually think that stuff is cool? But it felt like that would just hurt Chihiro further. Fending off the bubbling urge, he decided to send "Isn't it annoying?" to type out all those periods. About 5 minutes after it was marked as read. All the machinations of mankind seem like such a futile effort. Now there were even more. No, you gotta hold back. Chihiro is, probably, seriously hurt. Don't laugh at her. He knew the pain of losing love. That's why he really was concerned. But seeing Chihiro descend to depths of cringe-inducing grimness like none before was honestly pretty funny to him. After a few moments of debating over whether to get serious or tell a joke, he opted for the harmless "What are you doing now?" Instead, the answer came quickly. Building a Gundam model. Building a Gundam model? Dude. Study. He couldn't help but say it out loud. Admittedly, building models was a good way to shut off your mind and distract yourself from your troubles. But maybe I should try building one. It's been a while, as he thought to himself. What's wrong, big bro? Oba, who was over at Itsuki's place cooking for him, seemed puzzled. I dunno. My sister Chihiro's turned into a mopey poet. Huh? Chihiro? Oba went from puzzled to downright confused. Itsuki lifted up his hands. No, I mean, she's going through some hard stuff, and I think her feelings are hurt right now. She can't even focus on her studying. Oh really? That sounds worrying. Yeah. But there's not much I can do about it. So what are you talking about, big bro? Oba said, a bit of annoyance in her voice. Huh? You need to go over and cheer her up. Go over and cheer her up. It was an option that had never occurred to Itsuki. Go over. But, I actually don't get along with my parents too well, so I haven't been back home in ages. Besides, I don't see what trying to cheer her up in person would do. Well, I don't know what your family situation is, Oba sternly replied, but if a big brother won't do anything for his little sister when she's hurt, then I hate that. I'd like to think all the heroes of your novels would drop everything and go over to help their sisters. It was like being struck by lightning. All his protagonists were crazy for their sisters to a repulsive degree. They had real erotic feelings for their own sisters. It was just wrong. But still. If their sister was crying, they'd come to her side, no matter what. That, he thought, would never be the wrong thing for a brother to do. Yeah. Itsuki stood up. If he didn't go now, he thought, he'd forever lose the right to compose another word of all about my little sister or sisterly combat. I'll put dinner in the fridge, okay? See you later, big bro. Sure thing. Thanks, Oba. With that, Itsuki quickly got himself out the door, picking up a taxi near his apartment. He rode in it for about half an hour before reaching a house with Hashima on a sign by the door. The last time Itsuki had come here was when he went to the aquarium with Chihiro, a good 18 months ago, and even then, he just went up to the house and left without going in. Realistically speaking, he hadn't come home in 3.5 years, after he'd started living alone. Leaving the taxi, he took a deep breath, stood in front of the gate, and took another deep breath. Then, ever so carefully, he pushed the button by the nameplate. He had a key to the place, but he couldn't just help himself inside after being gone 3.5 years. He could hear the doorbell ring inside, followed by a woman's voice saying hello. On the intercom above the button. It belonged to Natsume Hashima, Chihiro's mother and the second woman Itsuki's father had married. Who was calling? The sun had long set and there was no front light by the gate, so she probably couldn't see it was Itsuki through the monitor. There was no way she could have forgotten his face entirely. He nervously began. It's Itsuki. Huh? Itsuki? Came the surprised reply. Yes, Jay, just one moment. Okay. With a click, she turned off the intercom. About a minute later, the front door slowly opened. From behind it emerged a stern-looking man, eyebrows turned downward. Kazuki Kashima. Itsuki gulped nervously. He no longer had any negative feelings toward his father. Even if Chihiro hadn't forced his hand today, he felt it was about time he started talking to his dad again. But they hadn't exchanged words for so long, he couldn't help but tense up. Kazuki approached the gate, opening it. Itsuki. Yeah. It's been a while, Huh? Yeah. What's going on? I came to see Chihiro. They both looked awkwardly, using as few words as possible to communicate. Well, come in. Okay. Itsuki removed his shoes and went inside, his first visit in 3.5 years. He was so nervous the whole trip over, but now that he was in, it didn't seem like any trouble at all. He wasn't particularly moved by the experience. He was back home, and that was it. To him, it wasn't a place to visit quite yet. He supposed it was still going home. Then, do you know what's up with Chihiro? Kazuke asked. You didn't hear? Kazuke shook his head. We asked, but she won't tell us. How's she doing? She came home a week ago sobbing. She's going to school, but for the most part she just holes up in her room. Is she eating? Yeah, better than usual. Oh. He thought the sadness might have ruined her appetite, but apparently the opposite was true. Her coping mechanism, he figured, as he entered the dining room. It's good to see you again, Itsuki. Natsume greeted him with a soft smile and a relaxed voice. Why yeah. Itsuki nodded his head at her. She had a notable bump by now. They had found out she was pregnant back in June and she was 2 months in by then, so this put her at month number 8. When she'd first come to this house, Natsume left Itsuki with the impression of a suave, beautiful woman, but as she got used to her new life, her aura grew softer and softer. Now, after 3.5 years, she had rounded out a bit and seemed like just another nice, friendly woman around the neighborhood. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Itsuki said. Natsume frowned a bit. Why so formal? She'll be your new little sister. Little sister? She's a girl? That's right. First, he had a step-sister. Now he'd have an actual half-sister, connected by blood. Yet another reason to turn his attention away from his novels, full of guys romancing their little sisters. Did you eat dinner, Itsuki? Oh, not yet. Well, we're about to eat now, so why don't you join us? Dad cooked tonight. Huh? Surprised, Itsuki turned toward Kazuke. His father was a workaholic, and Itsuki had never once seen him cook. I've learned a little from Chihiro. I cook on my days off nowadays. He was as stern as always, but there was a touch of self-aware embarrassment about him. He got a lot better than me in no time. I practically lost my place in the kitchen, pouted Natsume. Don't look at me, Kazuke retorted. We'll be ready in a bit, Itsuki, so go wash up. Oh, okay. Itsuki went to the bathroom to wash his hands, as directed. Returning to the dining room, he found Kazuke nimbly putting food on each plate while Natsume ferried them to the table. You help too, Itsuki, said Kazuke. It'd be too awkward to just sit and let a pregnant woman do all the work, so Itsuki meekly followed the command. On the table were brown rice, miso soup with freshwater clams, mackerel simmered in miso, spinach and chicken boiled in soy sauce, and a vegetable salad. Itsuki wasn't sure if they had enough food for one more setting, but there were still a few slices of mackerel left after all 4 plates were on the table, and everything else had extras, too. Kazuke must have been cooking for tomorrow as well. Once everything was laid out, Natsume left the dining room and called upstairs. Chihiro, dinner's ready. In another moment, Itsuki heard footsteps heading down. Oh, she can leave her room okay. He'd been anticipating camping out in front of Chihiro's door and giving her a pep talk through it. This kind of threw him. After a bit more, Chihiro sluggishly staggered into the living room. She was in brown sweats, her hair unkempt, and she had a spaced-out sort of expression. A decal from a Gundam model was stuck on her cheek. Itsuki had never seen her so disheveled. She slowly approached the dinner table, then froze when she saw Itsuki. Huh? Hey. Itsuki greeted her, feeling just as awkward for seeing her like this. Chihiro blushed deeply, shivering as tears came to her eyes. Itsuki. Why? Well, you know, I was worried about you. This is too sudden. Can you wash your face, please? Natsume asked. Kazuke, Natsume, and Itsuki all sat down, followed by Chihiro when she returned from the bathroom, hair fixed, but heads still hung low. Kazuki and Natsume sat next to each other, their children facing them across the table. "Now," Natsume said first, "before we begin." "Dad?" The stern Kazuki looked at her. "You told me before that you had something to say to Itsuki whenever he came back home, didn't you?" "Oh yeah," the sheepish Kazuki muttered as he looked straight at the confused Itsuki. What?" Itsuki wasn't sure where to look. Kazuki took a deep breath. "I'm sorry about the whole gender thing with Chihiro." He bowed his head to him. Itsuki was dumbfounded. His father had never apologized to him about anything his whole life. "We're really sorry, Itsuki," Natsume said, bowing her own head. Put your heads back up." "You too, Dad." "Having your own parents bow to you was just beyond awkward." Itsuki hurriedly asked them to stop, and as he did, he said, "I'm not angry at all." That was the truth. After reading his debut novel Sister of the Apocalypse, they were so concerned about Itsuki that they'd accepted Chihiro's offer to pass as a boy around him. In Itsuki's mind, their concern was justified. If he had been in their position, he probably would have made the same choice. That's how disgusting that novel was. Lifting their heads, Kazuki and Natsume carefully studied Itsuki's face. He gave them a soft chuckle back. "It's fine. It's all in the past anyway, but thanks for letting me eat with you." He speedily took up his chopsticks and tried some of the mackerel. Good stuff. "You really made this, Dad." He gave his honest opinion as he faced his father. Kazuki gave a self-satisfied little harumph in response. The rest of the family quickly joined in, Chihiro going last out of hesitation. They ate in silence for a little while, but suddenly Kazuki stopped and spoke up. "By the way, Chihiro, do you think you can finally tell us what happened?" Chihiro's shoulders twitched. She put down her chopsticks and fell silent. Kazuki sighed. "Well, you don't have to, if you don't want. But Itsuki's here and all, you know, so I just want you to feel better." Chihiro didn't react. "It's all right," Natsume replied in a friendly tone. "I'm sure it's her first love, so." Kazuki was stunned into silence, while Chihiro stared at Natsume, eyes wide open. Mum. How did you know?" she shook as she asked, face bright red. "Because," Natsume casually responded, "you got all made up, you went out, and then you came back home crying. It's pretty easy to assume you put yourself out there." And he said no. "Itsuki, is that true?" his father asked. Itsuki reflexively nodded. Well, yeah." Itsuki sorry." The hot burn of Chihiro's reproachful eyes drove him to apologize. "Wait, this other man isn't." No, Dad," they both shouted at once the moment they spotted the question in Kazuki's eyes. "Well," reasoned Natsume, "if you know who it is, Itsuki, is it one of your friends? A fellow writer?" "Why yeah," Itsuki nodded. Mum." Chihiro was tearing up. "Just stop already." "Chihiro," Itsuki said to his downtrodden sister. "Didn't you know from the start he'd say no?" "Yeah. But it was so much harder than I thought it'd be." "I'm amazed how calmly Kani and Mako dealt with it." They weren't calm about it at all, actually. But Nayuta was an unusual girl by any standard, and even Mako had gained, and lost, love a few times in her life, Itsuki thought. Chihiro just had far too little experience as a girl, was all. She'd lived until the age of 18 without knowing how romantic love felt, and part of the cause of that was Itsuki himself. Sorry. About what? Itsuki smiled a bit at the flummoxed Chihiro. I mean, if there's anything I can do to help you out, just say the word, okay? Okay. Thanks, Itsuki. Chihiro flashed a weak smile of her own, and Itsuki felt it was time to ask the question that continued to nag him. By the way, what was with that crappy poetry you texted me? Her face started to burn all over again. It was my way of saying my heart's fallen into darkness, so let me be. Apparently this was a serious case of vegetinitis. Well, it didn't work. If I read something like that, of course I'm gonna be worried. Itsuki smiled at his groaning sister. But thanks to that, I finally summoned the energy to come here, so it's all good. Yeah. Chihiro lifted her head up, wiping a tear away. This has always been a dream to me. The four of us together, eating like this. So. Suddenly her face twisted up, a large tear running down one cheek. So. Thank you, Itsuki. You're welcome. Itsuki reached out and gently caressed Chihiro's head, and Kazuki and Natsume watched the siblings in action, contentment on their faces. After finishing her dinner, Chihiro tried going right back to her room. Kazuki stopped her, suggesting they should talk more while everyone was here, but Chihiro just smiled. I got to make up for lost time with my exam prep, and something tells me we'll have a lot more chances to eat together from now on, won't we? Itsuki nodded. She acknowledged it with a happy nod back. Honey, Natsume said after Chihiro left the table, would you like something to drink for a change of pace? You, too, Itsuki. I can't drink right now, of course, and your father's given up alcohol during the pregnancy, too. But just this once won't hurt you, will it? Kazuki gave his son a glance. Well, want a drink, Itsuki? After a bit of thought. Sure. I'll take one. All right. Well. Let's, then. Sure. What would you like? Natsume asked, smiling. Beer, sake, shochu? Do you have any Belgian beer? Nothing that fancy, Kazuki retorted. Oh, sake, then. There was mackerel and chicken left on the table, a good pairing with Japanese sake. Right. Kazuki stood up and took out an ishobin, a traditional 1.8-liter bottle of sake with 2 cups. It was already opened, but only about a quarter of it was consumed. Well, I'll leave you to be. Natsume picked up her dishes and brought them to the sink. Kazuki placed a cup in front of Itsuki, filled it up, then poured some sake into his own. Should we toast or something? He pondered this as he took the cup, trying to steal a glance at his father. Their eyes met. Dad seemed to be considering the same question. After a moment, though, he silently brought the cup to his lips. Itsuki followed his lead. It was a crisp, dry janmaishu, and while Itsuki preferred his sake with a little more personality, tartar, maybe, or fruitier, a nice, approachable one like this might be better as a regular after-dinner thing. So Itsuki washed down the chicken and spinach with some sake. Have you been lately? The Kazuki asked. Oh, the same. Kazuki's eyebrow twitched up. Your book got delayed, didn't it? Ah, why do you know that? I keep an eye on your release dates, at least. Oh, you do? It embarrassed his dad a little. He covered for it by finishing his cup of sake in one gulp. Well, it's all right, Itsuki said as he poured himself another. It'll all work out. Kazuki looked closely at his son. Well, hang in there. Something about what he said made Itsuki's eyes well up a bit. Here was his dad, the man who'd yelled at him after his manuscript got picked in that contest, who all but disowned him after reading his first book, and now he was voicing support for him. It surprised Itsuki how happy that made him feel. By the way, Kazuki continued. Yeah? It sounds like you're seeing someone. Yeah. Itsuki nodded, blushing hard. You planning to marry her? Someday. It felt incredibly awkward, but he managed to squeak out the word. Someday when? We don't know yet. They had barely spoken in years, and all of a sudden, his dad was getting way too in-depth with him. It felt weird. What about you? What made you decide to take the plunge with Chihiro's mum? Itsuki wasn't just trying to change the subject. He thought Kazuki might have a hint as to when to pop the question to Nayuta. Do you wanna know? He replied, in a dead serious tone of voice. Well, just for an idea. Kazuki drained his own cup and poured out another. All right. I'll tell you. So, as he sipped at his sake, Kazuki began to tell his son about how he came to be with Natsume. The way she found him blacked out on the street in winter. The way he impulsively ran to her place when he heard she quit her job. The way he looked at this woman, someone he wasn't even officially dating, and casually said, "Will you marry me?" Out of nowhere. What is this? some hipster drama. Itsuki couldn't help but poke fun at the story. He was just kind of curious about it, but it was a surprisingly dramatic, romantic tale, and it was his father telling him. His head was going to explode. I can't just blurt out the question like that. Hey. I'm kind of embarrassed about it, too, his dad admitted, cheeks a bit red from the sake. But, oh man. Really? Who are you? Yuji Oda or Yosuke Gashi or something? That's what it felt like to Itsuki, a drama starring one or another of Japan's greatest male leads. He took a drink, slumped back in his chair, and looked up at the ceiling. There was a hero in that story, too. The strength seemed to drain from him. He could feel a weird kind of smile come to his face. It was so ridiculous. Here he was, missing out on love, struggling to become the hero, and his own father was living out a primetime drama the whole time. But enough about that. Itsuki. This man who turned Chihiro down. What's he like? Itsuki sat up and examined Kazuki's face again. His eyes were fully glazed over now. It was scary. What's he like? Well, he's a friend who got his first novel published the same time I did. He's a nice guy. He's tall, he's handsome. He had his first novel series made into an anime. He's 24 years old. He's making a steady 10 million yen or so a year. From an impartial point of view, he's a super good catch. I can see why Chihiro fell in love with him, then. I agree with you. Haruto was a totally different story from him. He thought he had finally caught up to his best friend, rival, but then had taken a misstep. But Kazuki rapped on the table. Why yeah? Even with a super guy like him, I'm sure Chihiro can more than cut it. What was so wrong about her in his eyes? Not wrong, really. But there's this other girl he's had a crush on for a while. What? Do you know this girl, too? Yeah. What's she like? Well, she's really something, too. She's a college student, but she's super popular. Everybody on the editorial team trusts her, and lots of writers and manga artists treat her as their big sister. She's saved my ass a lot of times, too. The super girl for the super guy, huh? So why don't they get together? Well, I'm sure she's got her reasons. Itsuki hated to admit that he had turned her down. Sounds like you got a lot of drama in your friend circle. Maybe so. A smile came to his lips, maybe self-deriding, maybe proud. Right. Itsuki, call up that super guy for me right now. This isn't gonna sit right with me until I give him a word or two. What are you talking about, Dad? Itsuki chuckled. But I like it. He took out his phone, having drunk enough that his usual good judgment was failing him. He brought up Haruto's entry in his phone book and tapped on the number. Another few seconds, and they were connected. Oh, hey, Itsuki. What's up? Haruto sounded a little reticent over the phone. Chihiro must have been weighing on his mind. Kazuki was motioning at Itsuki, so he put the phone on speaker mode and placed it on the table. Itsuki? Haruto asked. Kazuki leaned over a bit. Hello there. This is Chihiro Hashima's father. Phew. Yeah, my dad wants to talk to you, Itsuki said, holding back his laughter. Phew. Itsuki, are you serious? I hear that you've been very, very kind to our Chihiro. No, I mean, she's been very kind to me, too, so what don't you like about her? No, it's not that. I think she's a wonderful girl. It's just that I've already decided on someone, so, and are things proceeding along with this other someone? Well, not exactly, no. Itsuki put his head down on the table, laughing at the flailing Haruto. But just then, he heard the thump 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 of someone bolting down the stairs. Chihiro came bursting in, her face bright red. What are you doing? The speaker volume must have been turned up too high, because apparently Haruto's voice made it to Chihiro's room. I'm talking with the man who turned you down right now, Kazuki said, totally serious and also totally drunk. Chihiro looked down at the phone. Haruto Fua, it said. She panicked. Fua, I'm sorry. I think my dad's had too much to drink. Oh, okay. Haruto sounded like he had no idea what to do. I'll talk to you later. Chihiro reached out to turn the phone before glaring at Kazuki and Itsuki. I can't believe you guys. Why did you do something like that? You're so stupid, Dad. And what's gotten into you, Itsuki? Kazuki and Itsuki both winced at the menace that was a truly angry Chihiro. Oh, we kinda got carried away, said Itsuki. You got carried away? You're always so terrible with that kind of thing, Itsuki. Sorry about that. Now, Chihiro, don't be so angry. Kazuki's advice only made her angrier. Of course I'm going to be angry at this. Dad, if you do something like this again, I'll never speak to you for the rest of my life. I don't want that. I'm sorry. Ugh, you're so stupid. She stormed back into the room, leaving the two of them to sit there, regretful for a few moments. Then, wanna drink it off? Sounds good, Itsuki said, filling his cup. They spent the rest of the evening talking. For the most part, it was about their respective jobs, a fascinating topic for Itsuki, because he didn't know much about Kazuki's line of work. They stayed up late into the night, as if making up for the blank of the past few years. But given how drunk they got, they had forgotten about most of it by the next morning. The Phantom Sirius. The next day, at 10:30, Itsuki woke up in his own bed, in his own family's house, for the first time in 3.5 years. The room was astonishingly clean for having been empty that long. Apparently Chihiro had kept it tidy so Itsuki could use it whenever he came back. When she said it was her dream to have the four of them eating dinner together, she couldn't have been exaggerating. Let's make coming back home a regular habit, he thought as he had breakfast by himself in the downstairs dining room. The meal consisted of fried eggs, white rice, and some left-over mackerel and salad from last night. It being Monday, Kazuki and Chihiro were both gone for the day, leaving Natsume relaxing in the living room. Okay, I'm gonna get going. The outfit he wore yesterday was hanging out to dry after Natsume washed it, so he changed into some clothes from his bedroom drawer, put on his coat, and prepared to leave. Come back anytime, okay? Natsume said, smiling softly. You bet, Itsuki said, giving a slightly bashful smile of his own. Leaving home, he walked to a bus stop a few minutes away. Chihiro always took the bus to Itsuki's place. He had heard, but Itsuki had only used this stop once, on the day he'd moved out. The morning rush hour was over, so not too many people were around. He read novel on his phone while he waited, getting on the bus that arrived about 10 minutes later. As he went down the aisle, figuring out where to sit, "Hey, are you Itsuki Hashima, huh?" A voice to his side surprised him. It belonged to a woman sitting windowside, maybe in her mid-20s. She had an affable-looking face and a casual smile, and although she had matured, Itsuki instantly recognized her. Aiane, you got it! She exclaimed. This was Aiane Mitahara, daughter of the housekeeper Kazuki had hired before he remarried. She was 2 years older than Itsuki, and when his mother died, she came over to his place to cheer him up. They had started hanging regularly after that. And in his 3rd year of middle school, he told her he loved her. She turned him down, though, and they hadn't seen each other since. Someone was audibly clearing their throat at them, so Itsuki quickly sat down next to Aiane. It's sure been a while, Itsuki, she said bashfully, although he could tell she wanted to say more. It sure has, Itsuki replied, feeling just as awkward. Where are you going? Just back home. From my family's home to my apartment. Oh, where do you live now? He gave the neighborhood name to her. Wow, that's a pretty good place. I'm still living with my family. There's just some cheap student housing there, and I've been living in it ever since. So, if she lived at home and used this bus line, Itsuki realized she must have taken this route when she was visiting his childhood home, too. He knew Aiane's house couldn't be that far from the Hashima family's, but he never heard the exact address. Where are you going, Aiane? To my office. The answer surprised Itsuki a little. He turned his eyes toward her. She was dressed well, but it wasn't exactly business attire. Was she in fashion or something? He didn't know anything about that industry, but her clothing and fairly late work commute seemed to indicate as much. Come to think of it, Itsuki had thought Aine had huge breasts back when he was in middle school, but after another look, it wasn't really the case. Around Mako's size at best. Maybe high school girls seemed bigger than they really were to him back then. As his mind went off on this tangent, Aine took a card out of her bag and handed it to Itsuki. Here's what I do. Aine Mitahara, Entertainment Editorial Department, Branch Hill, Limited. Branch Hill. Aine gave Itsuki's shocked reply a shy smile. Oh, you've heard of it? It's still a brand new company, pretty much. But I guess if you're in the biz, you'd know it. Itsuki was surprised mainly because Mako was about to join them, but he had known about Branch Hill since the beginning of his career. It was founded by a famed, charismatic editor from a well-known publisher, so it had already generated a lot of buzz around the publishing business. Certainly, no industry was more marked by casual dress codes and the total lack of a 9-to-5 schedule than books. As a writer, that should have occurred to him first thing. But something else stuck in his mind. If I'm in the biz? Well, you're a professional novelist, aren't you? I've actually been keeping tabs on you ever since your debut. Oh, Aine's mother had still been working in the Hashim residence when Itsuki published his first book. It's natural that Aine would have found out. But after he had severed ties with her, learning that she knew what he'd been up to for years since seemed so awkward. I knew you were into Little Sister series, but I didn't think you'd specialize in that yourself. The teasing tone of Aine's voice didn't make it any less awkward. Oh, and I saw the pics from the Taiwan convention, too. Wait, you mean there? Aine smiled at the panicking Itsuki. That's how I recognized you at the bus stop, Itsuki. You had on a mask and glasses in the photos, but your figure and hairstyle are the exact same. Wow, really? But I gotta say, she continued with a laugh, that manga artist is incredible. Why did she decide to conceal her face with a pair of panties? Oh, she wasn't trying to hide it. She wraps panties over her head whenever she draws manga. I'm serious. Ah. She must have thought he was joking. Itsuki took another look at her card. So are you an editor, Aine? Yeah. I edited for this other publisher for about a year, but when my boss left and founded his own place, he invited me to join him. Wow. That must have taken some resolve. Nobunaga Shiragamin, president of Branch Hill, had previously worked at a famous imprint for one of Japan's largest publishers. Apparently his starting salary there was way above what Kenjiro Toki earns even now. He bitched about this to Itsuki at some point long ago. Leaving that cushy job to found your own publishing company was certainly a bold challenge. Well, I really had to think about it. But it seemed like fun, so. Aine gave him a timid smile. And this hasn't been announced yet, but we're about to launch a new light novel imprint. I'm working on the launch right now, but it's super fun. There was something impish about the smile. She might be a mature adult now, but that grin had changed a bit from when a preteen Itsuki fell in love with her. Did you always want to edit light novels, Aine? When Itsuki knew her, at least, she never mentioned anything like that. Aine nodded, then averted her eyes a bit. I think it was my next to last year in high school. My boyfriend loved light novels and tried writing them himself, too. Our idea was that he'd become a professional novelist, I'd become an editor, and then we could both work together. That was the promise we made. If that was her second year of high school, Itsuki would have been in his last year of middle school. In other words, the same year Aine shot him down. He recalled how Aine was down after being denied by another guy she loved, a light novel fan who wore glasses. Itsuki recalled. This boyfriend you're talking about, did you mention him to me back then? Yep. That guy. I thought he turned you down the first time you asked him out. He did. But I kept trying, and he finally said yes the fourth time. Shot down once, refusing to give up, continually challenging herself, and finally winning the attention of her beloved. It was Nayu Takani's story all over again. Itsuki found it deeply moving, but Aine just smiled. But I knew I needed to get into a good university if I wanted to enter publishing, so I studied like a maniac in high school, but he gave up after he didn't win a prize in the first contest he submitted to. I kept going with it anyway, but I wound up focusing on studying more than him and he started cheating on me, and that was it. Oh, I guess it didn't go too well for you, then. If middle schooler Tsuki heard that story, he probably would have been moved to tears, right? Aine said, sighing as she smiled over it. But still, I always had dreams of being an editor. She no doubt understood what Itsuki wanted to ask. Why did she keep going if she only started so she could work with her boyfriend? And, I mean, I already expended all that time and effort grinding it out for my exams and improving my grades. So it felt so stupid to give up on my dreams just because we split up. Besides, I just like light novels, you know? Whether I have a crush that goes nowhere, or I find a good guy, or it all falls apart, that part of me never changed. So in a way, the fact I'm here today is thanks to you, isn't it? For introducing me to light novels. Seeing Aine sitting there, bashfully confessing to all this, Itsuki could no longer blink back his tears. Itsuki, it's okay, Itsuki said, trying to assuage the concerned Aine. In another little bit, the bus arrived at the nearest stop to Itsuki's place. You know, we might just offer you some work later on, so when we do, give it some real thought. Okay, I'll certainly consider it, he said as he stood up, deliberately taking a vague stance. He was the only one leaving at this stop, so the bus quickly trundled off again. Watching it go, Itsuki felt the tears returning. The days he spent with Aine Mitahara, the happiness and fun and romance, even the pain and sadness of a love lost, none of it went to waste. His rage and despair at how small he was, how endlessly large the world was, none of it was meaningless. No matter how minuscule Itsuki Hashima's story was as a middle schooler, it still connected to the tale of Aine Mitahara. He used to think of her as like the heroine of a story, but after he got dumped by her, and she got dumped by someone he didn't even know, Itsuki felt so disillusioned. But he was wrong. I was in love with you. And you were a hero after all. A wintry wind sent the softly spoken words off to oblivion. So maybe a story like this is good enough for me. Itsuki found his heart filled with salvation, a salvation that seemed rather close to emptiness. No matter who forgives it, the main heroine never will. Back at his apartment, Itsuki took off his coat, sat down on his chair, and took his laptop off sleep mode. He didn't even bother saving the non-sister practice novel he was working on to get his groove back. Instead he opened up another file. It was named All About My Little Sister _Vol-7 Draft 1, and there wasn't a single word in it yet. Now he could write. He was sure of it. His index finger rested upon a key on the keyboard. The rest of his fingertips began to weave text, just as he thought they would. The writer's block from before seemed like a mirage. Now, the text of All About My Little Sister, content that literally nauseated him whenever he tried to write it, was proceeding along faster than it ever did before. Silently, he maintained a constant pace, never reaching an impasse as he kept on writing. He was almost like a machine, his fingers automatically moving where they needed to go. The talent in his soul, and the passion behind his personality, were shut away from the process. Instead, he used nothing but the techniques he had cultivated over the past 6 or so years of novel writing, following the plotline and piecing the sentences together. Itsuki Hashima the person, and Itsuki Hashima the novelist, were totally separate. Whether he had a little sister or not had no bearing on this story. What the protagonist of this novel thought about his sister had no bearing on Itsuki the novelist. Thus he followed the set formula, putting the characters into action, giving them thoughts, and getting them in love. There was no empathy, no projecting himself into it. He was a professional writer, therefore, he wrote novels. This was just a work program. There was no need to insert extra story elements from the author's own life. A story like this is good enough for me. Once he came to that conclusion, the rest was simple. Chihiro Hashima, nee Yuta Kani, Mako Shirakawa, Haruto Fuwa, Ashley Ono, Kasuka Sekigahara, Kazu Kashima, and Aiin Mitahara. This world was full of protagonists, heroes that moved as if selected by fate. He, however, didn't seem to be one of those. That's why a story like this was good enough for Itsuki Hashima. He had attained the somewhat rare occupation of novelist. His work was made into anime. He even had younger writers looking up to him. For a non-chosen one, just another average guy, this was a pretty darn good performance. So forget it. He didn't need any more dramatic developments. He'd write novels, make money, hang out with friends, drink good beer, have dinner with his family, maybe get into pottery or Gundam models as a hobby, marry the woman he loved, that kind of modest happiness. For the remaining chapters of his life, this average sort of tale was good enough. So Itsuki kept typing away, his face contented, like a retiree enjoying his golden years. It was all so emotionless, so unmoving, so businesslike, so machine-like, so factory-like. His old fighting spirit, the drive to create the ultimate story, had disappeared. His straining desire to become a special hero was gone, and with it, something important that comprised part of Itsuki Hashima, novelist, also vanished. There was no love, no passion, no pride, and also no trials, no tribulations, no conflict. The writing went along like a breeze, as simple and as monotonous as it could be. And then, in early December, a mere week after Itsuki began writing again, the first draft for All About My Little Sister, Volume 7 was done. It's just fine. That was the review offered by Kanjaro Toki when he read the draft. You didn't get the sense of surging talent and passion, like you did from Itsuki's work up to now. The story had a well-devised plot and never deviated from it. Every passage made sense and contributed to the narrative. It was a just fine piece of work. And considering how many past readers nervously stepped away, too flawed by the overflow of sister love to keep up, this was the perfect approach to take if they wanted to hook the audience that learned about Itsuki Hashima from the anime. Truly, a fine, artisanal piece. A well-honed, industrial product. But could you really call this an Itsuki Hashima work? Even though something huge, something at the foundation of all his past work, was well and truly gone, if anything, it was a more balanced, more marketable book. Noticing this as he read the manuscript left Toki conflicted, so he decided to ask Itsuki himself. Was he sure he wanted to have this published? Of course, he responded. I'd like to get it out there as soon as possible. The calmness of the reply, as if some demon had let go of him after a long residency in his brain, only disturbed Toki further, but still he put the delayed Volume 7 of All About into the schedule, carving out an emergency slot for it. The author wanted it out there, the market wanted to see it. The product had the needed quality, and the editor had no right to unilaterally deny it to the world. It would come out in January of next year. The cover and internal color art were already done before the delay was announced, so the rest of the illustrations should, barely, make it in time. Hey, I'm done with Volume 7. So how about we have dinner together for a change? A few days after wrapping up All About, Volume 7, Itsuki called Nayuta over to his place. His real motive for the invite was to propose to her. He had a ring all set to go. Nayuta had wasted no opportunity to tell him her size, so he knew it. He thought about giving it to her on one knee in a fancy restaurant or at some scenic, romantic overlook, but most of their memories together were made in this apartment, so this seemed like the most appropriate place. Is that the Volume 7 manuscript? Let me read it right now, please. Right after she walked in, Nayuta discovered the stack of paper on his desk. Her eyes sparkled at the sight. Sure, Itsuki said, watching as Nayuta joyously sidled up by the kotatsu and began reading. He thought he'd ask the question over some pre-dinner drinks, but maybe it could wait until right after she finished reading. His slump was one reason he'd missed his chance to propose before now, so he was picturing a scenario where she'd read it, understand that Itsuki Hashima the writer was back in business, and then he'd say I want to be together with you forever and have at it. That struck him as the best timing. So, as Nayuta read through Volume 7, he did some more work, this time on Volume 9 of Sisterly Combat, another series that ground to a halt after he hit a wall. He had been silently beavering away on that one, too, in similar machine-like fashion. A bit under 2 hours later, I'm all done. Why you are? Itsuki casually stood up and surreptitiously took the box with the engagement ring from his coat hanging on the wall, hiding it behind his back as he quietly sat across from her. His heart was beating like a drum roll. So canny. He was about to say Kaneko but thought better of it. This was special. He wouldn't use Kaneko. He wouldn't use Nayuta Kani. He wanted to use her real name for this. I mean, Kaz. What is this? There was a shivering chill to her voice. Nayuta didn't look at her confused boyfriend. Her eyes were fixated on the sheaf of papers in her hands, and the emotion in them was dark. Her face was pale, and her fingers were shaking a little. Kaneko. What is this? This garbage? Nayuta looked up, her baleful stare freezing him to the bone. Gee, garbage? What are you? Itsuki tried his hardest to fight back. How dare you? With a scream, she threw the stack on the floor, scattering papers everywhere. What? This isn't any kind of novel by you. It's not an Itsuki Hashima novel. She had tears in her eyes as she shouted. Itsuki was shocked. Was it that lame to you? I mean, I've only just recovered from my slump, so maybe I wasn't on my A game. But I don't think it's bad at all, and the editor okayed it, so I wouldn't describe it as garbage. The defense sounded weak. Nayuta was the last person he wanted to slam his novel. Even if people said his work had too much sister love in it, this was the first time anyone had completely trashed it. He truly believed that even if the whole world told him he was a failure, Nayuta alone would tell him she liked his writing. And now she was drilling down on him. No matter how boring it was, no matter how poorly it was written, I thought I could always love your work. But not if it's like this. This is just wrong. If you're gonna make me read this soulless crap, like some I wrote it, then you're better off not being able to write at all. Itsuki's mind went blank. The statement couldn't have pierced into his soul any deeper, or with any more precision. What do you mean by that? The voice he finally summoned was shaking. You think I'm better off not being able to write? Are you saying you'd prefer if I was in that hell for the rest of my life? Do you have any idea how painful it was? What I went through before I was able to write that. I know you were in pain, but still, I can't accept this. Didn't you say you'd accept me no matter what? Were you lying when you said that? I wasn't lying. I wasn't trying to. But I can't. I just can't. I mean, I love you, Itsuki. But I really love Itsuki Hashima, the writer. Seeing Itsuki Hashima, the writer who saved me, turn into something like this, I'll never forgive it. No matter who forgives it, I never will. In order to get out of his slump, Itsuki Hashima the man had to separate himself from Itsuki Hashima the professional writer. But to Nayuta, who found salvation when she read Sister of the Apocalypse, who fell in love with a man named Itsuki Hashima, this was beyond anything she could allow. Stop giving me all that crap. He understood Nayuta's anger, but he couldn't take any more of this. Who the hell do you think I worked so hard to overcome this slump for? Who do you think I came back as a writer for? He wanted to take the woman he loved the most and make her happy, as soon as he possibly could. He'd struggled so hard for that, and this was the result. He could feel his strength abandoning him. What's the big deal? What's wrong with writing a banal, soulless novel? Everybody's the hero of their own story. I'm not special or anything. There's no need for me to risk my life and soul trying to write something special. If I can write average novels, make a decent amount of money, and find a decent amount of happiness, isn't that fine? That's the answer I've come to with this slump. All you're doing is deceiving yourself, avowed Nayuta. delivering her final judgment. "You haven't come back at all. You're still lying prone on the ground. I can love you if you're desperate, if you've been discouraged. But the one thing I can't forgive is you making compromises and diving into this lukewarm, slapdash answer of yours like some idiot. You are a writer, Itsuki Hashima. Please keep fighting until you can become the hero you hope to be." Itsuki weakly shook his head. "I can't be the hero of your story." "Do it. You're the one who saved me, who showed me dreams, who taught me about love. You've got an obligation to live up to that." Itsuki Hashima. Nayuta cried as she screamed, and Kaizu's advice flashed back into Itsuki's mind. "You've got no obligation to people like that. It's on them for having those dreams in the first place." "Yes, he's right. I'm telling you that I can't." "Stop pushing your ideals on me. I'm not a genius like you." "How can someone who cranks out these masterpieces as naturally as she breathes ever understand the pain some average person goes through?" "You're a great writer, Itsuki. You've got a special talent like nobody else in the whole world." "No, I don't. And even if I did, I lost it." "If you lost it, then why don't you just find another one?" "I told you to stop acting like it's so easy." "You're a genius. You should stop bandying around the word genius like that." "Stop trying to use genius to describe everything." "I put in a lot of work when people aren't looking, too." "You dumbass." "I know. But to me, your genius is blinding. I get so jealous it drives me insane." "Well, what do you want me to do about that?" "It's not like I got talent because I wanted it. If I only had just enough to place in the writers' contest so I could meet you, Itsuki, that would have been fine." Where do you get off, acting so arrogant?" "Then give me some of that talent." "If you got more than you know what to do with, hand it over to me." "I told you already, you do have talent, Itsuki." "Ugh. You shithead." "No I don't, you stupid piece of crap." After that final scream, Itsuki let out a defeated sigh. They were going in circles, shouting past each other. Nayuta seemed pretty exhausted, too. "Why don't you understand me?" "If I had talent, I wouldn't produce garbage in the first place." Itsuki morosely eyed the papers all over the floor. "I can't deal with this anymore. Let's split up." It was the polar opposite of a marriage proposal, but it left his lips so naturally. "Aha. Yes. Wanna do that?" Nayuta nodded, a weakened smile on her face. And so, after the very first argument since they had become lovers, since they'd even met, for that matter, Itsuki and Nayuta were on the brink. And afterward, the focus for this volume was Itsuki, who had fallen into a terrible slump, interacting with the rest of the cast and finally climbing out of it. Or will he? Maybe not. That was how Volume 11 went. Also, since the last volume was arranged in kind of a tricky way, I wrote this one with as much light novel playfulness as I could. I think this may very well be the most light novel-like book I've produced so far in my career, with more people switching to e-books and paging varying quite a bit depending on the device and user settings. I've avoided any tricks based on flipping the page over to something in this series, but since a special edition of this volume came out in Japan, I revisited the idea for the first time in a while. That's right, the special edition actually comes with a physical copy of Too Many Sisters, just as it's described in the novel. I can't be sure of this, but I have to think this is the first time a novel included a game in its special edition. Games have been a running theme throughout this series, so this is something I always wanted to do, and finally making it happen makes me insanely happy. Too Many Sisters, as you may surmise, was created in collaboration with the creators behind Too Many Cinderellas, a masterpiece of a card game that I love and have played tons of times. My sincere thanks go to Kikanai Games and Darklight for agreeing to this. Thanks also to Kantoku, Iedu, the designers, and the anime production committee for their help as well. I hope you'll all play Too Many Sisters and experience the same kind of fun Itsuki, Haruto, and the rest enjoyed. I should note, by the way, that guard number 9 is Sylvia from Chronicle as she was drawn in the manga version. She sported some pretty big boobs in the comic, but we actually cut them down a bit for game balance reasons. Sorry. Chihiro finally began to get serious in Volume 10, so she's rocketed to the top of the votes in our feedback. But what will we see with this volume? Thanks again, and see you in Volume 12. Yomi Hirasaka. Ravishing silver-haired nude female novelist. Early November 2018.